Yeah, let's talk about this, Sharif, because we have some interesting headlines today. Of course, we're going to have Micron, Samsung, also SanDisk back on watch. These memory plays, it's worth noting, some of the best plays in the S&P 500 so far this year include SanDisk and WDC. So this is definitely going to be a memory-heavy end to the year, that's for sure. Keep an eye on that headline. The biggest, though, by far of the day is going to be Nvidia. Initially, this was reported as an acquisition of Grok, and to be clear, not Elon Musk Grok, but GROQ. This is an AI startup. Instead, they're just going to be buying Grok's assets here for $20 billion. They're also taking the company's CEO, some of its other top executives, into Nvidia. So really good deal here for Nvidia, and they also avoid some regulatory scrutiny. We're obviously going to get more into the specifics of that. Waymo also dealing with some more robotaxi issues. So quite a few stories on watch today.
All right, good morning, guys.
All right, good morning, everybody. Yes, we are here. Obi, thank you for joining us one more time. And we have to say a happy birthday to Neil, yes, of course, today. So happy birthday to Neil. And he's hopefully enjoying it with it. Well, he is enjoying it with his family. So we say shout out to him. And yeah, happy Boxing Day, I guess, here in Canada, something that's new. For many Americans might not realize that we celebrate that here. Here in the UK, everybody has the day off again. So, except for us, of course, because that contractor, if we ever signed one, said something about we have U.S. holidays and not Canadian ones, which is fine by me, actually. You know, the drive in today was 22 minutes.
Yeah, mine was 30.
Yeah, so it was just like, minutes. I'll take it. Nobody on the road today except for us. We're looking to get some burgers, hopefully this afternoon, and we're ready to rock and roll. It should be a slow day, I mean, which is fine, I think. We're always here to find some opportunities for everybody. Did you get everything you wanted for Christmas?
Yes, of course.
Good. Yeah, same way. We had great Christmas time. Kids loved it. My son got all this snowboard gear, tons of stuff. Yeah, my brother for some reason got me another hat here, so I'm wearing it today. There's something with the palm trees. He's always about the palm trees, so we got that there going. And yeah, lots. Sharif was always talking about this brand Gymshark. Yeah. So my wife got me this Gymshark, beautiful bag. It's a great little workout bag. Yeah, with some new different workout clothing and things like that, and blah 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 blah. A bunch of stuff happening right here. So yeah, no, we're excited here to be back today. And what was a gift that maybe was memorable for you?
The
sweater looks pretty hot. I like that.
A little festive.
Yeah, I like that.
Got the
sweater.
Candlesticks going on as well. So
like
I got.
Oh, the candlesticks! Yeah. Didn't even notice that. That's cool. I mean, I know they're not candlesticks, but they kind of look like.
Yeah, right. They kind of look like candlesticks. So like you got a little bit of a dark green and a red as well. 48 Laws of Power, the book.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not super familiar. What is that?
I've read snippets and bits of it, but.
Is it relatively new or is it an old one?
No, it's an old book. It's
I don't know that.
It's by Robert Greene. So yeah, I think definitely a little trading related.
Oh, trading related.
1999.
Woo wee.
Yes.
There were the best of times.
Yeah.
There's the worst of times. Yeah. We're gonna party like it's 1999. Prince, of course. There. Of course. You a fan of Prince?
I haven't heard a lot of his stuff.
Well, When Doves Cry. That's a great tune there. Joe is in the building today as well. Everybody's here. It's going to be a good day, except for there he is. What's up, Joe? Joe, Christmas was all right? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Yeah, all right. We like that one. Oops, my stream deck is not up. All right, yeah, so far so good. Thank you so much. Yeah, it looks like I could be in Run DMC. Yes, very, very much so. I actually met those guys in Vegas like 15, 20 years ago. Was a really interesting story. So that's a lot of fun. When I met we met Rev Run. There's a picture of Marissa and I. Maybe if I find it, you can see what we looked like 20 years ago. But I think that's maybe on my Facebook. Facebook still exist?
I use it for messaging sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Actually, that's valid.
And just like Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah. That was my next thing. I was going to throw back to Sharif because I know he uses Marketplace. I like to use Marketplace too. I got winter tires off there most recently. They all had holes in them, but it was all right.
So we got a new set of washing washer dryers. So you had to get rid of the old one.
LG,
and I'm like,
Samsung. Yeah.
So,
okay.
Dude, it has this AI wash thing, and I was like, what? They're putting AI inside these washer dryers. So what's really cool is that it'll detect what kind of clothing you have in there, and then wash it and give it the right kind of wash accordingly.
Sick.
I'm like, all right, cool. You do the thing.
You just put the clothes in there, just push AI.
Yeah, pretty much, pretty much. Yeah, no. So Facebook Marketplace, you scan the market, and you're just like, how much are like these used things going for? Because I'm like, I'm not picking this up. I'm not carrying this around.
We bought used washers.
No. The old ones. I want to get rid of the old ones.
Okay, good,
right?
yeah.
So I just posted them. I'm like, you got to come and take them yourself.
And how quick was it?
So I just obviously undercut everything that was there.
Yeah.
I was just like, all right, I want to get them out of the house. So yeah, literally next day, someone's like, sure, I'll come pick them up.
Yeah.
I'll carry them. They brought their kit and everything, carried them out. I'm like, all right, that saves my back.
They still worked, or they were just?
No, they're still
parts?
fine. They're still fine. A little bit of, I think there was just aesthetic damage.
Because near my house, there's like a metal, like a dump place that's like they resurface metal and reuse it.
Yeah.
So like you can always, what you can do is you can drop it off there, then they weigh it, and they give you next to nothing for it.
Right.
But most of the time, if you call somebody, they'll pick them up, take them there, and even if they get $50 a machine, whatever, you can pull out the motors and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, but anyways, all right, yeah, good. We're really happy here today to be with you guys. It should be some good movement, although the ES, as Shreve ran through the numbers, not much going on. IWM might have been one of the big ones. And I'm going to be looking at Bitcoin as well, see if we can hold in and around that 80,000. So yeah, we're back live here at 8 o'clock. We're not expecting huge runs or anything, but we did go out on all-time highs on most major markets other than the NASDAQ back on Wednesday. So this is sort of the start now of the Santa Claus rally. So there should be some good stuff happening over here. And yeah. We'll trade Nvidia, and it's interesting to note that the Grok deal, of course, is an independent AI, not Grok with Elon, but
not the Grok AI.
Yeah, it's still $20 billion, and we'll go over that deal as we go on. And then the memory names, the chip names, SanDisk, Micron popping to highs as well, and will Tesla get to 500 today?
Maybe today's the day, man. It's been kind of
knocking. I think it quietly knocks on the door.
Knocking on the door for the longest time. I think it's just. Yeah, let's see how this is looking here. I do have an alert at the top of the range. Now these are again the charts that I like to look at on the side here, just multi-time frame, monthly. You can see here we're attempting to break out. We still have 5 days left on the month. Not too many trading days in it though, but yeah, no, we'll see if we get to that 500. 498.83s are the highs, but I'm watching silver. Some commodities as well. We know commodities have been catching a bit of a bid. So SLV, I'll definitely have eyes on today. It's already done like almost 5 million shares in the pre-market today on SLV. You can even see here some relative volume as well. So relative volume happening here on SLV at the same time. So we'll watch commodities as well, or I definitely have eyes on it. But Nvidia, yeah, a little bit of news on Nvidia, but we'll see how far that really gets us. 190 seems like it's going to be a little bit interesting in the overnight session. Excuse me, in the overnight session, if you look at Nvidia here, I was talking to Sean about this a little earlier. It's a bit of a held offer that happened here at 190, and then you kind of blasted through that pretty nicely through 190. Gave you about 65 pennies, which is not too bad, but the reversion was quite nice as well, almost a 0.5% reversion. But here's the thing: you had to wait for 4 hours for that to go, for that to really be done there. But we talked about that 190 confluence with VWAP by the end of the night, and then kind of that breakdown as well. So there's a couple of trades happening there. So 190, I'll be watching that. I don't know if it's going to do anything in the open session right now. Taking a look at Nvidia in the pre-market, pretty tight consolidation, and again, cannot really get through 190 in the pre-market. So maybe a little bit of a 190 over under. Thank you, Danny's boy.
Here we go, Danny's boy again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the super chat. The LBMA, I don't know what that is closed today due to the holidays. So COMEX is going to have a hard time keeping down the silver price at open. And in Shanghai last night, silver hit $80. Silver go boom today? I mean, I'm definitely watching it.
So what does it say there? LBMA is the London Bullion Market. So they're closed today because of Boxing Day. So there's only two major countries. My understanding is it's only two nations celebrating. It'll be the UK and Canada. Yeah. So with that market being closed over there in London, the question is, what do we think about silver today? With potentially less supply out there if London's closed. Right, Danny's boy? I guess that's what you're thinking there. And yeah, man.
What you're saying is we might get a grinding bid a little bit of a lift.
I mean, you're already up. I mean, yeah, Danny. I mean, I think you nailed it again, man. You are grinding that silver. You're already breaking. Like the silver's up. Yeah, it's up. What was it? It's 150 something % year to date. I know Neil said that year to date doesn't mean anything, but I think it's still something to look at. Yeah, here it is, or just the year in general. Here it is, January. So yeah, so we're 27 to fit to $65 right now. So yeah, you're up 100 and change % right now on SLV. I think you might be right, Danny. I think we should look at this and gold today. Both silver up 3.5%. GLD also was up the last time I looked today. Anyways, yeah, up 0.75. So it's silver right now that's running. So thanks, Danny. We'll have a look at all of those. And I think I'll add it to the watch list because I think on a day like today we do want to trade names that are actively moving. All right, let's go back over to the desk and see what's going on over there. I assume it was a good day for you too, Sharif. Did you wind up having that Chinese food or?
It was fantastic, Sean. It was a good time with the family yesterday. We did that Jewish kind of Christmas at the Chinese restaurant on the 25th. Let's talk a little Nvidia here because this is their largest transaction ever. It centers around an acquisition of a company called Grok with a Q. Essentially, this is an inference-related semiconductor company. And the acquisition here by analysts is being theorized as Nvidia trying to acquire a disrupting force within its own industry. We've been talking a lot on the show about ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits. The likes of the TPU, the tensor processing unit from Google would qualify as that. Likewise with the Trainium, many others being created by Broadcom and Marvell. Grok did that, but specifically for inference workloads. So as we've been talking about, ASICs are a cheaper way to get your product to market via the LLM or via the AI world. It's more of a Phillips screwdriver as opposed to a Swiss multi-tool. And for companies that don't want to expend the exorbitant amount of money to pick up NVIDIA's latest and greatest, Blackwell, as well as others, this is another path for them. NVIDIA sees this, obviously, say the analysts, and they're looking to acquire their way into that market again, the ASICs market. And their founder, Jonathan Ross, was in fact one of the more instrumental people at Google for the creation of the TPU. What more can you tell us about this?
Yeah, I think that Jonathan is really key. I think the biggest thing to emphasize here is that, again, this is not a traditional acquisition. Now, this matters a lot for regulatory reasons. NVIDIA does avoid some regulatory scrutiny and negative stockholder reactions that they might have should they actually acquire the company outright. Again, because it is an asset purchase and IP licensing deal, they're going to be able to get some key members of the Grok team, including founder and former CEO Jonathan Ross, as well as President Sunny Madra. But again, Grok remains a company, or again, this is GROQ, not GROK. They're already named a new CEO, so this is not a traditional takeover, and a lot of people are saying that's why analysts are excited about this. That part is really key. They're just acquiring these assets, and they're taking, as Sharif mentioned, a really key structural player here in Grok through this deal.
Okay, so one of the major differences between an asset purchase and a share purchase in law, obviously, is the acquisition of liabilities as well as debts that the company could be holding. When you make an asset purchase, you're purchasing just that. You're purchasing the assets. You don't take on employment contracts. You don't take on the debt of the company. So it helps you really focus specifically on the asset that you want to acquire and not have to basically absorb all the other contingent liabilities that stand there. So key acquisition here for Jensen, but he also does take on talent, so not exactly your typical asset purchase plays.
Yeah, no, the Nvidia story is definitely interesting here. Yeah, I didn't really know which Grok this was, but yeah, it's a private company there. I got a little excited. I was like, does this company trade publicly? Because I would definitely play some momentum on that.
Right. Yeah,
but,
yeah.
unfortunately, that's not the case here. But yeah, Nvidia with a little bit of a gap up there. It did move again, like I mentioned earlier, in the after hours. We're trading above the week highs right now. So taking a look at the weekly right here, you can see. Oh boy, I gotta clear that up. But you can see right here, we don't need to be up here. Trading above the high of the week right now, so we're making some fresh highs. Let's see. We're also breaking out of this multi-week sideways consolidation that held 170, right? We've been kind of holding this area for a while now. We sold off pretty aggressively from the first week of November all the way into December. All of November actually was pretty red, Sean, so that's pretty interesting. So maybe a bit of reversion coming in of that selling, that strong selling that happened all of November. Let's see, about 20% down. Nvidia sold off from a high of 211s all the way down to 169.54. So, excuse me, a bit of a reversion. Let's see what it does with that 190. If we can hold above 190 on Nvidia today, I like it. But that's to say, the market tailwind definitely is going to be a huge factor. Let's see what the market does as well.
Yeah, so I have, obviously similar thoughts here on Nvidia as we, continue to look for names to trade during days. I mean, during slower days, we didn't win on Intel on Wednesday when it opened up down 3.5%, then kind of made its way back to the upside there and wound up shutting us down, or not shutting us down, shutting that trade out at 36 bucks. We can actually look at Intel again today. I think that's reasonable. This is the month high that we're coming into right there. And Obi was talking about Blue Ocean a little bit, how it reacted last night off that 190 level. I wrote down here 190.25. Let's see, get above. I mean, I know that's kind of where we wicked to this morning. It's just, let's get above 190, try to hold that. The thing is, like, the 190.25 area, if it does take it, I think you could smash it with like a whole crap load of shares, because then if you come back through 190, you can just get out. So I actually like the fact that it gives us basically the trade idea before it even happens. And that is like, play some momentum to the upside with Nvidia here. It's up 0.69%. I have no idea what it's going to do, but if you look back on what it did on Friday, it's all mixed up with what the days are today, what it did on Wednesday, it just basically took off and never stopped. You know, you had a little bit of a pullback there early, but then just took off and closes at 189. And then you could see that's Wednesday, Tuesday, whatever day that was. And then now Wednesday kind of took off right off the open again there, and then got faded only to close near at that high one more time. So this could be a big supply zone. It's not like we're breaking through 189 with ease here, but it's upside. Looks like it's probably a good spot. And honestly, I know this kind of burned us on Wednesday, but it's like, what else are you going to trade today? Intel was, okay, now Intel's above 36, so that's good to see. Maybe we hold Intel 36 long as well. But like, if you look back again on Wednesday, this is what Intel was doing. It was pretty choppy there, only to make moves lower into the open. And then that's when we had that deal with, it was Intel and was it downgrade? I forget what the news was.
Nvidia, I think.
There was something there. It was downside, but then it just kept going basically all day. And so we had to eventually punch out of the shorts once we broke that 36 right there at the end of the day. So it's like, what was a bad news story in the pre-market turned out to sort of rally the stock and caught all of us short, me short too, there. So I wonder if that might happen today with light volume. Maybe on a stock like Nvidia, we'll all get caught, staring at this, this month high, and maybe we do fade off of there. But 190.25 is what I'm looking at to take the long. It's going to be the number one trade idea that I have on here. And keep the ideas going. Obi and I said, like, if there's nothing to trade today, I said to Obi, don't worry, because the chat will have a bunch of names for us to look at. So
I just asked them too, like, what are you guys looking at? We got some...
Yeah, we got the good, thank you for the super chat on silver, which was good, right? I think that's a good point. If London's closed, we'll see. Apparently Fiji and New Zealand also celebrating Boxing Day. Thank you to Guy there in the chat for that. And then we'll keep our ears to the ground, right? I mean, Sharif, Adair are both back there, so they'll be, dropping news stories as they hit. We don't have any economic headlines today as far as we can see right now. But here comes Nvidia right now. Looks like it wants to take out 190. So some decent size on the offer here. And sure, we have ripped through a little bit earlier on, but that was right at 8 a.m. So I'm not sure that these dark pools are actually break of liquidity here. So let's wait to see what happens at 190. Nvidia on our mind today. Back to Sharif.
We got a bit of it.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little Google here. Interesting development over the weekend. We spoke to you guys last week about the pausing of the robotaxi as a result of the San Francisco power outages back on the 20th of December. Today, they've paused Waymo's operation yet again, this time because the National Weather Service is issuing a flash flood warning for today up until 10 p.m. So they've suspended the Waymo operations. Customers received in-app notifications citing safety concerns tied directly to the expected storms. But as we mentioned, this is the second time they've paused Waymo services. Earlier last week, we told you guys about tens of thousands in San Francisco without power, and Waymo vehicles were stopped at intersections, treating it as a four-way stop. Later in the week, we got word from Waymo that they would update their fleet software to better handle infrastructure failures. But here we are again, guys, pausing the service. Adair, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, it's worth noting here. Apparently, we had some comments as well from Jeffrey Tumlin, an individual here with the San Francisco MTA, a former CEO there. He's saying that the recent chaos does offer some lessons for regulators, saying that regulators should maybe cap the number of AVs by time, geography, and weather conditions. Now, in terms of what this means for Waymo more specifically, it's interesting because around the same time we had, I believe on Wednesday, Elon Musk, of course, CEO of Tesla, saying that he was driving around Austin in a robotaxi without a safety monitored. He was actually a passenger in that vehicle. Then the AI executive here at Tesla saying that he's actually done the same thing, and he posted, I believe, a photo or a video to back it up. So Tesla making some strides, Waymo falling behind. This is going to change up who's winning the robotaxi race here, guys.
Yeah, I was thinking about all this. We're so early into all of this robotaxi stuff, right? I mean, I think Adair asked a question that might not have an answer for a very, very long time, like who's winning all of this, right? I mean, the Waymos are still 200,000 or something like that to make in the first place, right? And so you're going to have to put out some big capital to get part of that. And then the video that Sharif was showing last week about them all during that power outage there in San Francisco, that was kind of fun to see. But at this, okay, my mic is doing stupidness.
No, I've heard, yeah, Waymo outages have been affecting them as well. But if you're going to ask me who's winning, I saw a couple of videos, Sean, of what the Waymo car like drove through an intersection where there was a shootout happening with a bunch of cops and like and like this guy they had pulled him over or whatever. He was on the ground with his hands on the ground and everything, and the Waymo just casually. Like, no one's coming into that intersection. The Waymo just casually just takes a left turn, putting passengers in danger, right? In the line of fire, while real life, like, showdown is going on.
See, these are these little things that you don't figure out.
Yeah, I'm just like, would a robotaxi stop for that? I don't know. We haven't seen that situation, but the Waymo has been put in that situation, and it really clearly didn't care. It was just like, I need to go this way, so I'm going to go this way. There's an opening. So I saw that video as well, which was pretty funny. Dangerous.
See, these are the things that they're not thinking about. Like, they're thinking about them as they happen, right? It's one of those things where it's like, at some point, you're going to get these software upgrades. And I think it was, and what I was getting at before my mic started acting up, and maybe it still is, was the fact that you're going to have these hiccups. And then in a matter of what, I think it was 24 hours or whatever, Google or Waymo released a update that sort of fixed some of the ideas and some of the strategies and the way the cabs or the taxis would act if they ever did get a outage like they did suffer those couple of days. And that's another interesting one that I never even thought of.
I'll try to find the video. I know it's somewhere.
I'm always interested, like, what happens if there's an accident? Like, I guess you just automatically would call the police. Like, I'm just thinking, like,
I don't know.
Just because you are in a smart car or you have the ability to, autonomously drive doesn't mean that other people won't run into you. Yeah. We do know that the studies are like the 5 million or 50 million miles of FSD without an accident or whatever. There's all these different studies. I'm sure Waymo has the same success, but people could hit you and then you have to wait for that. But anyways, I'm sure it's all covered by your whatever, $30 Waymo ride probably includes some sort of insurance, especially if you, like, I'm just wondering if you get hurt. Repairing the car is whatever, Tesla or Google will repair the car yourself, but there is an aspect of there being a major accident, which all of a sudden changes the sort of trajectory of, do people actually want to get into these vehicles because there's a risk aspect, but that's the same thing of anytime driving, right? So. I don't know. Google was really hot there the last couple of days. It's been what an awesome name.
I'm looking at it right now. Like, this is looking absolutely beautiful here. I got a couple of lines going on. Yeah. So we've been beginning of December, bit of a sell-off for pretty much a decent chunk of the month, over half of the month here till about the 18th, and then we start to catch a bit of a bid here, and that's been holding pretty nicely. We broke above pretty aggressively with a bid on Tuesday, and then a flush back into what seems like trend resistance turning into maybe some trend support, but I see this strong bids coming in here as well. So maybe we look for a bit of a bid here. Maybe that prior prior pre-market high is coming in at 315.98. So 316s. If we can hold and sustain above 316s, maybe we have a little bit of room to the upside. But again, market tailwind dependent for sure. We'll see on a holiday trading day. We'll see how the price action really carries us forward. But yeah, Google, Tesla. I don't know too much about Tesla here. Let's see how that's doing as well. It's been chopping around the range. You talk about that 500. Yeah, I think that's what we're all waiting for. And it kind of teased the 500 there on Monday coming into the week. I was just like, all right. I'm pretty sure I try to hit this long as well. But the reversion was absolutely beautiful because, yeah, you know, everybody is trying to push into that 500, and it goes to 498.83s after slamming, and then slamming all the way back down to 485s. We traded a little bit below that on the prior trading session here on Wednesday. Today is pretty flat coming into the pre-market here, so we'll see. We had a strong close, over a 50% reversion happened going into the end of the day here on Tesla. So let's see if that bid will continue. Prior day high is coming in at 490.90s.
It's tricky, that's for sure, to look at some of those stocks, but I do like all of the self-driving, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's part of the reason why we bought some Tesla. It's part of the reason why we continue to like Google and this whole robotics and this whole AI thing. I mean, things are going to change so fast. My kids aren't even, like I have a 23-year-old, he's not even thinking about buying a car or anything like that. I'm just very excited to, you don't own a car?
I do, but it's just like
you do personally, or
yeah.
Oh, okay. But so, how often are you?
That's the thing. I don't drive it very often. Right. It's like days.
So is it worth the insurance then? Because you got to pay that every month. And
yeah,
you're not driving it that much?
I think like my mom uses it as well.
Okay.
And then I'm like, okay, well, on the weekends and whenever I have it on hand, then I'm using it as well. So it's just like, all right, cool, it's fine. But yeah, no.
That's the other thing.
I'm not necessarily thinking about buying a new car, but like if FSD does become a little bit better, for sure, I think an EV. I was telling you, we got the infrastructure for a charger in the garage recently.
Yes,
so,
nice.
Yeah, so
something might be brewing
about it. I really like the I'm forgetting the PSNY. I remember the ticker. Okay, yeah, I like the Polestars. Pretty. They look.
Yeah, they look nice. Yeah, they almost feel more. The Tesla's very factory, car. Like it's just, this is what it is. Everyone has the same one, and give or take, a little cheaper build, I think, than the Polestar one. So, yeah, man, I told you, we already got the reservation for the Rivian, so we're excited to get the, when and if that comes out, the R2, we'll be doing that as well. Yo, what's up, VinFast? Oh, yeah, there's a couple of VinFast. Shout out to Jay Bronson there. Did you say there were super chats that we missed?
I think so.
Okay, we got to get, well, we're going to go through any super chat that had, Obi had mentioned that. If you want to, can you even throw it up? I probably can. To see if there's anything going on there. Yeah, there's a lot of VinFasts on the road here in Toronto, to be honest with you. Right now, here it is, Sean. Okay, there is one here. VKTX. Isn't that Viking Therapeutics? VKTX. There it is right there. So $5 from Nick W. What's up, Nick W? VKTX, a long-time viewer as well. Neil, I know, I don't know if he's still in or not. I think he talks about it. I think he took a bath on this one. I'm not sure. He was waiting for it to get bought out, and I don't think that's ever happened here for Viking Therapeutics. And I think it's always something that you wait for, and especially if you hear something like ears to the ground about any of these therapeutic companies, possibly developing something, something in the things in the pipeline. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Neil was on this one, but I'm almost like when it breaks key levels like this, I'm not as smart as he, so I don't know. I like to just hold things forever and then just, roll. I talked about those weed stocks. All right, here, let me take this off. All right, here, let me see what it says here. Could touch on VT. Weekly, monthly looks very bullish. You're good at the monthly charts and the weekly charts if you want to call that up, OB, quickly. Looks very similar to the last year set up on AppLovin. Okay, well, the thing about AppLovin is, AppLovin was obviously announced, and thank you for that. I'll take that off right now. I'll talk about this in a second. AppLovin was obviously addition there to the S&P. I think was it the NASDAQ Adara or the S&P AppLovin?
Hi.
Okay, so S&P, so even bigger and better. So it was already in the NASDAQ already. Viking, of course, going to be a little different than that company, but I'd have to look at the two to compare them. But for me, just quickly, I'll look at it daily. Maybe Obi can look at it weekly or monthly, whatever he prefers. But right into here, $30 looks pretty good to me, man. So if it's Ramin over there, we just show this. That's the 200 period moving average. So obviously you've sloped it back through. This was a pretty false break for sure. Like, I don't know what happened right there. It looked like it market wanted to get going back in August. That's either earnings or, like I said, sometimes the pipeline just gets piped and the next thing you know, you're all the way down here again. And it doesn't really matter though. Whatever that news story was is in the past, and it definitely held quite nicely down here at 25 bucks. So you only spent a couple days underneath $25. Now you get the 200 period starting to slope up. You get the 50 period moving average starting to slope up. Yo, Nick W, man, for $5, I think you might have one right here. I like Viking now. The only thing is you got to watch out for these whoops-a-daisy moments here when you're in a therapeutic stock. So look to see what's in the pipeline, what they're doing. But for me on a daily chart, yeah, man, trying to hold the 50, bouncing nicely off the 200. I like Viking. You get a awesome chart set up for me right there on the daily. If there's something brewing on Viking, I think you technically look okay. What does it look like to you? Anything over there?
Yeah, the monthly looks great, man. Take a look at this. In the past, I don't know how many times this thing is split. I'm pretty sure they have. I've heard the name many times before. But regardless, you can see highs here at 23s all the way in 2018. And then highs once again in 2023 are in and around the same area, 25s. Look at this consolidation that we've been having from, when is this, 24? So, okay, so no, March of 25th all the way to October of 25th. Now we're trying to step up on top of that as well. Beautiful move here, beautiful reversion as well, all the way down from 99.41s on the monthly highs there. But yes, held this prior resistance area. So is this a case of resistance turn into support on a higher time frame here as well? So yeah, nice little curl. I like it. I like the look. It's held this for multiple months. So basically it's just like, all right, well, we tried to sell off, and we can't anymore. We went sideways as well. So guess what? You try to go down, you try to go sideways, and there's only really one direction left to go, and that's kind of the path it's been taking, I guess. We're this high right now, pre-market currently trading at 37.70s, but this consolidation high is at 43.15s on VKTX. So good look.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Let's go back over the desk. It's 8:30 right now, watching silver, watching some Bitcoin, and watching whatever Adara and Sharif tell us to watch. So.
A couple of Apple headlines here. First of all, the Apple seeking a reversal or a new trial for the Massimo patent case. So they're seeking the judge to reverse the previous judge's decision. The motion argues that the jury instructions, as well as the evidentiary bias, materially affected the outcome of the case. Apple contends that $634 million in damages is unwarranted based on how the jury was guided and the evidence presented. Obviously, $634 million is not too much for Apple, but it does create, well, you know, non-meaningful balance sheet risk. Secondly here, interesting data out of China. Foreign smartphone sales surge 128.5% in the month of November. That's obviously a positive read-through for Apple's iPhone China cycle. Overall smartphone demand only rose 1.9%, up to 30.16 million units. But when you compare that to the foreign branded shipments, which total a little bit less than 7 million, a marked jump year over year as compared to the month of November of last year. So interesting look here, Dara, both from the Massimo case and the China cell phone sales.
With regards to the smartphone sales here, I think that's actually really significant. It shows that even if there isn't a ton of change in the buying of cell phones, people are looking to buy foreign phones, which is, again, as you mentioned here, I think a really good look here for AAPL. I mean, there is still a very competitive market here in China with regards to smartphones, but we know Apple was historically struggling. People really like this iPhone 17. That's obviously showing up in sales of the phone and in the US, but I think the fact that it's showing up in China to the extent that it is really significant. Now, again, the risk with this as well, which we've already seen analysts talk about, is if the next iPhone, whatever that may be, or whenever that may be, doesn't stack up, AAPL could be in trouble. For now, though, good look for the 17.
Bringing it back to the Massimo case here, Wells Fargo commenting on the new challenge to the verdict by Apple. They expect Apple, of course, to challenge this on appeal, but they did reiterate their overweight rating on Massimo themselves, showing, you know, that they may be defending the case successfully, and they maintain the same price target of 190 on Massimo, guys. So Apple, both from the IP side and from the sales side in China.
Just on our trader takeaway today from Sharif's Morning No, which is absolutely amazing. Make sure you do join right now for $5 a month. You're going to get absolutely everything you need to know. Here's a trader takeaway. All you have to do is go. First of all, what we really want people to do, man, is just you can hit the like button if you like it. If you don't, that's all good too. But right into here, we like to get these subscribers going. 548,000. I'm just waiting for that 550. Let's get to 550, man. We can have some celebratory drinks or whatever when we get to that 550. I think that'd be a lot of fun. We had a great bunch of fun there on Wednesday when we had a little rum and eggnog there at the end. I know you participated in some of that as well. So thanks everybody for doing that. But for $5, oh yeah, here, what I wanted to show you was for $5 a month, you can just click this join, and we often get many traders in our chat that will give you free memberships all the time. We want to thank all that for happening. But you also get the members. Forget about this. These things are fun, right? You get these little emojis. You can be part of our chat. You can be part of the chat by hitting subscribe, first of all. But it's this morning release note that you get for $5 a month. And I'm just going to show you right here what that is included with. Like, it's just, here we go. This is the whole story about Apple right here. This is just foreign shipments there, right? And it's just, this is not even, there's Massimo stuff here as well. Xiaomi, here's the Nebius. We haven't even got to that. Micron, we talked to the top about all the trader takeaways and what we just talked about. There's the Massimo, there's a couple stories with Apple here today as well. Waymo, everything we talked about, the Nvidia story. So again, on a light day, there's still 7-8 pages worth of data. But the one thing that I want to talk about here, and maybe we'll get to all of this, I'm not too worried too much about the Massimo thing. What I actually looked at here was just foreign shipments, and maybe this is going to be another story, but there's a 128% surge in foreign smartphone shipments right there for Apple. So, you know, for me, it's just one of those products that keeps on working. And whether or not, I know, you know, you're sort of an Android guy, it doesn't mean that we have to throw, you know, shade on Apple. I got to get rid of this bar there. So let me go to another chart here. But Apple's really performed well, you know, over these sort of last little, I mean, this is a 30-minute chart, so it hasn't performed well over there. I meant to look at a daily chart. But if you're going to look at a daily here on Apple, it's performed well and now bouncing off the 50. So it's had quite the nice run. Obviously, if you're looking year to date, I don't know why Apple just ran up so much near the end of last year, but I think this is something to look at. We had a nice run up, and then the year happened, and we started to head to the downside as tariffs and all that started to really worry the name. We obviously got to a low of 169 there, one of the biggest names affected by any China-US headwinds and tailwinds. So when it works both ways, Apple can be very, very beneficial for it. Once we heard that obviously, you know, the tariffs might not be as affected to Apple as possible. We thought in the beginning with obviously China and then them booking into India for a new source of production. So they get away from some of that China talk, move them to India. But regardless of where they're producing these things, China's still trying to buy it up. And look at this 50-period moving average, right? If you take the break of the 50-period moving average right into here, maybe you even take it in here on some false breaks, but you're still okay. We really haven't broken below the 50-period at all. I mean, sure, you're going to get a little bit of action here in August, but then it's really held this 50-period moving average, sloping up 200. Shipments obviously doesn't seem to be a problem. And any kind of a Massimo deal or anything like that where we're talking about IP, you know what gets, you know what always figures IP issues out and things like that where, you know, potentially you can come up with a deal? Money. You know, I mean, Apple has a lot of it.
Oh, yeah.
And they can solve,
offshore, especially.
Yeah, they can solve a lot of these sort of IP deals. And Massimo, at one point, it was the sensors in the watches. They didn't like the way it was taking, I think it was the heartbeats or the oxygen levels and things like that. So that can all get figured out. But I like Apple, one of the largest held stocks. Yep. You've talked about it as a stock, not as a product.
I hold it as well.
Right, exactly.
I'm not necessarily a user of Apple, but you know, half of my family uses Apple as well. I respect the following. But the most favorite thing about Apple for me is its stock.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like the story, the price and the volume kind of speak for themselves here on Apple. And yeah, multi-year trend. Definitely one of the tickers where you can say, yeah, stonks only go up. You can see that range has been pretty decent over the past couple of years, but higher highs and higher lows nonetheless. So yeah, another higher high that we've made currently, 288.62s. Coming into today, I don't know if I'm going to be really touching this too much, but we did have a pretty strong bid, an all-day bid, on Wednesday. Again, that was the rest of the market as well. Pretty grindy bid. I don't know if you noticed, but the SPY was absolute strength. But we did get aggressive selling. Yeah, SPY all-time highs. We did get aggressive selling coming into the end of the day. Let's go down to a shorter time frame. You can see here, I mean, I was technically looking for the reversion on a few places, but I wasn't watching Apple, and Apple actually did it and then some, coming back into this opening range or opening morning session range low right into the end of the day. So a nice little slam into that. So sellers stepped in pretty aggressively coming into the end of the day on Apple. So maybe this range low here where we double bottomed, let me just add an alert there. I don't know if I can right here. Yeah, there you go. Adding an alert right there, 273.60s-ish. I think that was the low here. We'll just check the bar low right there. On Apple, 273.59, perfect. Okay, cool. So if we can get down here, maybe we catch a bit of a bid or maybe use it as an over-under, but we're trading above it pretty well in the pre-market session today. Let's see if we can get above that high as well, 275.43s. Selling at the end of the day was interesting to me.
Yeah, and Obi, I want to thank you. Actually, I brought them home, those coasters. So I want to thank you for those coasters. Yeah, on those are real. I meant to keep one, and I realized I put them all in. I was about to show it because I got to go get another coffee, but I want to bring one back. The random one I pulled out was Metroid.
Okay.
There, so I'm gonna get that. I might still be in my locker, but I want to thank Obi for the great Christmas gifts that he passed around here. And I forget what you got, Neil. Was it an ornament?
Yeah, it was an X-wing fighter.
Oh, that's what it was. Right. We got the Black Panther over there. Yeah, there's some great gifts being thrown around there. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk. Yeah, good talk there on Apple. Keep the questions coming in the chat. We want to thank everybody for joining us. Remember, we're on at 8 a.m. every single day now. Moving forward. So as long as the U.S. market is open, either Obi or myself, Neil will be here with the crew all day. And then it's a full day today, and it's a full day on New Year's Eve, if you can believe that or not. So, all right, guys, let's go back over to the desk, and we'll see what those two are up to.
Talk about these precious metals making more all-time highs overnight, with gold, silver, and platinum all hitting record highs, really driven by momentum. You know, that thin year-end liquidity and expectations of more rate cuts. Spot gold prices rose 0.6% overnight, breaking through 4,500 and touching 4,530. February futures gained also about 0.7. Silver surged 3.6% overnight, hitting all-time highs of 75.14. We'll have to see if that got breached since the time of this writing. Markets are now pricing in 2 U.S. rate cuts next year, which is kind of boosting the demand for non-yielding assets. Also, a weak U.S. dollar and thin holiday liquidity helps amplifies the move, but there is these global tensions that are adding to the safe haven demand, including U.S. actions targeting Venezuelan oil flows, and now overnight military strikes by President Trump in Nigeria. The risks are reinforcing, gold and silver's utility as a hedge, but it's not just them, Adara. Now we have seen platinum and palladium joining the party.
Yeah, platinum here up 7.8%. That actually touched a record. Palladium up 5.2% to 1,771. Platinum's actually up roughly 165% year to date. Palladium here up 90% year to date. And again, a lot of similar things fueling these rallies, including tight supply, tariff uncertainty, and gold rotation. But getting back to gold here for a second, it is worth noting gold's on track for its best year since 1979. So really great look for metals, cannot be overstated.
Absolutely, guys. And keep your eyes on copper. That is quietly making a move as well.
Copper all-time highs as well. Yeah, commodities definitely catching a bit of a strong bid. I got eyes on platinum ETF right here, PPLT, which is going absolutely parabolic. So I'm just like, okay, where are you going? Why are you running? I definitely maybe potentially looking for a bit of a reversion here. But again, this is absolute strength. We're gapping up once again here on the day. We go to a daily chart here on PPLT, trading currently at 217.30s. We closed at 204.
Platinum, yeah.
So it's 204 half. So taking a look at the pre-market session here, you can see, yeah, not too much volume, but a gap up nonetheless here. Some selling maybe coming in on Wednesday, but gapping right back above and showing that strength once again. So I'll continue to watch some of these precious metals as well. Like I said before, I'm watching SLV as well with another name that's gapping up. But this one, in terms of liquidity, definitely much nicer. It's already done. We were talking about it just a few minutes ago, and I was like almost 5 million. Guess what? It's at 5.8 million, almost 6 million shares traded in the pre-market session on silver, SLV here. iShares Silver Trust. So yeah, let me know in the chat, what other commodity ETFs are you guys looking at? I know GLD, people are looking at GLD as well, gold shares. Should be interesting, but here's the thing, man. Some of these ETFs, they don't necessarily, they hold a lot of, I think it was like trust bonds or something like that, and the actual asset itself is like 10% of their worth. So it's a little sketch.
I think the GLD I think is fine. I think that's spot gold.
Is it? I think so. I'm pretty sure.
We can look
GLD
it up.
was one of the culprits that.
Okay, look it up. There may be an aspect of cash in that to help stabilize it, but I'm pretty sure GLD. Well, I mean, you tell me. We'll look that up. Look, I'm really glad to see platinum going up. Neil always gives me a hard time because he bought like a $20, and he's proud of doing it. So it's not, a wedding ring, and he claims if he ever loses it, he can just buy a new one. I went the opposite way. We got platinum stuff, so it's great to see that platinum finally going up. So I don't feel as bad about spending that kind of cash. The most important piece of jewelry in my life. So, but there it goes, man. Breaking through $50. Nice move right there for silver. I mean, as soon as that happened, we were all over this break. Like I remember with Michael Noss, he was a big metals guy. We talked about this with Brian Shannon. Well, Michael Noss is just a big momentum and sort of technical guy. So, just giving him credit again for the breakouts and be able to watch out for silver, gold, copper, everything right now. The whole commodity space is really starting to really take off. And I mean, congratulations anybody that was able to get this. But that's silver, man. It looks super strong. And I have it. I'm just fixing up the sticky note right now. But I do have it listed on here. And I think it was a great point that Danny Boy talked about. And that was, we're going to go to Joe in a second. That was that London's closed today. So we'll see. That's a big trading spot for silver over there. So we're gonna wait to see what sort of reaction plays we get once we do open up. But I have silver written down here of 66.50. And again, I just kind of picked out where the 200 period moving average may wind up. And then I was sort of looking also at some of the closes that we had. That last close there was 65.50. So if we dip down into this area, potentially looking for a little bit of support around the 200 period moving average on the 1 minute chart for silver, which will open up silver, it's open now, but we'll see what liquidity comes with 9:30. So, all right, man, one of the favorites around here. He's coming with some hot fire once again. I never know if it's upgrades or downgrades, even though Ramin just told me. I think it's options.
Options.
So it may be. I'm getting a little.
So we got options as well.
Flavor of both right here. There's options today and options.
To the options.
And upgrades and downgrades. So let's go find out what Joe's doing. Joe, I assume you had a great Christmas.
I did. It was a good one. Nice and relaxing. Visit some of the in-laws, eat some food, play a couple games, and that was about it. We shut it down. But not too bad, guys. Relatively quiet here on the options front and with the analyst action. So we're just going to go through both of them here. There's something interesting that I want to show you guys, and it's just essentially the power of options. What we got going on here, we've been talking a lot about this, is silver and gold. So let's take a look at silver here, guys. It's been on a monster run as of late. And I want us to note, this is December 15th, all right? So 15 days. December 15th, if you were to just buy shares in SLV, you're looking at roughly around an 18% return. It's pretty good. We like that. It's lots of fun. But one thing that I want to compare it to, and this is where the power really lies, right? 567%. If you were to buy this out the money contract, silver was trading around $57 at the time the volume really started to kick in on this contract. Now, this is going to be an 82-cent roughly contract, but now it's worth $5.45, and that's going to be expiring December 29th. But the power lies in when you pay 82 cents for something, so that's options terms, and real-world terms is that you have the right to 100 shares of SLV for $82. It's very, very attractive, but don't forget, there's always a flip side to the coin. You're going to lose premium to theta eventually, but it will always equal out at the end of the day, all right? So just one thing to know, it's going to be relatively quick here, is that 20% in just buying the flat-out shares. If you were fortunate enough to buy this contract the same day, an out-the-money contract, this $60 strike price, you're going to be looking at a 567% return. Does it always work like that? No, but this is where you can really leverage your systems and your trades if you're in the right direction. Now, what is the opposite of that? silver trades below the $57 mark in which the actual underlying was trading at, and then this contract would be worth essentially nothing. But if you were to buy it on the same day for $82, worst case scenario is that you lose your $82, and that is the worst. All right, guys, so something interesting. We talk about this quite often. I wanted to bring this to your attention, whether you've been trading options for some time or you're relatively new. Does it always work out like that? And is it that easy? Absolutely not. But when you are in the right place at the right time, you could substantially increase your returns from 20% from just going the share route, once again to 567%. So that is going to be our options activity for now. But one thing before we go, not much going on with the analyst actions this morning, guys. A lot of reiteration here, Biohaven coming across the board on multiple occasions. Walmart as well, too, initiated by CICC Research. Other than that, guys, relatively cool. I hope everyone had a fantastic Christmas. It's Boxing Day here in Canada, and I hope everyone has a fantastic New Year's Eve, and hopefully you enjoyed the time with the family.
Slapped so fast.
Thank you yeah, what's up? We were just talking about Nvidia, but I think that's another great way to play. I mean, look, that's why we have the options segments, right? To figure out how can we potentially outgain just common equity. Is there a play that you can grab some leverage? Perfect word. Thank you for that, Obi. And I think, yeah, I just nailed it right there with some silver. Oh, were you in and out of Nvidia there? I didn't realize.
I'm in it right now. I'm just taking a bit of a feeler. We talked about that 190. There's a bit of a wick on my chart here. Let me just take that out there. That's way too low. 190. There. Yeah, so right here. So, yeah, no, that 190 break was nice. There's a little bit of size in the morning session. We pushed up, we pulled back in. 190 10s held pretty well, and I was watching it the whole time. I'm like, okay, 190 10s, 20s, 30s, 40s, and it got to the half. I kind of holding the half a little bit here. So I'm just feeling it out. Let's see. If it couldn't get through, I'm like, all right, let's see. Maybe it goes the other way now. It's coming in a little bit as of right now, 190 30s, but that's just 10 pennies for now. VWAP's all the way down here. We haven't necessarily broken trend either. But another thing that kind of convinced me as well, you can see the market here on the 15-minute chart also wiping a little bit back down. And I'm like, all right, well, Nvidia maybe could have the potential to follow in suit if this selling continues. And we can see that we're wiping the prior 15-minute candle here on both the futures. The NASDAQ selling off a little bit harder as it breaks that prior candle low. The ES is not there yet, hasn't really broken it just yet, but we'll see. Still within trend, so more than willing to be wrong on this. Just feeling out what the 90 halves really, let's see, I'm feeling out what they have, right? What they got at the 190 halves. 190, like I said before, Sean, should be interesting, but yeah, a little bit of an over-under 190, but if we do extend a little bit higher, I'm more than willing to go both ways, right? That was the exact trade, and I know you're short, but that was the trade that we wanted, was that 190.25 break. And then when that happened, I was like, let's smash that. I was like going to take it with big shares because I thought that the bottom would be that 190. So I like it. I know you're the other way short, which is fine. It's just that would be the trade. Yeah, and you're going to stop out if it stops you out. So, but at the end of the day, good trade. Well, let's see what happens with Nvidia. But we're already in. So if you are joining us for the first time, this is what you should expect. We'll be in and out of a couple trades. Hold them as long or as quick as we want to, and you know, we'll be back and forth, and you know, no doubt Obi will be long, I'll be short, and vice versa. We could even be in the same name, opposite direction. It's just we'll tell you about, you know, the targets we have, our stops, why we're in them. So I hope you guys appreciate everything. This sticky note is almost posted, so get ready for that. Actually, did I even push send? We'll figure that out. We'll go back over to the desk right now, but a couple ideas on here, including silver as well. So, hey, it's 8:54, man. We didn't have much to talk about yet. An hour is gone right there already. So shout out to Ramin. I don't know, Ramin, are you alone today? Is Fabian coming through or what? I mean, no, we don't know yet. Okay, Fabian's probably on his way in there. He might have had some Chilean Christmas extravaganza, I think he had yesterday. So
We'll see if he's coming through. I hope he is, because poor Ramin over there. I was going to put an email out that we can order from Cabanos.
Yeah.
Today they do have Uber Eats. They're the burger joint that you've recommended. So I could put that in our company chat there, and then if anybody, Joe or anybody, wants to hop in on that train, we'll order some burgers there and expense it to Brendan. Or to Neil. Happy birthday, Neil.
Happy birthday, Neil.
Happy birthday, Neil. We're celebrating on your behalf.
There you go.
Yeah. And, that'll be fun. So we'll do that today. Lots of fun here. So no what's for lunch other than whatever we decide around here. And, so that should be a lot of fun.
I'm hungry, though.
I'm hungry as hell right now. I know, no breakfast.
There's some bananas or fruits in the back there. I got to go.
There's a leftover tray of veggies in the fridge.
Leftover.
They brought all this crudité, like it was, it was the broccoli, the cauliflower, the carrots.
Mateo's lunch,
No,
if someone wants
it's
to
not
steal
that. Ooh, and Mateo's lunch. What was it? What was it? Was it shawarma? What was it on? Oh no, sandwiches.
Sandwiches,
But knowing it's probably there's probably a nasty egg sandwich that's been sitting in the fridge forever.
It was good when it was fresh.
So I ate all my veggies, man. I don't want to. Because the problem is that our plates get individually wrapped.
Right.
So we got our own little veggie. So the thing is that so I think the caterer. This is my logic, and I've heard this before. I think there's a 30-person minimum. That's why on Friday or on Wednesday, whatever day it was, even though there's only like 5 people in here.
That's why those plates were there.
They send that because that's like the minimum order, which kind of sucks. But anyways, I took a couple cookies and whatnot home there. But
some good cookies. I thought they were raisin at first, and I was just like, I almost didn't touch it.
Not liking the raisin?
I like it, but I don't like it when it looks like a chocolate chip cookie, raisin. But then it's, you get a little...
It's a fugaze.
It's a fugaze.
Yeah, okay. No wonder Neil is so good. He's a Capricorn. There we go.
Because we all know how that works.
Yeah, that's
the thing about the
that's
horoscopes.
The reason why. That's the reason why. For sure.
It's confirmation. It's a little bit of confirmation bias as well. Like I can give you a horoscope which probably is not aligned to whatever months, and then you'll be like, oh yeah, I feel that type of way. I think they're all kind of worded in a similar sense there.
It's snowing now.
Another form of fugaze, but
Marissa has mentioned to me it is now snowing. We are supposed to get we're supposed to get a pretty epic storm today.
I am so.
Oh man, I forgot my boots. That's okay.
Yeah.
That was a
good thing we drove.
That was a little dramatic. That was a little dramatic, right there. Well, because I was gonna walk to the gym.
We
got to figure that out because if I'm there, then we got to figure out the burger situation.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's go back over the desk. It's 8:57 right now. Adara and Sharif, you guys ready for the snow?
Yeah, we're in the Tims, ready to go. Let's talk about Coupang over here. They're clearing the air on the massive data leak probe not that long ago. So the South Korean e-commerce giant shares are up over 6% here to start the pre-market after the company said its investigation into a former employee, I should say, suspected of leaking government data was conducted in close coordination with the government. The clarification follows, market speculation that they had handled the probe independently without official oversight or third-party verification. The company said it's worked with authorities throughout the process, according to a news agency there in South Korea, and that has the market liking that news to the tune of 6 1/3, Adara.
Yeah, this one's actually on our morning watch list. You can check that out for more info. Basically, though, again, these local Korean news agencies reporting that Coupang had apparently retrieved devices that were allegedly used by this employee responsible for the breach. Apparently, the worker did access data connected to tens of millions of customers. It was only information from roughly 3,000 accounts that was saved and then eventually deleted. So update here for CPNG. Right now, market seems to like it.
All right, guys, let's have a look at the futures on the ES, the March contract. We did close awfully close to that 6,900 area, 7,000 area, getting into 69, low 80, 69.82 as we work into that 7,000 point area. So that's going to be our first area of resistance. We'll say the overnight high, which is a bit 10 points less than that 7,000 area. That will be resistance level 1. We'll look to that 50-point area if we start selling off. That's the area we defended on the last trading day, 69.50 as support. All right, guys, make sure to get the morning watch list every day. It's sent directly into your inbox. It helps you prepare your day, lets you know what's running, and kind of organizes your day in the right way. Adara prepares it, and we all use it. And know, of course, good morning routine is complete without a good watch list. Let's start off here with Nvidia making an acquisition of $20 billion for Grok in an asset deal to deepen its AI infrastructure there. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, so again, this is GROQ, not GROK, not at all affiliated with Elon Musk. So this is a AI startup, and I think it's really key to mention this $20 billion asset deal is not an acquisition in the traditional sense. The company is still going to operate independently. They've already named a new CEO because their former CEO and founder, Jonathan Ross, is joining Nvidia along with President Sunny Madra and some other leaders from the company. So it's really just going to be an asset deal and also some company leaders joining Nvidia. Again, though, this is actually going to be the largest purchase in the company's history or largest transaction in Nvidia's history. Nvidia is planning on integrating the low latency processors from Grok into its AI factory architecture, which will allow them to expand real-time and inference workloads. Grok recently raised $750 million 3 months ago to roughly $6.9 billion valuation. So this is quite the valuation hike as well.
So Chamath was involved, in the seed round, and he took to X, to celebrate the money that he's making on this buyout. Should note here, guys, as we spoke about to start the show, this is an ASICs push by Nvidia. They are looking at diversifying their application-specific integrated circuit business, much like the TPUs and Trainiums, as that has now presented itself as a more cost-efficient way for AI companies to put their product out there, guys. So Nvidia looking to diversify, smart move here, or what do you guys think by Jensen?
A little bit of a purchase. I mean, it's nothing crazy for them. Pocket change, if anything. But I like it.
No, I mean, I think it's a whole TPU thing. You talked about Jensen being involved in the, the funding round, the angel investing, the early rounds of Grok, and now he gets to be part of it, with his big company here on Nvidia. Interesting that it's, like we said, it's not the overall purchase of the company there. So we'll see. It's still a big deal. And, when Sharif brought over here as good move or not, I think it is a good move to diversify away from the high-powered GPUs and get into some of these tensor processing units, just because you never know. There's many different ways of accessing AI, and you never know which companies are going to need how much power, how much requirement. Obviously, if you're running these LLMs, we do know that inferencing and all this kind of stuff is going to be that next wave to come, and you're going to need to run these robots and all this kind of stuff. It's going to have to be something in the back end as far as powering the Waymos of the world and all this. But some of these lesser known, like Google and what's in your the Google phones there, I used to have them Pixels, those TPUs, and what Apple has their own chip in there as well for security for AI on board. So I think it's a good move for Nvidia, and honestly, I'm looking long, and I know that you're short right now, and it looks like that's not floating around too much.
Feeling it out, we'll see. If it stops me out and rips, that's information. If it continues to go in my direction, that's also information. Sometimes, I say this often, sometimes you got to pay for information in the market, just like anything else. And that can be done in a responsible manner as well. So, doing that a little bit here. It's a good point here. I think someone in the chat, Adam Khalifa in the chat was saying, I really don't understand that. They're buying but not owning, and I see that Dara replied to that, and she's saying that basically allows them to avoid regulatory scrutiny. It's a smarter way for them to get involved with Grok than purchasing them outright. So thank you, Dara, for that. Makes some sense. You don't necessarily want to own things that might be might raise some flags. So you can be like, I'll buy you out, but I won't own you.
These guys they're the smartest guys in the room for a reason, right? I mean, they do know ways to get around, especially regulatory purposes there as well. I did want to say, oh no, I can't find it anymore because now I put it over there. I want to say someone who said they're watching us from lovely and sunny Jamaica today. Hey. Here it is right here. What's up, Gary? There it is. I put it on the chat. Watching you from Jamaica today. That's great to see. So we're really happy with that one. Joe, excited to hear that as well. My Jamaican friend over there. All right. So long right here at Nvidia. I just said 190.25. That's right where we're at right now. Breaking the early December highs with this Grok news, looking for a run and then a hold possibly all day. So I think we're both looking for the same things, looking to get a little bit of information right here. Unfortunately, when we write that down, we're down here at 189.50, approaching 190. At least we talked about this. It was our first story right out of the gate at 8 a.m. So I was talking positively about it then. Looks like it does go up about $1 since that point, but it does stop at that 190.50. So all we have to do now is, ladies and gentlemen, is just change our bids. We were looking at 190.25 break long. That's already happened, and honestly, not that much action off of that. I mean, sure, you get 25 cents, but looking to get a little bit of a longer hold on that. So now we can wait to see what do we do at VWAP, which is, very conveniently at 190. And then I still think we take a 190.50 break. So all that's really happened is I think we go upside a little bit more here than on Nvidia, up 1%. This could be up 2 or 3% on this news. Why not? And then that gets it going, and we possibly look at all-time highs in and around the end of the year, which we only have, I think, 3 or 4 more trading days before the end of the year. So I don't think we'll necessarily get up to that 210? Oh, how did we get it? Yeah, so 210. That's not that far away at this point anymore. You get 3 or 4% today, you crack near that 200 mark, and then all of a sudden with the weekend just upon us, we see what happens over then, and then we come on Monday and potentially are looking north of 200 already. So let's just get a little bit of information, as Obi said, and for right now, it is pulling back. Oh, our position board is gone, I guess. Are you flat? No. Okay, so we'll figure out what's going on with that. We'll get that going pretty soon. 89,000 right now for Bitcoin as well, but Apple on watch.
Fitbit.
We've got a couple of headlines today for Apple. They are seeking a judgment reversal or a new trial in its ongoing patent dispute with Massimo. They argue that the jury was misinstructed by the judge in the judicial charge. They also say the evidentiary basis upon which the jury relied was materially flawed. They contend the $634 million in damages that were awarded were unwarranted based on how the jury was guided and the evidence presented. But there's another headline here, Adair, with respect to Chinese foreign smartphone shipments.
Yeah, let's talk about this one. Pretty interesting. So according to Reuters calculation off of official data from China, foreign branded smartphone shipments, which of course include Apple's iPhone, actually grew by 128.4% on a year-over-year basis in November 2025. This is a really big rebound. It also follows a weaker comparison period last year and just shows renewed demand here for premium foreign devices, especially that Apple iPhone 17 over in China. Now, of course, there is still a lot of competition in the China smartphone market, but it is worth noting here, overall smartphone shipments in China only up 1.9% year over year. So this foreign shipment number is quite significant. Foreign branded phone shipments totaling 6.93 million units in November. That's strong month-over-month acceleration as well.
All right, guys, Apple flat here, trying to trade above 275, but encountering resistance.
Yeah, pretty flat there. We talked about it earlier. What was really interesting to me was the price action on Wednesday, and I'm looking for, again, a bit of a continuation or a hold of this 273.60. You can see very aggressive action in the morning, right off of the open. Within 9 minutes, this thing rips 1%. A bit of a pullback into that 73.60 area is where that, I would call it a morning consolidation low or morning session consolidation low. It's not the opening range low, of course. We didn't really get there. We kind of, ripped off of that pre-market high. I guess that was a bit of a trade as well, if you were looking at it. But I don't think it was doing any sort of interesting relative volume in the morning. But strong bid came along with the rest of the market. But end of the day, we got a full-on pullback, about 0.6% pullback there all the way back down into that 173.60 area. Guess what? In the pre-market session, we're holding that area a little bit right here, confluence with a bit of VWAP as well. So I'm watching. Can we hold above this area where buyers continued to buy here on Wednesday? Maybe we see more of the same. Or if we get below and the market trades a little bit lower as well, I think that can be a bit of an opportunity as well. So yeah, I do have Apple on watch.
All right, Obi. Not good.
What's happening?
So right here, this is the weather network. So I want you to notice that the dark blue is not good. Yep. So when I push play, you're kind of hoping that, the move is going this way or we are avoiding this, So we're just going to push play right here. All right, here it goes. Here it goes. 10 a.m. Oh, no, 10 a.m. Oh, no. I like me doing this music. Oh, here we go. 11 o'clock. Oh. And then this is where we're screwed. Oh, my God, 12 p.m. What are we going to do?
Happening?
Dude, this is not getting any better. 1 p.m., 2 p.m. Pause it right there.
2 p.m.
We are in the eye of
you
tiger.
Winter tires, right?
Yeah.
'Cause we're going to be drifting on the way
We've
back.
been drifting on purpose or not, but yeah.
Well,
there it is right there. Ramin's just doing it for fun.
Who
And the
wants
thing,
to drive for me? I
the,
quit.
the best part about it, Ramin's out of here. She quit. So just go run the board, Obi, please. And Ramin's got to get home before this happens. But yeah. Okay, trouble lurking right now in Toronto.
yeah, eh?
All right. Yeah, look, I just think it's a nice hold of the 50-period moving average. I don't know if anything's going to happen today. Apple's only up 0.13 right here. But, as far as an investment, the biggest buyback in the bunch, man. I mean, they're buying shares back. They have that $100 billion. I think they even upsized that. Apple's bought back, I think they bought back like 35% of their shares, honestly, in the last 15 years. There was a study, I don't know if it was 2008 or I can't remember when it was, but they have bought back a huge portion of their float, which is part of the story for Apple and why it continues to go higher. Look, I mean, this is going to be the next one to take out all-time highs. Google's trying to get there right now. Amazon's trying to get back up there. I know Meta and Microsoft, but obviously Apple. We just talked about Nvidia's moments away from their highs as well. Apple can get there too. So I think there's going to be another big run on this name, and it's just a matter of what that next catalyst is. I still look forward to hearing more information about China. Still continues to be a big win. Apple CarPlay is being reintroduced into Teslas for the first time. So I think that's going to be a good sign for them as well. I know that's not a needle mover or anything, but yeah, they got rid of their whole electric car business. But the flip phone, I think, could be another sort of catalyst. Like, what if they actually nail that, and that could be another sort of a bullish catalyst for Apple, that flip phone. So I don't know. I don't know if people are going to adapt them or not. I think there's been a good successful release for Samsung had a flip phone. I don't know how successful it was, but I think there was some adoption there. So we'll have to wait to see if Apple can reinvent the cell phone a little bit. Their design of the iPhone really hasn't changed at all. So, I mean, they get a little bit different camera, a little bit of different. They have the slimmer version here. I think that's done really well. But I like Apple moving forward. It didn't make the list today. There's not enough going on chart-wise. But, yeah, I like the hold there. And I think dip buy an Apple, I don't think you're going to go wrong in the year of 2026. So, yeah, that's that. All right, metals are staying strong. This is another one that, I wish if we could turn the year back, the calendar backwards, and you sort of think about what maybe we weren't talking about enough throughout the whole year that sort of just started kicking near the end of the year, definitely was metals, right? We talked about platinum, silver, and gold. Let's go get this story from them in the back.
There's so many, Sean. I mean, it's the gold and silvers that get all the headlines, but the coppers, palladium, platinum, and many others are also making moves. Let's talk about gold, silver, and platinum here, all hit record highs overnight, driven by momentum. And that thin year-end liquidity, as well as expectations of more rate cuts by the central bank next year. Markets are now actually pricing in 2 rate cuts. Whether we get them or not, we'll have to wait and see, but it is boosting the demand for these non-yielding assets, as well as a weaker U.S. dollar and thin holiday liquidity also being credited for this. But we also have to note here the aggressive central bank buying of gold, specifically as they de-dollarize away from the U.S. dollar being here, kind of used possibly for sanctions as well as some other things, and the geopolitical risks also not really helping things, Adara.
Yeah, there's certainly some geopolitical tensions to talk about here. We had U.S. actions in Venezuela with regards to oil flows, also the announcement here of military strikes in Nigeria. Now, these risks are, of course, going to reinforce these safe haven or hedge plays like GLD, SLV. Worth noting here as well, platinum and palladium, as we mentioned earlier, also doing really well. Platinum here up 165% year to date, palladium up 90% year to date. So silver on watch as well. Analysts also apparently watching this one for the first half of 2026 for more upside. So let's see if this continues. Right now, though, pre-market, this GLD ETF doing quite well.
You guys looking at any precious metal plays, or going to stay with the equities today?
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at silver, I'm looking at platinum, and gold as well. So yeah, a little bit of the top 3 when it comes to precious metals. Copper as well. I don't know the ETF for copper, but I did get alerts on copper futures like earlier this week. So that was pretty interesting as well. And we talked about potential move on commodities with the kind of market regime shift that we're getting from a tightening to easing perspective. But anyways, SLV bit of a gap up today. pushing a little bit higher here. 6860s is the high of day, or high of pre-market session, and the lows coming at 6670. I'm going to keep it simple. We are doing relative volume on the day today, so this range is about a 2.5 to 2.7, okay, 2.7% range there on SLV. So I'm just going to play the range here. Let's see what we do with this range coming off into the open. Another one for Platinum is the ticker that I'm looking at is PPLT, this one. So ABRDN, Physical Platinum Shares ETF here, definitely doing some relative volume over the past couple of days. We got some strong selling, which did revert pretty much all of the move on Wednesday and gapping up higher than prior day's highs, weekly highs as well on the day today. So trading at 217.75s on this one. Those are my main watches. GLD, kind of doing the same thing here, a bit of a gap up in the pre-market session. We did have an almost full-on reversion of the strong selling that we get, maybe not strong selling, but the selling that we got in the morning session on Wednesday and gapping up into weekly highs. You can see at the beginning of the week, Tuesday, some relative volume in the pre-market session as well on Tuesday before it sold off and then picked right back up. So 409s and 407s, it seems like we're bought up pretty decently during this week. And now we're gapping up 416. So maybe we see that 420 today if this has the same kind of range that we've been seeing. So those are definitely on watch for me today. Doing strong volume in the pre-market session. SLV now 7.25 million shares traded on SLV. So I don't think this thing is stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, no, I have, so I have the same very similar thing written down here for, and I just wrote down SLV. And again, just looking to see, will we hold that 6650 area? We're just trying to play off the morning low. So whatever that winds up being here, I think is the first area of concern for us here. So here's SLV, just trying to, again, play off of some of these levels. So it's already like, unfortunately, it's gone. I wrote down 6650 thinking that that was going to be a play there off the 200 period moving average. We came pretty close to that. So yeah, I still want to buy any dips here in silver. Up 4% now and starting to go. Oh, wow. Nice move there. And it was shout out to Danny Boy that brought this to our attention early, talking about silver and its actionable trading there back to the upside again. And I just think it wants to go. We've already broke through all-time highs again. And it was a great call there talking about how it's closed in London. And that's a big supporter of this trade, you know, for as far as liquidity is concerned. So in a lack of liquidity, maybe silver does just continue to go. So now I said we'd look at, you know, the low of the morning, and that's 67 change. So if we do, I mean, it's only been an hour, man, and we went up almost $1 here. So is it possible to come back in? Sure it is. And I think we want to play that fade. So, you know, VWAP does not play the fade as in get short, but wait for it to happen and then play the long when silver comes through. So let's keep silver up. I'm going to have it up on the screen to the side of me here to make sure that we watch out for this potential active name. And it's going higher right now. We just broke through $68 again. So yeah, this one is not stopping anytime soon. Silver getting to the upside again.
We reported to you guys last week that AMD was apparently the winner of a deal by Alibaba to purchase about 40 to 50,000 MI308s. This morning, DigiTimes Asia reporting that they actually have received that contract. Hard to verify. This is behind a paywall, and no other institutions are reporting it. Just to give you an idea of where the MI308, which is a China-compliant export chip, stands against the other China previously only China-compliant export chip from Nvidia, which is the H20, of course. Big difference here in terms of RAM. So the MI308 has 192 gigabytes of HB3 RAM. That's double the 96 gigabytes found on the H20. It's also able to kind of run a large language model, about 70 billion parameters on one card. The H20 would typically require 3. It also has more raw power compute generally than the H20. So when you're looking at compliance, it's not just compliance with the same hardware. This one is actually markedly different. The MI308 here. Adair, what more can you tell us about this? Yeah, so it's worth noting again, this is the second report in a week that's really suggested Alibaba buying AMD chips, the first one from MLEX coming through late Sunday, early Monday, suggesting again, as Sharif mentioned, 40,000 to 50,000. Now this report from DigiTimes Asia does not have a number of
MI308 AI accelerators. Doesn't say how many, but it does say apparently these shipments are going to start in February of 2026. And again, Alibaba and AMD here in a deal. So this, again, second report suggesting Alibaba is an AMD client. Let's see if we get any more indication of this.
Yeah, no, both of them not really doing too much relative volume or volume, to say the least, in the pre-market session, but decent range that happened, pretty tight on Alibaba. And when I'm looking at AMD here as well, we've been attempting to push through this 216s. We got up to 22040s. I don't know if that was that all-time highs there? Let's take a quick look
yes.
right there. Yeah, so
240.
no, 267. So just a couple of weeks ago. So this consolidation high 225s there. We've been attempting to break for the past couple of weeks. Haven't really got anywhere near there. You can see strong selling from the 220s coming in at the beginning of the week, and we've been in a sideways consolidation. So my look here on AMD is just going to be right here. This bit of a weekly range here. I'm not going to really look at this high for measuring the range here. Since we dropped down, we've been holding pretty well. Technically, higher lows happening here as we build back up towards 216s, where supply has been coming in over the past few days actually there on AMD. So that's the look. Let's see what it does with that range.
All right. Yeah, I've liked Alibaba. I mean, I think you just talked about a little bit there about AMD. I just think that Alibaba does have a decent runway to the upside here if it wants to go. The only thing is I recently bought at 160, then sold at 160, and the reason is we did not hold it and we fell back in. So I'm actually thinking that this area right here, 135 and change, would be a good level for Alibaba. I like the fact that we still have some China talk to go, and I don't know. It's a huge market over there. Not everything is going to be so U.S. centered, but again, let's wait. We're at a key level here of 150. As far as the day trade is concerned, it only has 47,000 shares right now today for Alibaba. But yeah, breaking through this sort of weekly channel would be kind of nice, 152. I don't know if there's any volume today coming to make that happen. But yeah, there's more in this world than just Nvidia and just AMD. So it's nice to see that AMD and Alibaba sort of coming together here and potentially making something happen. But as long as we're under 220, I really like this short. I mean, that's, I guess, 225 to be exact, but 220, we haven't really broken through there either. We've just spent a couple days, if not wicked higher, through that 220. So for me, this is a short on AMD until we eventually break one way or the other, right? I mean, I think you can get long if you come down into 200 and short into 220. And because we're closer to 220, I think that's more likely to hit. So let's go short AMD if we get anything in and around 220. The big talk right now, SIDU. Yeah, that's, we don't have that on the board there today, but I believe it's I think it could be on our watch list. I think I was scrolling. Yeah, there it is. Sidious Space today. So gapping up after announcing its previous offering of 19 million shares has closed. So now we get the pressure away from their offering, and now you get up to the upside. Wednesday here, raised 25 million through the offering. So let's get ready to rock and roll here with Sidious. Possible huge move incoming for SIDU. He and I will talk about that very, very soon.
All right, guys, let's talk a little Micron. It's a Samsung headline, but these chip names, well, the RAM names, SK Hynix, Micron, all up nicely here. Not SK Hynix, excuse me, SanDisk, all up here nicely to start the morning. So apparently Samsung is preparing to debut its first in-house mobile GPU, which is a major strategic shift for the company. It reduces the reliance, of course, on third-party chip designers. The GPU is going to debut inside the Exynos 2600 processor. Is going to be in the Galaxy S26, but really it's a read-through here for HBM demand as yet another company creates a GPU, Adair.
Yeah, this Exynos 2600 is going to be introducing new hardware that's going to be aimed at addressing performance and efficiency shortcomings in prior generations of this product. The chip is actually expected to enter production early 2026, which also aligns with Samsung's longer-term silicon roadmap through the year 2030. Now, to kind of zoom out a bit and talk more about these memory plays, Micron, of course, on watch here, but SanDisk, STX, and the third one here is going to be WDC. As far as I was seeing, these three are like the best performers in the S&P 500 so far this year, all three of them new additions to the index. So memory plays definitely performing well, both recently and this whole year.
All right, well, just Ramin's nice enough to go get us coffees, it looks like. So she's on the way, and I didn't even see the note, so I just messaged her, and anybody else wants one, message Ramin ASAP, because Fabian is here. Fabian, how's it going, my friend, over there? I hope you had a very great Christmas, and glad to have Fabian back with us right now. So, yeah, I don't... huge, man, huge. Micron's been huge. SanDisk has been huge. I don't know if the memory game is stopping anytime soon or not. I mean, the demand continues to be in the space, right? I mean, Micron taking out all-time high, SanDisk same kind of way, and it continues to go. And I have to say, you know, hands up, I was completely wrong about this one. The good thing about the trade is it was easy to get out of, but it's just gapping higher. Like 260, we thought we were pretty smart calling that short twice there. And then I said I still like the short. And yeah, that has eaten my shorts since then. So that has just gotten, I mean, I'm not short the name, but I thought that this 260 was sort of going to be the top. But man, oh man, have I been wrong on that one, as that just continues to extend further. It's funny because it's almost monopolistic here. There's not too many names that are in the RAM game, and it just continues to move higher as more and more demand for the product. So yeah, Micron definitely on watch today. That is for sure. It's interesting to see what the market's going to do, because we did have an up and down move earlier on Wednesday when we sort of got going, and then we finally made our little bit of a range. Right now you have Nvidia just hit as a sell there, Obi. So you're short. I don't know. I got to get that back on the screen. But there's a nice little sell there for Nvidia down to the downside. So let's see what happens. The imbalances are now out. There goes Nvidia, downside action there. Micron could be one to follow, but I don't want to do anything with that. If anything, it's $300, Obi, potential short area, but you tell me if we're going to do any reversions there in the chip space.
Version, you say? Here's the thing, and since earnings, we've been bidding up pretty aggressively on Micron. I remember trading this on day one. I remember trading this on day two. I don't think I got involved day three, day four, but day two I think was pretty nice as well. I think I was on the show as well on last Friday. The reversion came in pretty decently. Didn't get long there. I was in my notes. I was like, yeah, day two, pre-market high, break long, prior day consolidation high, break long, and maybe even adding into the prior day high, break long as well. That was a great trade, and a lot of potential short-term participants getting involved in that. I liked that. I kind of missed the long, but I was like, all right, cool. Well, when this reverts, I think a decent chance of at least a VWAP right there, and we did get that. We got a VWAP reversion. We've been holding higher highs since then and higher lows as well. So pretty good look here for Micron in terms of the trend that's been holding post-earnings. We know that earnings can give a little bit of a sentimental shift as well, and it seems like Micron has been getting a strong buy side pressure since then. So we'll watch it today, see how it does going into the end of the week. Pretty strong push here on Wednesday as well. Prior trading day, bit of a double bottom here, 285s-ish. You can see opening session, we pull back into that 285. End of day, we pull back into that 285, and then now bidding back up a little bit higher here. So maybe that 300 is coming in, but a little bit of selling coming in off of the open. Maybe we do a gap fill. Yeah. Gap fill down to 290s, and then maybe that's where we find a bit of a bid here on Micron. But yeah, definitely watching this. Memory plays, I guess, was it, does SNDK count?
Yep, yeah, that is, yeah, that's SNDK. Another one.
SanDisk as well, pushing up a little bit higher into its prior day highs here, 261.40s is that area right now. So this one, another one that's been catching that maybe that sentimental bit as well, higher highs, higher lows for the past couple of weeks. Decent relative volume I'm seeing here on the strong pullback that we got on Friday, December 12th. So we've been bidding up since then. So good look there on some of these memory names. I'll put Micron on my watch list. Actually, it is already on my watch list here on the day. So we'll see what it does with that 190. Maybe we get to that 300. Maybe some opportunities in store for us there. I think on a day like today, and I've said this multiple times over, you have a couple of ideas. There's nothing really crazy going on here in the pre-market right now, and especially on days like that, I just wait for things to fall into my lap. When and if they do, we try to exercise the best of our abilities to extract from those opportunities. So that's what I'm going to be waiting for. If something shows up, I'd love for you guys to call it out in the chat to see to put eyes on some of those opportunities as well.
Okay, Fabian, please look at Ramin's DM. She is asking me to tell you that. So, okay, so just real quickly here, I have just to get going before we start, 190.25. I still don't mind that. I think we're going to go to 190.50 now because that was the pre-market high. We like IBIT on any dip downs. Watch out for that 88,000 area. I'm looking at 49.75, $50. Maybe they're on IBIT. Silver. Let's just see what happens here. Long 66.50. We do know London's closed today. We want to thank Danny Boy for pointing that out. We'll see if there's any momentum happening in silver today. And then the TQQs right now, markets are at all-time highs, man. I think buying the dips is an expected strategy, and I'm going to do that today as well. So Nvidia looks like it wants to take down, well, I don't know what it wants to do, but we've had to move down into their 189.60s. That held your 200 period moving average. I still think a take at the top is fine for me. So I'm going to be going long on 190.50, then giving it basically back to VWAP, 50 cents or so of risk. That I'm very, very comfortable doing something like that there on Nvidia. And then if we dip down in, we just kind of picked a level of $55 here on the NASDAQ. That was a level from Wednesday that we're holding right there in the after. I mean, there wasn't a whole heck of a lot of volume, obviously, in the after hours because we closed at 1 o'clock. But 55 came in, and we're just trying to think about that with only 10 seconds left. So here we go, man. It's Nvidia day. Let's see what winds up happening. You're still short, right, there, Obi?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Brought to you by, I believe it's Ogen. Let me see what we're doing right now as we get through there. Brought to you by Ogen. Yeah, there it is. Thank you to them for their continued sponsorship. Here we go. Nvidia 190 order ready to go here.
Yeah, this 190, that was a nice drop. I wasn't even ready for that during
no, that came out of nowhere, huh?
189.60s we went to. It seems like we might be breaking out, or we might try to break out of that pre-market high. Oh boy, look at that slam back down.
Yep.
Jammer AVGO, I have for some reason on the side of my screen as well. That's getting slammed. So let me just check my chips here to see if they're all in line. SMCI, Intel, okay, so everybody kind of catching a bit of a sell here. AMD as well, if you're looking at that. Micron, we were just talking about Micron. Micron slapped into that 290, 288s here on Micron as of right now. ARM not really doing anything too much, but if you're watching SMH, that's coming into prior day's highs. That's sitting in and around 364 halves as well. VWAP holding currently, but 190 might be a little bit of trouble. Some turbulence here is what I mean on Nvidia. Let's see. Yeah, I do have a bit of an over/under perspective there. Silver, we were watching that.
Yeah.
Silver back down into
VWAP coming back
here. So we did push a little bit of the high of the range there at 68s, and now we're pulling in a little bit more. Here goes Nvidia. Cracking down.
I gotta take a fill so people can see your position over here.
Well, I don't necessarily want to add here just yet, but yeah, you can see the arrow on my chart. I know the position board sometimes bugs out a little bit there, but you can see market coming in pretty aggressively here as well. Wow. Okay, so 190. We're back above 190.
Yeah, it just keeps on going back and forth here, doesn't it?
Yeah, like I said, a bit of turbulence definitely expected when it comes to this. Okay, here we go. Get out. Don't need to.
We went long.
Boom.
Okay, well, there it is. So there we go. We are now long here on Nvidia. Trying to give this a little bit of juice right here, Obi. Just a couple of 100 shares, nothing too crazy right now. We'll see if we can get something out for that 50 cents rip or not. Oops, sorry, that's silver. Here we go. I was just setting up my bid for silver. I didn't even get it in because this hit. So we'll put a bid on silver as well. But we're going to give this just back to that key level. Let's take out 10% right here at 78s. Oh, good. Wow. That was lucky. We just hit that 78. Can you believe that? I literally just got that fill and then pushed the whole thing down. Shoot, man. All right. Well, it doesn't matter. I didn't.
Pushing around so much size.
No, trust me, man. I got out of literally 10% there. I'll put another little bit there in case it does rip back up. But we are still going to stop out if this breaks through 190. Okay, because that's the trade for me. So we wanted to take. I was waiting at 191.
Yeah, I'm still looking for 191s, but
yeah. Okay, we're both long. Okay, boom.
Yeah. So
I didn't even realize that.
I hit out of the short, and then the stop got me long. I was like, yes, this looks good. Which is interesting. I should kind of think about playing that way a little bit off of the open there as well. What's up, Adara?
Oracle incredibly strong this morning with no clear news catalyst. I was reading a CNBC post this morning. Apparently, this company is posed for this stock rather is posed for its worst one-quarter performance since 2001. Or sorry, 2001. So like 24 years here. ORCL. Looks like it's rebounding a bit today from that weakness, but again, no concrete news here. ORCL, lots of strength. Keep an eye on it. If we send you back, Sean and Obi, back to you.
Hey, thank you, Adara. Happy birthday to Neil. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. You're not long Nvidia, but me and you are. No, it doesn't make any sense. All right, we'll get some shares to Neil here if this wants to really start to pop up. But here we go, man. It is a money maker right now as we get going. Yes, let's go, Obi. Let's effing go. Right there to the upside right now. Nice little 50 cents right there. Did you watch that documentary yet?
No, I haven't.
No, yeah, it's okay. I stopped watching it. No, I stopped watching.
4 episodes.
Yeah, I stopped watching it after the second episode, but we can still get back into it. I just feel like it's just disgusting, so I don't really want to watch too much of that. There it goes right now, back to the upside. Let's go. Nice little move higher now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Nice move here. We're almost in the dollar club right now. It's the cash cow of the day. It is your #1 trade. It is brought to you by Obi and brought to you by myself and brought to you by the Sticky Note, brought to you by Adara and Sharif and everybody else around here. Happy Boxing Day to those of you in Canada as we continue to celebrate a nice victory right there. Bang. Yes, sir. Okay. Let's go. We are now $1 in the money and going higher and higher and higher. Starting to get some kind of feels on this one. We do have the out already of, if I just take this out right there, we will now be out of 40% if we do get a 30 fill. I basically had a 35%. Right now we'll get a little bit more out there. There it is. Wow. Obi, that just lifted 40 cents. It was about to break 191, and then we got our 191.30 offer right there.
I was sitting on 191 halves, and it came and clipped me and came right back in. So, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's give you some other news.
Increase this share sizes.
Okay.
Trading with...
yeah, I increased my, I don't know what percent of yours there, but I told you what I have there. So how much do you have left then? How about that?
I have about less than 10% left.
Oh, boom. Okay, good. Oh, so you're already out. So that's good. On that note, if you're almost out, then let's freaking get out some more of my damn self right now. I'm not, Obi's a much smarter guy than I. Here it is, man. $1.10 in the money, man. And we upsized this one, Joe. We upsized our position a little bit on this one. Was a little bit mad that Intel didn't give us the right way to go. We should not be revenge trading, but there we go, Nvidia to the moon. And we said that we could possibly see 200 by, I was saying next week. I don't think today.
Woo. Let's go.
We are at 3 times daily goal right now, and it is Boxing Day, so this money will probably be spent somewhere. You know what the kids? The kids. You know what? So my eldest is here, and he wants to take the kids out, so they're going bouldering today. So that's good, man. Better he take them than I. So they're going bouldering, and then they're going out for Japanese barbecue. I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought there's Korean barbecue.
Yeah.
But oh boy, Obi.
Oh boy.
We've still got half of this trade on.
Let's go.
Let's go, man. We're getting exciting right now, man.
192s, it looks like it.
Yeah. So I'm just slowly getting out of this one, man, as we continue to just blast through, man. 192. Are you kidding me? This trade, we gave it to you with a 50-cent risk, right? So the fact that it's up $1.50 right now, we happy, we good on this one now. Let's go, man. This is Obi. You can say oh boy whenever the hell you want to, okay? How about that? Oh boy on this trade. That is for sure. We're getting some nice movements. But what else is moving around? Let's check out some F-Jet. Are you out? Obi, I don't like you hitting those with keys and then hitting it so randomly. I know your style, Obi. So don't get out of your position just quietly like that, my guy.
Here's the thing. I saw a little bit of selling. I'm like, yeah, I'm getting ready. You know what I'm getting ready for. You know exactly what I'm getting ready for. Yeah, no, that selling came in. It was distinctly different. That selling was distinctly different.
Come on, Obi.
The first time we saw, there it is, boom, right there. So I can definitely, I'm watching the tape, but again, I wasn't fast enough to do the flip. You know, sometimes flip game can be a little bit stronger, but we were watching that rip coming in, and it's all about distinctly different. Like, how is the flow looking like coming into the bid, and how does the flow change, and does it change in a distinct way? And oh boy, that 192, I thought it was going to come in. We came and flipped the 192. So the prior high was 191.98, right? It comes in, it prints 192 holes, and then slam. I'm just like, okay, well, that's done, clearly. I'm like, I'm getting out, I got out like 70s, made the decision, but that flip not really aggressive enough there on that one. But you can see the market wicking back in there as well. But yeah, no, sometimes order flow is very obvious. The way the tape kind of dances, and I do want to make decisions based off of that. Now, here's the thing. That's the first strong sell. If buyers are this strong, we could make a higher low, 191 halves, 191 40s, and then continue. We don't have to get all the way back down to VWAP. Just because I see the first sign of selling doesn't necessarily mean the move is over. That's something that I've learned over time where I'm just like, you know, I try to revert something a little too fast and it comes right back in like this. Look, 192 is probably going to come in and print right again as the market pushes. There it is. So, you know, maybe getting out a little too early, but that tape turn definitely very, very much there for sure. Did you get back in more? Or?
No, I didn't get back in more, man. No, I like all that
Good
talk,
stuff.
man. But you scared the living shit out of me because as soon as you were doing...
Because you know how I like... So once I get out of the position, I hit my escape a few times. That's what you hear when I'm going like this, because I'm removing any orders that I have sitting there.
Yeah, no, I've traded beside you now hundreds of times. I know exactly your keystrokes and everything. I'm just sitting here, I'm like, oh shit, this guy just got out 100%. He just got out. And I throw it over to you and you're just like, I'm out.
Yeah.
So look, Obi, you made me, this is, it's not, look, no, I'm just playing around. We are responsible for our own trades, but as soon as Obi started talking about it, I'm like, shit, man, this guy just hit that backside. And it was like, this is coming back in. So
backside just
so there's me getting out a little bit, and then there it is right there, 190. I just got out on the way back up as well, because I know everybody trades their own style, of course. I'm just gonna look at the support and resistance, and obviously 192 right now, Obi. Did you go short up there?
No.
See, there goes our position board again, Fabian. Like, I keep blaming Neil for this, but maybe it's me, I don't know. Yeah, I know it's P-Pro, I'm just playing around, but it's like, we keep on having to reset this. So I'm gonna I'm gonna offer out right here again, see if I get another piece. So now I'm just like basically tranching out like 5% every time, all right? Just because like, I don't know where this is eventually going. There we go, 69 out there, and then it gets load back up. So I'm just gonna piece it out little by little, and I did put a stop at 190.80. Okay, to get out of a big piece there as well, just in case, you know, we continue to make this move lower. I'm gonna get out another piece. Looks like 192 might be the jam right now, but we're only looking at Nvidia, so.
The way they held it was so interesting. Wow, look at that.
This is what I mean.
The reversion.
Yes,
That's what I should be in.
Yes.
Look at that, all the way back down.
You're not in it, Obi? Come on, man. Come on, man. I thought you were in everything over here. But there goes Tesla right back in as well. So the market kind of doing this, you know, and Tesla saying, okay, let's see what's going on right now with Tesla. F-Jet also hot fire right now to the upside. That name continues to go, man. There goes F-Jet. Last week, sort of darling, I guess, kept going there up to $29, $30. So we'll see what winds up happening there with F to the jet. iBit going silver. Let's check out what silver's doing, man. And, you know, this was a look of you and I earlier, and there it goes. I think we were right about it. It did have an upside push there. We'll see if it breaks through 68. Silver trying to go. Sidious is another name that a lot of the people in our chat are looking at today. That's up 46% there as we clear through. Let's go. Break yourself through 192 right now, as there it goes again. Nice, huge move now, man, as we just continue to take advantage of that. But it looks like it stops again, Obi. I'm not even on the stock. Stops again at 192 right there. Wow. This is just, how do I hold more, Obi, so I'm not doing all this crap? But anyways, I did put a stop order here. The 200 period moving average is way lower. VWAP is down here at 190.50. Guys, help me. Could be a lot more profits if I had just held. Like, if I held this thing from the jump, man, I mean, we would be just wowie right now on our net P&L. But I think we're doing pretty good right here. I do still have 30% left. Yeah. So far so good here on the trade for that. But we just covered a couple different names there. Yeah, Tesla's really is bleeding to the downside right now. I'm not, Dara, is there some kind, I don't think so. I feel like a little silly asking Adair for this because it was so early and I don't think there's any Tesla news, but that's a decent drop.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
I mentioned the only thing I saw in this was like Elon Musk saying that he drove in a robotaxi without a driver assistant, but there's nothing to prove that. And again, that would actually be good news, not bad.
Yeah.
Nothing on TSLA at all.
Okay, so there you go. So thank you. Oh, we have a button for that.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Yep, there he goes. So it is what it is right now. So we'll have to wait for Tesla. I still think that if there is a bottom here, Obi, I don't know what you're looking at exactly.
I'm watching Nvidia because this is aggressive, and when it's done, I do, like when this buying or buyer is done, I do want to participate. So this was the first wave of selling, right? Shout out to our boy Elliot.
Yep.
Elliott waves.
Yep, yeah, got it.
So I used to like to, you know what I call them? I call them the 3 FUs, the 3 waves, because it's just like you try to short the first one, it's going to get you out. Try to short the second one, it's going to get you out. You could get long as well, but you got to wait for the third one maybe, or the second one, as the probabilities start stacking a little bit more in your favor as we start to get more and more overextended. Yeah, the EV of the reversion kind of goes up the more extension you get, but got to make sure you're on that right side to begin with. And as of right now, Sean, I'm looking at multiple frames. We're still very much left side on this, holding trend pretty decently. So we'll wait. 192, yeah, still seems like 192 is a bit of a turbulent area where that's where sellers stepped in first. We got about a quarter above current day highs, 192.29s on Nvidia. So as long as it holds trend, I'm going to stay patient and watch. Again, market tailwind is also important as well. Again, being the market leader which is Nvidia, I want to see some selling happening there on the markets as well. We're catching a bit of a top wick on this initial first 15-minute candle here right now on both the NASDAQ and the ES. So watching that, wow, look at that rip, man. Okay, all right. So definitely, that's just like that's aggressive buying. People just slapping the ask right there through the highs, and then we come right back in. So we are doing pretty decent volume and price action here on Nvidia through this 192. Let's see if we can hold and sustain and maybe push even higher here as the long is very much strong.
Yeah, this is this is what it's looking like at my pad right now. When I left this morning, there was no snow whatsoever.
Oh wow, that's nice.
Yeah, so right now it's starting to hit. Right now it's starting to become real. You know what I mean? So yeah, well, good luck. I told Marissa, like my kids are well versed at this TTC. So instead of her driving these kids all over, they want to go. There's a bouldering place right on Bloor, so they wanted to do that, and they can just take the TTC and we'll pick them up at the station. But that's what we're thinking about right now. So, anyways, if you are here in lovely Toronto, Ontario. It is Boxing Day, so shout out to everybody there where you get to go out and get all those great deals and, half price, 75% off Christmas stuff, all that kind of stuff. But we don't really, it's a good time to go out and buy like, fight somewhere? Jake Paul? No, it's a good time to go out there and get, some of those, if you were looking for one of those big, what do you call those, blow up outside your house, not decorations. What am I talking about here? Where you get those Christmas decorations, I guess is what I'm thinking about here, because they're always on sale. Yeah. You'll go to Walmart and you get those like big, huge, the Grinches that you can blow up, like a 20 lawn ornaments, 25 foot tall. Those are, or like on Halloween, where all of a sudden you go out and the next day so you can pick up your stuff for next year. We won't be doing that, but you could do something like that. All right, so Bitcoin 88.4, IBIT maybe trying to come back in as well, just a little bit. Let me take this Jake Paul. Yeah, I heard the fighting, man. I just thought all of a sudden Jake Paul was here to fight Obi for some reason. I don't really know why that would happen right now, but that was a great payday. I heard you talking about the Jake Paul fight the other day, and the thing is that I think they've done, that's awesome. Who's over there, Fabian? That's an awesome look. I just think that when you're talking about the world of boxing and you're watching those fights, I think you said it as well. It's not going to be like the greatest boxing match ever. You're there watching. It's entertainment. And I think the WWE has really set Jake Paul, and that's Logan Paul's over there in the WWE, and it's just like, it doesn't always have to be like, okay, for the purists of boxing, you know what you're getting into. You're not gonna watch Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, like a 55-year-old guy. You know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna get the most pure boxing, but it's entertainment. And I just think that solves a niche in the market. And right now, you know what? Like, it's going to be Fury versus Joshua, and that's coming in the new year in Saudi Arabia, or I think it's Saudi Arabia. And it's just like, that might be a great fight, but it might also be a really shitty fight. So you never really know what you're getting at when you have this. At least when you get the Pauls, you get a little bit of action and some fun kind of aftermath like that. So $92 million end of the day is what that Joshua David guy wound up getting. Oh, wow. And
that's what I was saying. Like, the guy probably made more money.
He got $9 million when he won his belt for that fight, which 2 years ago.
Wow, okay.
So $92 million, generational wealth created, right? And it's just like, take advantage of what's available. And right now, Netflix, that reminds me about Netflix. I want to check out that bad boy right here. NFLX.
Poly market chain. You seen that? It was, that's kind of funny as well.
Oh,
the 500K poly market chain.
yes, yeah. Well, they sponsored him to wear that, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, his boy, his brother Logan Paul. Did you see that? See what he sold to Pokemon? The 1 of 1. So it's going on to auction.
Okay.
He sold it to this golden guy. He's on Netflix as well. It's going to auction. He paid him. It's a 1 of 1 Pikachu something illustrator. Ooh. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
1 of 1 ever released. Logan got it. I don't know how he got it. He must have bought it off somebody. He sold it for an advance of $2.5 million. Plus he gets a % on the whole auction, and the card's expected to go for about $5.
Wow, it's the world's rarest and most valuable Pokemon card.
Yeah, so that dude was wearing it on his chest at the Paul fight, because now this guy from the Golden Casino, I forget his name, but he owns that now.
PSA 10.
Yeah, it's a 1 of 1.
PSA 10. Yeah, that is crazy. I got to get back into this.
Yeah, man, $92 million USD. That's what they both got each. $92 million. Jake Paul and Joshua. So these guys making
paycheck.
A lot of money. Nobody really lost, man. The only people that lost are the people that thought it was going to be like a serious fight. But I think
people who lost were the ones who bet one way.
Jake Paul did really well, man. I mean, honestly, the last six, 7 rounds, whatever it was, and get knocked out like that, break your jaw twice. Yeah. Absolutely unbelievable movement there. But Netflix, 93.50, not doing a whole heck of a lot there today. We are going to talk, obviously, about everything on the show. It's our party. We'll cry if we want to. Thank you. Here comes Ramin, like it's Christmas all over the place. Again, right here, she's got everything for us one more time. But Nvidia upside, the banks have been a good talk for the year. They're going to be down today. The financials look to be a little down. Their consumer durables led by Tesla downside. Palantir down 0.5 today. Apple up, Nvidia up. We talked about those are both 2 key stories. Oh my God, thank you so much, Ramin. The bagel and the coffee getting dropped off there. The absolute best there, Ramin. What did you wind up getting?
I got
one of those egg bowls. Yeah, I know about those.
Those are pretty good, yeah.
Now that you got that, I should have got that as well. Damn it. Damn you, Obi. That's a good call over there.
Nothing too heavy, you know?
No, it's all good. It's all good. Hopefully we got those burgers coming through soon, too.
Hopefully they're open today.
Later on. Ramin said I just went on Uber. It does say that they are open at 11:30, so we'll see if that does kicking.
It's pretty good with that.
But cheers. Tim Hortons Coffee. Can't trade the name. It's QSR bought out there. So thank you to Ramin for all of that. Yeah, though that egg bowl is actually pretty good though. So Ethereum. Oh wow. Right now Bitcoin to the downside. So I have the news in my ear. Like if anything ever does come through, we can definitely look at it. But look what's happening to IBIT right now. I wrote down 49.75. That is right where we're at right now, man. What's going on here? Nice move down right into the 200 period moving average, right into the close. This was a level of concern for me. The future's also pumping back into the downside as well here, Obi. All right, so good news. We only have 20% left of Nvidia. Bad news is it's coming in quite nicely right now. 191 is where we're at right now, but breaking through, we got to get something out right there. 191.65 as we break below our 21 period moving average. It's on there for a reason. Let's take a little bit more out.
Yeah, no, seems like that selling started to come in. We did, so I did get involved in this push, 192.20s hold. We came right back in. I'm like, all right, likely to break that high. So punching out when that strong bid comes in. But then when you wipe it right back in, I'm like, all right, cool. And then now you get market tailwind as well. That definitely deserves a bit of an ad, in my opinion. So that's coming in pretty decent. Let's see if we can get down into VWAP here. P-Pro VWAP, where you at? I guess I don't have the thing here. Let me just pull it up on this chart. On NVDA, let me get that value. What's that value? What is that price? Don't want to anchor to it too much. 191.17 is the price there on one of the charts, and 191.26s. So we're coming right back in. Let's see if we can print that quarter. 191.60 is currently still trading at as of right now. Maybe we hold, right? This buying in the morning was pretty aggressive. So if we make a higher low, you know, it's nothing out of the ordinary either as well. But that wipe back down, I don't know if that was news related at all, but yeah, that selling coming in pretty aggressively as of right now across the board. Let's take a quick look at the Mag 7. Let's see who is selling off the most. Tesla continuation, of course, that we saw that reversion happen a little bit earlier, and Tesla's coming in pretty nicely as of right now as well. Amazon's has been a chop fest. It seems like 231.20s held a couple times off of the open there as of right now, and Apple pulling back as well. So maybe Apple was the one to get involved with. Let me take a quick look at this. What's Apple doing? 2 A's, not 3. Okay, so yeah, a bit of a trend break happening. 274.60s on Apple, but if this thing goes back above 192 on Nvidia, probably going to be out and maybe try again as well. So we'll see what happens here on NVDA. Some market madness, a little bit of a shake and bake. Look at that buying coming right back in, dude. Okay,
we're happy with it. So we do have a new position. I did take IBIT long, and I just want to show you guys that we are just playing off of our own notes, right? I mean, we put down NVIDIA long 190.25. We waited for 190.50s. It's just would have been more profit if we took 190.25, but I'll explain why we upped that. We took the new pre-market high, and that's why we're long right now in the money, $1.25, and Obi just sort of covered that a little bit. I wanted to try BTC. I know the market just faded out a little bit back in. We didn't get long the TQs, but we did put that down to 55. It just didn't hit, and then silver just took off, so we'll look at that again, but I was looking for below 67 for SLV, but now, so this is what I like to trade. Like I've sort of adjusted my style greatly recently, right? And that is to try to basically watch out, take a little bit more shares. When you're right, you want to celebrate that to the upside, but then you also want to make sure that you do cover your position if and when key levels are broken, especially back down in like we're doing right now to the downside. So I'm going to cancel my, yeah, you've got the short, right? Oh, no, see, oh, man, it's like you just take a position and it automatically wipes the board, but that's okay. We'll get that figured out. It is an issue that we're working on our position board. Yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe it's my fault. I don't know. 190. So I'm going to wait for this to break the 50-period moving average. 190. 89, and if that, oops, 198, 190, 89, if that winds up breaking, man, let's just flatten ourselves out on Nvidia, because this is coming back in, and right now I have about 15% left. So, you know, some good outs happening there. Oh, there goes IBIT. So we flush ourselves down the toilet on that one as it does not hold. What I was going to get at was we wrote down 49.75. That came in, right? That was a level that I thought could possibly hold right into here. Friday's levels, all right? So once that comes in, we let it come in and into us, take the fill on the way back up, thinking that, okay, we've held that level. Then we use the low as our out. We take another fill, a couple pennies against that low. Then once it breaks it, then we get out of that right now so that we are not part of this move. All right, we're not short. We were trying to go long there, so we lose on IBIT, but we lost 8% of what we made on, and we still have this position pending, so it's going to be more than this on Nvidia. So we'll go 1 for 2, but again, the real winner is in our first trade, this trade here on IBIT, in and out, and we got to be responsible for it, but it is a loser right there on IBIT as we tried it, and then the TQs didn't quite get into our spot, but maybe we should have bought that. Again, see, like it holds. So there's the bottom and there's the hold of that bottom. So if you're long in here somewhere against this 30. So that's what I would be doing right now if we were looking long. I don't know right here if we do want to go long. I don't know if Tesla's holding either. No, Tesla's getting back into that 480 spot that we've seen on Wednesday that we could possibly hold. I think it got down as low as 477. Before I throw it back to you, Obi, I just want to double check that. Yeah, wow, good memory. Again, 477, nice little bottom right there. So we'll see if we can hold. But look at all this, man. There's a lot of consolidation and a lot of choppiness, Obi, in around 480 to 482 there for Tesla. So we'll see if that choppiness continues. But it's a good thing we got out of IBIT as that's still going lower there. Nice short there on Nvidia. Let's see what winds up happening there. Somebody called Kathy. What do you want to talk to her about, man? You want to talk? I mean, I talked to her yesterday, wished her, happy Merry Christmas, and that was good, but we didn't talk about Tesla. Maybe we should have, but
yeah, Tesla's doing some stuff here. Yeah, no, Nvidia came into VWAP. We're holding that VWAP. We covered some in front of VWAP here, and it held pretty well, even though the market continues to kind of drop in. So being a little bit patient here. Let's see if this comes into fruition as of right now on Nvidia as we hold that VWAP. Silver is pushing for its highs here right now as well. So a little distinctly different action happening there on some of the potential commodities as, market, both the ES, NASDAQ, catching some strong sells, and silver, you can see here on the left-hand side, pushing up a little bit higher here at the same time. So yeah, distinctly different. Let's see if Apple can pull in a little bit deeper as well. I'm looking for this Nvidia VWAP to show me some more information. So the first test of VWAP held, cool. Nice, makes sense. Let's see if it continues to hold. Let's see what this market is up to, man. This selling is absolutely aggressive. We got that aggressive push to the upside and then pull right back in. Talk about a shake and bake, Sean. Yes. This thing is absolutely so, like,
you seen Talladega Nights?
Lots of opportunity, yeah.
Yeah, it's a shake and bake.
Yeah, it's a shake and bake.
Yeah, okay, good, yeah.
Nice. How's that coffee, Pete?
Coffee's good, man. Oh, man. I don't mind our coffee. Like we have a crazy espresso machine here. It makes a little bit of everything. It's just sometimes I get a little tired of that coffee, to be honest with you.
Sometimes it's a bit strong, man. I don't know what kind of coffee beans they're throwing in there, but
yeah,
some of those coffee beans can get kind of aggressive, if you know what I
mean. Damn. What's going on, man? Some of these uranium names, man, just can't. I just saw someone in the chat say they're adding some SMR long term. Man, damn, I wish so I'd sold some at 50, all of my position at 57, and then rebought some of it at 30. Oh, man, that 30 did not hold. Down 50% now on that trade. Blech, yucky. All right, so we'll see. This is getting into a level, man, for SMR. Right now. So yeah, I think there is some good possibilities here to get in there and start to buy. But again, it's not the hot talk right now. You know, we talked about what Kramer talked about, the year of magical investing is potentially over. Yeah, I think he's probably right there, man. Oklo, downside, right? Like everything. Some of these names that were quantum names, we can have a look at that as well. A lot of these names that haven't had profits, they were really people trying to front run, I think, and got really excited about what the future could possibly hold. For uranium names, I still like Cameco, CCJ, and same thing with the Rigettis of the world, and just any quantum name I think are all very, very similar in what they're doing. And there's another like look at Rigetti, man, absolutely clocked here again. So I don't know like which name is the best one to buy, but you guys tell me. Hey, can we get a poll up actually, Ramin or Fabian? What I'd really like to put up is which sector are you more excited for in 26? Uranium or quantum? Because I think both of those names have really been getting hit down to the downside there.
I would say space, man. You've seen some of these space stocks starting to run?
Please review the options, Obi. Uranium or quantum? Only because the only reason we're not using, I'm just playing around. We could put space on there as well. The reason why I say space is not because it's sort of hot right now. I'm trying to find sectors that have cooled down.
Oh, okay, to catch the...
Right, because like we've already dropped down now 85% on uranium stocks. So space, I do agree with you. I would rather be in space than probably both of those because we've seen ASTS move to the high side. We saw Rocket Labs go to the upside. We also do know that the imminent IPO potentially of SpaceX coming through as well. So I was just thinking to myself, like, which space that's been hit could we get some more action on right there? Okay, well, of course, the poll's up, and it's not what I asked, but that's okay. We can go with this one. What's your 2026 hype?
Oh, space is on there.
Oh, man. Okay, well, now this poll...
I'm going to space.
Now this poll almost doesn't matter because space will win.
You know why? I think because it's rumored that SpaceX might IPO next year.
Yeah, that's what we were saying.
So all of those small companies that are, whatever...
Catch the drift.
Maybe they even have space in their name. There goes Nvidia back through 191. Covered a little bit too much at VWAP. Classic.
I know, right?
But yeah, no. Yeah, it's rumored to IPO. Musk said no. That's kind of whatever.
Yep.
But just on those rumors, some of these space stocks have already started catching aggressive bids. So I'm looking for the cool down of them. To be like, all right, when can I carry this forward? Because when and if that starts to come into works. Yeah, that was a bit of a...
No, I got stopped out there too, but what the hell's going on with Target, Adara? I think there must be some news on Target. Target just did exactly what we wanted it to do. Get up to 103 right there. I'm long this name in the 80s. That was a good one. What's up? See, this is why you guys have to... I think we're supposed to throw to Dara at some point. I just want to show you guys right here. This is why we have you guys in the chat. Here, I'm just going to pull this chat down because I can't find it in our little thing there. There it is right there. MOT Media, thank you so much there. Target just wicked 103 on a huge volume spike right there. So I don't know what's up with that. Was that just a 100 break maybe?
It was options, apparently. From what I'm seeing on X, it was options. I'm not seeing any news on it, but a lot of people talking about the options in Target.
All right, there it goes, man. Target, nice upside play there. With that being said, let's go over to Adara, see what she's all about. I'm flat. This man is short. Good trade there, Obi. We go over to Adara.
The flow.
As we get that push in Target, we actually get a drop here in this market. Not seeing any news on this drop, but interesting look here for the NASDAQ and the SPY. Initially a really strong push today, and then we push lower, giving back all of that first 15-minute candle and then some. We have talk here about Nvidia, of course, been heavily traded today, but I do want to remind people of the context of the story in case you missed it. So initially it was reported by CNBC that Nvidia was going to be acquiring Grok, which is an AI startup not affiliated with Elon Musk's Grok AI. Nvidia originally, again, reported to be acquiring Grok for $20 billion. Then it comes out it's actually going to be an asset deal. So they're going to be acquiring the company's assets and taking some of its key leaders, including President Sunny Madra and former CEO and founder Jonathan Ross. We have MU also on watch here, kind of in this AI theme. Samsung reportedly unveiling its first in-house GPU coming out. A lot of these other memory plays, including SNDK and STX, WDC also on watch. Last but not least, AMD, another kind of AI type play here. Advanced Micro Devices on watch here. DigiTimes, now the second outlet in a week to report that Alibaba is going to be purchasing that MI3 chip, or that, I guess, that new China chip there from AMD. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, I'm going to take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics, because millions of concussions but zero approved therapies. Oragenics, trading on the NYSE's OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead. Book a meeting today. Back to you.
Oh, you level came.
I wasn't even reading tape, man. I don't have your abilities, Obi, so let's not, don't give you too much credit over here.
Flip game's strong. I mean, you also flipped as well, kind of.
Well, we waited. Well, we got, so yeah, I mean, the mistake might have been getting out of Nvidia there, but you know what? I don't hate that plan. I was telling people I got to have an out at some spot, right? So we did hold 15%, and unfortunately we got out where we got out on that breakdown, and I know that you are already thinking short as well. But here, this just came in again. This is our TQQ trade, what we wrote down on our note. So we lost on our IBIT note because IBIT is getting cranked right now. Like Bitcoin is getting stuffed like hard right now to the downside there. I don't know if they had their Christmas stuffing or not, but we went long there on the TQs at 55 bucks. So that's a new trade right there. We make back everything that we gave up by holding onto Nvidia. So we'll wait to see if that goes back there up to the upside again as well. But I'm taking a little bit of long here in the futures. I'm actually, because that was a pretty violent move down, I think I'm just going to get out if it does break that level. So 55 break downside, I think we can probably tap out a little bit of that if it does wind up hitting the low end of that trade. So TQQs, we're in it right now.
Yeah, no, great stuff there. The poll is in.
Yeah, I like it.
I don't know how many votes we're waiting for, but so far, there are about 620 votes. Oh, okay, someone pulled back their votes. Okay, look, okay, it's
pull back your vote. How do you do that?
So I don't know. I think you can unvote. It said it said 617, and then it said 626, and then it dropped back down. But okay, we're coming into 1,000. So you know what? We'll revisit this when it's at 1,000. A lot of people saying, I don't know, man, leave me alone. All right, fair enough. I get it. It's a holiday. You know, you want to just chill. You want.
That's what I'm talking about stocks.
Yeah, you know, if you're here, you want to hear us talk about stonks. Stonks is what we're talking about. Uranium coming in at 18%, quantum coming in at 20%, and space at 35%. Let's go. I feel like we're going to space, Sean.
I know, that's why, but I'd rather.
Would you ever take a trip?
Yeah.
Like if we got like like low orbit or maybe even to the moon.
I'm cheap.
Or what about
like
a trip to Mars? Like if a trip to Mars came, let's say you could get a round trip one day for $100K.
No.
You know, you go for like 5 years.
No.
Would you take that trip?
I'm not spending $100K on going up to space, man. No, I got a family.
You know?
Nah, I'm not. Nah, that,
think about it. You'd be the first colonizers of Mars, and think about the lineage.
I could be up there for 5 years.
I mean, you know, you can.
Bro, I can't live. No.
You know, drop a couple kids off and be like, you know.
Drop a couple kids off. Where am I dropping them off? At Ramin's house? Where? Are you what do you want to babysit?
At Elon's house.
Yeah, I think Ramin would make an awesome mother. You know. my kids love Starbucks. Ramin be like, that's fine. I'd give her like a per diem. You know, that'll probably be gone real quick. Per day, you know, Ramin to spend a certain amount per day. My daughter. So my daughter's opening up. I swear to God, I should take a picture when I go home today. I'm gonna take a picture of my front hallway. Okay? Because when I look down there, I feel like there's like 13 pairs of Uggs there. And then my daughter's opening up a Christmas present and there's Uggs again. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on? You know? And then Marissa's like, oh no, she's wearing my old Uggs or something. Like, so I was like, okay. Oh man.
Here we go.
Breaking news, and I see what it is about Target right here, and this is exactly, I bought Lululemon for this reason, and it worked, and I bought Target for this reason, so let's go find out if this is exactly what this is.
If your reason you're thinking of is activist investment, you are actually correct. Sean Tom's an activist investor I've never heard of, apparently, reportedly making a bid here for TGT. Again, this news just coming through like a minute or so ago. I'm not seeing who's reporting this. If I get more news, I'll let you know. But apparently Tom's an activist investor I'll have to look more into, interested in TGT here. There was also options interest as well that I was seeing here on X. So lots of, I guess, confluence, to use a term from Obi, for this push higher. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you want to take a look at that Target chart. Sean was actually talking about Target in the pre-market. He was just like, yeah, that's a little something that you got involved with.
Well, I mean, the sun shines on a dog's ass a couple times a day. So, you know, at the end of the day, we're eventually going to get some things right around here. But yeah, no, it's nice to see what Target's doing. I mean, I would have loved to have been sitting here up at 103. This has happened before. So I don't want to we'll pat ourselves on the back because we're long down here on Target. And I was just like, how is retail so strong and Target's just getting pumped? It's not like this is an AEO or an ANF or anything like that. Like, those stocks have really ran, right? It's just, let's just wait to see here. I do think that they're, you know, new management. We've talked about that. I mean, we're long Lulu 2 170. So that name's been something that's worked out in that favor as well. And I think it's just, it goes to the point, Obi, of not trying to outsmart anything. And that's why that poll is up. It's like, sometimes you're just trying to catch a little bit of flavor of the quarter, of the year, whatever. Lululemon got hit so much. Not sure, I got some Lulu socks for Christmas. So, but you know, nice move to the upside right there, and some good talk there about new management. They are looking for a new CEO over there, so not as much of the activist play that maybe Target was, but there goes Target up to $99. And yeah, sure, we did talk about it. So, you know, happy when things work out, and it is right now for Target. I think I want to, you know, my new target for this name would be right around here. So I'll analyze this. Maybe I'll put a 102 offer or so during the midday, and we'll think about getting some out. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm going to go to Mars. I just think that's a little expensive for me. I'd send Ramin to Mars in a second.
That you'd be like, okay, let's go. 25K?
No, but the thing is, you said that it's the duration. I would go up there to see what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, but like, if you need to travel,
okay, what's the duration?
I don't know how long it takes to get up there.
Let me check.
You know, so I mean, this is the whole thing. We need some more context over here. Before we go.
Give you the results. I'll give you.
Yeah.
There goes Nvidia breaking that prior low there.
I like it. I'm starting to get out of more of these futures right here as well. Like, you know, there's always tomorrow's trade. That's the other thing. You don't need to. I mean, tomorrow's a weekend, but you can always trade again. And you know, don't let your Come on, guy. When's the next South Park, man? I love these episodes of South Park. They're so bad, but they're just like, I don't know. It keeps on going. I don't know where. There's something on Kalshi, like, will Colbert actually get his job back? I don't know. They gave it back to Kimmel there. Yeah, the Colbert Report. Yeah, he could go to the Daily Show. The rumor was, and this is another thing for Netflix, you know, is with all these late night sort of, you know, back and forth with, you know, Trump's been sort of, I don't want to get too political. I got to be careful what I say, but he didn't approve or appreciate some of the talk of the late night hosts. And CBS, I guess, got rid of Colbert. I think he's going, until maybe 6 or 7 more months. And then Kimmel, they actually re-upped. So I don't know what's going on there. But I was going to say Netflix maybe could be a spot that was rumored to eventually take on Colbert. But I don't think anything's signed over there. You can bet that on Kalshi as well. Okay, what is that chart? Is that the futures? They're getting pumped
the futures
right
getting
now.
Rocked right now.
Yeah, I might just get out of this TQ.
By the way, a one-way trip with current technology, realistic spacecraft trajectories.
Yeah.
Says about 7 to 10 months one way.
No, hell no. No.
I mean, think about it's like
No,
it's like
I'm
a
too
7-month
claustrophobic.
cruise.
No, it's not, Obi.
You can be on a cruise.
You're locked. You think the space shuttle is like a cruise?
It can be like one. Hey, listen, if
This
I'm
is what's
doing
problem.
Mars
This is the
flights,
problem with your
if I'm doing
generation.
Mars flights, there's gonna be a lot of stuff on it. It's probably gonna have a pool. You know,
No.
You're gonna have artificial gravity. That's
you have those-
come on, man. You're
Don't
going
you
there.
have those
If you're gonna be
chambers
sitting,
where
you
you
can't
can
be
just go to sleep?
unless you're like submerged in like a cryo bath for about 7 months, and then you don't even feel it.
Fine, that's different.
You go to sleep, you wake up. You're on
I'm too
Mars.
claustrophobic. I'm too. Yeah, no, I'm not. Okay, Joe, mic
getting
up, Joe.
FOMO.
Mic the hell up.
Yeah, man. He's mic'd up.
Well, I don't hear you, so
Joe,
I
I want to hear it. I want to hear it. What's going on?
There we go.
Man, what do
Talk
you
to
mean?
me
There we
about
go.
the
You
space.
tap in.
Yes,
10
I'm
months,
listening.
lock in for those 10 months on the way there. You could do whatever. Gym in the
Yo,
space shuttle as
exactly.
well too. You're locked in. You're on the
Definitely have to
15
gym.
cycle, and then you can lock back in on the way back as well too. So I might be with you here, Obi. It's solid 2 years of locking in.
Okay.
Come back, rebuild, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Joe,
think about it as a time to focus. That's
Okay.
perfect. That's
Yeah.
great, man.
both you dudes
I
don't
love
have
the way you
family.
think.
Both you guys don't have kids.
I got a kid.
Not that I know of.
No, you don't.
I have a fur baby. He is.
That's not a child, my
Come on,
friend.
it's my child,
You need.
man.
Yeah.
That does not count, my guy. Over there, no, it does not. I've had dogs my whole life. I love dogs, but the idea here is that I think it's just too long of a for me. Too long.
That's fair. That's fair.
You,
Lock in, Katina, man.
Fabian. Okay, yeah. So saying 6 months right now is what you sort of have to lock in for.
right.
No, I think it's reasonable. I mean, like I said, to each their own. But for me, it would be a hard pass on that long.
What happened? See, the thing is, though, there's always that chance, Obi. I don't know if you've seen
If I was retired,
Yeah, I love that movie.
Interstellar, yeah, but then it's like, Merv, no, don't let me go, Merv. And then next thing you know, you come back and your family's old and...
I don't think there's that much space-time dilation on
is what I'm
the
saying.
trip to
Yeah,
Mars
you
and
know
back.
what I mean?
Like that only happens if you go at the speed of light. Then
But what happens...
I don't want to get into like
What happens on the way there, we divert from our path and land on that planet where every 10 seconds there is like 10 years on Earth. And the next thing you know, we're there for a couple minutes. We
Should I
come
take
back,
this guy away?
Buddy's still doing the math equation. He's like, you guys haven't been back for 15 years. And it's like, oh no, it's 15.
that's a fair point, but I don't think Mars is that far away. But or that kind of a planet. But fair point. We don't know until we've set foot on there. It could have some interesting properties, but
that's true. Like, do
time
we?
dilation, my guy. That's something.
Can we get quotes on our way up to Mars? Because like if you were trading all day,
Oh yeah,
you trade a little blue ocean.
Yeah, exactly. I think there'd be a little bit of a delay. There's definitely going to be a little bit of a delay.
All right, thank you, Joe. We'll hit Joe up in a little bit there. Joe with more talk in just 45 minutes. You can find Joe and Sharif talking all about them space. All right, so yeah, like just as we were talking about that, I'm trying to play this range a little bit. If we get back up to 25, we'll sell a little bit more. I am out of this trade, by the way, if it does break 55. We had talked about that. That was going to be my sort of foot in the sand, so to speak, or foot into space sand, or whatever it is these days. But we're just going to wait, see if that breaks. I mean, this movement is southbound and not worth sitting around and giving up what we've already made. We actually did really well. As soon as we got that fill, we were like, okay, we got to do this, because we were watching Nvidia go to the downside. We were watching Bitcoin absolutely bleed as well. But look where Nvidia bounces off of, the level that we initially had thought about again, 190 to 190.25. So you're coming into this area again. This could be another break long area for Bitcoin, for Nvidia. Yeah, you're long right there. Okay, see that? Yeah. Like you and I already locked in. Like I'm already thinking of a trade.
I mean, yeah, I'm just waiting and watching.
You're already in
This is a good spot to, I think, like give it a try for sure.
Yep.
The market's a little extended.
Could possibly be. I love that long. I love the long back to the 200 period moving average. So a strong stock that fades back. If we come to the chart, I can literally, this is why I have the 200 period moving average there. So just unfortunately, we got a little carried away with some space talk over there and about how, animals are like humans. I don't understand that one, but we'll come right back into there. Someone in the chat said people eat dogs. I don't know if they eat humans or not. Some people do. Yeah, but down there,
tribes.
Yeah, there still are some there. Okay, 190 and change right there. This is what I'm talking about in the chat, man. Right there. There goes Nvidia. Nice move there to the upside.
Boom.
As there goes TQQs as well. So it is a nice move there. Nice trade, Obi. As you get that to the back end, and we still sit here. The Qs do make that move higher. We're going to offer 27s now, and then just whatever, man. We're playing the range as it is right now. There's a little bit out right there on 27. So let's see if we do have the bottom now. Nice trade there on Nvidia once again. So yeah, let's go higher.
Still watching it. This could. I mean, there's the bounce on the market here, but Nvidia. That was some pretty decent selling. I thought we were actually going to go through the opening price. Did we actually? No, we did not go through the opening price. But yeah, I'm just looking for maybe a little bit of a reversion here. But again, trying to be as nimble as possible and just, like I said, just going with the flow, taking those tape scalps, taking those, watching order flow as well. And just trying to be with the move, right? If there's buyers buying, I want to buy with the buyers. I want to sell with the sellers. And if I'm wrong, I just want to hit out as quickly as possible as well, because again, you can see how much opportunity is on some of these charts here. So 10 pennies, 20 pennies, 30 pennies, sometimes even $1. Doesn't matter. Just give me whatever I can get as of right now. So we'll wait and see for some of this stuff to come in. You can see again, just using structure as well. This is a bit of structure from before in around the 80s. So I'm going to be patient. Took a little bit off there, but where's the next trade? It could be on Nvidia, because again, Nvidia more often than not is the bell of the ball. So that is the one that I like to watch. AMD actually got to VWAP. Okay, that's interesting. So again, VWAP's not that far away here on Nvidia. 191 teens is Nvidia, and you can see the market bit of a bounce here as well. Let's see how the mags are doing right now. Okay, so Tesla, man. Tesla was the one to get in and stay involved with the short, because, oh boy, let's take a look at this one. TSLA, right here, what's happening? Okay, cool, look at that. Just, oh my God. Prior day, guess what? Aggressive supply from 490 all the way down to 477s. Today, aggressive supply from 489s, close enough, all the way down to 478s. So more of the same happening today off of the open in the opening session right now on Tesla. That was a bit of a reversion as well. You saw it on a shorter time frame. Bit of a bid that came in. We attempt to push 490 once again, and 489.08 is the furthest we can go. Back through opening range low. I think that's the trade on Tesla if you're not taking the reversion. I mean, I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, I need to get involved. I need to find nuances to get involved in and around here. I'm sure if I was watching, I would have definitely been involved. There's 191 on Nvidia. So yeah, punched out a little too early. That's fine. But that bid is coming right back in for a bit of a reversion back into VWAP right there. I should technically be watching chip sector, and I said that AMD was one of the ones that already reached VWAP. SMH is pushing back to VWAP as well, and Intel kind of not really doing too much, so not really too focused on that one. But Tesla, beautiful move. What's going on?
No, I was going to say I'm going to sell off this 477. If it breaks, we're going to get out 478 break. Okay, we're going to try along here on Tesla. Let's go over to Adara, small cap recap, see what she's up to.
Indeed, it is small cap recap time. Davis Commodities, DTCK to start here. This actually was one, I believe was on our watch list this morning. They are right now, unfortunately, not doing too well. There was a lot of pre-market strength, though, in this name. A couple days ago now, they did report their earnings for the first half of 2026. This would have been reported, I believe, in the afternoon on Tuesday, December 23rd. So a couple days old catalyst here, but nice pop, again, pre-market for this name. They did report, for what it's worth, a year-over-year decline in their EPS for the first half of the year, but sales actually up on a year-over-year basis for the period. No news here on ASPC. This is company is called ASPAC, the third Acquisition Corp. So very odd company name, but ASPC is the ticker. A bit more expensive here, around $25. I do want to talk about the float in this name because it's significant. Only 550,000 share float. Roughly 4% of that float is sold short. And we have a 15% short float on this last name, SIDU. See this space. We've talked a lot about this space area. SIDU had a really nice push last week. They did announce, unfortunately, later last week, or I guess earlier this week, a public offering. They announced this morning it's actually closed. They raised up, before deductions or any payment of anybody, they raised $25 million. So good look here for SIDU. Again, 15% short float, not insignificant, as we send you back to Obi and Sean.
And you sent us back to a flush on Tesla. So we don't really.
I'm into the weekend.
I hate to keep on doing this, but it's like we got out and then we, just quickly in and out there on Tesla. Like, could have been 1,000 times worse. We're not using that many shares. We're not catching falling knives and using big time shares. So comes back up. We instantly got long 50s, 60s. Those outs are not. Those outs are O's and then 15s, and then it drops through. So small hit, but we did take one there on Tesla. Again, without a news story, we have to wait for that bottom. But the thing, what I was trying to chase it off of, honestly, was like we're right back into here again. So maybe maybe we just could have potentially made a bottom right there. That very bottom, though, is 477, basically, 476.80. So it's coming in. I just wanted to stop out there so that we're not like digging. We've already made, like the Qs was a great trade. IBIT not so much. You know, that one was in and out. We didn't even get any outs there. It just came to the downside right there. And then now you get, I know you're on Nvidia, but that's nicely cooking now back up to the 50-period moving average off of that 200-period bounce. So we really should be looking for more names that are bouncing similarly to that, right? I mean, Amazon's still down on the day. I'm not even looking at the NASDAQ here. I'm just looking at the ES. What is the NASDAQ doing? So that's right there as well. So now that we're in the TQs, this is a big trade for me, man. Like, that's right back up to, very similar to what Obi was doing. You know, caught a bottom there, waited for it to sort of revert a little bit. We didn't get back in there because our break was down there, and I just didn't want to like give up what we made there. We could have reloaded it. I am noticing though that, hey man, today range-bound trading has been pretty good if you've waited for moves to happen. So let's get out again at VWAP here and see if this market wants to continue a little bit higher. But Tesla's trying to go off that bottom. Maybe we just made that little bottom there. I don't know, 477.50s? If we get a 478 fill, we can go 50 cents. Let's see if it falls back in a little bit into 478. We'll try one more time.
Sure. So yeah, definitely much lighter here now with Nvidia. As it pulls back into VWAP, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna lighten up pretty decently and then give it some more room here as we push back above this 191. I was looking for a bit of VWAP hold, but again, using structure a little bit as well. Let's see if we can come in and do something interesting here. The market is reverting about half, 50% reversion here on the NASDAQ of that flush all the way down.
Oh, well, here comes Tesla again.
Using this measuring tool here as well. Let's see how long or how strong of a dip that was. It was about a 0.18% dip on the NASDAQ. Wow. Okay, so yeah, a bit of a 50% reversion happening now as well as we come right back into some of those levels here. But the way some of these minute candles are forming right now, it seems like we might go a little bit higher than 191.5. So I'll be patient. But if the sellers come in, I could be wrong. If the sellers come right back in, I do want to get a little aggressive with this selling again. Sellers were here before. Let's see if they're there again. I could be wrong. Maybe the bid is on. But guess what is happening with silver? Stepping up right now on top of pre-market range highs, on top of opening range, or this consolidation range as well. I thought that was opening range, but that's not. But yeah, that high was like around 68.20s. We're stepping up on top of that. 68.40s happening here on SLV. I have Tesla book and then SLV tape. Let me just throw on SLV book here as well on the Amex. That's where that trades. Let's put on a filter for anything above 99 lots. So we see any sort of significance there as well. Okay, maybe a little bit of an add here. Let's see if we can pull back into VWAP and pull back in a little bit decently as the futures make a nice little top wick on their 15-minute candle. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle to print? Well, let's take a quick look. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. So interesting stuff here. Here we go, coming right back into VWAP. Now the question becomes, do we hold VWAP as support now? We did kind of get back above it. If this is the reclaim of VWAP, I do want to be wary and step away from this one here as well, because the market did bounce. We reverted pretty decently. That flush was absolutely insane. Definitely a little too far, too fast, and showed itself. 50% reversion as well.
There we go, back on. I was gonna say, like, Tesla over here, I don't know if this is gonna go or not. So it doesn't look like it wants to, man. I mean, we almost got stopped out again at 477.50. So I just took some more out there at 477.50, 478.15s. Like, watching the tape here, every single time this tries to get going, man, it doesn't. Like, it goes down 30 cents, like there's absolutely no problem, and it just grinds up the 30 cents. Like, it's not You see, like, look at that. Like, it just got back into 90s and then just easily just goes, whoops, falls right back down. So 477.50 break, and we'll be out of Tesla. And then, I don't know, I think Tesla requires more work than what I'm putting in right now. I think you have to watch this thing, try to find those buyers. There it goes. Really watch the tape. Like, we realized we were in trouble there. And thankfully, we were able to step away from it, to be honest with you. But yeah, trying to catch a bottom here in Tesla has not worked for me over the last couple of days. That is for sure. So we won't do that again. Rivian, just looking at another name here, pulling back in as well. Silver's at all-time highs and going higher. There goes silver. Hi ho, hi ho. It is sure off. Yeah, off. Hi ho, it's off to work we go. Yeah. Off to the mines we go if we're trading silver these days. Nice move higher. Yeah, we say hi ho because it's right here. There's hi ho right here. Yes. But this is, Joe's telling us it's IO, so it's off to work we go.
Okay.
But here's the hi ho stock that we are sort of referencing there. That's another one here. I put another 12% today. So this name continues to get a little bit higher as well. Tesla's still falling down, man, to the downside. What other names you guys want us to look at? Yeah, Netflix has been on fire, by the way, right there, off that low of 93.50 for some reason, like up to 94.50 right now. So nice move there on Netflix. I think the move is overdone to the downside, and nice little bottom forming action on Netflix potentially on the daily chart as that continues to go a little bit higher. Maybe iBit will eventually catch a bid right now, but all we've been really had some luck with today is momentum. Like, we played the NASDAQ on the move down. We waited for that bottom to happen, and we nailed it. We nailed Nvidia early, and everything that we tried to catch has been bad. So we tried to catch iBit on the downside. No. We tried to catch Tesla on the downside. No real damage done on this one, but did not catch this either, as we just wicked down to 477. And this now is literally at Wednesday's low. So what about just breaking that Wednesday's low then and going short? We had a couple wicks there coming into action, but we just bounced off the exact low. So I think if we were really, really super patient, maybe we should have waited for that to come through, and we could be long at 477, giving ourselves that 50 cents worth of risk. But that's what I was doing the whole way down, and it just never worked until eventually we get to that very, very bottom. So Tesla is dropping pretty quickly here as people nervous about car sales, I guess, all of a sudden, and not focusing on what I think many are, and that is the forward trajectory of robotics and of AI and of FSD and of potential spin out. But I don't know if a spin out of SpaceX will do anything to Tesla shares, but other than potentially distract Elon a little bit more, which I don't know if that's good. But there it is. It would be bad, but there it comes into the downside again. Watch out for 477 and change there for Nvidia. And then my target for Target is now 102. So I'm gonna, as we get ready, or somewhere around there. I don't, this is probably good enough, but these wicks right there were 99.50s and change. So we'll have to wait to see if something happens here for our good friend Target, which was pretty good right there. My wife did find this. I did send this out, open image in new tab. I'm gonna go find the actual link, but this was 20, you can't see it, we'll get rid of it. I'll go find it again. It was October 27th of 2025. I said back on October 6th, which we did, we bought some Target here, all-time low valuation. It's down 44% year to date. We talked about activism here as well. That's October the 10th. We even tweeted out a chart of where we wound up buying this thing. It's 88 and change. I'm gonna get better quality of this and go find it for you, but it's October the 10th or the 27th. We looked at that for Target, and so it's nice to see that name is finally starting to work out a little bit for us there as the move continues on Target and Impossible. I think it was called Tom's Group or something Adara was mentioning. She stepped away for a second, but there's Target right there into 104, 105, a decent little looker. As a TQ still going higher, man, so I like that trade, and you're still in Nvidia.
Yeah, a little bit here, but again, definitely differently sized for sure. Like I said before, I'm waiting for it to pull back in, but again, not doing the same thing I was doing earlier. That's why it's it's holding a little bit against me.
There goes
right
Tesla.
now, but the market is pulling right back up into that 25.8. Wow, look at that rip up right there. That's a strong aggressive push there. So yeah, probably going to be getting out of this one right here. Where's the next trade? That's the question, man. And it seems like silver.
Oh, you went short Nvidia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Into VWAP right there, but yeah, we're getting a full-on reversion back to highs there. 192.28 is the day high, and it seems like we're making a beeline straight for that high as of right now. So,
do we want to short Tesla?
Oh man.
I mean, we just broke
I'm
through.
waiting for it to like break some sort of trend.
We just broke through on Tesla there. SIDU, some talk on that one, 330, 340 high, coming back in as well. Broke below VWAP, broke below 290, broke below 280. Starting to go lower right now on SIDU here, Sidious Space? No, not Space. Therapeutics, Sidious Space. Oh, I was right, okay. There, so yeah, again, in what we've got some votes for, over 1,400 votes, man. If you voted, also hit the like, make sure you do hit the subscribe. If we just got this many people to subscribe, maybe you guys are all subscribers, then we'd have been jamming right now. Yeah, I kind of knew space would win, but for me, it's more about looking at this uranium v quantum. Looks like there's more people a little excited about quantum than uranium right now, and the rest of us say, leave me alone right now. So I don't know why, so I'll show this. I don't know why, I said this to Ramin as well. I don't know what's happened with the, with our sort of moderator that's been taken over here with YouTube. Like that should not have blocked this. Take a look at AMD. No, it just says blocked by moderator all the time. It's only blocked, and see someone just unblocked that F-jet there. So I'll show you in a couple minutes there, Fabian, if you want to look. But anything that's a ticker right now seems to be, a lot of tickers are getting blocked for some reason. So we'll try to figure that out right here. Like that should not have been blocked. I can show you, Fabian, if you want to come see right now. But anyways, there's Sidious Space doing things as well. Good out on the TQs there as we get up to the 200 period moving average. So I'm going to take another piece out at 41s, which we just did. Watch out for Tesla, man. There's that break, 476.80. That was the break from Wednesday. So break that low right there and nowhere to go, man. Nowhere to go. Like right into here. And I guess now you're looking at this break, right? That's 475. Now 475, the possible area there. There's the break right there. We should have maybe gone short. So yeah, I think your Nvidia is maybe working out okay. I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Future's not doing too much.
It's holding pretty well here. But yeah, no, Tesla's definitely one I'm stalking right now. 475s incoming right now on Tesla, 475.81. So that's very, very interesting. Puking, right? With some well, I wouldn't say that is the volume is too sustained, but definitely a little bit of constant volume, just kind of just stepping in. When I see a chart like this, I'm just like, all right, it's very clear that there's a seller on board here on Tesla, and when that seller is done, I definitely want to be involved. I want to be watching the tape as well to see how that's looking like at the same time to be able to tell that distinct difference, right? How are you going to tell a distinct difference when you haven't seen what it looked like before, right? So that's another part of that. I guess, you know, the reversion trade. So we'll wait and see. Tesla's puking right now, man.
Yeah, I should have got short that. Today, $100 there for Target. I'll just type this out because my wife, thank you, Marisa, has found this tweet for me. So I'll just put this up here real quickly. There's an earthquake right now?
Ooh.
Where? In China? Is that what I just heard? Here's the play right here. So this is what we did. This was back on October the 6th. Bought some Target here at all-time low valuation. So we're talking about 88, 89 bucks right there, down 44% year to date on Target. We asked for people's thoughts. There's a couple people, yeah, for the long term, yes, so on and so forth. So we'll just like that. I'm surprised it didn't like that before. But there's Target right there. We did talk about it. And of course, today we see where Target is. It's a nice move. Wow, it's so stupid, man. Honestly, I don't even. Oh, Target now back down to 98. So yeah, nice move higher there and now back in. So it's only up 15 or 20% from that tweet. So it's not like it's a huge move, but the futures continue to go higher, Obi, while Tesla continues to go lower. My mistake, man. We should have shorted that bottom once we saw there was no bids. So now here's 475. Is this finally where we maybe take a long here and just try it for a little bit? I don't know. TSLA is also something that a lot of traders look at every single day, right? Including Joe over there as well. Being just a $21 name, there's more options to trade TSLA if you don't have the equity in your account. So TSLA is one of those things. You can trade it basically at half, I guess it's 5% the price, $21 against 400 and whatever. The price is right now, 475 on Tesla and going lower right now. So TSLA, a little bit more safety play there rather than TSLA. But that's it, yeah, 1036 right now. Thanks again for everything, guys. I mean, what you can do is make sure you put And again, I don't know what's going on, why we're getting, why all your symbols are being blocked, but what we do have is this little visualizer that Fabian built for us that shows you once you do put targets, or you put target in there, but you put in tickers into our chat, it will automatically tell us which ones right now you guys are most interested in. So obviously Tesla's there, Sidu, Nvidia, Silver, AMD, AMCI, Target, Oklo, Netflix, Broadcom, Micron, and Apple. So most of these names up today. We don't actually have Tesla's down, of course, but every other name you want us to look at seems to be up. Micron down slightly and Oklo down 5%. So Oklo and SMR, good names to look at on a day when the market's moving around, that is for sure. Here comes Tesla, man, breaking 475. Hi ho, it's off to work we go. And if you're shorting Tesla, you've made your day a little while ago.
Yeah, did you know we have, I think we have the options are coming in? On P-Pro?
No.
Like options trading.
Who told you that?
I mean, you know, there's some rumors going around as well. But yeah, no, I think it's
rumors denied.
Rumors denied.
No, the only reason we've been saying that, Obi, for 5-6 years.
Oh, of course,
right?
yeah, no, I think some.
I hope it gets activated.
Someone sent me this today, so I'm just like, okay, from the blotter. So it's like it's.
Yeah. I can send you.
Real.
Send you a lot.
So.
There's nothing to show you. It just says options.
It just says NCSA option.
It just says.
Yeah. Okay. I'll
okay,
in a second. Yeah. No, but yeah, no, that's definitely exciting stuff. Yeah, I know. Joe's definitely excited for that for sure. Let's see, more opportunity, more ways to extract from the market as well. So that's great news. Same time. So we're grinding this bid on Nvidia all the way back to 190. So yeah, the market reversion is definitely coming in very strong. Strong leg to the upside, strong leg to the downside, and then now a grinding leg. A little bit of a, you can see here, just chop as it continues back towards that day high, which is sitting at 192.28. Just now, there was some strong volume that came in. What was that? From a range of what's the low and the high? 191.87 to 192.02s. Some decent volume came in on that push there, so I'm just watching this. If the market continues to push higher as well and we revert this move, this leg to the downside, yeah, the probability of Nvidia breaking through that day high becomes so much higher as we continue to grind up to the upside here. So, but Tesla continues to sell off, man. 475s with a day or a low right now of 470, 473. So we did break that.
Yeah, we did. Here it goes again. There it goes again. Just broke the low again, Obi.
So I'm just waiting. That seller is relentless.
Me too. I'm trying to find. I mean, I haven't been doing anything for $3. Trying to find out $4. Trying to find out what this bid is going to hit, or when this bid is going to hit, and what exactly is hitting this ask right now, as it is being hit to the downside pretty aggressively. Yeah, so yeah, definitely getting taken to the woodshed there, as some people in the chat are noticing as well. At some point, it will get bought up. Nobody knows when. This is what a 30-minute chart looks like on Tesla. So, you know, the next sort of, we looked at 475, man. The next area down into here, 460 to 66 is 470. Maybe we start to get going now. It's looking pretty aggressive right now, potentially to the upside. Let's go over to Adara, and then we'll come back and we'll see what's up with Tesla then.
Because Tesla was just mentioned, we'll talk about the consumer durable sector first, because it is one of the weakest sectors here. TSLA, of course, dragging down this group. No clear news catalyst on it either. Consumer services, though, it's worth noting, is also really weak. Cruise line struggling here. RCL, WBD also down, as we do have, of course, that ongoing bidding war between Paramount, Skydance, and Netflix for Warner Brothers assets. Take a look here at some stronger sectors: health services, communications, commercial services, non-energy minerals doing quite well. We also have here tech. To start here with tech, because it's kind of a tale of two cities when it comes to these tech sectors. Electronic technology, incredibly strong with Nvidia, up 1.5% or more, as we do get news that they're going to be acquiring the assets of Grok, or Grok. It's an AI startup. Tech services, though, a completely other story. Palantir and Apple have been both to the downside. Meta, Google, and Microsoft, the three make sevens in this sector, all getting hit pretty hard, though. Netflix and ServiceNow both strong today. I also want to briefly mention here the financial services sector. This sector had an incredibly strong start to the week, led by Citigroup. Now, though, pulling back. So we send you back to Sean and Obi. Do make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content.
Thank you, Adara, for that one. All right, I went long Tesla, so let's see what winds up happening right here. We were trying to catch a little bit of a bottom there, so now we are in the money 70 cents. So far, so good here. I'm actually waiting at 38s. I don't know why. I may cancel that. If it's there it is. Yes, we get it. So nice move there, up to 38. So there it is, man. We are almost now back into the dollar club and almost made back everything we lost on this stock right here. But I don't think, we got out of half right there at 35s or 38, sorry. So let's just give it another shot here and see if we want to get back up to the upside. Generally speaking, you'd want to see this 21 period try to break. And right now it's not doing a whole heck of a lot, man. That was a nice little bump up there. And the reason why we finally got our first real sized green candle right there. So that's what sort of gave me the idea to maybe go back into this name. We were just waiting to see if there was going to be some buy side. So out of this whole move down, we just got the biggest candle volume-wise on this whole move down, and it was green. So I know we were the Grinch a couple days ago, but today we're going to see if we can give some of those presents back in the way of a long for Tesla right there. But it has took our money today. So there it goes, man. There it is. Now it's officially $1 as we get back into 4. I'm going to take a little bit out right now. 50, there we go. We can take a 60 fill, and there it goes. So now we'll see how high Tesla can fly. Not too bad so far.
Yeah, definitely. That bounce is coming in real nice there on Tesla. Yeah, 473.80s to 475. So yeah, I'm looking to get involved as well. Silver pulling right back in here. 68.80s were the highs right there, pulling back in at 68.40. So nice little steady trend. Let's see if it continues to hold structure and step up higher. That's what I have on watch when it comes to.
Come on, Tesla.
When it comes to silver there. Whoa, what's happening there?
That's Fabian's forehead.
Fabian's forehead, yeah.
Hope you use some moisturizer there, Fabian.
Oh boy. Market.
Ramin is ruthless, man.
So here, let's see if that comes in. Yeah.
Ramin's like, let me get into this man's pores. She's like, she's thinking about all that over there. See what kind of greasy food this man's been having. But no, thanks, Ramin. Doing the best, man. We talked about it with Ramin here. We get so many different looks and everything, and I think she'd be doing a great job. So shout out to Ramin and to Andre, who's in Brazil right now, enjoying the snow in Brazil. No, I just asked the wife what was going on with the snow outside. I don't know if anybody's been walking back there. I was trying to find out because we may not be going. You have videos, Ramin?
Videos of what?
Yeah, my wife sent the outside of our house was not looking very nice. Maybe I can get her to send an update. We showed the picture in the beginning. Maybe I can show another picture of the snow. And Ramin, be my guest. You may show those whenever you want to, the pictures on the stream about what's been going on. Because we do have, and if I go into the history, a somewhat of a, I got to go get that again, of a radar map, that weather map was approaching at noon.
Yeah, that's coming in, man. 2 o'clock.
It's supposed to be
That's
bad.
when we hit, was it?
What was that,
the
Fabian?
eye of the storm, but yeah, 2 o'clock seems like that's when the heaviest wave of that downfall is going to come in here on the day. So we'll see. We'll wait and see if it's as aggressive as as the map. I was going to say chart. I guess it is.
I'm the map.
Weather chart, weather map.
Map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map.
Swipe or no swiping?
Give me those shares. Here we go. Okay, here we go. So, Obi, now it looks a little different. There is a major, Neil is up around here somewhere in Barrie, right around there. But you can see right now the weather going this way. So let me push start. What we are trying to avoid, this is where we are located, of course, in Toronto, and we are trying to avoid major blue. So let's go here, go forward. Uh-oh. 12 o'clock, a problem. It looks like the storm is trying to go north a little bit, which would be nice. So it looks like we're going to get a little bit. Oh no! There we go. Oh no, 3 o'clock is not good. And then basically this afternoon.
Where does it end?
I don't know where it ends. This map only goes for so long over here.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not looking the greatest right now. Stay warm, stay inside if you are in the lovely T.O. All right, everywhere I go is a bull ride right there because there goes Tesla, guys. Hey ho, there it is, Obi.
Boom.
We're now Greensville on Tesla. It don't take long.
Great trade.
It don't take long. There goes Tesla, nice little bottom pick there. But we did try. And I am well known for revenge trading around here. That is for sure. But this time, not really, man. It still is a revenge trade, but it's about keeping your eyes on the prize. I don't think it was. We were in and out. We took a little bit of profit there. We took a little bit there too. We knew this was going to be a scalp trade until eventually we saw something, and now we have 7 straight up candles on Tesla. So nice trading there. And I still have more than half of this trade left. And now that I say that, let me get another piece out here at 40 like we do. And now we'll see if we can get back up. We're going to see this 50-period moving average at 478. But here we go. It is the peak of summer right now in Brazil, says Lyndon Meyer. Thank you so much for that one. It is, yeah, I'm just joking about the snow in Brazil, obviously. I don't think it really snows there at all, does it? The peak of summer in Brazil right now, 35 degrees Celsius. Now I'll pass on that, but there we go, man. Thank you so much for that one as we go. What's up, Adriana? These guys are billionaires at this point. You talk about me? Nah, trying to get there. Never lose on a trade. Well, then you have not been watching long enough. I just showed you. So today on IBIT, this is a loss on IBIT right there today. And the reason why I know that's sort of being sarcastic and everything like that, but I really take I one time turned down somebody, and I won't say the publication, basically messaged me, and they were doing a top 10 traders that were on the internet. And basically talked, I had a private, we had a Zoom or whatever. And basically at the end of the interview, the guy goes, you know, for this fee, I can put you higher on the list. And I just said, peace, you know, don't put me on the list at all. Because it's like, if you're actually gonna do a list of that kind of stuff, that's all good. But there's reasons why some of these jokers put up on YouTube and want to pay publications like this to get their name out there. It's because they cannot trade. They're looking to sell something. They're looking to do something other than trading. And they might have one or two bangers. That's fine. But what about the other 18 days that they're trading? You know, they'll show you these winners. I just made $100 million on a trade. Great. I bought Sidious at this level and I just made 50 grand. But honestly, those traders are few and far between. And when you do find them, they're probably not as genuine as, you know, we're being here on the show. It's not to say that there's not a lot of those traders out there, but the minute I heard him want me to pay to get more up on the list, I was like, I'd rather get it by merit rather than by funding, because like right now that's a $3.50 winner there on Tesla. We don't have to flash our P&Ls. The trade is in there. You had a great trade today, a couple great trades today as well. You know, take it for the trade and nothing else. Okay, Ramin, sorry about that little tangent there. Let's show the lovely, okay, here comes Sharif. He was probably just outside. Yeah, this is right outside our office. You could see a little, and this was an hour and a half ago. Okay, and this is
when you went to go grab tips?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Right now you can't even apparently look outside. That's how dramatic it is right there. Okay, there we go. So I guess I'm not going to the gym. Apparently it's crazy.
I would not. I would call in sick to the gym if I were you.
Yeah. That's probably every day for me, probably with that advice. It means like, oh, just call in sick today for the gym. You don't have to worry about it. But I might go try. Sharif, you think it's worth the trek 5 minutes? Is it that bad outside? Okay. All right, so Sharif is back in the building. Glad to have him back. There goes Tesla right now. It's $4 now in the money, back up to the upside as Tesla. Man, they went for a little jog there today, Obi. But there it goes. Caught the bottom there on TSLA. I'll count my billions of dollars a little later.
Yeah, definitely. There's a bit of a swipe coming in here into the market. The bid is definitely strong, and yeah, Tesla might be one of the reasons why, because yeah, it's all the way almost back at 480s, man. So what a beautiful reversion. Great catch on that one. But again, you had to try a couple of times, and that's
funny thing is we can go to the one in the condo.
What's that?
We have free gym access. Everybody here has free gym access.
No way, actually?
Yeah, you can go to the one in the condo. We pay the most out of any person in this condo. We pay the most condo fees, of course. Yeah. We have 20,000. We have 20,000 square feet here, at least.
Yeah. You're right.
I know that's not just, you know, my penthouse is a little bigger than that. I mean, the billions of dollars.
So easy then. Why do I need to walk for like 15, 20 minutes if I only want to use free weights and a bench? You know?
This is what I'm saying.
Yes.
So I like it, and they also have a pool here too.
Ooh.
But outdoor.
Okay, yeah. I haven't seen the outdoor.
Skating rink today. It's up top.
No.
Rooftop.
Rooftop?
Yeah, man.
Infinity pool?
I've seen it, but no, not Infinity. I don't think it's it's not Infinity pool. It's not Infinity pool.
Why are we not exercising these opportunities? I'm
trying to drop this knowledge to everybody.
What, 3 years late?
I mean, I'm definitely...
Shut up, Ramin.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm definitely taking...
Better late than never.
If that's real, I'm definitely taking up the gym.
I mean, if it's real.
No, it's... well, I gotta see. You know, technically, you know, I don't really work here. So, you know.
Okay, I don't... okay, you know what? I'll just whatever. You'll be Sean for every time you want to go up there, man. We literally know everybody that works.
Yeah, I know. I'm very familiar with the concierge as well.
That's the word I was looking for, concierge. Yeah. Yes. Okay, good. Thanks, Obi.
Great,
but anyways, yes. So if you guys want, I will confirm all of that for you. Like I'm attempting to confirm the options talk that you have as well. The request has gone into upper management about options right now. So we're going to wait to see if they and when they respond on that one. So
bit of a shake and bake happening here. Where we were up, we were down. Right here, so yeah, a little bit of a slowdown of price action. It was aggressive to the downside, aggressive to the upside. The prior 15-minute candle a little muted here as well on the NASDAQ, and it seems like ES might be wanting to sell off a little bit more. 192 still a little bit of trouble here on Nvidia. VWAP's all the way down at 191, what is that, 20s-ish? So we'll see if that can potentially come in, or maybe the bid comes in. I have no idea. But yeah, wow. Look, I'm looking at this Tesla, man, and absolutely beautiful.
It's nice.
Catching that move. That's a 100% playbook. It is overextended, and as soon as that seller is done, oh boy, that reversion is coming in quite nicely. I think we're doing about a 30% reversion. I'd be looking for a 50% reversion all the way up into 482s, 480s, above 480s at the very least, man. But we'll see. Market dependent as well. Market bounce came in with that Tesla move at the same time. We've been talking about SLV. Those of you who are very adamant in trading some of these commodities and precious metals, you can see the nice stair step that silver's been doing. That's absolutely beautiful as well. Sure, the range is kind of wide, but if you're using some of these prior structures, it's just like a little bit of a step happening here on silver at the same time. But yeah, let me know in the chat. What are you guys trading? What are you guys up to? And yeah, we don't have a what's for lunch session today, but
we know what's for lunch.
Might be coming.
Oh, if they're open? Yeah, we'll have to double check if what's for lunch, everybody, is Obi. Here we go. Today we do not have lunch from the caterers, but it is an American flag, and you know why?
Why is that?
Because cheeseburgers. You have, there's Cabanos here in Toronto. They have literally
we're marketing for them.
Literally famous for their cheeseburgers. Yeah, no, what the hell?
We're not sponsored.
We're not going there. We're you know, where's the sponsorship money? No. So we're gonna go try to check that out. If I'm not, I'm gonna go check out the weather. If I'm not here, well, I'll be back around noon. I don't know how hungry people will be. You haven't even had that yet, so maybe we'll order it around noon.
I had half of it.
Okay, maybe we'll order it a little bit later, or I'll just put Ramin in charge of it, and everybody orders whatever they want through that. Ramin. Okay, no, I don't mean like that. Use my Uber account if you want. It's fine. What? Oh God damn it!
Just give me your card.
That's right. I cannot give Ramin my credit card or my Uber account.
Why?
That would be why. That might be a little bit of a problem.
It to me.
Okay, fine. I will. I actually will give it to her. Dude. I will give it to her.
Blue Street's right here. She might go on a shopping spree, you know?
Yeah, she might. Well, it wouldn't be any different than what normally happens to my card anyways. But no, look, just
be... Twitter. You posted that you got a charcuterie board, and then on Wednesday, you were like, oh, why is there a $300 bill from Walmart?
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. She wanted to show me, we did have, my wife made this crazy, just a charcuterie board. There's nothing too crazy about it here. This is what she made this. This was great.
It's great, man.
Yeah, my parents came over. It was a nice little bit of prosciutto there. It's nothing too crazy. This is nothing too maddening, but this is what happens. I really like what Brian Shannon actually retweeted here. These are just little notes about trading. See, this is like, you saw me today. I respect other people's market opinions. You heard me as soon as I heard Obi hitting keys, I quickly exited some of my positions as well. I know my risk before I get into a trade. Like if you guys, I'm going to put this out here and shout out to my good friend Brian, who's been on the show obviously many times and will always be allowed back, obviously, as he continues. But such a good follow there, Brian Shannon at Alpha Trends there as well. There's something going on right now, and it is called Money Talks, and that is with, of course, Adara, who's been obviously pretty quiet today. There hasn't been a lot of news stories going through, but she did bring us the target, and now she's going to talk about everyone's favorite subject around here, that is money. So it's Money Talks with Adara.
Unfortunately, Sean, much like the lack of news, there isn't too much going on here in the US dollar either, as you might expect. But I do want to talk here about the weekly chart because we've been very much stuck in a range here the last 2 weeks in the US dollar. Low of around 97.8, high here around 98.7. So it's in a roughly 1 point range, more or less, here on that weekly chart for the DXY. No economic data today. Of course, we know on Wednesday, which was the last trading session we had, we did get some jobless claims data coming in a little bit lower, or sorry, higher than expected there for those jobless claims, or lower than expected claims, higher than expected continuing. So are kind of a mixed look there for those jobless claims print we had there on Wednesday, but no economic data, of course, today. I do want to talk here about the FOMC rate decision. I have the CME FedWatch tool right here on my screen. 17.7% of participants are still expecting that we're going to get that 25 basis point cut, but the overwhelming majority here, 82.5% of participants expecting that rates will be held steady. And it's worth noting, I mentioned this a little bit on Wednesday afternoon as well, but a lot of the comments we're getting from Fed members are basically suggesting that we're going to be getting a hold, at least for the next little while. Fed's Hammock saying that she's probably not comfortable cutting until the spring. And even the very dovish Fed's Myron said that if he votes for a cut, it'll likely be a 25 basis point cut as opposed to the 50 basis point cuts that he's been voting for the last 3 meetings. But again, we'll have to wait and see what happens here on January 28th, 2026. Back to you.
January 28th. Okay, so we have a date now in mind for that. Okay, just before we let you guys go, obviously, thank you so much, everybody watching. Thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you for hitting the subscribe button. Thank you for having a good time with us. Obi and I always have a great time. We'll be back at 2 p.m. All right, and then you're going to go over to, again, man, 2 amazing traders with Sharif and Joe sitting right here beside us. Adara is still going to stay back for the news. Ramin will be having a good time switching. That should be a lot of fun. And we want to thank everybody, and you stay with us. Yeah, if we have a camera, we can show our little back area there. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know if that's all set up or not. Ramin can give a big wave. She's been awesome today, as per usual. But yeah. So, just quickly, there it is. Oh, no, that's this view. They're in the back. Yeah, wave your hand, Ramin. They can probably see you. There you go. There's her waving right there, right just to the right of Joe's hand. And above Sharif's head is Ramin. There's Fabian as well. So, yeah, so we got a big show happening for you. And we're right over here somewhere. Yo, what's up, my guys? Right there. So we're happy. This is the trading setup that we have. There you go. This is the trading setup that we have. You saw all of our screens there. Obi, unfortunately, you don't have the 14 monitors that you have on the other side.
Oh, unfortunately.
I think you have 8, right? We already talked about that?
Yeah, 8 monitors.
8 monitors.
It's a good perspective because I like to watch a lot of things at the same time.
Really?
But, yeah, no. Yeah, I like to watch a lot of things.
All right.
It is what it is.
Yeah, all right. So, yeah, there's a lot of trading happening on 8 monitors, but the thing is that it's we've talked about this before. It's everybody to their own. Like
sometimes I take a basket that's like 10 stocks.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. So it's about what you're setting up doing. If you're looking at one stock, fine. But if you're looking for a bunch, and we did have a trader on before, and you do this too. I noticed with all the different setups. If you're going to go long the Qs, you might as well look to see what's happening with Apple, Meta, Google. 100%. Like if a lot of these trades or oil stocks, any sort of an ETF trading, anything like that. If you're looking at anything that is a either a levered product or a derivative or anything, you definitely want to look at what the underlying is doing, right?
Sometimes you'll find discrepancies in the underlying as well, especially if you watch them all the time. You're like, okay, NASDAQ and the ES are doing one thing, and then Tesla will be doing its own thing. Yep. We saw that today. And then there's going to be opportunity there. We saw Sean take something like that today. So it's just like, all right, there's so many different ways to kind of, trade like that. And sometimes when you have that perspective, then you actually see some of the distinct differences that are potentially happening. That's why I like the multiple screens for sure. But yeah, sometimes I'm not even using all of them. It's a very case-based scenario, right? So it's 11 o'clock, Sean.
It's 11 o'clock already. So okay, Obi, thank you so much, man. Great day. Nvidia, I traded IBIT, Nvidia, the Qs. IBIT, Nvidia, the Qs, and Tesla. Yep. For you today, just Nvidia?
Just Nvidia.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. We will be back. We'll see. We'll see if we go slipping and sliding outside on that ice. We'll see what that's like right there. Obi, always a pleasure, man.
Always.
Do me a favor, you're back at 2?
Of course.
All right, me and this man, back at 2 o'clock. But right now, 2 of the most handsome gentlemen that we have on set right now, besides Obi. Me, I'm just here. It is Sharif. It is Joe. It is the Midday Madness. We love it, and so do you. Ciao till 2.
Yeah. I'm really rich.
Did you like that again?
Thank you, Ram. Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And I know it's going to take a little bit of time for YouTube to wake up and bring everybody on over. It is, a holiday shortened week. But we already have Darwin, the OG trader, Nygaard's in the house. Shout out to Others Inc. I want to say Gold, Trading, Wizard, and Gorev. We got User. We got Andrew McVeigh. Timothy McVeigh? I mean, Andrew McVeigh.
Oh.
Omari, you don't even get that reference, do you?
I don't.
It's okay. We'll talk about it after. TX Badger. We got Wyatt. We got Oki. We got Sam4871. How about Uplift Markets? And I can't even read that. I tried. We got Fedora, Explorer, AC, CoinGeek, Mint, Cornetto, 1320 Wolf. We got, who else, man? The Master Cool. He's very cool. Tsunami Trader. We got T-Money. Who else? Smoke Tuna. We got Omar. We got Outlaw Trader and Wyatt, Andrew Chow, Lai Hong, and Roof Ninja. Shout out to TJ Morty. We're going to do one more, Joey. We're going to go Britt Brendan, 9737. Ram, good morning. Everybody, and good morning to you, brother.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. What's up, Mike P. DeRider? I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Not much to really get into because I've taken 0 trades on today's session. I'm just posted up, being patient, looking for some good opportunities. I was looking at the long here on TSLA, posted up at 2135 after this candle was printed, and it just kind of went my way, and I wasn't going to chase it. I should have got in at 2140s, but that shoulda, coulda, woulda. So we're just waiting. We're going to sit on our hands. We got Netflix continuing to climb a little bit higher, now up to 94.60. We like that look. Nvidia hanging around that 192 level. That's not too bad whatsoever. But the Nasdaq and the the Nasdaq and the SPY relatively cool here today. Silver putting in a new high of the day as well, up to $69. So not too bad of a look, guys. I don't got too much going on, and we're gonna reduce the size a little bit. Yesterday, Christmas festivities, and then sure enough, we're heading into the weekend. So with that being said, only prime time A++ setup. So with that, it's going to only be a couple of trades, right? So I'm going to be looking at some other names. RGTI starting to slowly curl over. Street brought me the quantum space this morning, selling aggressively, but now starting to rebound a little bit. Robinhood up to 120. We like that. And we were talking about SLV. These are the names that I got on my list today, guys. TQs, SPY, NVDA, Robinhood, Tesla, SLV, RGTI, and Netflix. A nice curl up here, guys, on NFLX. How does this look on the 5-minute time frame? Not too bad. A bunch of buying pressure within that first half hour within the open, and then sure enough, bang, you're continuing to climb a little bit higher there, guys. Why is it my position? Oh, it better not have. Oh, Sharif, if
your charts are stressing me out, bro.
Yeah,
some of them are white, some of them are black.
Dude, it does this every day.
Making me very anxious.
I'm telling you right now, every day I have to come in, I reset it, I do it all over again, and then I come back. Dude, this morning I'm like, what's going on? It doesn't show any of the pre-market information whatsoever. So yeah, this stuff is absolutely chaotic. I can't do anything about it, but just try to stay calm, cool, and collective. By the way, I'm swinging some Netflix right now. I'm in it long term, and I'm swinging some. My price is $93.44.
I hope you print up a store. You realize this, right? In every trade that you take, I want you to do well.
Yeah.
I honestly
I feel like a butt's coming.
No, there's no but. There's no but. I genuinely want you to do well.
Right?
Like,
yeah. Why would I? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to make that very clear. But here we go, guys. There's a whole lot moving, so let's get right down to it. Thank you, guys, for GSIT. The OG Bovin pointing that one out as well. FJet is going. So let's start top left-hand corner, UPC. This one was, I guess, doing well. It was halted up when I saw it. It was above 706. It pops up to 720. It is down halted now at 594. It's below VWAP, which is at 6 1/5, but it's above the 10 moving average, which is at 5 3/4. It's still up a little bit less than 40% on the day. Let's see how this one ends up trading once it's open. FJet. Nobody is going to be shocked by FJet. This was an IPO back from the 18th. It had a good couple of days. Specifically, I'm talking about the 22nd, of course, the 23rd, not so much the 24th bupkis. Today, I want to say it's decent. It's up 31 1/5. It's kind of putting in this gnarly looking bull flag, which does have lower highs and seems, for the moment, to have support in and around 16. There really hasn't been any closing prints south of 16. It is a bit spready. You need to account for that on FJET. So that one will be in focus. PAVS just rocketed up into the high of the day into 209. This looks really good. 32 1/4, 32, zigging, zagging. Essentially a 210 high with key area of support south of VWAP. south of the 10 EMA, but a very, very identifiable price action level. That level, of course, is $1.90. We haven't been below $1.90 since 9:50 this morning, and there it goes into the high of the day. More HODs on PAVS 215. This one's looking at setting up bull flag number 2 on volume. This current candle for the moment has over 200,000 shares. It keeps making higher highs every time I look at this. 216 now. PAVS in focus here in the world of small cap gappers. INHD is hot garbage, not setting up properly. We're probably going to remove that. These ones are inverse ETFs, right? So as Joey mentioned, quantum week today. So some of the inverse quantum ETFs like your QBTZ, RKLZ, etc., they're going to be up nicely. So if there is nothing for me to trade, we'll likely get into some inverse quantum names. But this one here, Ram, I couldn't understand why XPEV was up in the morning. I looked, I saw it on my watch list. It was up 3%. Now it's like 6 or something. Let me just quickly look over here. XPEV is 7 1/5. I don't know why it's running. I looked, I tried to find news on my blotter, I tried to find news in some of the EV publications that I follow. Bupkis. In any event, 2118 high, trading marginally below 21 at the moment, but generally defending that volume weighted average price, which is at 20.95. Some other technical levels of note, the volume weighted average price a little bit below that 20 3/4, but XPEV, obviously not a small cap gapper, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention. You know, it's got that small gapper high end price in the 20s, and then we'll see what this one does. But this one looks good. This is the one that Yannick brought to my attention. It's still not huge on volume, or is it? Let me just find out over here. No, it's not. It's about 2 million shares. Maybe I need to be a little bit more contextual, because it's going to be a slower day today, so maybe 1.96 million shares ain't all that bad. In any event, it seems to be respecting the higher lows, higher highs sort of setup. So I'd be more inclined to want to trade this as an upward channel, getting in near the low end of the range, wetting the beak towards the high end of the range there, and then, saving a piece always for that breakout trade above currently 7 1/4. We'll see where that range takes us. Last, but certainly not, well, maybe least, who knows. AMCI, this one was good to me for a short while on Friday, and then we couldn't punch out of it, and then we got in all sorts of trouble. So I'm going to be taking, if I trade this, underline that word. If I trade this, it's going to be a substantially smaller size, given the kind of networking issues we had with this one last time. In any event, it doesn't even look like it's the best of the bunch. 1193 high. It did test Friday's closing print, bounced off it aggressively off 9 1/3. That is where we closed out on Friday, and now we're kind of trading a little bit above the volume weighted average price, but below $11 for now. So those are the ones that are going to be in focus. We'll see if there's anything else that comes to my attention. Oh, there is. Oh, whoa. Here we go, Joey. We're going to take off INHD, the hot garbage, and we're going to put ASPC. It is halted up. ASPC, the #1 gapper in the market, at least for now, halted to the upside at 33.28, up 148% on the day, having done 2.53 million shares, which ain't all that bad for a $33 name on a day where we're likely not going to have that much volume. I haven't taken a look at this one to see what the spread is or how to trade it, at least for now. So we're going to keep an eye here, Joey Options, on ASPC. Looks like it's breaking out aggressively here midday.
All right, man. Nice stuff. All right, let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors here this morning. We're going to kick it off with materials leading the way. You're up 0.5%. The tech sector, 0.36%. The consumer staples relatively flat here, guys. And then the healthcare, small negative, just a little bit under 0.8%. Excuse me. Now for all the bottom three, the industrials 0.23, so we'll call it a quarter there. Energy sector 0.38, and then the consumer discretionary 0.42. So only a couple green. The tech sector hanging on there, guys. As you can see, market cap, you can see that Nvidia is still leading the way at 4.5 trillion. We have Apple at 4 trillion, Google at 3.8 trillion. Might beat out AAPL relatively soon, but they're both moving pretty good lately, guys. Microsoft, 3.6 trillion. Amazon starting to pick up a little steam as well, too, 2.4 trillion. So those are the big boys right there. We like them. And then as for the global markets, we have the VIX, VXN for the NASDAQ, and then VIX, obviously, for the S&P, and a couple other names there, guys. So that's what we got going on. As for the week, Everything is positive. So the Christmas rally coming into play here, into fruition, up 2% is the Qs. 2.2% or 0.2% is the SPY, and then we have the Dow Jones and the IWM. Now, as for the last month, guys, all of us hanging on, all of them, us, I don't know, Dow, NASDAQ, S&P, IWM, all green in the past month. You're grabbing a nice little return of 2% or less, guys, but nothing less than 1.5%. So what else do we got going on for today's session? You can see almost a double top being formed here on NVDA, guys. Keep an eye out for that 192.25 level and see what we got cooking over there. Machiavelli says you don't lose if you don't sell. Unfortunately, that's not the reality with options, my friend. Crazy. You lose if you hold on for too long, that's for sure. What was I just about to do, Sharif? I could tell you that is pull up the options chain and see what we got going on NVDA. If there's anything at that 192.5 strike price that's holding us up right there. And guys, there's 37,300 current open contracts with 307,000 traded on today's intraday session. I mean, we've already broke through a bunch of these levels, so keep an eye out on this strike price right here just in case it holds up. That's the most volume and the most transactions at that current at-the-money strike price, guys. Keep an eye out on that. RGTI still relatively cool. What has IBIT been up to? Full disclosure, I was telling Machiavelli, I got all out of my IBIT contracts. I had 6 of them. I sold 3 of them a while ago, and I sold my other 3 for a substantial loss. It is what it is. I give back the majority of what I made in that account this year and cut it in a bad fraction. It was not good whatsoever. But hey, we learn from those mistakes and we continuously move on. So there we go. Sorry, Machiavelli, had to, brother. IBIT still hovering around these lows, Sharif.
All right, man. ASPC. 35.31 high of day. It is dropping aggressively. Here comes $30. It's very spready, very spready. Right now it's $2 and some odd spread. You're going to have to be really careful with this because not only is it moving dollars and more than dollars, I want to say $2 at a time, but the spread on its own is going to get you in a lot of trouble. Right now it's tightening up a little bit, 75 pennies. I say that facetiously, 70 pennies now. But the point is, there's opportunity there, but there's for profit, of course. And then there's, I would say, equal, if not worse, more greater opportunity for loss, given that this one, you might have to get out of it quicker than you like, right? Just given the size and the way that it's moving. So up 140%, so it's going to have a lot of people's attention. Let me tell you that it feels like there is a buyer in and around 30. $30 was certainly an area of resistance earlier on since we lost it at 945 and we traded that way from 950 to the breakout candle 1105. So over an hour of $30 resistance. But there goes PAVS and we built a nice position into this one. We have 13s on, just took out 19s there, looking for 20s, 22s. Let's see if this one can take out the high of the day. The HOD is 20 on the dot. So looking for that seller at 19 to get out of the way. He's gone, and there's the 20 print. Looking for 22s now. There's 22, has to cross. There's 25. Good breakout here, guys, on PAVS, setting up at 28, setting up at 33. Let's set up at 38s as well for a price spike up into 40. There's 30. Looking for continuation here, 44%. Good strength, 3.5 million shares. I do have an order to defend too. I do like the breakout above 2. So in the same way that I was just saying $30 was a key area of technical resistance on ASPC, the same way that I feel that $2 could be an area of technical support, having been resistance on PAVS. So we're going to be looking at adding more into this one, but got enough for the moment. Back to ASPC, as this one is the #1 gapper in the market at the moment, to the tune of 134%, outdoing USPC as that one's dropped off markedly. But there goes PAVS again into 35. We're setting up now at 38s, looking for continuation into 50%. Have a bias here that the $0.50 will be a key area of technical resistance. Setting up at 38s. There's 38. Can it cross? Can't cross. So we won't get the print. And there it goes, Joey, into 43. We get all the prints there, all at one time here on PAVS. It's a rocket ship here, 50%. This one was 20-some-odd% when we got into it. Yeah. Good look, good continuation. Looking for a dip down to get more, Joey.
Dang, show them who's your daddy. Their daddy, Sharif.
No. I don't know. You're setting me up for mistakes.
No, I'm not. I'm saying show Pabs who their daddy is.
Oh, I got it. I thought you were asking me.
Big daddy.
What is Sharif even trading? The ticker's on your screen, brother. If you need me to help you read it out, I'd be more than happy to read it out for you.
P-A-V-S, Pabs. That's it.
I think he might have trouble reading.
Sure,
there,
wild. Yeah, I am a wild child, man. I was always told that. All right, yeah, I mean, guys, Sharif's crushing that over there on Pabs, bro. Exactly, KT for the win. Like, if you never, come on, man. I mean, it's right there on the screen. All right, no, in all seriousness, let's see what else we got going on here. You can see a little bit of selling pressure step back into this market. Double top on NVDA. We were talking about that not too long ago. And then, sure enough, we couldn't break and hold the volume-weighted average price. So very identical price action patterns being formed here on the T triple Qs and on the SPY. Same thing here in the Qs. So that's what I got my eyes on. A nice little pullback that we're experiencing here in Netflix. I don't know what's going on there. So you guys can see what I'm swinging right there. It just showing the full size. I tried getting it away, but it's nothing substantial whatsoever. But we'll rock and roll and see if we can cook up on this one. Tesla starting to get a nice little bounce. This was a really nice play. I think there's a lot of things correlating with it. I mentioned that I tried to post up at a better price, just at the lower end of the body of this candle, and then look for this move higher, but I wasn't fortunate enough to catch that fill. But I think there's a lot of things that are kind of just aligning right here. So you have an indecision print being formed, and Sean mentioned this not too long ago, is that this is the largest 1 minute volume print aside from the open. Right? So that's the second largest print, and then eventually the stock starts to turn around. But what you also have there correlating with the volume print is that a couple minutes later, literally, you have an indecision, a hammer candle being formed, something that Gore of Los Polios and a bunch of other traders are always consistently looking for. So this is volume price analysis 101. You have the stopping volume step in, and then sure enough, you get a breath in TSLA, and it starts to grind a little bit higher. I thought we were going to get a retest, but it was a steady bid to the top side, and I wasn't going to chase it, as I mentioned before. As for IBIT, continuous selling right here, $50.50 now down to $49.36. I'm really happy to get out of this for now. I still have my same size in my long-term account, but as from a swing perspective, I do believe that we're going to break through some of these key support levels at some point. If you go back to spot itself, to the actual underlying asset, you can see that on this day, November 21st, is going to be its largest volume print. You get a nice little rebound, but you're starting to really curl over here. If you continuously hold and then we get more indecision prints around the lows, maybe this bounce can be sustained, but right now, from what we're currently seeing, is consistent lower highs, all right? So that's not something positive. The support is holding up, so you're forming somewhat of a wedge, but keep an eye out on that just in case this wedge breaks and the volume really starts to pick up. It could get really dangerous and we could head into those higher 70s levels, all right, guys? So keep that in mind. One thing to note is also that as we're coming down, the volume is also stair-stepping down. So you're getting that divergence between price and actual volume as well, too. So, hey, if you have some participants step in and that new wave of participants stepping in, maybe you get a continued bounce. But I think a lot of people are fearful of the crypto space right now. Even though we typically say when there's blood in the streets, it's a good time to buy, I would slowly grab this stuff. Don't go all in at once. I talk about it all the time.
Joey, what's that kidding strikeout? Strikeout.io?
Yeah.
Thank you for that. So Egypt's playing South Africa right now in the AFCON, and we're winning 1-0, but we're a man down. We got somebody kicked out. 2 yellows. This Mohamed Hani guy. What a liability he is.
Mo Salah, is he playing?
He scored a penalty kick.
Ooh.
He played.
All right, man.
Yeah, no, it's Marmouche, bro. Marmouche is on fire right now. But yeah, we're gonna have to run that in the background, Joey. So we're gonna keep an eye out on this one. PAVS topping tail candle into 244, coming back down now into the mid-20s. Ram, is there something we can do about Streamlabs? Because it keeps blocking people's messages, and they're just like putting in tickers. They don't mean anything bad. Like they're putting in Micron, they're putting in whatever, and it just keeps blocking their messages. So I don't really think that that's the point of Streamlabs. So let me know if we can take a look at that, Ram or Fabian. But PAVS, we're keeping an eye here on this one. I'd like to look at defended 20. So I missed this one. So there was certainly, Ram, if you couldn't go to the chart, there was certainly definitely, Ram, chart. 20 penny area resistance, comes back into 20. I wasn't alive to that micro area of resistance, and now it's getting a nice pop back up into the mid-30s. But I don't know if we hold up here, given what we did with the 11:15 candle. it's a monster candle with like equal sized upper and lower wick. So I really don't know what to make of it. It's supposed to be a reversal candle. So look, it comes down into VWAP, which is right around my entry at 13s. We'll get in a little bit more, but I need to see a little bit more. Now, if it takes out the high of the day at 44s, given what it just did with that candle at 11:15, I'm gonna add into this one. Bakamadi, we are using a proprietary software that the firm here, the prop firm that we work at, has called P8. You really can't use it unless you're with the firm, of course, and if you live in the States, you can't be with P8 or with Real Trading, but if you're anywhere else in the world, you really can be. So check out realtrading.com if you guys are interested in that. But that's all I got. I'm keeping an eye here on GSIT as that one continues to trade higher towards the range. I don't mind this one all that much, but it's not coming back down into the lower end of the range, and I have a bias that this one is a bit of an upward channel, so if that's the case, then I can't be getting in at these highs. I have to get in more around that 690, 695 area, at worst $7, and then maybe DCA into the mid to low 90s. So that's GSIT there, keeping an eye on that one. XPEF continues to trend higher, and it's about 2 or 3 pennies now away from that high a day at 218. Now it looks like it's a penny or 2 away from that high. So XPEV, I don't know where this one goes, but it's got a great looking chart pattern. It's looking at breaking out from the top end of the range, the bull flag range. There it is, new high a day, 219s now on XPEV, but FJET also looking really good. A $16 buyer, in and around $16, still unshaken. You do have a few wicks that do lose 16, but for the most part, all the prints are above that level, and here's 17 with a 1748 high a day, so FJET very much in play. Now, having said that, we still technically are putting in lower highs from that 17.5 area high a day. So FJET will certainly be in focus for me if it sets up. Let's actually put that on a trading screen. Oh, we got it already. So what's the move here on FJET?
Bust it.
What's that?
I said bust the move.
Yeah, but bust the move. $17 got to clear, Joey, because it just popped into 17, rejects 17, coming back down a little bit now into the 1680s, high 80s that is. I don't quite have a read as to how to take the trade on FJET. If that's the case, then I need to watch it a little bit more, get a bit better of an idea. But here comes the 17 break, at least for now. 1706 showing up here on the bid. Good momentum, but not having cleared all that decisively. There it goes. 715 high, 23 high now. On its way to 48. 48 is the high of the day. 25 is now showing up on the ask. So good strength here. Good recovery off the volume weighted average price. I hope some traders took that $16 dip trade because that's money. Good on you guys if you did. Back to PAVS as this one's coming right back into VWAP. We're going to let this one come into that $2 area. We're going to get a little bit more if it comes into this because I'm barely holding any shares here. So if it wants to hold up here, take a nice little bounce off that 210, 2 high single digits. We'll get involved with this one, Joey. What do you got, my man?
All right, good stuff, man. I mean, we're getting into the 2-hour mark of the market being open today, and I don't have a single trade, nor am I liking anything that I have my eyes on. So, guys, I think it's important to know, like, again, I'm coming into the new year, man, a different beast, being more patient, waiting for those high-quality setups. And with that being said, it's not going to be that exciting right now. I mean, obviously, those days where we have guns a-blazing and we're having all this fun and stuff, but right now, I'm not seeing anything. Silver's got that channel that's continuously going to the top side. I'm just waiting for more data to be displayed for us to maybe find a definitive direction. I don't see that right now, so I'm not in any rush to get involved or anything. I remember you making some journals for your trades. I think what happened to that dropped. No, I do. I document my stuff all the time, and I'm still working on that thing, guys. In the new year, I'll bring that to you so everyone, you can just go trade by trade, something that I did for years. But now I just more or less just document the trade itself. It gives me enough data. But yeah, I'm always keeping my journals up to date. Sometimes I get a little lazy, but for the most part, I guess consistency is taking those breaks and then getting right back into it as soon as possible, right? So as for the TQs, guys, nothing really going on that I really like, nothing attractive. Let's head over to our scanner to see if we find anything. AAL at the top of the list. Okay, this isn't right. Let's get this volume set up. Yeah, Yeah, no,
Crazy.
it went alphabetical order. That's why. Yeah. So NVDA double top right here. SLV performing really well, guys. An additional channel going up to the top side. You're now heading right back into that $69 level. Tesla finding a nice rebound. You get that pullback. Let's see if it can run and test into the volume weighted average price. What has Bitmine immersion been up to? Oh my days.
Yeah. You don't even want to talk about that.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that one there. So FJet though, Starfighter. That one's moving up higher there.
You like that one, eh, Joey?
70. What do you got going on? I feel like you're ready to go. All right. When the voice gets up, I feel like you got something cooking up because I don't have anything right now. But I will bring you something regardless if it's a winner or a loser. I will put on a trade. I just want to find something solid and put probability in my favor. As for CLSK, not doing too much. What's Pfizer doing up there?
What's it up to?
No, nothing going on there. UiPath, IWM. Yeah, a lot of nothing for me personally on today's session. I'm glad the boys caught NVDA this morning. I'm glad Sharif got PAVs. That one's looking really nice. Netflix, what have you been up to? Ooh, getting that aggressive pullback right here, guys. So ASTS as well. Just running through the scanner, looking for names that have the most volume and any quality setups. We're going to head over to the lower time frame and get really deep into the detail of price action and see if we can find anything that we like. Micron, watch out for this tomfoolery over here, Sharif. Yeah, exactly. AL, we went over those. RGTI, found that base. Nothing that I like right now is that channel to the top side. So what you want to do is essentially find the lower end of this channel. I didn't even hear what you said. Find the lower end of the, pardon?
Said you found the base, right?
On the base. Oh, no, about that base. About that base.
My bad.
No, Jam. Nike, what have you been up to? How you doing? Not too good. So we'll keep an eye out on some of these names. Sharif, I'm just relaxing, man. I got a flight. Yo, listen. I got a 6:15 a.m. flight out of the city tomorrow. Woo. The snow, but it's usually pretty good with departures.
Yeah,
it's typically pretty.
You probably
good.
go through the de-icing.
Oh yeah, that's a mission.
Well, it's not even that bad.
It's not. It's just the line's pretty long.
Exactly.
But earlier the flight, the better, obviously.
And you're not even going to be too bad. Like, I think, well,
it ends at like 4 though, right? The snow
Fair.
ends approximately around 4.
Today?
Pearson's actually,
Okay.
Pearson's actually pretty good for cleaning up messes, to be honest.
Yeah,
with
well,
you.
we got experience.
Yeah, exactly. Aside from all the horrible airlines on the inside, Air Canada. I mean, the networking is pretty good. Yeah.
All right, here we go. We're adding again into this one. So I just added a little bit here on PAVS. We added at 11, scalped up all the way into 24s. I'm going to add again now that we've got another higher low. So prior bar low is, oh, come on. Prior bar low is, I think, 209, 208. We got in some at 216 there. Let's go ahead and set up some a little bit higher here. We'll look to take some scalps, but it really does feel like the FJet show at the moment now because FJET, new high day as I was speaking about PAVS. It's an 1820 high. 3 candle, 4 candle pullback now on the 1 candle pullback on the 5. I want to see what this one does with 17, right? We were talking about 16 being a key area of technical support. 17, I want to say yes, it got tested several times, but it wasn't able to break through it. So could be an area of technical support, formerly resistance. We'll see what this one does if it comes back down into 17. The current bar low still 34, so not quite there yet. What are we doing over here with PAVS? There we go, right back into 22s. Let's see if we can get 25s now, having added now a third time on PAVS. All the prints still holding generally above that 10 EMA, and the closing prints are holding above VWAP. And the wicks are holding above the 10 EMA. VWAP right now for the moment on PAVS because of the quick acceleration of the price action is above the 10 EMA on the 5. That typically isn't the case. Usually the 10 EMA is above VWAP, but when the price action develops super quick, it tends to go ahead of it. Yeah, it's still doing it, Fabian. Commodity King just put PD in the chat. Pardon me? Streamlabs. Yeah, there we go. All right, looking at PAVS over here, back into 24 it goes, looking for a continuation into 25. Seller here at 24s that we really can't shake for the moment, but it's higher lows on these candles, so I don't want to take it out here. I don't think that would be right. Let's go ahead up and set set up at 33s as well. If we get a nice price spike up, it's higher low, higher low, higher low on the current 3-candle setup now on PAVS, which makes me feel that this one could rocket back up. You never really know with these small gappers. You can get lured in and then have some trouble there. But let's take a look at FJAT because it looks like it's holding prior bar low 31, current bar low 36. Let's give this one the old call try. We're going to give it to current bar low. So we're going to go 17. We're going to go 17.29, and we'll give this one the old try over here. We're probably going to get stopped out, but we're going to give it a try anyway. We're going to post at 77s, and then we want to post up a little bit closer to the whole dollar at 18, and then we can put another quick beak wetter above that $18 area for a quick liquidity grab if we can get that one. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joey. What do you got on my man?
Nice, man. Machiavelli, hopefully all the best for your surgery. He's having knee surgery as well, too.
Hope he does well, man.
Yeah, man. Honestly, yeah, all the best to that. It's hopefully yours isn't as long as mine. Man. MCL meniscus. I think you should be all right. Oh, sorry, Adara. What do you got going on?
Oh, I didn't even hear her.
What we have going on, guys, here is crypto. Take a look here at this BTC in the 15-minute chart. Really nice bounce here off this low in the 15 minutes, as you can see, but a big drop basically off the market open, 9:30 a.m. We start dropping. According to the Kobasi letter, roughly $70 million worth of levered longs were liquidated, leading to this 3,000-point drop here, $3,000 drop for Bitcoin. So interesting look there for BTC. Let's take a look at the daily and then the weekly chart here for Bitcoin and Ethereum, because on the daily, we have that resistance around 95,000. Lately, there's been some resistance around 90,000 halves, but pretty choppy the last couple days. So what are we doing on the weekly chart for Bitcoin? I mean, the weekly, again, shows kind of similar to what we're seeing with the DXY. They have a range action on the weekly. Last 2 weeks, we've had that resistance at the aforementioned 90,500 area, but it is a little bit more inside trading this week on Bitcoin versus last week, slightly higher low. Ethereum, meanwhile, if we pull up Ethereum USD on this weekly chart, looking exactly the same, though, unlike Bitcoin, which actually had a pretty equal high here in the weekly. The last two highs were basically the same. Ethereum actually making a slightly lower high this week, though much like Bitcoin, higher low as well. So let's see if this range-bound trading in the weekly results higher or lower for Bitcoin and Ethereum, as we send you back to the Bash Brothers.
For that, Adara. Yeah, thank you, Commodity Kings, for pointing out RBLX. It is pretty strong here on today's session. I mean, there it is, a nice price action print. You can see a high of the day of around 82.14. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. I mean, if you're looking for the continuation, be patient, wait for that pullback. If you head over to the lower time frames, you can see that we're really running into liquidity issues here. So the spread is probably going to be a little bit wider on RBLX. But as for the 5-minute time frame, you're looking pretty good. So rock and roll and wish the best for you, obviously, Machiavelli. As for everything else, guys, we ran through our scanner. No point in me going through the small cap scanner because that Sharif World, even though we might trade it, mine isn't set up too bad. Pardon me?
Jump on board, baby.
Yeah, I know. I like them.
I know you do, yeah.
One thing that I really like about them, can I say, is just the momentum at random times. Right? Like outside of when you're trading the bigger boys or the overall market, the momentum really steps in aside from catalyst within that first 45 minutes of the day. These things can get rocking and rolling at any given moment, which I think is pretty cool.
I could be wrong completely about this, but I still feel there's a bit more edge in small cap gappers because it's not as played into as the Mag 7.
There's not that many participants.
And there's like everybody and their mother's algo, and all the heavy hitters are maneuvering in those names, and I feel like it gets to be a big
and that's what I talked about in Blue Ocean. I like the overnight trading. I like Blue Ocean.
Agreed.
That's what I really like about Blue Ocean and these names is that less participants. We talk about volume going into 24 hours. Well, I think it's actually pretty good because there's not going to be your heavy institutions being involved. More or less the retail guys in the Blue Ocean world. So you have big players obviously stepping in, but just less opinions helps cleaner price action within the name.
Well said, Joey. We're going to give FJet the old college try over here. Let's go ahead and wait. What did we get in? We got 17s on there, okay. Let's go ahead and post some beak wetters at key levels. All right, we already got a print there. Let's go see if we can post some more. I'm giving it to current bar low, okay. So if it's going to have to hold generally the 1688, which is current bar low, we'll see what this one does, okay? So we're going to give this one the old college try, waiting next at 35s, stopped out 1688. But this one continues to print, man. PAVS, we added again in 16s, as you can see on the screen. I just took it out there at 33s. I still have an order above 40s to go for this one, but not quite yet for the print, that is, on PAVS. But I do want to mention another. It's not just the FJet and PAVS show, but MDLN. Look, it's not up a lot. It's only up 1.85, but it's got a good looking chart pattern, and it seems to have a lot of support at 45. This was a flat top break. It was an ascending wedge pattern into 45 with 45 area resistance, and it rocketed through there all the way up into 45.39. Let's see what this one has to offer. I'm not going to jump into it quite yet, but there does seem to be support at 45. It's showing 45.05 right now on the bid, 45.10 on the ask. Let's see what that one does. I just got stopped out of FJet for the second time. This one is definitely not holding trend in the way that I like. So 3 lower highs in a row now on FJET. So one more try on this one. And if I go 0 for 3 on it, we're going to have to basically take it off the side chart. So FJet looking for continuation on this bad, but I think I'm giving it not enough room here, but I'm give this a try. We'll give this a try. FJET. Yeah, I like this over here. More. We're going to give it another try, Joey. We're going to give it a little bit lower over here. So let's go just, oops. We're just going to go like this, and then we're going to see exactly if we can kind of hold up in and around there. The other thing that I want to point out is Bovin, BHVN, not the person in the chat, but the ticker. Apparently he's moving, and the best part is the actual person, Bovin, themselves told me that it was moving. This is a really good looking chart here, Bovin. Yes, taking out pre-market highs into the high of the day. BHVN goes. It is up about 3%, which is not that much, but it's got a good looking chart pattern. So if we can kind of take it off key levels, that would be just aces for me. So we're going to keep tabs on that. Just back to FJet over here to see how we're doing. We're back 1706 on that one. Haven't put any profit takers, so let's layer some orders here into the high. We're looking for a move into 33s. And then I don't want to take out too much, right? Like if this is going to run, I want to be able to take out some at higher levels. So we've got some good shares here on FJet, looking for continuation into the high. Joe, show them what you got, my man.
All right, my boy. So there we are, 94.20s. I like this indecision print there on NFLX. Let's see if we can catch a fill. I'm at the lower end of the range. If we fail to break this high, then it might not be a good opportunity or a good setup. This is where I'm going to get out 94.10, so literally only 10 cents worth of risk at this point. And if it heads in towards the volume weighted average price, we'll just get out of the trade. Well, we will be out of it by the time it gets there. So 94.10 is that level that I'm looking for. Need a 10-cent pullback right now. You can see that we're slowly starting to form these lower highs, but I do like our opportunity due to the fact that it was strong this morning and essentially going opposite the overall market. So we're going to look for the continuation and strength. I really see this is the thing with the TQs. We were kind of just talking about it, and Sean mentioned, and I mentioned it time and time again, is that you have such a major push and pull factor within this vehicle that, and what I'm referring to here is that you'll have Apple going one way, you have Nvidia going the other way, you have Google going this way, and it's just a really big push and pull. And eventually what I'm getting at is just, it's best when everything is correlated to trade this vehicle. What I've noticed over time is that it puts in a lot of false signals. You can have Apple climbing higher and continuously grinding, and then it'll put an inverted hammer candle at an extreme high, but then moments later it'll just blow past it, right? So it's good to keep an eye out on the Mag 7. We just went over some of the largest market capitalization names, so it's good to keep an eye on them, especially when you're trading the SPY or the TQs. SPY, you want to keep an eye on XLF. What has it been doing lately? Because I'm sitting on a little bit of cash in the long term, and I really like what the banks are doing. I might just go single stock here, and that's going to be JP Morgan. What are we trading at here today? 327, not too bad, right? I really like this name as it put in a new all-time high this morning, actually, at $330.50. You're getting a little bit of a rebound off of this. Is it a good chase all the way up here? I mean, if you start relatively small, go 20%, it pulls back, back. I just don't see JPM, unless something detrimental happens to the banks, I don't see us breaking past that 290 or even 275. I think some negative catalysts would have to step in order for us to get back to those levels. I could be totally wrong, maybe a little bit of frothy, but also a decent dividend here. $1.50, sign me up. I really like this name. I'm liking the banks for the foreseeable future, and I mentioned before, there's so many trades to be had in the market. You don't necessarily have to be hyper-focused on something that has a GPU with cloud computing, et cetera, et cetera. There's plenty of other good names, and I'm going to start it off with the financials, one of the strongest sectors in the overall market, one of the largest as well, too. So I like that aside from tech. So, Joseph, SoFi and Coin are my bank plays. You like SoFi and Coin. I like that. Ozan is accepting donations. So am I, brother. So I don't know. Thank you for that. I mean, if we want to donate to each other, I don't know how that would work out. But commercial exposure, Jamie, bad side. Yeah, that's totally understandable. How about Goldman Sachs? Yeah, I like Goldman Sachs. A lot of these names across the board. Let's head over to Goldman Sachs daily setup here and see what we got going on. Like, again, new all-time high. Oh, sorry, that happened last week, a couple weeks ago. But anyways, you're right around that neck of the woods. A big-time consolidated breakout here in Goldman Sachs and continuing on its grind higher. So I think sticking with the financials could be a solid play for 2026.
All right, Joey. PAVS continues to hang out at highs. I did get into an MDLN trade over here. I'm looking for a 45 hold and a move back into that level. Into the high of the day. The high of the day is 45.39. But Bovin bringing to my attention that GSIT just made a new high a day, and here it is. So it looks like it's breaking away from the range. But it's still kind of holding the uptrend. It's just not making moves down into the lower trend line over here, which seems to be a little bit above the the volume weighted average price. It looks like the bottom end of the range is going to be 7 on the dot, but it's been hanging out a lot closer to the highs than it has been for the lows. It's up almost 21% on the day. GSIT looks to be a strong trade. We're going to have to keep an eye out on this one. I'd like to pick up something a little bit closer to 7 if that is possible. We'll have to see if that ends up coming in or what the situation is. I'm going to set up an alert for this one. So if it does come into that, I'm going to put 710 just so that I can have advance notice of a move into it. Now, FJet continues to bamboozle me a little bit here. We've got 65s on, it's showing me 49s. It still hasn't broken down below my level, so I'm going to continue to hold this one. It seems like it's finding a little bit of support, but I think maybe I'm seeing what I want to see here. MDLN, it's a 4-candle pullback into a technical area of support, which is 45, and that is holding. The problem is the spread is opening up a little bit on MDLN now. It was tighter, around 5 pennies. Now it seems to be about 7 or so. So opening up a little bit here on the 5-minute chart. FJet continues to drop into about 16 and a quarter, so we're going to have to keep an eye out on this one. What a move down from 18.20. Let's see if it holds up at the volume weighted average price, which is right at that $16 area, of course. So let's see if we can get that area, and then we're going to hold for a move down below. Well, we're going to stop out if it loses VWAP, but we're going to hold it into the volume weighted average price. PAVS seems to be getting selling at around 35, despite the fact that the candle setup right now is higher highs and higher lows. This seems like an inverse hammer candle forming right now. So topping tail candle coming down into the $0.25. I've got 16s on, so we'll see what this one ends up doing. But those are the 3 that I'm looking at, Joey, with GSIT. Certainly one of interest to me, but I got to get a little bit closer into that $7 area.
All right, brother. So there we go. We get a couple opportunities. It's starting to pull back a little bit here, guys. So we're going to wait for that 94.20 level. Could be a little bit of a mistake. Why? Because you can see at that pivot at 94.15, if we breach that, then the stop is most likely going to get hit, get a small volatility spike to the downside. So what is our next move? If we get that fill at 94.20 and we get stopped out at 94.10, well, right at $94 flat, I'm going to be looking for indecisions. Why? Because that's right around the volume weighted average price. One thing or the other is going to happen. We have Netflix positive 0.7% here this morning. So I'm going to be keeping an eye out on this. I would love to catch this fill. You can see it bounce into that level on multiple occasions, but not quite the bid hitting that. We had the bid at 94.21s, but not quite at 94.20. I don't want anything other than that price that I'm posted up at, so I'm going to be patient there. So this is really important to know, guys. Chasing is really, really bad. Make sure you get in on those marketable limits, etc., and not just chase price, because what happens is that that you're now skewing your risk to reward ratio, and we don't want to do that. We want to put everything in our possible favor, all right? Feels like everything is mid-range at the moment, says Chavo. No clear ops. This is risk money on. That is, yeah, I agree with you, right? So that's why I'm being patient, waiting for some solid opportunities. It's almost noon, and I haven't taken a single trade today. Okay, so that's why I'm just going to be patient and going to stick to that narrative regardless, because new year, I'm not going with that, be a new year, new me. We're not doing that here. But what has some of the other names been up to? I got my eyes on Robinhood, RBLX, still moving half decently today. And who else do we got? Let's head right back to our scanner and see a couple of the names here. We're in Shreve small cap land right now. Let's get this volume here. Have you looked at, what is this YYGH? Have you seen that? Did that pop up on your scanner today?
YYGH?
Yeah. It
Look.
has 46 million shares traded today.
It's a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't look the cleanest. I was just asking if it was on yours, right?
I didn't see it actually, Joe.
Yeah, okay, so then we got DVLT as well, guys, up on our scanner Zeta. I like that. Or how do the Americans, Zeta, right? The Americans are Z? Or,
Yeah.
Zeta. So how is it, okay, Xena, the Princess Warrior, makes a little bit of sense. Okay, I understand that now. What else do we got? GSIT, not doing too much. Oh, okay, nice little move here, guys. So you get that move from $6 all the way up to $7.24. Not too bad whatsoever. Let's head over to the 1 minute time frame. What do we need? 2 5-minute time frames. A lot of 5-letter tickers. You got to watch out for those names with the exception of Google. I'm not a big 5-letter ticker guy. As soon as that pops up, I'm like, ooh, okay, I'm a little cautious about that. Okay, I see what you're doing there, Stacy. Be appropriate. All right, but I'm obviously joking. 94.30s. We got that pull back into 94.21. We didn't catch that fill at 94.20s, but we're still going to be patient, sit on our hands. UNH. Yeah, let's take a look at UNH here. How's that name been performing as of late? Not too bad. Up to $330. Let's head over to the daily on UNH and see what we got. A nice recovery off the lows, right? Like we were at $236, a lot of sideways price action, but you get 40% off of that specific level. We don't really want to zoom out from the daily and see where we got going on, considering you're still down 50%, even though we just zoomed out from the daily and gave you that percentage metric. But at the end of the day, I'm patient. I'm sitting on my hands, waiting for either the NASDAQ or another opportunity to fall in my lap to the point where I say I have to take that trade, and I'm not seeing that right now.
All right, guys, stopped out of FJet on this one. It did lose VWAP, but it does look like it is moving back above the volume-weighted average price. I'm 0 for 3 on it, so we're going to have to give this one up and try something a little bit different. But thankfully, we've got MDLN in focus, now putting in higher lows. It does seem to be a seller, though, at 45.10. Every time we move up into that 10 area, there's aggressive selling. So looking for continuation on that guy. And to take out some orders here, I've got 14s on, 19s, 23s, but we got to shake the seller at 10s and obviously a hidden seller as there's really nothing posted on the gateway on this one to kind of keep us down. So we'll see if we can get rid of that 10 seller and move on up and maybe take some in the 20s there or so. Well, what are you guys looking at? TT Mass saying he's looking at VEEA. Let's have a look at that one. There's very little volume there, brother, about 278,000 shares on this one. That's certainly not for me. I'm going to have to forego that one. But MDLN just took out the 10 seller, and there it goes into 18. So we get a nice print there on this bad boy. Looking for continuation still. There it goes into 25s. Good breakout now on MDLN. Let's see if we can get a little bit more here. The bid-ask spread is still wide. So 25 on the bid, 25 on the ask, 11 on the bid. So you're not getting the follow-through on both sides of level 2. We'll see if this one can kind of pop up, take out some more orders on this bad boy here. We're still holding some shareage. We're looking for a little bit more. How's PAVS coming? All right, well, that one just dropped down into our entry, which is the volume weighted average price, and that won't be the trade for me, so we'll flatten that one out and see what else we can do here with MDLN. That one's still trading near the highs. There's 22s again showing up. Nice move up on this one. Have we gotten any prints there yet? No. Funny enough, we're waiting at 23s. It's showing 23 now on the level 2, but it's got to cross. So we'll have to pack the patience on this one. But good recovery on MDLN, looking for a little bit more over here to get us out of some of the trouble that we got into with FJet. And FJet, by the way, is all sorts of weak. It is really dropping aggressively over here. So be on the lookout for that. FJET really losing it to the downside. We're going to wet the beak some more over here on this one, and that is a good look there. I'm seeing you guys punching in some stocks there on the side. So let me just take out some over here. And to look at those bad boys that you guys were mentioning, let's bring in the side chart. There's that trade Bovin we were telling you about. Jamlocky saying PCLA. Let's have a look at PCLA. Not a bad look at all. You know, sub $1, trading at around 39 pennies right now. It's a good kind of bull flag looking pattern, but problem is it's trading below the volume weighted average price, and it has a whole bunch of highs that we have to get through in order to really get the trend back in focus. What's this one up on the day? Okay, 72%. Not bad, not bad at all. This one closed out Friday at about 20, or not Friday, excuse me, Wednesday at about 23 pennies. I'm gonna keep an eye on that one. I think I'll take RKLZ off and we'll put PCLA. Thanks for that, Jamlocky. We'll take off something there on the side. PCLA, put that one there. Tsunami Trader saying NCL. Let me have a look at NCL. Yeah, all these sub $1 names, hey, if they're gonna be the bunch that are going today, we'll have to trade them begrudgingly, but 40 penny-ish high, looks like 40.5 pennies. Let me just throw this on the side so that it updates. NCL. This one has done about 94 million and a third shares, and it's looking really good, really getting a big move up here, 1145. That candle took out VWAP, and now we are knocking on the door of that pre-market high, the high that we got into at about 5:10 a.m. That one was 40 2/3 pennies. There it goes, 41 penny high now on NCL. So good continuation on this one, guys. Keep your eye out on NCL and some of these other sub $1 names that we just mentioned. BHVN could be one, PCLA could be another. So that's what I'm looking at. I feel like there's stronger momentum in those guys than there is in some of the others that we've been trading today, Joe. So we're gonna look at some of these sub $1 names, NCL and PCLA, guys. We'll keep an eye on both of those.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, Scott, I'm waiting for it to kind of just head over to the volume weighted average price. I'm in the first trade of the day here. Nice. We grabbed a couple of pennies. We posted up. We waited for that level. You guys seen how long ago I posted that level? And I'm like, I don't want any other price than when I'm at right now. So let's see if this is gonna work out for us here. Tesla, Scott, this is what I'm thinking, right? Considering, look at the volume to the downside. Quite substantial and consistent, but then look at the volume as we're starting to take this breath in the underlying here, right? Really starting to stair step down. I don't know if I can draw. Can I draw a thing? Oh, okay, that's cool. So there it is in the volume, right? So nice and steady as we're accelerating to the downside. Converging, but now as we're starting to climb a little bit higher back into VWAP, it's really starting to diverge from price. So you're getting that inverse kind of move right here. I would wait for it to run into the volume weighted average price, see how it reacts around that specific zone. And if it slowly starts to turtle shell and curl over, then by all means, maybe you can rock and roll, take an additional short. But right now, Tesla's in no man's land, and I don't want to find a stock that's in no man's land. I just get chopped up like no tomorrow. Chop suey. So yeah, I mean, there it is, guys. Couple pennies, ITM on NFLX. Really important to wait for those levels to come into play. Katina Man's really good at that. Coming back in, ideal target, a 2-to-1 would put us at 2-to-1 would put us at 30s. We're gonna have to be fortunate because this downtrend is still looking like it's in play right now. Until this breaks and we have a 1-minute candle sit on the backside of this trend, we might be in a little bit of trouble. Once this pivot breaks, that's gonna be at 94.13. We'll be 7 cents OTM at that point. I have a strong hunch that it's gonna head into this 94.10 level, and that's when I'm at a dodge, waiting for the exact same thing in which Tesla I'm thinking about here. Run into VWAP, slowly curl over, run into VWAP, maybe potentially bounce here in NFLX, considering it was going opposite the overall market. A nice, strong, clean flush at the ass, though, so there is a little bit of buyers being engaged. And why did I start swinging NFLX, you may ask? All right, well, let's head over to the daily. It's pretty simple, really. I mean, there's a lot of buying pressure. Let me get rid of some of these. I don't know what this stuff does, man. This is giving me anxiety too, Sharif. I don't know.
Joey?
There's just so much going on here that I didn't ask for any of this here. I tried removing it. It's giving me this. Yeah. Well, that's how many shares I currently have right now. I told everybody that on which I'm swinging, but I can't remove it.
Those off,
I tried.
No?
It's like show. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the updates here, but this is essentially what I've got going on. If only I could show you guys without that, is that we started to form this base with multiple indecision prints off of the lows. All right, so that's essentially what I'm making this trade off of. My averages, you can see it right here, 93.44. As soon as we break 91s, I'm out of dodge. I want no part of this trade whatsoever because I'm looking for that balance with a relatively tight stop. All right, guys, we're still down. We'll go from the peak to the trough here, approximately 30%. I think we're due for a bounce in NFLX, but if it's extremely weak, the bleeding might continue.
All right, guys, PAVS, we're back in this one. This one's got an aggressive seller at 30s. Now, I want you to be careful because it is putting in lower highs, but the seller at 30 is quite identifiable, and it's obviously a hidden seller here because we've been hanging out at 30s for quite some time and no continuation above it. Why I say be careful with the lower highs, if you're looking at the prior area high, I would submit to you it's the 1140 candle, right? And the high of which is 37s. And then you're looking at lower highs, subsequent candle there, the high is about 33. After that, it's now then we get into the 30 seller. And as you can see, we're zigging and zagging here. We can't clear the 30 penny level. Right back into 30 we go. Only 27 lots posted. And then 28 now with 12 below it. So clearly a hidden seller coming in at 30 pennies. Whether or not we're able to shake them, well, we're above technical areas. We're above VWAP. We're above the 10 EMA. But it really will depend on whether there's more buying than selling at this particular level on this day. Who really knows, right? So I'm going to pack my patience, looking for continuation above that 30 penny area, but very alive to the 30 seller. MDLN as well continues to put in higher lows. This one has been quite respectful of trend for the higher lows, but it's also had a lot of trouble with the lower highs. So if you're looking at the 1120 candle, that's the high of the day, and then you're looking at subsequent high, that's the 1145 candle, and they're all lower highs there. So be on the lookout for that. PAVS dropping back down into 27s, 28s. So for the moment, the 30 seller winning out. We need to be careful with this guy as an aggressive sell order could come in and wipe out a bunch of prints to the downside over here. I'm only a penny in the money on this one now, having gotten in at 24. So I need to be careful with this one and not overstay my welcome too much over here. So we'll take out some and we'll see what we can get on this bad boy. I also want to get back into MDLN, man. I think if I give it to prior bar low, that'd be reasonable. So prior bar low is 45.05. If we can get in here at 10s, let's see if we can. Let's see if I can get a mid print there. I did get the mid print. Good. So we can post up a little bit higher. And then I'll just give it to prior bar low. That way I'm not caught offside with this one. And as I mentioned, 45.05. So we'll go 45.04 and nothing more than that. Nothing less than that, I should say. And yeah, that's what we'll punch in there. So give us a little bit of support. I forgot to mention NCL. That's that Northand Corp NCL that you guys brought me not long ago. Bring that one in. This is looking real good from the 5-minute chart, I should say. Nice breakout there, and now you've taken out the pre-market high. You're dropping back down a little bit now into that 40 penny area. For the most part, you're defending 40 pennies, but we haven't closed out this candle yet. Closing print or the current price is above 40 pennies, but it did dip down to about 39, tested that. I don't know how I'd work into this. Let's take a little bit more of a look over here. Well, my first inclination is to say 39, 40 pennies, just because that's the pre-market high and the breakout spot. You never really know. Prior bar high, about 38, high 37s. There's a breakout level in and around that as well. I don't know, I need to see a little bit more on NCL, especially with the bamboozling price action that these sub $1 names typically exhibit, but we'll see what we can get on that one. MDLN, we're in at 12s, it's showing 15s, we're waiting at 17s, looking for a continuation up. It's still holding prior bar low. It hasn't taken out prior bar high, so we're in a state of indecision right now on MDLN. Decent day for it, it's not up big or anything, 2%, barely. All right, let's go back now to PAVS because we're back into that 30 penny level again. And again, we're not printing anything above 30 pennies. And you can always, audit that, whether or not we've had anything above 30 just by looking at the level 2. All right, I'm seeing that GSIT has dipped in aggressively to 7. So this could be an entry point now that we mentioned earlier on GSIT, which trades on the NQ. Let me just have a look at that. There it is, in the $7. Now, this is the low end of the range. I'm going to get in here, and I'm not really going to give it much, okay? We're going to go in, and we're going to give it a little bit below $7. So we'll go $6.94, and we'll give it to in and around that area. If it pops up, great. If it doesn't, we'll stop out. So we got in at 05s. We'll take some out there at 11s. Back to MDLN, as this one is continuing to put in higher lows and higher highs. 17 now on the ask. Alas, we still haven't printed anything on this one because of the spread. So we'll have to pack the patience there, Joey, but looking for continuation on MDLN.
All right, good stuff, man. We tapped into 94.30s and then aggressively met by some defense here. So someone just smashing the bid to the downside. You ran right into 94.30. Boom, instant flush to the instant flush to the downside. So there's some heavy defense going on currently right now. So until that seller is lifted, we're going to be probably just stuck in the abyss. So would you just say it? Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, so let's send it over. Bang, Obi's clapping.
Obi's getting lit.
He's getting lit. All right. Speaking of lit.
I like it. I like it very much.
Let's head over to Adair. Well, Adair's not lit, but let's head over to Adair and see what she's got. Yeah, well, she's lit in that context. That's good.
Yeah, I don't plan, bro.
Thanking our sponsors. We're going to take a moment to shout out our friends at Origenics, OGEN, because concussions demand fast solutions, and NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and not invasively. How can you learn more? Schedule a meeting today. Thank you to Origenics, and also thank you to some interesting action here, I guess, for the last week of this trading session, this holiday shortened trading session here on the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Interesting patterns of lower highs and higher lows, but we might look to break that with regards to these higher lows on the 15-minute right now on the NASDAQ. Right now, just picking a slightly higher low off this 623.74 level. So interesting levels coming into play for the market. I do have to talk about one of the biggest catalysts of the day, certainly heading into the morning. Nvidia looking very much like the market with these kind of wedge-like pattern, getting $275 price target maintained by no less than 3 analysts after the company does strike a deal here with Grok. G-R-O-Q is the spelling of this, so it's not Grok from Elon Musk. But this AI startup Grok here is going to be getting this asset deal with Nvidia. Nvidia will also be taking some executives from the company, so interesting look for them. TGT also had a really interesting look, as you can see, spiking all the way up to 103 before pulling back quite considerably after Financial Times reports that an activist investor by the name of Tom's Capital Investment Management is apparently building a stake in TGT. So quite a few tickers to look at today. In addition to Nvidia, AMD, Micron, SanDisk, some other plays in the semiconductor and memory space are definitely going to be on watch. But you know what else is on watch? The Midday Show. Let's go right back to Sharif and Joe.
All right, man. There goes MDLN. Oh, my goodness. The breakout is on. It's a 50 penny 50 penny high. We're waiting at 48s, man. Just cross and give me the frickin' print already. My goodness. Back into 40s it goes. So MDLN, big breakout candle now off that 10 EMA on the 5. I literally have the low of this candle, and more pleased I could not be, okay? What a move up here for MDLN. We took the breakout on this one. It wasn't really up much on the day, so it was already a risk to take it because it wouldn't be on everybody's radar, but it's paying, and I'm looking for more here on it. So let's pack the patience. Anything below my entry ends the day. Ends the trade, I should say, not the day. Also, looking for continuation. Where is it? On GSIT. We have the bottom wick right now. So we have 705. It's showing me 720s. I've wet the beak. Now I'm waiting at 33s. Keep your eye here on GSIT. I have a bias that this one is still trading within range. If it continues to trade within the range, I'm going to continue to trade it as a range trade. I had to pack my patience with this one in the same way that I didn't with FJet. Just getting in aggressively at every level and hoping it would pop. I didn't do that with GSIT. I sat there kind of waiting for that volume weighted average price, $7 to come in. And I feel like I was rewarded with that with the patience. So hopefully more of that, less FJET trading. But now I'm packing the patience here on the MDLN trade, looking for this one to take out area highs. I don't really have anything else. Oh, I negated to mention I stopped out of PAVS for the last remaining amount. Break even, we got out right there, just where we got in, as I didn't want this one to go against me. That 30 seller is, right now, he's leading the downtrend because we can't really print anything above 30. So until and if we print something above 30, I'm gonna steer clear of PAVS. All right, what do we got over here on MDLN? It's coming back down into the quarter dollar. So we'll see if this one comes back in. I only got one more beak wetter here, and that beak wetter should have been printed, but the spread didn't allow it to. 47s is what I'm waiting at. It's showing me 30s. Anything below my entry at 12s really does end the trade for me. And that would have to mean that this current candle ends up going red after being decidedly green. So we're gonna move up the stop from south of 45 now, literally to a penny below my entry. So there we go, and then we'll give that one about, you know, a couple pennies offset in case it does catch, in case I do get caught in an area of illiquidity. So that's it for MDLN. GSIT continues to trend up. There you go. We got 05s now. It's showing me 23s, looking for 33s. So I'm going to continue to pack the patience on GSIT for the higher end of the range in the same way that I pack the patience for the lower end. And here it comes into 26s now. Good area high here for GSIT. I'm waiting a little bit above 30, so let's see if we can get a more aggressive price spike up and take out that order that's waiting above 30. I saw momentarily there 27s flash at me, but didn't really hang out there for very long at all. NCL, guys, is continuing to trade well, despite the fact that, you know, it's south of $1, and I don't like trading these ones. What does it trade on? NQ? Nope. NY? Nope. Oh, the dreaded exchange. The Amex exchange, oh no. So NCL, 42.35 high, coming back down now, trying to hold 30. It looks like a bull flag with the breakout coming in at 11.45, but you never really know with these ones, right? Especially these Amex stocks. Look for a continuation in a 50. I would have a bias of a 35, 37 penny hold, just given that we consolidated there for a few minutes. If it holds there, great. Look for a squeeze into 50. Other than that, I don't have a trade on it. Outlaw Trader, it looks like GSIT has some heavy sellers around 745, 765, and 775. Yeah, they're setting up at literally every 10 or 20 pennies. I'm going to end my trade on GSIT into about 33s. That is, of course, predicated upon clearing 30s. It's had trouble with 30s, so it hasn't been spending too much time above that level. I'm alive to that as well. ASPC. Yeah, ASPC is the ticker. I wanted to mention this. This could be a flat top break, guys. Here it comes. It looks like it's already forming through 32. Flat top break, possibly through 32. It's already rocketing up 32.66. ASPC could be really, oh, wow, what a move up, man. It was 31.50. It's 34, 35. ASPC is breaking out right as we speak. So the flat top break is absolute money with the higher low and the flat top into 32. 35, 31 high, Joey. We haven't quite made it up there yet, but it feels like this one could halt. Nope, not quite yet. It just wasn't trading. So ASPC on the way up. We got nothing on this one, but I'll set up on it if it's warranted. It's the #1 gapper in the market now, up 160%.
Dang. All right, we like that, man. We're still sitting in this trade right here. A lot of defense going on. So hopefully this is just a little bit of accumulation before we start to climb a little bit higher. I mean, I could take some off at 94.30s, but that's small potatoes. That'd be at a 1-to-1. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves either. So we'll sit in this grind until proven otherwise, and we're going to sit and wait for those targets as well. So there is some big-time defense being displayed at 94.25. We continuously watch the tape. We break through it, but then it's immediately met by some clean flushes to the downside. Once we have the ability to sit on top of 94.30, I think that we can maybe get a nice little move to 35s and even 40s, but we don't want to get too wishful, right? Prepare for the worst, hope for the best, all right? So what was I going to do? Yeah, that's it. Netflix options chain. Let's take a look. Guys, any options questions leading into the new year? Type in your New Year's resolution as well, too. So I'm curious to what everybody has and plans for themselves leading into 2026. Because I think everyone has theirs. They want to get a little bit better. So why not start today? Don't wait until the actual bell drops. That's what it is, right? All right, so as for Netflix, guys, at that $95 level, we have 12,100 contracts. That's going to be the second largest. I like this. I like it a lot. Let's head over, because this is going to expire today. So let's go over to our next expiration cycle and see what we got kicking over at that $100 level. And I remember January 16th had substantial size on some names. So maybe by Jan 16th, considering we have a high concentration of call optional activity right there at that $100 strike price, I like our chances. I'm in at 93.44s, so 103 or 103.44, and in the dream, 113.44 would be my ideal targets, considering you guys clearly see how many shares I have of this thing. Nothing substantial whatsoever. A nice little swing. I am trying to catch a falling knife, right? So that's why I don't think you go pedal to the metal at this point. So a small lot, one lot, looking for that swing trade, looking for that 10-point move, that 20-point move in the span maybe of hopefully a couple of months if we're fortunate in it. And you know what that will come up to, a couple grand here to start off the new year. If I'm fortunate enough and God willing, it allows me to be the beneficiary of extracting some profits from Netflix. Man, the top is really going off over here, man. We got to get a haircut. I'm going bald soon, that's for sure. So yeah. I don't got much to say. It's not that funny, see. I don't got that much time. I don't got that much time left, man. It is ticking away. You know, what are those things called where you have the sand in them and you flip it up and down?
Sand timer.
You know what? You guys know what?
You mean an hourglass?
Hourglass. I was gonna say that. Well, no, an hourglass. All right, so that's it. Mine is definitely in that realm right there. So don't get on the Rogan either. That stuff is not good for you. Are you guys laughing at me back there? Yeah, well, hey, man, if you want to donate to the hair transplant, by all means, your boy will gladly take a trip over to Turkey and see what we got going on. Other than that, my dad's bald, my uncle's bald, everybody is bald. So, you know, it's almost inevitable, man. Just looking at myself on the screen, it's a tough look, man. Used to have a full head of hair. Pre-trading, no grays, full head of hair. Trading, grays, no hair. I can hear you now.
How is it going to get fixed?
Now I can't hear you. Okay. You just left.
Can you put me in Joe's ear?
Now you just left, Ramin. I can't hear you. I don't know what you said. So there it is. 100. I mentioned it. No trading, full hair. Trading, no hair. All right, so there it is. $100, 58,700 contracts at that specific zone. I like the chances of us getting into that time frame in and around that specific level by January 16th. So that's going to be approximately 21 days. Let's pull up the actual options activity. Okay, say what you have to say now, Ramin.
I said, how are you going to keep complaining and not do anything to fix it?
And he's trying, Ram. He just can't figure it out because he uses the trading view charts that...
No, he's talking about my hair.
Oh, you're talking about my hair, yeah. It's not that easy.
You don't listen to me, though.
Brother, I tried all of that.
No, you didn't.
Oh, that's crazy. I will never end up like that.
Hold on. You don't know that, brother. How can you say that?
I promise you.
How are you certain of that?
Because I will make sure I have no hair at all times. There's zero. I will be bald.
Hold on.
I will never go out with
negatively to minoxidil. Minoxidil doesn't work the same way as finasteride.
But then I was taking biotin
That's not the same thing, bro. DHT, dihydrotestosterone.
Yeah.
It's this like type of testosterone that just builds up at the hair follicle, and it keeps building up. And every time the hair follicle goes through a cycle, the buildup makes it grow thinner and thinner. So what the what's it called, finasteride does is it removes those DHT molecules. It will initially, yes, but you will balance out after. And some guys are a lot worse. Some guys they handle it a lot better. It really does depend on you.
Yeah. Well, the hair
but
girl
it was
that
not
I was
going to make you dizzy, though. That's what I really want to stress.
Well, that's what you can feel. I got PTSD
because I know you didn't like that.
So.
I know you didn't like it, and I'm only mentioning because you mentioned it, right?
Yeah. I mentioned it because I looked at in the camera and I'm like, oh no. But hey, man, we're gonna get.
I think your hair looks fine, brother, but you keep bringing it up, so I'm just trying to.
Yeah, you helping up, dude. The hair growth that I had the
DHT stuff.
Yeah.
Finasteride.
Yeah.
No, biotin's one thing. Biotin's good.
It's all in that.
Can you send me a picture?
Yeah, I will.
It's literally called finasteride.
I stopped taking it though.
You stopped taking it?
Yeah, I stopped taking it. Boy, I mean,
you don't like it, eh?
No.
All right, well, it's okay.
Hey man,
There's
I
always
think next step is Turkey. If we hit on this Netflix trade, that could.
Hey, this guy, I love it. All right, man. TI Oh, I see it. What the hell is this? Not T.I. from Atlanta, Ram. But I know what you're thinking about. I like him. Shout out to T.I., man. Remember, you know that song? You can have whatever
I made
you
a documentary
like.
with him.
What's that?
With T.I. I made a documentary with
You
him.
made a documentary
He was
about
high
it?
out of his
No
mind.
way. Get it, Ram. I like that. It's T-double-I, guys. So T-I, those are not ones. T-I-I, breakout. We're up 58 and change. We've only done, though, 1.43 million shares. So the shareage here is still a little bit light, but the chart pattern and the breakout is on. It probably behooves you, if you are a small cap trader, to keep an eye out on this one. I'm taking out PCLA because it looks like hot garbage, and we're going to put T-double-I on that because that one could be really good. Now, the way that I see it, I'm not going to be punching in at highs. You guys know my style, but the deal is we're going to be looking for a 3.5 to 360 retracement. The reason I say that is a couple of reasons. One, VWAP is like 355, so that could be an important area of technical support. And then I'm also looking at the breakout area. You guys see that topping tail candle, the red one. Well, that rejected off the $0.50. So that tells me that that was a key area of technical resistance. Not surprised by that, as it's obviously psychological resistance at times. But it could also be support now having been cleared, because this thing's got a high day 418. So I'm all ears, eyes, and whatever the hell else here for T-double-I. It's up 58 and change, but your boy's not going to be punching in at the high. That's just the way that I operate. GSIT continues to reject off 30, but here comes 28. We've got 5s on, and I'm looking for a 33 beak wetter. This one has been putting in 3 lower highs in a row on the 5 minutes. So even though here's 31, 32 now, can we get a clearing into 33? It's a 4-penny spread, 3-penny spread as the spread opens up. Well, now here it goes again with that 730 seller. But we did get a print for the first time above 730, not high enough though to get me printed at 33, so we'll pack the patience. So yeah, 360 to 350 buy zone on T-double-I. Let's take off. Who are we gonna take off here, Joey? We're gonna have to take off somebody. Yeah, we're going to take off AZI. So we're going to go T-double-I on the NQ, correct? Incorrect. NY? Incorrect. AMX, no. It's on the MX, not again.
Don't do it.
All right. And you know what I'm going to say, right? There goes GSIT in the 38s, flat top break through 30. We have low wick on this one, 05s. Here comes 40 on GSIT. It's up 21 and change. FJet feels like a much or a very long time ago now in the rear view. That's my only negative trade on the day. But because of that, full disclosure, we are still negative, but we are working out of it. And hopefully by the end of the day, we'll be positive with GSIT really helping move the needle over here. Now we're going to keep an eye here on T-double-I. Joey, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, good stuff, man. I'm just catching that up. Oh, man. All right, yeah. I'm speaking. Relax, man. I was just trying to say something. I wanted to say something, but I'm not going to say it. So,
Get him,
yeah,
Ram.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, NFLX, guys, we're still sitting in this trade. A lot of chop and churn right here, around 94.20. Ram.
I love
Ram, I know so. I'm gonna say something, so you be nice to me, all right? Because I
see what she did on the video, because I was livid on Friday. She like included like a video of me and like of different, and there's like a picture of you where I'm wearing a picture, and then like she puts me in a black shirt. I'm like, man,
that's great,
bro.
Like,
man,
that's crazy.
I just found the best moment of you.
I
found the best one. Yeah, there we go. Bang. As for
Say it,
Palantir,
Joey. Say it with your chest. What do you have to say about me?
want me to say it?
Yeah,
Should I say what I say what I told you this morning?
Yeah.
All right, so Katina Man and Ramin were like, hey, do you want to use my Uber Eats thing? And we're like, I don't know if that's a good idea, to be honest with you. Because Ramin came up to me one day and she's like, yeah, I just sold $20 worth of Ethereum to buy Wingstop. And I'm like,
what a great investment, Ram. You remind me of the people who sold Bitcoin for like $15 to get pizza.
Like 10, I'm like, you just did what? You sold Ethereum to buy Wingstop. I'm like, oh man, come on, man, that's crazy stuff. And then one morning, 9 a.m., Wingstop right on the desk. And I'm like, what is going on here with the Wingstop, man?
She likes it, man. She's been a fan of Wingstop for a minute.
Yeah, man.
There's one near my house, but I don't think I've
Ramin, considering you're a big fan of Wingstop, do you own shares? in Wingstop?
No, because I'm an idiot.
Oh, so
Ram Ram, can they hear you?
They can hear me.
They can.
Every time I
Amazing.
speak, they can
Ram
hear me
Ram,
now.
can you
All right,
can you
that's
tell
good.
us? You know, the people want to know, Ram Ram,
Yeah.
what you have in that very coveted portfolio of yours.
Yeah,
What
we wanna
stocks
know.
do you own, Ram Ram? Tell the people.
Okay, wait, let me pull it up.
Oh, we're gonna pull up.
Distract
Yeah,
me for a second.
pull up. Yeah, all right, man.
Distract
We're
you.
gonna
You
make
don't know
this
what she's
Rick
got,
Ross
bro.
ad-libs for sure.
Crazy.
All right, come on.
Wow, GSIT, man.
X, what do you got going on there, man?
GSIT,
Look how long I've been
Joey?
seeing this chop fest.
It's taking out highs. Here comes 750, guys, on GSIT. Unreal, guys, 748. But I'm being yelled at by the chat. I'm being told that I'm missing the breakout right now on square foot. SQFT. I'm going to call this square foot. You guys know that I'm going to do that. On the NQ, yes, square foot on the NQ. SQFT. Up 22%. Flat top break through 380. Coming down below 4. But Ram Ram, square foot can wait. The people want to know what the Ram Ram has in the profile.
Okay, over the last year, 2025 is the first, actually no, late 2024 is when I bought my first stock, which was Rivian.
Rivian, I remember
And
that.
then we got Nvidia.
Okay.
And then this year, we got AVGO, AMD, iBit, Netflix, Open Door, and SPY.
Those are all
And
excellent.
then I have CMBM, but that's like my shit trade.
What? CMBM?
Yeah, I made $100 on it, and then now I just have it chilling in there.
You're in the money on it and you're letting it ride.
So wait, you're saying you're
I
sitting
got
on a
that.
little cash there?
I like
me.
that.
Oh, no, she made $100 and then now she's just chilling on
I
it?
like all those. Obviously, can you guess which one my favorite is?
AVGL. My boy.
Guy knows me too well, bro.
Yeah, we know.
Guy knows me too well. But did you see the Jensen pickup of Grok?
Yeah.
It's exactly what we've been saying. Jensen's alive to what's happening in the market. He sees that it's going in that custom silicon direction, and he wants some of that smoke.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like
You
he
have to.
sees where the direction of
You don't
it's
just
going.
you just don't become a big boy overnight, man. You got to be nimble, like
gotta be
water,
nimble.
like what is Bruce Lee says this,
Bruce
right?
Lee.
Become water, right? So as soon as you pour water into a cup, it becomes the cup. All right, but
Fantastic look for
all right,
NVIDIA,
guys, there we go. Sharif, finally we're breaking through this downtrend line. I think at this point right here in NFLX, if we're going to punch through 94.30s, it's going to be right here, right now, relatively soon. All right, so I'm going to be patient. Okay, boom, heavy rejection. So something going on, a big-time accumulation phase going on in NFLX. Well, I shouldn't say big-time considering. What time did we enter this trade? 11:50. So we've been in it for 30 minutes, and we haven't really got what we wanted so far. At this point, I might have to come to the conclusion, if that wasn't the move to the top side, then I think we're just going to eventually tank, and it looks like we're headed in that direction right now. So I'll be patient. I talked about how this is going to be a key level, that 94.13 level in NFLX. If it breaks that, then I think we're going to run into our stop loss at 94.10. The next step would be to be patient, sit on your hands a little bit, and wait to what the volume weighted average price tells you, and then you can base a trade off of that. So that's what I got going on as the market. The Qs in the SPY have broken neckline. NVDA is broken neckline. Palantir is pretty weak on the session as well too, guys, so keep an eye out on that. And we have SLV starting to step back or pull back a little bit as well too. But there's Palantir, an aggressive move to the downside here, straight out of the opening drive. 5-minute orb traders really liking this one, and you're continuing its flush in the move to the lower end of the range. You can see that we failed to establish a new high here. I don't like that look whatsoever. Consolidation, curl over, wait for better prices. I think right now is a good time to be sitting on a little bit of cash. We have a lot of strong names at all-time highs. Sit on the cash and wait for lower prices because I think it's going to come.
So remember when we were talking about Broadcom, and I said I didn't really want to make the same mistake that I made with Meta, which is, when you see that big red candle, start salivating, and you just punch in, right? And then what ended up forcing me to do is to average in. Now I'm happy having averaged in. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with the price because I got those real lows there in the 500s. But I have more than I want, so I got a couple of choices, right? I can take some off the table now or whatever, or you can just let it ride. But I just don't want to be in the position where I'm forced to DCA rather than having DCA'd with a plan.
Yeah,
and so,
absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So let's look at AVGO's daily here. And we're gonna look at the weekly as well. So I did like the fact that it held this general area, this 330 area, because we were talking about this 330 area being an important area of technical support. This is the daily for Broadcom. Let me just throw in the ticker, excuse me, so everybody can follow along. So this 330 shelf, we came into that early September, we had a very aggressive sell-off on the 10th of October. We ended up closing above the lows, but we were a skosh, I want to say, below 330. We ended up using 330 again as support on the 14th of November and again on the 21st of November. And then we lost it quite decisively on that really, really big red day on the 17th. But look how quickly we've kind of gained that again. So what I want to say was I wasn't looking just for that 330 area. I was looking for the 330 area to hold generally. And then I want to see higher lows. It's not always the case that you're going to see higher highs because you could end up, encountering the same area of resistance. But it's important to see the higher lows because that shows buyer exuberance, that buyers are willing to pay higher and higher prices on every incremental drop. So that's what we've been seeing here quite a bit. Ever since that 17th area low, it's been higher low on the 18th, higher low on the 19th, the 22nd, again on the 23rd. You got it on the 24th. And today, technically, I do believe we have our higher low, even though it's basically a candle of indecision. So I think it might be time to punch into Broadcom. Obviously, I think, everybody's strategy is going to be a little bit different. Some people will get the full position here. Some people will add along the way and, kind of use the profits that they're in as their backstop. But Broadcom, definitely going to be one I'm going to punch into, Joey. They lead the custom silicon business.
Yeah, I like that. I like that play. All right, guys, for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets with its limited risk trading models. Traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. All right, guys. So yeah, we got out of Netflix exactly when we said we were going to, right at 10s, and it got a little bit of a bounce. But I mean, we can't play that what if history. It came into our position, ran right into the volume weighted average price, and bounced off of it. So the sellers ended up winning this battle right here, guys. You can see that one was stepping in at 94.24s continuously, and then eventually you have kind of that capitulatory price action. You break down, and sure enough, 94.05s was that specific level. All right, so we'll keep an eye out. There was a nice indecision print here on the Qs on 5-minute time frame. You're getting a bounce off of that zone. That ship is now sailed, so I'm not going to be chasing that whatsoever. I took my one stab. I like the opportunity, considering it was one of the stronger names. Could it be just a liquidity grab? Absolutely, before we climb higher. Essentially, what I was going long off here was this hammer candle. I don't know why this thing, it's really wonky at times, guys. It will show VWAP at times. It won't. Some days it's in a good mood. Some days it's not, essentially. And it just really, really is frustrating at times. Streeves is like, hey, I don't even know what's going on with your charting. I don't either, brother, at times. So I just
switch to the OG
I can't,
charts,
bro. It's not a bro, my boy.
Switch to the OG charts.
I don't like.
I never have problems with these.
I know, man. I know.
I'm telling you, you'll love them once you get used to them. I know you're
I use
on
it for
trading.
Blue O.
You do, yeah. That's
remember
right.
I told you, I use them for Blue O.
That's fair.
It's just I can do so much more with this one here. I find like there's a lot more tools and stuff like that. So there's NFLX. Starting to get a little bit of a rebound, a nice bounce in the Qs on the 1 minute. This is the 5-minute print.
I'm sending you something for myself.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, I do that to you all the time.
I know, you don't want me to do it.
There it is. The 5-minute print, 623. You're getting that bounce right into VWAP, holding through some key support levels. Keep an eye out on this, guys. You might get a rebound, and who knows? Maybe we grind the rest of the day in the T triple Qs and the Nasdaq and SPY.
Ram, what do you think of these?
Sick.
How
If only you had
unbelievably
your old car still.
blue they are. I know, right? You like shocks?
Are those yours? Yeah, I do.
I'm getting these. I'm going to pick them up.
I used to have all black shocks.
All black, yeah,
I
I
like
all
the-
black.
yeah, I
They're
like
sick.
the- yeah.
Because they go with everything,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But this could go with like solid colors as well. And Joey, I bought a whole bunch of Nike shocks back in like 20, right when the pandemic started. This guy was unloading his his entire, I guess, shoe collection.
Yeah.
And there's another guy online now that wants to unload all his shocks, and he's got all the different colors. This is one of them.
You like that?
Bro, these are so sick.
Yeah, I like them.
Pick these up, man. I'm gonna have to give some of the gift cards away that I got for Christmas and cash those out. Pick up these ones, man. You guys like the blue? Tell me what you guys think in the chat, man. I'm gonna pick these up today. Well, I was actually gonna go tomorrow because of the ridiculous snow.
Darwin asked if the car.
Asking you something.
Oh, is he asking about the mat?
Yeah, the car.
The mat's gone, Darwin, because the car is gone, Darwin. No, I gave him the mat, man. I gave him everything. I'm like, just take this car off my hand. He didn't actually buy the snow tires, though. I couldn't understand for the life of me why he didn't want the snow tires. He's like, bro, they're huge. They're 22s. I don't want to be driving around on 22 snow tires. So he's putting smaller wheels, the guy that bought my car, and he's going to put 20s on those. He's going to put 20-inch tires. So he doesn't want the R22s like I have there. But I mean, I didn't have a problem, Ram, with the snow tires last year. I drove with them on the 22s. No, I got all seasons for the summer, and then I got winters, but they're just bigger. So you're gonna encounter potholes and stuff like that. It's not gonna feel great, but they operate great as winter tires. But shout out to you, make me chuckle, man. Those were interesting times, to say the least. Oh, we love blue like London. Oh wow, Team Money, you're like that. Hey, you're gonna encourage Joey. Now we're gonna hear London is blue. Chelsea sucks, bro. I'm sorry, you guys.
I'm gonna just start watching Champions League just so I can see how good Chelsea.
You gotta watch Prem, man.
Prem, yeah, Prem.
Let's look at Nike for down to sky 404. By the way, I want to mention ASPC was halted. I think it is open now. Where is it at? There it is. We'll take off Velo. We'll put ASPC. Sorry, guys. We're going to get to Nike in a second, but ASPC, here comes $40. This has been awfully strong today. It's $39.60 high. You feel, oh, wow, there it goes into 41. It's a 41.06 high now. Very, very strong here. ASPC. This was halted up earlier. Look for the micro pullbacks if you're going to buy this. Wait till it does a bit of a micro pullback. Use a smaller time frame like the 5-second chart, something like that, just a spot where the buyers are stepping in. Let's see the pullback now. Let's see where it comes into. So what I'll be looking at is my top screen where I've got the 5-second chart on. It doesn't look like it's losing support. Here comes 39, okay? Just as I spoke there, it dropped below 40s, right back into 41. The strength is still there. Higher lows right now on ASPC. So if you're looking for a buy, you've still got higher lows right now on this name. 41.50 seller. We can't shake the 41.50 seller. Even though it's a 41.81 high a day, there's a seller at 50. And, you know, it's only the 5-second chart, of course, but he's rejected the last, I want to say, 6 5-second bars at 50. There it goes, momentarily above it, but right back below it goes. So that 41.50 seller, a staunchy bugger, but he's getting removed. $42 high a day now. Good strength here on ASPC, 42.35. This is really going 43.50. It's on the rampage to the high side. There's 44.45. That is limit up. So that red rectangle right there showing 44.45, that is the limit up. So if we hit that, there's a halt parameter, false halt, we drop, it's still 45. So every time that shows up, that means we're below it. When it disappears, the red rectangle, that means we're at it. And then you'll have to look at the time and sales to see the price. It'll say 45. Okay, new limit up now, not from 45 anymore, 45.70 as the clock resets. So recall, it's 10% within 5 minutes. So every time the price and the time adjust, so will this. So no halt right now on ASPC, but a breakout, an aggressive breakout through 37.50 and into 44.45. Great strength today on ASPC. I didn't get an opportunity to get in, and now we have a bit of a downtrend. We're putting in lower highs on the 5-second chart. There does seem to be, for the moment, a 41 buyer. But that was only one candle that showed the 41 buyer there. Here we go, down into 41.25. So I'm looking at my 5-second chart, and the trend is now down on the 5 seconds. So let's see if the trend can change and start putting in higher lows and higher highs to kind of test that 44.45 high again. 43 just got touched and it dropped, but it broke trend for the moment. Current bar low 42. Let's see if we can kind of weasel into this one. The spread is prohibitively wide, 6 pennies. Now, sorry, 60 pennies. Now it's opening up to $1.20. So That is part of the problem with this one, of course, and that's why I haven't been quick to jump into it, but it's a fantastic looking name on the day. It's a bit more expensive, of course, for the small cap gapper traders. Usually we're used to a few bucks here and there, but this one's a lot more expensive and a lot more spready and volatile for that matter. So great look, but haven't executed anything on it. Here comes 43. So it's putting in marginally higher lows now on the 5-second chart, but it's got a 43 seller. If we can take out that 43 seller, could be an interesting move into that high day of 44.55. Let's continue to watch over here. Can we take out the 43 seller? We're putting in higher lows. There's 43 again. Can't shake 43. So continuing to watch here, guys. What I'm looking for is that 43 area to reject with higher lows. So creates that ascending wedge pattern. And we look for a flat top break through 43. 42.90 showing up now, Joey. So that's what I'm looking for. Look for a decisive move above 43 and or the higher lows to manifest still into 43. There's 43 again. Unable to print anything above it. So that 43 seller, there we go. Above it on the bid, not quite yet. Not quite yet. So packing the patience here, looking for continuation. What do you got?
Out of Netflix exactly when we were supposed to. Hasn't been doing too much. I tried to find some of the stronger names. I think we're in the right place, maybe just not the right time. It's still selling here a little bit, guys. I don't know what the heck is going on here, but okay, so what's Ethereum up to? A nice little pop, actually. You can see the volume start to step in, guys. So I'm just running through my scanner, looking for some solid indecision prints at extreme highs or extreme lows. But again, right now, I was talking to a Rune Warrior. He's like, yeah, Joe, you're just waiting to pounce. Absolutely. We waited for some time. We were posted up at that specific level on Netflix. We got that fill, but there was an aggressive seller at 94.25s, and they ended up winning the battle, which is totally fine. We're going to wait for that next opportunity, because all it takes is one trade to go nicely green. So we'll wait. It may or may not come today. And I have no issues with it not whatsoever. So I'll sit on my hands. It may not be the most active session for me, and nor am I going to apologize for it, because I want to put on good trades. And with that, it takes some time sometimes, right? A lot of activity, you get those indecision prints, we can be more active. Not so much volatility and activity within the overall market. We don't need to be as active person for my style and as aggressive, all right? So APLD, what have you been up to, Applied Digital? A lot of liquidity here on the lower time frames. You can see it on the 1 minute, guys. We're running into some issues there. CoreWeave did get a nice little bounce. I tried trading this name a couple times aside from the IPO. Not the cleanest, but that's a nice little move to the downside. You hold that wick low on volume, right? Look at the volume correlating with the price at an extreme low, and then sure enough, it holds that level and then off to the races. Now we have an inverted right above the volume weighted average price. So there it is. XPEV, what are you up to? A nice pop here earlier in the day. If we head over to the 5 minute time frame, you can see throughout the session strong drives and continuous movement. So I've been having to do this. So what essentially it's doing right now is not showing, it's only showing regular traded. So we want to go to extended, and then that's when it's going to kind of separate the pre-market price action from what we got going on from the intraday standpoint. So now as for Rocket Labs as well too, this name has been extremely hot as of late. Nice indecision print off the low, holds the wick low, breaks higher, rejecting the volume weighted average price right now. SMR. What have you been up to? A guy from work, literally his name in the chat, a guy from work. We were talking about this one here. At the break of 18, we did get that nice little pop, but no continuation whatsoever. So just on the prowl, essentially, looking for some high-quality opportunity. There's the Netflix bounce. As soon as it breaks that wick low, we're at a dodge on the swing trade, and we'll end up taking the loss. But if not, we're going to get that pop, and I believe we can head into that 103 level, even maybe a little bit higher. This would be an absolute beautiful pivot level to get involved with. $110, that would be an insane target if we held it. But again, relatively weak for the current sentiment is relatively weak. Soundhound not doing too much on the daily either. So a lot of names have pulled back off of their highs. If you're sitting on some cash, I think we can wait a little bit longer and even get some better prices in some of the bigger names as well too.
All right, guys, stopped out of ASPC, took a bit of a hit. We took about 25 penny hit there as it didn't hold trend, but it looks like it might be making another attempt at 43.50. Keeping an eye on this one, but don't want to be quick to jump in. I did want to mention this. So I was saying that XPEV was strong on the day. It's continuing to go, guys. 7 2/3. Thank you for sending me this, Ram. I couldn't find exactly why. Oh, now it's coming in. Okay, okay. XPEX shares are trading higher following reports suggesting the company announced entry into Qatar and a partnership with Mauritian distributor Access Limited. The stock may see strength in response to China's new energy-consuming standard for EVs. Let's see what else this one has to say. So it says it also introduced the G9 and the G6 SUVs in Qatar with plans for upcoming local launch of the P7 Plus sedan. That says it's imminent. Qatar will serve as a vital gateway for us to connect with global users, showcase cutting-edge smart tech, and deliver premium mobility experience. This general manager of XPeng's Middle East and Africa region said the company also announced a strategic partnership with Access Limited. All right, interesting. Look, thank you for that, Raymond. That actually just came in not that long ago. I want to say about 10 minutes or so ago. I couldn't really figure out what was going on. The headline that Ramram sent me was XPeng steps up Go Global drive with Malaysian assembly hub for Southeast Asia. So that's probably another headline there as they look to expand globally. Feels like maybe they've kind of tapped the Chinese market to the best that they could. Now they're looking for new customers abroad. It's become almost a race to the bottom in terms of price for some of these EVs in China. $45 coming in quite hot here. I should have been holding this one. There it goes, 46 bucks. This one is on a breakout right now. ASPC 47.58. Halt parameter is at 58. So if we stay at this price for another 6 or 7 seconds, we're going to halt here, 47.58 here on ASPC. What a rocket ship this bad boy is. Somebody was calling this a penny stock in the chat, man. I don't know. It's 48 bucks, man. It's not a penny stock, but it's certainly moving like one. I'll give you that. But that just gives you opportunities for intraday profits, man. So ASPC up 254%, Joey. What a rocket ship.
Yeah, nice look there on ASPC. There it is, a nice little pop in NFLX, an indecision print off of the lows. This is going to be VWAP right here, guys, so keep an eye out on this as you're getting that nice 10-15 cent bounce right now in NFLX. Trying to figure out if I should take profit, but it's trending up and up and up. I mean, it depends how many you have, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with trimming a little bit, 20% or so, 10, 15, 20%, I think is pretty good. Even 30% if you want to take a little bit off. So I'm glad that you're profitable on that trade. This is our only trade here on the session. We can get right back in that VWAP, especially if we get that retest. We're heading right back to my entry price, but look at the volume, relatively cool, right? So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that, guys. It was a nice bounce, so that could have been the liquidity absorbed and needed in order for us to climb a little bit higher. Do I get right back in at my old previous price? No, I don't think so. I think that maybe we can get a little bit better of one, but the strength is really starting to step in. This is a big time engulfing print. There it is. Do we take one more stab on this NFLX trade? Let me get to a different time frame. It's going to give me a much bigger story here. I have no idea what's going on. But there it is, a nice bounce. Downtrend still intact, so keep an eye out on what we got going on here. Yeah, make sure you guys like and subscribe, please and thank you. Christmas holidays, it doesn't cost you much, just a click of the finger. Joe, time to enter Tesla. I don't like Tesla all the way up here. Scott Tomlinson and I were just talking about it. I said, hey, wait till it comes back into VWAP, and then I think you can make some pretty solid decisions based off of that. We're at that level right now. I'm going to be looking how price reacts around that zone. So what I got going on right now is just sniping NFLX if I can get a good quality opportunity. This would obviously have been the ideal entry. We didn't get that. We didn't post up or anything along those lines. So that's what I am going to be continuously looking at. Guys, as for the TQs and the SPY, nice indecision print on the 5-minute, but a lot of zig and zag here today on today's session, right? And we expect that. Most people are probably just relaxing at home with their family, playing with all the gifts and everything that they received from yesterday. Boom, 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 boom. So nice ebb and flow within the overall market. Sideways is the direction. I think that's the way we're going to continue throughout the remainder of the day, Sri.
Sorry, just let me log in here.
Yeah,
I apologize. Give me one second.
So let's see what else we got going. Okay, we're right back at that 1920. I would have liked 1904s, but we didn't get it. And this is where I posted up. Scott, look at this. So I'm going to pull up TSLA, and as soon as I seen this, and we went over it earlier in the day, like shortly after we came on here, there's a bunch of things that just came together, right? So a couple puzzle pieces just perfectly fit together. Well, we have this indecision print right here, but what I was looking at was this massive engulfing volume print with some nice volume, but momentarily after that is when we get that additional indecision print at those lows, and you get that bounce, and so far the bounce has been sustained and continued. So this is where I wanted to get in. I posted up at 35s. This candle opened up at 36. I'm like, okay, I like this. I'll get in at 35, and then I'll risk until 25. 10 cents, right? That puts me below this wick low, but the bid just continued to just climb, and you never got that pullback, which would have filled me at 1935. So that's why I'm currently not in this trade, is that I just never caught a fill. I didn't get a good enough price whatsoever. So there it is, now back to 94.22s on NFLX. We're no longer in this one. I got 0 gifts, says Ozan. Ozan, I don't believe you, man. One bit. MU could be finally making a recovery, says Scott Tomlinson. Yeah, let's take a look at MU and see what we got going on. The quantum space, pretty weak still today. MU, see, that's the thing, guys. Momentum to the downside. 5-minute drive, I think, can be a massive teller of how the session is gonna go. Does it always work that way? Absolutely not. But look at the volume and the momentum setup right here. And then now we're just not being able to find any buyers step right back into Micron. So keep an eye out on that. Head over to the daily, put in a new all-time high this morning, but now you're starting to give a little bit of that move. So with no price action actually moving to the top side, you still have a selling day and form an all-time high. 0 gifts. What else do we got? Machiavelli, I'm at home playing with all the gift cards you bought me. All right, man, I appreciate that. Don't spend it all in one place. You know I like to typically say that. Days like that, like today, call for an iron condor. Absolutely notorious. It's exactly what you want to form. Speaking of that, let's take a look at it.
EMT.
Thank you.
What did you call it? No, I say EMT.
ET phone home.
What is EMT?
EMT.
Phone home.
Yeah. You say EMT or ET?
Dude, I just say e-transfer.
E-transfer. I'm going to say e-transfer as well.
I'm not going to go for all
I
the
have
EMT.
never heard of EMT in my life.
Email money transfer.
It's ET.
I don't know. I say EMT.
I'm more or less curious what Katina Man's got in that bag.
Oh,
bro, what?
Where did you get it from,
bought
Katina
that?
Man? Nice. Very nice.
I'll be honest with you, Katina Man, not my first choice. I'm not going to the deli to get it, but I'm just being honest, right? I'm not going to the deli to get a tuna sandwich.
The tuna sandwich at the deli, I see. Okay. You'd get meats, I'm assuming. Cured, salted meats.
No, man, I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't really go in the deli that much.
If you're going, what are you getting?
Well, if they got chicken parmesan sandwiches,
okay, that's fair. Yeah. We can go with that. They don't have that. That's okay, Katina, man. It's nice that you're helping local, buddy. EMT, emergency medical technician. Yes, Ozan, that is exactly it.
Ozan, this is Canada, brother.
They got Venmo and Cash App.
They got Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, like too much garbage.
They got a lot of things going on there, Joey.
And all we need is an email.
There we go. All right, let's start the news. We're going to go through. It's a light bunch today, and then we'll get back into trading. Not much to talk about, obviously, on this very shortened day, but we're going to get right down to it. Just trying to open up. Give me 1 second here. There we go. All right, let's talk a little bit about Nvidia striking a deal for Grok, and it's not the Grok that you guys think about. It is another Grok with a Q, not a K. Chamath Palihapitiya, you may know him as the SPAC guy. He was involved in this. So happy was Chamath that, he printed up several storms from this deal that he put like an AI picture of like Jensen popping out of a gift and him opening it up on Christmas morning. It's nice. It's nice that he's a deca billionaire now, apparently. And apparently Chamath's wealth was in question even amongst his own friends. They're like, Cal Canis on one of the episodes, he's like, you're a billionaire, apparently. So it's like, I didn't even know that was in question, but.
I'd be like, what?
Yeah, I know, right?
Like, apparently.
So Nvidia, Joey, they've agreed to buy assets from Grok with a Q for $20 billion in cash. It is an asset deal, not a share deal. It marks Nvidia's largest ever transaction, and it's structured, as I mentioned, as an asset purchase as well as an IP licensing agreement, not a full company acquisition. Grok is going to continue operating as an independent company with its cloud unit called Grok Cloud, explicitly excluded from the deal. That will not make part of the $20 billion asset purchase. Nvidia is acquiring Grok's core inference, so not much in the way of training here with these chips. It's more of inference, and we've seen that become really the focus related to its assets alongside key talent. So it's picking up its inference technology and some key talent at the top. Now, that is separate typically from the asset deal where you're picking up the assets and not the people. In a share purchase, you're picking up employment contracts as well. Here, they've chosen to kind of do both as a hybrid, but probably not take everybody on, just key players from the company. The founder, Jonathan Ross, and President Sunny Madra, and other leaders, they're going to join NVIDIA's top brass to help scale the licensed technology. That's kind of what we mean there when we say it's a bit of a hybrid. They also plan to integrate Grok's low latency processors into its AI factory architecture and expand real-time and inference workloads. Jensen Huang, the CEO, of course, of NVIDIA, he emphasized that licensing IP and hiring talent is consistent with the prior ecosystem deals, so nothing untoward or unusual for NVIDIA. And Grok is being bought at a substantial premium here. Just about 3 months ago, I think in September, they raised $750 million at a valuation of $6.9 billion. They're now being acquired for 20. So what a move up, what a premium that is. NVIDIA's $20 billion price tag is highlighting the premium being placed on the inference speed leadership amid exploding AI demand. Just to give you some idea here of what Grok does in terms of revenue, they expect about $500 million in revenue, give or take, this year, driven by, of course, inference acceleration. And the founder, Jonathan Ross, he previously helped build Google's tensor processing unit, which is a form of ASIC, right? Which is a key alternative, states the article, to NVIDIA's GPUs, something we've been talking a lot about lately, Joey.
Yeah, I think just another play by Jensen, being nimble here, going with the flow and seeing what's really in vogue right now. And that's a really big play. One thing I will note is that we've been seeing a lot of headlines revolving around NVDA. At the beginning of it, we'd get a lot of pops. You would see the stock continuously be running higher, running higher. I think that's really started to cool down. And I do believe that we're going to see a little lower prices here in NVDA. It's just being prolonged. Why? I don't know. Just grabbing and absorbing a lot of liquidity before it starts distributing to the lower end. Here it is on the daily. At this point here, I thought we were going to break down. So I think it's going to be really important to know what goes on around this previous high, right? So if you fail to construct something around the 200, 205 level, watch out for this move lower. I think this is a little bit of extension. And if you ask me, we don't want to force the setup either, right? But this is awfully looking like a head and shoulders pattern to me. You get this nice bounce off of these lows. That support level at 170 was being held. But I think it's just one negative catalyst from coming away and then having an aggressive downside move. I mean, let's not beat around the bush on the fact that this is the strongest name in the market and has been and will be. That doesn't mean it can't pull back at some point, which I think is a little bit warranted at this point.
Well said, Joey.
Yeah.
All right, Adair, give us your take on this latest tie-up.
I think within NVIDIA, this deal is really key because I do want to mention initially this was reported by CNBC as a full acquisition. So CNBC reported citing some individual who was leading a group that had invested in Grok a while back. They basically said, hey, NVIDIA is doing a full acquisition, $20 billion acquisition. And I think this had really spooked investors because the vibe you were getting online and the vibe even communicated in the article was, there's a bit of trepidation there. That's quite a big investment. And so obviously, there's sometimes concerns with companies that acquire companies. And you've seen this with Netflix, with WBD, the stock drops a bit, right? Well, then we get the official announcement on Grok's website and they come out and say, hey, the cloud unit not impacted. And it's, not a full acquisition in the traditional sense of the world, just an asset deal. And then the market seems to like this quite a bit. I think investors, analysts, traders seem to like this a bit. So I think the wording and the actual deal of what this is, I think is really, really important. Again, this is not the acquisition in the sense I'm going to take your company, I'm going to take all your shares. So I think with that being what it is, I would even compare it more to maybe what Mark Zuckerberg did with Scale, right? They take the CEO, in this case, Jonathan Ross, founder and CEO of of Grok, and you take him, you take him to your company, especially given the fact that Jonathan Ross was also helping with the TPUs over at Google. I think this is a really strategic acquisition on the part of Nvidia, much like what we saw with Mark Zuckerberg and Alexander Wang of Scale, right? Like, hey, you know, I want to get that AGI. I'm maybe not the best person to do this on my own, so I'm going to acquire a company, specifically a leader who's going to be able to get me there. And so I think I would really compare what Nvidia is doing with Jonathan Ross and Grok to what Zuckerberg has done with Scale and Alexander Wang. Now, we'll have to wait and see how these investments pay off for either of these leaders, but I actually think it's a really good look for Jensen Huang. Hopefully we see it pay off sooner rather than later.
For that, yeah, I happen to really like this deal as well. I like it because it kind of validates what we've been talking about, which is that other companies, specifically the hyperscalers, are choosing to kind of circumvent NVIDIA's very expensive, very high margin GPUs for a more efficient and a more price conscious way, right? With these TPUs, with Trainium, and with custom ASICs, right? And what I do love about this deal is that Jensen acknowledges that, and he's bringing that in-house. So it's not like he's blind to the technological shift where, you know, everybody was just using these sort of multi-tools, as I like to call them, NVIDIA's GPUs, and they're really now getting more into the custom side of things, which run better, quite frankly, on the specific software that you're making, because NVIDIA's GPUs are just created for everything. So if you have this, or you have that, or you have you know, an inference load, or you have a training load, a pre-training load, NVIDIA's GPUs, they can do it all. So it's great for, you know, that early AI phase. But as we get more nuanced, I think that application-specific integrated circuits is going to be fantastic. Now, I don't want to be quick to draw parallels with the acquisition by what's his name, by Mark Zuckerberg with Alexander Wang's company. Scale AI was an AI labeling company, and Zuckerberg's intentions there were basically to remove a key not sourcing unit for others. It's like Meta was using them, Gemini was using them, XAI was all using, were all using Alexander Wang's company to be able to label their own sort of things in the LLM. So by Zuck buying them out, he kind of took all their sort of their ability to do that. So all of them had to do it in-house. So I think it was a different strategic purpose why Zuck picked up Wang, so that he could sort of set everybody back 6 months, 8 months, so they would all have to develop it in-house. This is a parallel technology that NVIDIA is picking up that everybody has access to at the moment. We see Trainium with Amazon. We see Marvell tying up the knot with Amazon as well. We see Google tying the knot with certain other companies for TPU. So this is a technology that exists in parallel. It wasn't dominated by one company in the same way that Scale had all the AI labeling technology there. So I feel it's a little bit different, but a good acquisition nonetheless. Let's go on and talk about Waymo pausing robotaxi service again amid storm warnings. Alphabet's Waymo paused its robotaxi service in San Francisco and the Bay Area following a National Weather Service flash flood warning. Customers received in-app notifications citing safety concerns tied directly to the expected storms. The flood watch extended all across the Bay Area through Friday, 10 p.m. local time. But the pause is not really the focus here. The pause is the fact that they're pausing again after another sort of event. The first one being on the 20th of December when San Francisco found itself in a blackout. Lots of Waymo vehicles started panicking. They started putting their hazard lights on, and they just kind of stayed still at intersections, which caused all sorts of disruptions traffic-wise. They said earlier this week that they did update their fleet to better handle those infrastructure failures. But here they are again, Joey, pausing it, which is highlighting the operational fragility of AVs during extreme conditions?
Well, the way I'm looking at this is it's environmental, essentially. Once you run into the software update or like the software shutdowns and everything like that, I think that's when there's a big time issue. I don't think this is too bad whatsoever. We're still in the early stages of this stuff, guys, so you're going to have those road bumps throughout this journey and throughout this process. So I'm not too worried about it whatsoever. I like that they're still expanding. They're growing in, they're in bigger cities now. They're coming to Toronto, so they're still expanding. I like that. Same thing with Tesla, still early stages. You still don't even have mass adoption of essentially driverless vehicles. So early stages, I like it a lot. Not too worried about environmental things, even though they will be an issue down the road, right? Especially coming north of the border and in scenarios like today in Toronto. Yeah. What happens? Like what? So you just shut down all of your vehicles, you shut down your whole fleet essentially. Yeah. It's going to cost you some money at the end of the day, but this is expected essentially.
Yeah. No, all I was highlighting, just the different technologies. Like a lot of people say, LiDAR has got to be the gold standard because it can always see what's around it. It doesn't, if there's snow or there's salt on the camera is obstructed, and we know that Tesla relies entirely on the camera and the neural network and machine learning and all that good stuff. All right, let's go on to the next story. Apple seeks reversal or new trial in the Massimo patent case. So Apple is seeking a judgment reversing the decision or issuing a new trial in its ongoing patent dispute with Massimo. In case you're wondering what this whole thing, it's around the oxygen, the blood oxygen monitor in the Apple Watch. The motion filed by Apple argues that the jury instructions were erroneous, as well as the evidence upon which the jury relied had a bias that materially affected the outcome of the case. They contend that the $634 million damages that was issued by the trial judge was erroneous because the judge erred in how he charged the jury, as well as the evidence which he allowed the jury to reach its verdict on. So that's what's being asserted. We're not saying that that's right. The $634 million reward represents a meaningful but non-material balance sheet risk for Apple. Of course, a $4 trillion company, maybe $634 million doesn't move the needle, but I would say all little bit counts, especially because it starts setting the trend in the wrong direction. Wells Fargo does expect Apple to challenge the verdict, which is consistent with what it's done in the past, but they reiterated, Wells Fargo that is, they reiterated their overweight rating on Massimo with a $190 price target. So I'm not saying that they said this, but one must infer that if they maintain the overweight rating, they feel that Massimo has a good chance here on appeal of upholding the verdict, Joey. So Apple up about 0.25% on the day. There's not much else that's up in Mag 7 world. Up 0.5% is Amazon, but leading the way certainly Nvidia up 1 1/3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this deal as well too hindered a little bit. So we'll head over to the daily. We were just off of those all-time highs of around 288. You get somewhat of a pullback around 5.34%. But look at this steady grind. At one point, Apple was lagging the NASDAQ drastically. And I said, watch out for a couple names to play catch up. One of those names was Apple. And now it's only about 5% off of that all-time high. I think this name is just going to be completely fine considering, in my opinion, you have iPhone sales in China. The 17 was exactly what Apple needed it to be, considering we were looking for that in the 16. But Apple is going to be just fine. The ecosystem continuously growing, and obviously they're going to be collecting the paycheck, that big paycheck, $20 billion from Google.
Yeah, they're going to be paying Google too now. Don't forget.
Yeah, they're going to be
using Gemini.
Yeah, they're going to be using Gemini. So maybe they get a discount on that. But the service revenue you might see a slight decline.
Might see a slight decline, yeah. And you're going to see a decline because of the App Store. Remember Brazil, now, Europe, the other jurisdictions, they got to open up the App Store. So at least from the App Store revenue side of the services, headline number is going to be a little bit lower. Let's continue the talk here with Apple before we go on to precious metals. We want to talk about the shipments of foreign branded smartphones to China. Of course, that includes Apple and Samsung. That segment of foreign cell phones in China surged 128.5% year over year in November, according to Reuters. The data adds positive read-through for, of course, Apple's China iPhone cycle, which was a key concern for investors last year and this year, as it had been bleeding market share in China, like literally month over month. Overall, smartphone shipments in China rose only 1.9% in November. And when you juxtapose that to the 124% headline number for foreign branded phones, it kind of gives you an idea that maybe foreign branded phones are back in vogue and they're starting to eat a little bit away from the Huawei's and the Xiaomi's, which had been doing quite well lately, to be fair. And Joey comments about that all the time, about what he's seen with Marquez Brownlee, and I got to agree with that. So about 30.16 million units of overall smartphone shipments sales in China, with foreign branded phones being about 6.93 million units of that. In October, foreign branded shipments were about 7 million, up 13% year over year, highlighting how dramatic the November jump was. Obviously, China's smartphone market remains highly competitive, and we've seen the Chinese government also issue kind of subsidies for the lower end smartphones, which the Apple i17, the Apple iPhone 17, the basic one, not the Pro, qualifies for that subsidy, which helps move the needle, obviously. But you also got subsidies for Xiaomi, Huawei, Oppo, Honor. There's a bunch of them there going, Joey.
So my question to you, Sharif, is we know what the Xiaomi phone looks like. We know what these guys are capable of. Everything looks good, right? Everything looks good, whether it be on a tablet, you have the foldable tablet, you can turn it into a laptop, whatever it may be. But you're starting to see these foreign phones start to come in. So what does that lead me to? What is actually under the hood? So are these products as good as they may look, or is what's under the hood in Apple actually better, hence why you're starting to see an uptick in some of the, in the shipments?
Well, yeah, I see your question, but like, think about this. One's an Android device and the other one's an Apple. One has custom silicon in the A processor, and the other one, I think they're using Snapdragon. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Qualcomm Snapdragon on some of the Chinese ones. So I see your point. But it's just like they're two different ecosystems. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, the Android people stay loyal to Android. The Apple people
stay loyal.
There's jump overs. I know you were Android for a little bit, right? You got into Apple about 3 years ago. I want to say, give or take, right? Yeah, Katina Man, he's nodding. Yeah, Katina Man wasn't always. Brendo as well. Brendo's a year deep, right? He was Google. What's that Google's handset called?
I have no idea.
The Pixel, thank you, Katina Man. The Google Pixel. He'd been multiple generations of the Pixel, and then he switched. But that doesn't mean that he's completely happy. There's still stuff that he laments not having, right? I mean, that's just going to be the case with all of us. We'll see how this all ends up going. Let's talk about precious metals, man, because these things just can't keep going, can't stop going up. And we know that commodities tend to trend for longer periods of time than equities, but when they turn, they turn. Gold, silver, and platinum all hit record highs overnight, driven by momentum, of course, and continued momentum, I should say, as well as thin year-end liquidity, so not too much standing in their way, and expectations of more rate cuts next year. How many, we'll have to wait and see. Spot gold, at least at the time of the writing of this article, was up 0.6 to a record high of 45.30. Where's it at right now? GC. It's at 45.52. This thing can't stop going up, man. 45.84 all-time highs. We're off those highs, but that's a continuous contract, so you can update that number right there. $4,584 on the dot. This thing is a rocket. With February futures that also gained, spot silver did a lot better, up 3.6. Again, at the time of the writing of this article, the high was 75.14. That was the high. It's probably higher now. But the markets here, they're pricing in at least 2 rate cuts next year, which is boosting demand for these non-yielding assets. I really hope Bitcoin can jump in these non-yielding asset trend here. A weaker U.S. dollar also being credited for some of the strength here in these precious metals, as well as I mentioned, thin holiday liquidity, which amplifies the upside move. Geopolitical tensions, though, cannot be understated here. Tensions add to the safe haven trade, which is precious metals, including U.S. actions targeting Venezuelan oil. Overnight, President Trump attacking what he says are ISIS outposts or camps in Nigeria. He alleges that they're killing Christians. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying that's what he's saying. These risks, they reinforce gold and silver's role as hedges against instability. And gold is on track, Joey, for the largest annual gain since 1979, supported by Fed easing, central bank buying, ETF inflows, and most notably de-dollarization. We've seen a lot of these European countries and Asian countries stop buying the US dollar as, you know, this reserve currency that they just hoard, and they're buying gold instead now. Multiple reasons for that, of course. One was that dollar was weaponized against the Russians with sanctions, and other countries see that and they don't want any of that smoke. So instead they just buy gold. Silver, 158% year to date, outpacing substantially. Gold's around 72% gain. But analysts see more upside, Joey.
Ooh,
they're saying, look,
more upside.
In the first half of 2026, they see gold clearing 5,000, and they think silver will approach, if not hit, 90.
All right, man, that's some good stuff. I like that for sure. I want to buy some of this stuff sitting on some cash, but I just find it really hard buying it all the way up here. But this run, apparently, according to analysts, says that it can be continued. So I'm going to wait for some form of a pullback. I thought there was going to be multiple occasions with gold and silver getting a pullback, but it just continuously ran up. I don't know if anybody's shorting this stuff. I don't think that's a good idea. You don't want to stand in front of that type of freight train. So these names are extremely, extremely hot, and I like that. There goes Netflix, now into 94.36. So a liquidity grab. It bounced off of the volume weighted average price. We didn't take that second opportunity right there at 94s. But what we did hop in, thanks to my good friend Gorev. Sharif, Gorev
yes,
is
sir.
my Bovin, essentially.
I love it.
Yeah, this guy gave me a good call out.
OG,
so there's ABOG, Broadcom right there. Sharif talking about buying it earlier today. A nice little move from 358.74s, and then we get a little bit more than $1 on that trade. So it only takes one trade, guys. We are patient. Second trade of the day, and that's what we got going on. I didn't have nearly as many shares as I did on that Netflix trade, but that's all right. It almost eliminated that loss as we're currently trading, or we're currently standing at from an unrealized standpoint. Now, as for gold, look at the technicals on this bad boy, man. This is parabolic. Do you think, like, Sharif, do you think that we could see an aggressive pullback in this? Because, I mean, from that previous peak high, you get 10%, and then it was off to the races once again, and then you get a new high. Do you ever see gold coming back down 25% or anything like that?
Yeah.
So?
I mean, like, commodities just by nature, they trend so aggressively, and when they trend down, they trend down. Just take a look at Nat Gas and what Nat Gas did for, like, 3 years. And that's what John J. Murphy, like, that's like one of the main things that he says in his book about, he's like, keep an eye on commodity trends. They seem to last a lot more than equities in terms of
well, I mean, this has been the case. Like, look at this move that we've been going on here for quite some time. I mean, it brings you right into...
unbelievable.
23.
But look at what it did for a decade and a half.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
right?
so that's what I mean to say.
The longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout, but also you did a lot of nothing for quite some time.
You did it for a decade because interest rates were super low for a decade. I don't think we see that again. Shout out to Outlaw Trader. He's still riding GSIT. That just got in $8. Beautiful move on that one. Beautiful move on PAVS. I see all you guys calling those out. Good on you. Let's talk about Nebius, because this is one of those neo-cloud names like CoreWeave and the like that we've been talking more about. Again, neo-cloud, you can just kind of categorize those as cloud providers for AI workloads, and then your regular clouds like your AWS, which also has AI, but you can classify those as your kind of your regular cloud. All right, so as AI spending shifts from model development to large-scale deployment, demand is accelerating for cloud capacity, specifically neo-cloud capacity, as high-performance compute and AI-ready data centers become higher in demand and in vogue. The transition, writes Danny Ives here, favors infrastructure providers rather than only mega-cap AI model leaders. Smaller, specialized players as well with scalable capacity are increasingly in focus for M&A and longer-term exposure. So he says that Nebius has emerged as a standout beneficiary for this AI build-out. Danny Ives is what I mentioned here. He named Nebius his top AI infrastructure pick for 2026, and he cites the strategic positioning of the company. He believes that they are a prime acquisition candidate for hyperscalers. I love his enthusiasm, but I worry about, anti-competitive behavior unless they kind of do what Nvidia did today and kind of take the asset purchase route to kind of circumvent regulatory scrutiny. But even with asset purchases, you are still subject to the regulator. It just makes things a little bit easier. It's based in Amsterdam. By the way, this company was named by Jameson Greer as a possible target for retaliatory measures by the U.S. regulator on European companies. I gave you guys that list, I think, on Wednesday. They're based in Amsterdam, and they provide a full stack AI cloud and GPU accelerator infrastructure. They're in Europe and North America. The company rents AI optimized compute clusters, including liquid cooling, likely from SMCI, and high power GPUs, which targets hyperscalers and large enterprises. Joey, so what do you think about Nebius over here?
Interesting. Guys, I just took a little bit more out here on AVGO. I have one out left, so I'm going to hold on to this there. Nebius, yeah, Sharif, honestly,
yes, sir.
I mean, Dan Ives is going to remain optimistic, I think, in the tech game. He's been a bull. He's a perma bull. He's going to remain that way. I think you just have to be extremely cautious, right? We know what happened with Tom Lee and these guys pumping Ethereum and stuff like that. So I'm going to take it with a grain of salt, essentially, at that point. So I'm going to be sitting in this AVGO. This is going to be my last trade of the day, guys. One more out. Let's see if we can head into 350, 240s. I mean, that's it for me, really, to be honest.
All right,
So,
I'll do the technicals on this one. So let's look at the daily chart here on NBIS. Let's get an idea of what we've been doing lately and what to expect. So certainly we've been in a state of lower highs ever since we put in that, I believe, all-time high back in early mid-October. It looks like October 10th, the high of which, it was an intraday high, by the way, which ended up closing red. It was a high of 141.10. And then it ended up closing at 126. So that was kind of the reversal there. Since that time, we've been putting in lower highs with really no break in that lower highs. Area high, another area high, and yet another area high here at 95 that's rejecting. That's the bad side. What's the good side? It looks like we're finding key areas of support. Whether or not it's just the 200 moving average that we're finding support at 75 or the $75 shelf that we had as resistance, I want to say, from the 7th of August until the big breakout on earnings into the 8th of September. So we used $75 as almost a shelf, a resistance level shelf for about a month, and now we find it as support. What I would say is, yeah, you're getting some higher lows, but you're also putting in lower highs. The confirmation for me would be the break of the lower highs, and that would be a closing print above that 105. I'd like to see something above that 105. I want to say from 100 to 105. That changes the narrative for me. But anyway, NBIS down 3% today. So, yeah, not a great day to mention this, but, we're not all just looking for one day of trading. Let's talk about Micron, Samsung, and the AI memory race heating up. This is not really a Micron specific article. It's a read-through here that because Samsung is preparing its own in-house GPU, it's yet another entrant into the GPU game, which means there's going to be more demand for high bandwidth memory because you got to put HBMs with these GPUs to create the system clusters. So Samsung is preparing to debut its first ever in-house mobile GPU, which is a major strategic shift for the company, and it reduces reliance, of course, on third-party chip designers, your Marvells, your Broadcoms, and others. The GPU will debut inside the Xenos 2600 processor, which is expected to power the next Galaxy S26. That's a vertical integration push as they look to bring that in-house. Samsung designed the GPU itself and the underlying architecture, but that does remain licensed from AMD, signaling, a gradual but not an abrupt break from external IP. So what do you think of, SanDisk, Micron, some of these memory names, Joey? A couple of the other ones, they don't trade on North American markets, like Samsung and SK Hynix, of course.
What's it?
SNDK.
Yeah, SNDK. I had that there. I mean, this thing was in squeezing for quite some time, right? So SanDisk went on a nice little run here and still currently on it. So you're not too far off of these highs. So the high bandwidth memory definitely in play right now. So you go from $44 all the way up to 251 to where we're currently trading at in 130 trading days. So from August 21st, 25, so the middle of the summer essentially, to where we're currently trading at. This is definitely one of the better returns. This is massive move, and I'm surprised. I haven't even looked at it. 479%, we like this. You head over to Micron, same thing, right? New all-time high today, coming in off of those highs. So, I mean, if the market is telling you it's in play, it's in play. Don't go against the grain. There's AVGO. We got all out of that position right now. I'm looking at a potential short here on the TQs in the NASDAQ as we're starting to come in off of the volume-weighted average price. There was an indecision print, 5-minute. Now that's off to the races. Watch out for the lower end of the range. I thought the neckline was going to be broken right here at 623.80. Now we're starting to come in right here. Indecision print. You can't break VWAP. Now coming back to the lower end of the range.
All right, Adara, what do you make of this latest tie-up with Samsung bringing in-house GPUs?
What I want to talk more about here is just like this strength in general. As you mentioned, Sharif, it's the story more for these memory plays in general. And I think with that in mind, it's worth kind of talking about how strong they have been. Now, I was just looking here. The top 4 S&P 500 components are set to be the top S&P 500 components heading into the end of the year. It's going to be, in no particular order, Micron, SanDisk, STX, so Seagate, and Western Digital WDC. So top 4, Robinhood's number 5, so not related, but the top 4 here are kind of in that memory space, right? So I think, especially near the second half of the year, there has been a really big push with regards to these memory type plays. I think, of course, as Joe mentioned, SanDisk may be the most obvious with that squeeze type action we had leading into its addition into the S&P 500. But unlike SMCI, which had kind of a similar rise into the S&P 500 last year, it has not fallen at all in the same way. And there's still that interest. I think the fact that there's interest in that space as well is probably going to keep SanDisk and a lot of these names hot. So yeah, I think, Sharif, this catalyst is a nice, if anything, I'd say it's kind of reaffirms what we already knew, that these plays are absolutely going to be nice going into the next year. I know Sean was saying earlier today, what are some picks that we consider for next year? I think this, much like these space plays, I think these memory plays are probably going to stay exciting at the very least as we head into 2026, and they're set to end 2025 on a notable high.
Let's take a look at, how some of these microchip semiconductor names have performed year to date. And it's not even close. It isn't even close. Micron is a rocket ship. It's up 240%, and it's not even at the highs. Let's go to the daily here. This is year to date. So it made all-time highs this morning, okay? My bad. It made 294.60. Those are all-time highs from the morning, but it's red on the day. But as you can see, it opened up high, and it's closing. If it was to close now, it's a little bit lower. But it's still higher highs and higher lows on the candle. Whether or not it's red, it's still a higher high and a higher low. And it's ridiculous. It's 240%. It's really only outdone by a company much smaller than it, okay? So just to give you an idea, Micron's market cap, $320 billion as it closes in on that third of a trillion, excuse me. Light, L-I-T-E. This is Lumentum Holdings, excuse me. Much smaller company, about 27 2/3 billion. Market cap, up 363% on the year. What does this company do? They manufacture optical and photonic products, much like that company that Marvell just picked up, I think, about a month or 3 weeks ago. Very integral to the AI microchip semiconductor trade. So there's not much that look better than Micron. Then you've got to look at Lam Research, another big name, LRCX, up 150% year to date. These are fantastic numbers, guys. I mean, when you compare it to AMD, AMD's up 78%, very respectable. Likewise with Intel, 80%. You got ASML up here, about 51%. What else we got? TSM, 55%. But there are some red names, Joey. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. You got ARM. ARM's been getting crapped on lately. It's down 10% year to date. Same thing with Texas Instruments, down 3%. Marvell, even though Marvell's had a fantastic recovery off the lows, Marvell still down 21 2/3% year to date. So I don't want to say it's like a winners and losers because the majority of them are green on the year, but there are some outlying names.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I agree with you on that. It goes with everything. You're going to have some leaders, you're going to have some laggards, winners and losers across the board. So, yeah, that's a pretty good look. I like Lam Research there as well, too, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
It's LCRX, right?
LCRX, yes, sir.
Yeah. I remember I was looking at this name. Okay, I can't pull that up here.
LRCX, excuse me. Sorry, my bad.
LRCX, yeah. I know you're just looking at it, but I want to take a look at it.
Yeah, have a look. I didn't really look too much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. There it is.
I mean, what do you want?
Yeah, I know.
It's up 150 zillion% year to date.
I mean,
it's going to look like
we
that.
We use our gauge of April, right, to where we're currently. Where were we all the way up here? 200%.
Hold on, how do we get up there, Joey?
100. Okay, maybe I was a little bit higher. Yeah. So April there from our lows.
What are we at?
208%.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, that's. I mean, you can't really go wrong. No. Micron as well too. We mentioned that it was just off the highs. So TXN, I actually bought some TXN a while ago and I sold it. It was in the middle of the summer, somewhere around this neck of the woods. I thought we were going to get a bounce, considering you have that point where you had 221 bucks, you were down 30%. Right. And I'm like, hey, man, maybe we can get a bounce at some point. No, I just never got it. It continued to bleed a little bit more. Even though off of this key pivot level, you got a nice 16% bounce, TXN has not been the cleanest of price action, and we very rarely trade it from an intraday standpoint as well, too. Very, very rarely. I don't think I've ever seen anybody here on the floor since I've been here trading TXN. So our liquidity issues, obviously, as you're running into the 5-minute time frame. So once you head a little bit lower, you're going to be running into even more. So that's just something like own it, don't trade it. Kind of like NVDA, aside from the liquidity standpoint. TXN, but they're increasing their investments here.
TXN?
Yeah, in the States. I think they doubled it or something along those lines. Because it was Bessent who made them invest more, wasn't it?
If you're not going to invest right now,
then you can go
President
somewhere.
Trump is not going to like that.
You're not going to like you.
Right,
or if you're going to file a lawsuit against the government trying to get your tariff money back. Look at the difference between Costco and Walmart.
Oh, you went there, eh?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Of course you went there, bro. That's reality.
That's the reality of it, right? The street does not like that, and you can see that reflected. Let's pull up Costco.
No, but Costco's taking a stand. To be fair to them, I think they're look, you may disagree because it's causing this here. It's causing this problem. Yeah. But they look at themselves, I think personally, and I have obviously never spoken to anybody at Costco. They put Gina Raimondo on their board and sued President Trump for their money back at the same time. They're making a statement.
They're making a statement. That's fine, but
they're going to take on the administration. Now, all the power to you, but you're going to have to deal with what comes.
Exactly. Well, we've seen what happens when you take on the administration with Tesla.
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
Who wins?
That was fun.
Who wins at the end?
That was a 100% drop. What was it? A 50% drop?
Yeah. Who wins at the end of the day? So you can take them on all you would want. Yeah. But it's going to be reflected in the stock price, and shareholders aren't going to like that. Yeah,
well, exactly it, right? All right, guys, let's have a look at what is moving during this midday. It is really, Ram, the GSIT show over here. This has been unabated to the quarterback, 825 high. Look at this. It's just putting in umpteen amount of higher highs and higher lows. You can count probably on one hand the red candles here on the 5-minute chart the last couple hours, because there really haven't been all that many. So I would say look for an $8 drop, maybe a testing of this trend line over here from which we broke. So the trend line had been essentially respected all day, both the lower and upper trend line. So let's see if that upper trend line, which was a former area of resistance, now starts acting as support if it comes back into that $8 area, which it is quite quickly. It could be a deeper retracement, possibly maybe into 7 3/4. If it really gets down, it's going to 750 where the volume weighted average price is. So GSIT looking awfully good, awfully strong. Let's see if it can hold $8. And if it doesn't, where it does end up finding support. Let's have a look at some others as well. Let's see what else is moving. PAVS, this wasn't a bamboozler in this way when we were trading it earlier. It loses VWAP, it reclaims it at 105, it rockets up, it makes a new high a day, and then as quickly as it makes that 253 high, it drops all the way back down to $0.25. Now it's barely above the $0.25 and finding resistance at the third of a dollar. So still up 45 and change, but maybe past its prime, I don't know. ASPCE was the other rocket ship as well, but this one can't stop halting to the downside. So it had multiple halts to the upside with a $56 high. It is now down halted again at $32.41, and it looks like it will be a 10-minute halt, if not more. But here's the deal. Everything looks bad right now on ASPCE with multiple down halts. You're about $24 off the high. But the deal is you're at the volume weighted average price. In fact, you're just at the volume weighted average price, which is I think about 20 pennies lower than the halt price right now. Still up 141%, but that is a Christmas tree retracement down to VWAP if I've seen one. With the green on one side and the red on the other. So keep your eye out on this one. And then TI has given up the ghost. It had a good little move there, and then right down it goes below the volume weighted average price. MDLN, the IPO that we had a week or so ago, trading right at VWAP as well. A bit more expensive of a name, so if you're going to size in here, I really wouldn't suggest that because you just keep putting in lower highs. So I don't know if this is going to be the trade for anybody. But PAVS just reawoke. I was talking smack about it. It took out that 30 seller. Now it has a 40 seller. But the key thing about this one is 3 higher lows in a row. And in fact, not just higher lows, but higher highs. So holding above VWAP, getting a nice little U shape kind of off the VWAP area and looking to take out that 2.5 again. It's up 45, 46%. So PAVS, I don't think it's had its last say over here, Joey. We're going to keep an eye out on that, and we're going to keep an eye on GSIT.
Nice. Yeah, so I'm just talking with Outlawed Trader.
I like him. He trades small caps.
Yeah, you like Outlawed? Yeah, I mean, he's just telling me, he's like, hey, man, been finding some success as of late. When do I take the leap to full-time trading? I've been working part-time, trading part-time as well. I think you just keep with that, man. Keep doing what you're doing right now. If it's not broken, don't fix it. And it seems like you're doing pretty good. So keep that steady paycheck because the market doesn't go up all the time. I talk about potential pullbacks coming, and obviously you have to be nimble and trade your systems. You have your edge erosion as well too, which is a major factor. So keep doing what you're doing, brother. Keep working, keep trading, and then sure enough, eventually your account will be big enough to the point where you don't need that. Until then, just stay what you're doing. You're doing just fine. All right. So Stan Hose, What's Robinhood been up to today? A nice little trade on AVGO. I've seen the inverted hammer candle printed across the board on a couple of names. So AVGO did have that right above VWAP. So that's when it was my green light to get out. Boom, nice move off of VWAP. And then sure enough, this is going to be intact with its downtrend. It was above that, but I want no part of this whatsoever. Sure enough, nice move now coming back into VWAP. So that was a nice trade. Thank you, Gore, for pointing that out. My better one of the day. I mean, I literally, Shreve, literally had 10 times the amount of shares on Netflix and took a 10-cent loss. And it's slightly positive on this AVO trade. Literally 10 times. I kid you not. I kid you not. I literally had 10 times the amount of shares on Netflix than what I had on AVGO, and I came out with slightly more money than what I did take at a loss on NFLX. All right. So let's head over to NFLX and see what we got going on. It bounced. It went right up into our levels. 94.40 is that target that we were looking for. We were risking 10 cents. We get 20 cents on the way up, but unfortunately we weren't in the position at that point. So with that being said, what else are we going to find? Obi, our good friend Obi, where is the next trade? Is that Palantir? Maybe. I think so. I like what we got going on Palantir right now. You can see we have that indecision print on the 5-minute. You get that pullback, and then now you're starting to formulate a little bit more. If we break this low, I'm out. So what is that, another 10 cents worth of risk? When I have 10 cents worth of risk, Shreve, I really like this stuff. So I'm going to hop in some Palantir, the exact same size in which I was in on NFLX. Now, if I had the same amount of size as I did on AVGO, it'd be a pretty good day. But that's not the case. We're going to post up at 75s. Let's see if we can catch this fill here.
All right. Sounds good, Joey.
Oh, it's breaking down.
Break it down. You remember that one, Katia, man. DX, man. Ram. How can you hate on DX? Oh.
I think Ram's just butt mashing right now. She's not, because she hit the dong a couple times. I'm like, I don't know if that necessarily went for what we were going with. But that's
right? Brother,
What's that?
Brother,
Who's doing that?
Ram, bro. Of course.
What is that?
You don't.
What's that, brother?
You don't know that, huh?
No, what is it?
Okay, it's a sound that everybody used, but it ended up being
here
in I would say on social media, TikTok. I think it was like a preacher or an imam who was like, he was seeing something he didn't like, so he's like, brother,
Oh, really?
and someone just took the sound and
Yeah,
they went with it.
this is kind of off topic. I don't know what made me think of this, but have you ever been to like a mega church or anything like that?
Well, the church I go to is a cathedral. It's not a mega church, but it's a big
You see that one, I think.
where the Christmas one where the people were flying?
Bro, what is going on?
What is happening there?
What
Oh,
is
that was
going
crazy.
on?
No, I did see that though.
And then that
it looked interesting, man. It was like a Christmas. It was like a Christmas show, right?
Yeah. And then
I saw that.
that one African guy's like, yeah, he brings his Bentley in the church and stuff. He's like, yeah, you need to see the Bentley. I'm like, what is?
I don't know about all that. Yeah.
What's going on here?
Reserved comment on that, but in any event, it was funny. No, but I did see that. They were flying from the air.
Yeah,
It's like,
I'm like,
yo, what kind of stadium you guys have?
What is this, like Coco Bongo?
It felt like it was like, what's that called? A Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah, I was saying Coco Bongo.
Yeah, Coco Bongo. Cancun, those were good times, bro. Is that club still open in Cancun?
In
Coco Bongo?
Cancun, yeah, in Cancun. But the one in Cabo, I think, shut down.
Oh,
You were just there.
I didn't
no?
go.
Yeah, I know.
Bro,
But I
don't
thought,
party,
well, that's why I brought it up, because you were there.
I know there's a Coco Bongo also in Playa. There's Playa del Carmen.
Yeah, there's one
There's a
there.
couple,
I think the best one is in Dominican.
Dominican.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about going somewhere else, bro. Because I took the week off, the 5th to the.
What are your options, man?
I don't know, man. I'm thinking about something. Like I was hoping for some suggestions.
Have you ever been to Costa Rica?
I haven't actually.
Go there, my boy.
Is it good?
Yeah, I heard it's great.
My cousin went there for an EDM concert one time with his girlfriend. He loved it.
Yeah. I heard nothing but good things about that place.
All right. All right, guys. We're in GSIT here at 14s. We just wet the beak at the $0.25. We're looking for continuation in the 33. Let's see what this one has to offer. GSIT looks good. It is, Casey. It is worth watching. It's the one that's trading at the highs. It's the one that just broke out from the higher trend line, the top end trend line, because I felt it was trading within a bit of a range. There goes 28s. Now we're setting up at 33s. It's not up the most. I mean, it's 36, 37% on the day, but the chart pattern just does look like it is the best of the bunch. We'll see if we can get that 33 print, and then we'll wait in the low 40s as well. So GSIT, not a bad looker, but yeah, not big on the day. How are we doing over here on PAVS? PAVS was another one that we want to keep an eye out on. Do I have that over here? I do. So this one's the topping tail king over here. Every time it makes an area high, all hell breaks loose to the downside. We saw that earlier when it printed the intraday high at 11:15. We saw it again at 105. When it does make that intraday high, it does have a tendency to sell off aggressively. So be alive to that. Now, that's the bad side of the equation. The good side, Joey, is for the last 4 or 5 candles, maybe a bit more, we've been holding the 10 EMA on the 5, and here comes that test. We are now at the 10 EMA again. Let's see if this one wants to hold up here. We'll get in, and we'll give this to right below 20 so that we're not risking all that much. We'll see what this one has to offer. If it wants to pop off and take us into the 30s, we'll get involved. Otherwise, we'll stay. We'll just get stopped out. Zion Lala, dude, ASPC dropping like it's hot. It is, dude, and I did see it halted. I did speak about it, and when it was halted, it ended up being a 15 or a 10-minute, and it was a 10-minute halt. It was halted above VWAP, so I was like, this one maybe's got one lifeline left, seeing that it is above the volume-weighted average price, but it opens up and continues to trend lower than the volume-weighted average price, and now it's giving up the whole dollar at 30. Prior bar low, 26.07. Current bar low, 28.29. If I see another low here, it loses its spot on the side chart quick as you like. Square foot as well is regaining strength over here. SQFT, we're lovingly calling this square foot. It doesn't really respect these indicators on my chart at all, so I'm reluctant to use any of them here. The 10 EMA, VWAP, the 20, they all look like lines of best fit. So why even use them if they're coming out that way? It does have support, though, at 3.5. That you can make an observation on whether the moving averages or VWAP is there or not. You can see umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles into 3.5. That means buyers were picking this up aggressively at the $0.50. You like to see that, especially at around a psychological area of support. Current bar high, 395. Let's look for a move above 4. And then if we get above 4, we're looking for that official high of the day, which is 4.25. But I want to bring your attention to what we did at 8:45 to 9. That's why I wasn't involved in this one. This has a pre-market high of 437. That still hasn't been breached. The official high of the day is 425, so that fills one of the rules there that it's trading below the pre-market high, Joey. So we're going to keep an eye on those two, but for the moment, nothing new. Go with the vibes, baby. Says Ozan, slap it. I don't know if I'm going to do that, Ozan, but I see what you're saying there. Palm says DTCK is popping up. Davis Commodities. Yeah, I see that's a 40-penny name. Not much in the way of action on this one. Let's look at it for Tom, DTCK, Davis Commodities, 9.62 million market cap. 5-minute chart trading below VWAP, 42.5 pennies, got to get above that. Still suffering from lower highs, area high, yet another area high that's unable to breach its predecessor high. So until that trend breaks, I think sellers are still in control, Joey.
All right, good look there. I'm looking at some of the other names. Palantir, I'm glad that we didn't get involved with that one. It just really broke down. There was a nice indecision print. We're trying to catch the bottom on it, and it looks like that 5-minute hammer candle is going to get blown past here. So keep an eye out on this. I was on the lower time frames. Nothing from a price action standpoint telling me to get involved in this name just yet. So going to be patient with Palantir. We have Netflix forming another 5-minute hammer candle. It climbed higher, but then we didn't really get to participate on that other move higher. It just absorbed a little bit of liquidity. And then also not enough buying pressure right here. We can take one more stab on the flakes. I'm going to post up at a price. I mean, it might not get filled. Okay, 15s, I don't mind. I don't mind 15s. We'll take that. Let's take one more stab. Same narrative, guys. 05, break of volume weighted average price. We're at a dodge. That's going to put us right near the lower end of this wick. I think at some point, if we fill the majority of that wick to the downside, then we're going to be wrong on the thesis anyways. So there it is on NFLX. We're going to take this stab right here. Let's pop back, grab a nice little penny right off the gate. This would be ideal, right? If we can head right into 25s. This is where my out is. We'll mark this off. A nice little move on AVGO earlier in the day, thanks to our guy Gorev. So let's see if this can come into play right here. What has it been doing? Okay, so yeah, we got that inverted hammer candle print, and then sure enough, you come back, bounce right off of VWAP. Now you're going to retest this trend line. Keep an eye out on that. Eyes out on the bed. We're a couple pennies out of the OTM right now. You can see we're at the ask, clean flush to the downside. All right, step in. Let's see if this is going to work or not. Buy not doing too much either. NASDAQ not doing too much either.
Ozan, listen up, brother, and all new traders, of course. We are waiving the first month. Yes, it is absolutely free. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll analyze, you'll strategize, and then hopefully after that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything, guys. We're talking about infinite data and instant trading. It's got lightning fast market insights and game-changing charts. And that prediction tool, we're talking about back testing. Yes, they've got it, and you can predict better with their back testing tool. You get reliable, real-time data and global markets at the tips of your fingers. It is literally an all-in-one platform, as the kids say. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, you need to scan that QR code and check the link in the description. You know where that's from?
No.
Joey Swoles.
Is that what he says?
Yeah, you need to do better.
Is that what he does? Yeah.
All his gym videos where he's like calling people up. I figured, Joey.
I know. I like Joey. Oh,
I like
did I
Joey
tell you,
Swoles,
man?
bro.
I think I was like 24 at the time, and I Snapchatted him, and he replied back to me, and I was having like a conversation. Yeah.
I like
was
him.
like shoulders on swole, and he's bang.
Shoulders on swole.
Yeah, because I hit a gym workout, and that's when I used to follow him a little bit more on Snapchat. I was like 24, 25 at the time or something.
Yeah, he's been around for a minute.
He's been around for a long time.
I remember him. He didn't always have that like positive gym mentality kind of theme.
He said he struggled
with
like addiction and stuff like that.
Yeah, you got to respect him even more then.
Heavy on the fully loaded sauce too.
Oh, you could tell. Yeah.
He admits it.
He admits it. Yeah.
He's not hiding that or anything. So.
All right, here we go, guys. Shout out. Okay, I told 1320 Wolf I'd look at Caterpillar. So let's have a look at CAT. Look, CAT, it's funny. is you don't really typically associate Caterpillar with an AI trade, but that's what it is, man. It really is an AI trade. Whether they're building out data centers, they're building out the cooling infrastructure required to cool these insanely hot products. But Joey, before you look, I don't want you to look quite yet. From the top to the bottom. Tariff tantrum lows.
Yeah.
Tariff tantrum lows. So we're talking early April.
Yep.
To all-time highs.
What name are we talking about here?
CAT.
CAT. Caterpillar.
Caterpillar.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yep.
How much were we off from the lows in April to the highs? I think earlier this month, mid this month. What were we up?
I'm gonna go.
Be reasonable.
I'm gonna be reasonable. I'm gonna go. I think this is a pretty good number for Caterpillar. 37%.
You're gonna have to add a 100 on top of that.
Oh wow! Well, you told me to be modest on that. I
know, but like I thought you were gonna say 300-400 or something. I didn't know, right? Yeah, we're up 138%. So good recovery from Caterpillar there.
I talked about this before, man. Just investing in the actual picks and shovels, essentially, of this AI build out.
Exactly it. Exactly, and that's why I started the conversation or the statement saying you don't typically associate this with an AI play. And it had a lot of headwinds, man. Dealer inventory was high. They couldn't move this stuff. We're talking about your excavators and stuff like that, the traditional Caterpillar stuff that we know. And they also had a China problem where the Chinese weren't building out as much because their real estate sector still in the dumps, so they weren't putting nearly as much shovels into the ground, so to speak, and Caterpillar was suffering. And then all of a sudden, the AI play comes in and like rescues the company. So this looks good, 1320 Wolf. It's not bad. We got a bit of a pullback. We did bounce off the 50 EMA on the daily, which you like, right? Especially that $50 area. The problem is though, we're bouncing back here into 590. I want to see if we can reclaim 600 quickly. The reason I say that is because we barely spent any time above 600. It was only, I think, 3 trading days that were above that 600. I'm talking about the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th. And then the 12th, we ended up losing 600 quite aggressively. 626 high, we ended up getting closed down there at 599, maybe even a little bit lower. So CAT looks good. I'd say, look for the resistance at 600, but if it continues above 600 and continues to go, then you hold or you add. Add smartly, of course. Now, you could have added at that 50 where it had held support before. It did it in August, early September as well. Were all clear areas of support on the 50 moving exponential moving average on the daily, and you got it again. So I like Caterpillar, but at some point, just like with everything else, there's going to be the industry is going to look for cost efficiencies, and I don't know if Caterpillar ends up being as strong as it is, right? Like we were already seeing, ASICs come into the play there with replacing some of NVIDIA's GPUs. I don't want to say replacing, but, supplementing the NVIDIA GPU trade. And so I don't know if this continues to go in the way that it does. I don't know. What do you think, man? Do you think we continue to add more data centers at that scale, or are there going to be efficiencies?
No, I don't think at that scale. Will you add more? I think eventually, but not just because I think we're in the thick of the AI build out, right? You have everybody spending their money, obviously Sam Altman, you have Amazon, you have all the big hyperscalers spending all this cash flow. And we talked about this before, is that it's not going to remain that CapEx heavy, I don't think, right? You're not going to need, once you have that structure built, the foundation essentially, sure, you'll do your repairs, you'll build a little bit more, you have the overflow and everything along those lines. But I think the bulk of it and the money being spent is being done right now. But that spending's not. I gotta agree. That type of spending, I don't think is sustainable. Because we've yet to really see, we've really yet to see a massive ROI and the efficiency within these corporations step up. Right? I think that's when that starts to translate into the earnings report. You see margins start to increase, et cetera. I think that's when things are going to slowly start to cool down, and that's where you're going to see the ROI.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. All right. Still holding some GSIT here, looking for continuation above the third of $1, but now we're kind of putting in this topping signal where we're getting topping till candles and this kind of rounding pattern at the high. So it's an 835 high. We're dropping down into 820. What I'd be looking for is a dip down into 8 and a hold of 8. But we'll have to wait and see what the price action does tell us. The 10 moving average on the 5 is at 810 with psychological support, of course, being at that $8 area. But that upper trend line off which I was basing a lot of my trades also runs a little bit higher than 8, like I want to say 805. So I'm going to look for support in and around that area. MDLN, I got stopped out of PAVS, by the way, as it did lose a VWAP. MDLN looking a little bit better than some of its peers. It's still suffering from lower highs. So if you kind of look at this area high over here into 45.50, even if you don't look at 45.50, just look at 45.30 where the closing prints are south of, you're still putting in lower highs. Now, why I do like it for a possible hold here off the volume weighted average price is the candle setup in the VWAP. You're kind of getting these bottoming tail candles all showing up right around VWAP. That means aggressive buyers or buying is happening aggressively at the volume weighted average price, and it's causing these bottoming tail candles to be lower, higher lows, higher lows. So that's one side of the equation. The other side, of course, is to look for the break of the lower high trend. We get that above 45.15, I want to say 45.20. That changes the narrative. So that's about 20 pennies from where we are. But MDLN really hasn't been too strong on the day. I think it's up just a few percentage points, if that. So it's got a good looking chart pattern, but certainly not the type of aggressive price action support that you would think. All right, GSIT popping up into the 820 area, so we'll wet the beak there at 33. Here it is again now, 2 pennies below the high of the day. I'm waiting at 42s for the next profit taker. Let's see what happens there, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. I just took a little bit off here. I mean, I'll still hold to the same stop. Yo, I literally knew that was going to happen. Man, oh man, I will not be convinced otherwise after that point. I said, yo, let me take some off and see what happens just in case. I have a feeling if I take some off, there's going to be a pop. And sure enough, just like that, I'm like, let me take the bulk of my position off, and then boom, pops. Man, these guys are, I swear, man, I don't know if I can be convinced otherwise. I think they know what's going on. Sharif, I'm like, hey, I'm holding full-size position. I'm like, I want to take some off to see if I get a pop after. I take off 70% of my position.
It pops.
And it pops, like, immediately after. I don't know, man. I'm not like a conspiracy
Why are you doing that,
Reb? What's she doing? Why are you zooming in like that, Reb?
I don't know, man, because she's wild.
I don't know, man. That is some weird stuff. I did not make it pop whatsoever. The algos are always watching, says Notorious. They have to be. That is too coincidental. All right, but that's a nice little move. We'll take it. Bang. Look, I haven't hit. I don't know if we hit this today. We definitely haven't hit this today.
He always has the middle fingers the other way.
Yeah. We like Stone Cold Steve Austin around these neck of the woods. Let's take a little bit more off here. I mean, some interesting stuff. Freaking algos, Joe. 100% a rune. I don't know. Some weird fishy activity going on. That's no coincidence, in my opinion. But
let's talk some Tesla robotaxi. So did you see the videos posted on X over the week, or not the weekend? I keep feeling it's a weekend. Oh, yeah, the last couple of days, Christmas and Christmas Eve. You didn't see what happened?
No,
it's like the only social media platform you go on, bro.
And I don't even go on it out.
I don't even go on it. All right, well, then you didn't see this. So lots of people are posting videos of themselves sitting in the rear seat of Model Ys, and there's nobody in the front seat. So it's not a safety driver in the passenger seat, and there's nobody in the driver's seat. So many different speculative theories coming out. One, that we're going to get an expansion of the robotaxi. I would say that that's the least speculative of the theories. The more speculative is there's going to be an over-the-air software update for the regular FSD to change it from supervised to unsupervised.
Yeah.
And that's going to be crazy. If that comes, I'm telling you right now, this thing is going to rocket.
Yeah,
from unsupervised to supervised to unsupervised. And that's what everybody's showing. And some guy as well from the company did a door-to-door. So he's like, every year we leave, I think he's in Philly or something like that, and he goes to like Boston to visit his mom Dukes, and he takes the family with him. And he's like, every year we do the trip. And every year I engage FSD. Before it was like version 13, now it's 14 point something. He's like, there is at least 5 to 10 interventions that I do on that 200-300 mile route or whatever. Zero
right
interventions this
Yeah,
time. Same route, by the way.
Same route.
So a lot of speculation that you're going to get an OTA update, over-the-air software update to convert it from supervised to unsupervised. What do you guys think, man? I mean, can we throw that? Can we throw it in the chat, Ram? Let's say plus or minus 6 months. Let's just say plus or minus 6 months. We get an OTA over-the-air software update to change it from supervised to unsupervised full self-drive. I want to see what everybody thinks. We'll have to wait. Again, all of this is speculation. We don't know, but we've seen the videos. We just don't know what the next move is for the company, whether that's more of a robotaxi thing. I know, Fabian, I get it. He's off with the timing. I'm not going to challenge you on that at all. He clearly is.
Isn't this what we expect from Tesla?
I know, but when you actually see it, I think that I don't think it's going to be a sell the news event, personally, when we see that to switch it from supervised to unsupervised. I don't think that that's a sell the news event. I could be wrong. But.
No, not at all. But otherwise, how are we going to get to an $8 trillion market cap by selling cars?
Well, yes, of course. We're talking about other things. But one piece at a time. We're just talking about unsupervised FSD. Yeah,
but what I'm getting at is I think that is what leads him to those milestones.
Well,
right?
There's lots of other stuff.
Yeah, there's obviously robotics and everything, energy storage. But in the bulk of it, I think it has to be that and the scalability.
I don't disagree with you. I think robotaxi is going to be absolutely key. No question about it. Let's see what some people have to say in the chat, man. I want to see what you guys are saying. Some of these Tesla deliveries around here would be better off with the car doing the driving. I love 1320 Wolf, man. It's already crazy with the latest update. I put Mad Max mode on. King Clutch, let me ask you something. A lot of people are talking smack about this Mad Max update or setting within FSD 14.0. I'm hearing that it changes lanes way too much and it makes you look like an asshole to everybody else on the road.
Mad Max.
I know, but Joey, within the realm of, within an acceptable standard. Let me know, King Clutch, because it looks like you're already using it. I'd like to hear your opinion specifically about that whole thing. I am not thrilled with my FSD, says Sergio. Okay, great. I want to hear the other perspective as well. But Sergio, my man, tag me. Are you on the latest one, the 14.0? Also, what's your hardware version? Is it 3 or is it 4? I'd love to hear back from you as well. So tag me. 5, it's not out yet. Fabian, you're killing me. Just don't use the unsupervised version in the rain. 6 months, plus or minus 6 months, full FSD. Yeah, good enough, Ram. I'm just going to click yes on that. Carlos says, just don't use the unsupervised version in the rain or driving towards the sun. Okay, I see your perspective there, of course, because it is a camera system only and not LiDAR. It can get bamboozled, but we saw it drive in the dark, man, when the Waymos were panicking. So a little this, a little that. R. Kangala, unsupervised FSD is more than $99 on Tesla. We'll see. We'll see. But yes, I do like what you're going. I do like your thinking there.
See what Shay said?
What did Shay say?
Mad Max mode is crazy.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
But he's like,
it definitely makes you look like a JA.
Yeah.
But it also does 20 miles per hour over the speed limit.
That's fantastic. That's what a guy, Elon. Only Elon would do something like this, bro. Everybody else would color within the lines. Elon doesn't give a you-know-what, man. What a guy. FSD, not FSD. I don't know what that means. Let's see what else people are saying. Ichiro thinks it will. Sergio says, my Tesla stopped in a 4-way interception with FSD. No, thank you. What does interception mean? You mean intersection?
Yeah.
Okay, 4-way intersection. It stopped in a 4-way intersection. But tag me, brother. Let me know what version you're using. Again, I think I asked you that. Or Shay, okay, so that's the thing you were talking about there. Jacques says, the ultimate plan has always been to get an Optimus to drive all the Tesla cars. I don't think you're going to need an Optimus, brother. I think it's going to drive themselves. Let's see what else people are saying. These approvals are the one Elon playing nice with Trump, huh? Yeah, well, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I trust my life with FSD already, says Hangry Wife. Hangry Wife's already told me that FSD is killing it. So I did know that. Yeah, but GSIT is rocketing up here, Joey. So it keeps going, guys. It's really, really up there. So we're going to wet the beak here at 55s, but it's got a high day of 60. So Great strength on GSIT, excuse me, as that one continues to go. King Clutch, he's like, I've only used it more since the last update, and it's free for me until January 6th. I didn't even know that Mad Max was going to be an extra payment. I just thought it was going to be included with FSD. Okay, I had no idea. That's what these guys.
I would
bro,
be Mad Max
these
24/7, man. Just keep it on that mode.
You're a funny guy. Can I say something to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
They always figure out a way when you're in a subscription plan to add a premium to that subscription plan. Man. Case in point, Duolingo. So Duo, I paid for Duo for the year. Hold on, I got Duolingo, whatever Pro, whatever the hell it's called. And now within Pro, they've got this AI thing where you can talk to this weird-looking bear, right? Who speaks back to you, and then you got to pay extra for that.
That's how it is, man. The
like
tiered,
no thanks, I'll just use ChatGPT, bro.
The tiered paid system. Oh, did you see that you can play chess on Duolingo against real individuals now?
No, I didn't. I don't use. I know you're all about that life.
Yeah, I like playing chess on there. So I was playing chess against
screw the bear.
Who said screw the bear?
Oh man. Okay, guys. California is one big subscription service. Wait until you live here, baby.
Oh,
you guys think you have bad taxes over there?
Yeah, you guys have no idea.
Come over here.
And they don't have the snow peso. At least you guys have the American dollar at the end of the day.
Darkside 907, LOL, if someone crashes into you while you are reading a magazine, sleeping in the back, you are going to have a hard time proving it wasn't your fault, even if it wasn't. But they'll know, brother, that the FSD was engaged. Like, the car tracks all of that, right? You know that. I mean, that's just basic stuff, right? Bovin is saying SOPA is moving up. So this is not one I had my eyes on. Let's take a look at SOPA for the OG Bovin. Oh, not a bad look there, Bovin. Yeah, a little bit light on volume, but I do see your point. 1.91 million shares on $1.50 name, but it is up a very respectable 35%. And as you can see, with the respect that it has for the green line there, the 10 EMA on the 5, breaking through 150. I'd pick this up at 150, Bovin, for a hold of a key area of technical resistance before. If this dips into 150, I'd be putting a buy order just right there, and you can give it like 5 pennies to below 145. But I'd look for that 150 to hold. We'll see what it ends up doing. A good call out there.
New high of the day.
Carl Gruen. I only use standard FSD mode. It still takes too long to adapt to new speed and changes lane often in the last third of a mile before a turn, and sometimes cannot make it. That is the only downside I see. So I'm seeing the exact opposite online with the latest 14.2 update. They're saying that the lane changes are lightning fast now. So before, my understanding was FSD would put on the indicator, it would wait 2-3 seconds, make sure all was well, and then it would go ahead into the lane. Now it checks the lane before it even puts the indicator on to see if it's free or not. So literally it puts on the indicator and then you find it turning into the lane. People say it feels a lot more natural, more like a human would be driving. Again, I don't have any of this. Katina Man has got the Tesla, not myself. So tag me if that's just cap or there's legitimate truth behind that, because this is all stuff I'm seeing online, guys. So King Clutch says, yes, definitely notice the change in that. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing the lane changes are a lot more cleaner. They're a lot more human-like, Joey. So yeah, we'll see. Hangry Wife, yeah, FSD drives better than me, and I have had 0 accidents over 15 years. Good on you. I hope it stays that way. Yeah, just for your health. Nobody wants to be in accidents.
Yeah, and your insurance.
It is now 2 o'clock.
And your insurance too. You don't want to.
What do you got planned for the weekend?
I'm going to be on a beach in a span of a couple of hours.
You're leaving tonight?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so by...
Where are you heading, Joey?
Going to the great place of Tulum.
Tulum. So you're landing in the Coon?
I'm landing in the Coon. We're meeting up with a bunch of friends from Austin, Texas. Shout out Austin.
You gotta ask him about FSD, obviously.
Yeah, well, Bobby. It was Bobby. Remember Bobby was on the show? Yeah, he said they're rolling around over there.
Of course, right? It's a spot.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, we're gonna go meet up with them, and then yeah, we're gonna go on a nice little boat cruise, and yeah.
Ooh, it's a booze cruise, isn't it?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. I'm not even,
I love it. It's like, I don't give up.
Yeah.
It's a booze cruise.
Yeah,
Attaboy, Joey. Hope you have a lot of fun, brother.
I
Be
appreciate
safe,
that.
man.
Yeah,
Be safe,
exactly.
be good.
So,
and get in some sessions, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the gym,
There you
the
go.
Tulum Jungle Gym.
Those are so sick. The wooden weights, right?
Yeah, the wooden
Everybody
weights. So
loves-
we got a couple days there. Yeah,
Nice,
man, it's
man.
not gonna be like crazy or anything. Gonna go relax and everything.
How many boys?
There's 10 total. Yeah, 10 total.
nice.
So yeah. Couples
little crew
obviously
there. I like
involved
that.
there.
I like
so going to Taboo Beach Club for those who are familiar with it. Yeah.
There you go. You wanna meet Joey Options, Jody?
Yeah, I mean,
You head on over.
Whoa. All right, there we go. Yeah.
All right, we love everybody. We're sending it over
two
to
for
the
three today. 2 for 3, by the
We're
way. We're
sending
getting back
over
to
to
the
the
day.
big-
Netflix. Yeah, it sounds fun. Yeah, it sounds fun. Hey, man, you know where
All
we're
right,
gonna
guys.
be. See you later.
See everybody at the big desk.
Yo, what's up?
Yo. Although you may think it's Neil based on the below graphic, it is Obi. He is back. We are back. And yeah, snowstorm 2025, not that bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
You know,
I said it'd be coming down around 2, right? So like I didn't check right now, but I was out there for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I back and forth from the gym was not too much of a problem. Just a couple of little wet feet without the
boots.
Without the boots going on as well. So, all right, yeah, Joey, man, have a great trip. We will see you on the flip side, and hopefully not too many people notice this guy. You know, he's trying to go on vacation. Doesn't need to be asked about options everywhere he goes.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what's he got? Some mic problems over there?
No, it's like falling.
Oh, it's falling down.
Yeah, falling down.
Falling down. I mean, we love that sweater. I got to get myself one of those hot sweaters. We should have Sia. Sia, are you doing any throws this afternoon? Okay, our segment is a throw. So she is doing a throw. She goes, I'm not doing any throws. I'm doing my segments.
Okay.
So right there, that's just old person talk. Like, you know, I'm the oldest. I think I've got Neil beat by 2 months, 3 months. So I'm the oldest. I'm not sure when Brendan, myself, and Neil all born. I know, see, I look the youngest. I understand that. But Neil, myself, and Brendan all born the same year and all from the lovely town of
Brampton.
Correct. We are all from Brampton.
Yeah.
What's up? Don't worry about what year it is. How old do you think I am, my guy? We've already talked about this. We're born in 1979, Joe.
Okay, all right.
So Neil's birthday today makes him... Yeah, better than 1879, Fabian. You know what, Fabian? Where's Fabian at? 1879. If I was living to 50 years old, 150 years old. We're very old. No, I am very, very old. But proud of how old I am. You know.
So you guys used to trade on like the papers.
We literally used to pass tickets around to each other.
Tickets,
and I would say, Neil, please fill this order.
Yeah.
Nvidia 50 cents
Yep.
long. And now you can see.
Is that,
Yeah. Wagwan. My kids are on their way to. This is my positions, by the way. We still got, no matter how old I am, that's still a $4 winner on Tesla. And then a 32-cent winner on the TQs. And while you were gone, we did have a little bit of love. We put it in the chat there on AMD, dipping through. We were able to buy a little bit of advanced micro devices. But, oh boy, the number one trade of the day is this one. That was Nvidia breaking long early. And guess what just happened? Nvidia, brand new.
There it is.
What, did I get punched in the mouth there? What was wrong with my face over there?
Who's there? Is that?
There's me, Neil, and Brendan. You see how I just want everybody to see something. Who's the only one working in this picture right now? Look what Neil's doing. There's Neil. He's chill. He's talking to himself, obviously. There's Neil right there. I'm the one trying to get some trades done. And Brendan's just like, yo, what are you guys even doing right there? But there's Brendan, myself, and Neil back at the inception of the NYSE back in the 1920s there. That was me holding up 5 shares of General Electric, please.
Nice. Remember those days?
The good old days. I remember the good old days when I walked to and from school both uphill.
Yeah.
Yep. You know, try to do that again. And, yeah, and the weather was way worse back then. You know what I mean? This is the life right now of what we're doing here. But I hope you guys can all have a lot of fun with us. We will have fun every single day here live on the show, regardless of how trading is going. But we've done real well today, man. I mean, this Tesla trade is pretty hot fire too. Like, obviously now we're well in the money on this one. We took a couple shots on Tesla early before finally finding a base and taking that long as well. Waited for there to finally be some buy action, came in, hit that out there on VWAP, and I'll wait to see if we get another 480 coming through as well. So, yeah, man, that's a great little picture there. I should probably put that one up online, that one of Neil, myself, and Brendan. That was a good one. Maybe send that to me, actually, Fabian or Adara or whoever has that one. That was a lot of fun. But okay, Obi, on to the next, right, is what we always do around here. Yeah, what was, give me a gift you got for Christmas. What, do you remember anything significant?
Told you.
What? Yeah,
The
we have new audience.
Sorry, excuse me. 48 Laws of Power.
Oh, yeah, the book.
48 Laws
right,
of Power.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And have you started reading it yet?
I have not. I have not. I've read snippets of it in the past. I think I remember reading like a decent chunk of it, but yeah, no, it's the thing is, reading something once, you're not necessarily going to remember too much. You're not going to retain, well, at least me.
Right,
I have to read things multiple times.
You prefer audiobooks or reading, like the physical book?
So audiobooks are easier for me because I can just, I can have a bunch on while I'm on transit. But I like reading on my phone. I have like an ebook app.
Okay, yeah.
So I just get my ebooks and then just read it.
So is this a physical or an ebook? This one?
This one's a physical.
Physical.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Cool.
really like that.
Okay. Yeah, 68 years old. That may be the oldest in our chat, but we will see. Shout out to Chris over there, wanting to know if anybody is 68 or older. Yeah, so I think you've only traded Nvidia today. I've got a couple tickers behind us.
The position board is kind of like going off right now, so it's that is incorrect.
You traded Berkshire today?
Absolutely no. I'm not. You can see my.
What the hell are all those names?
Yeah, I don't know. I messaged Fabian, I think. Yeah, I messaged you on thing, being like, that's definitely not my account.
You've got some retail. Is that how XLP is? You've got XLF going. You've got Berkshire. You've got Palantir. You're a very busy man over there.
You can see my chart right here. If you go to my chart, I can tell you what I've been in. And the only thing that I've been in all day today is Nvidia, right? So we had the long. Okay, thank you. You guys reset it. So got long and then flip short, flip long, flip short a little bit too early here. But again, I mentioned that I was going to give it a very wide stop. The high at A, I know it's a little wide, but when it does start to come in, I do get aggressive. Here's the thing. I had to use the bathroom. I didn't necessarily want to put in a hard stop and be like, okay, that's the stop. I'm walking away right now. So yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying is, I took off all the position, used the bathroom, and then it went all the way down. Bit of a tilt mode here. I came back and I sat down. I was like, wow, I left almost $1 on the table there. Punch into some more. I'm like, okay, well, instantly goes against me. That's fine. VWAP continuation trade actually comes in. So I take the short there, cover up, leave the desk once again, and then I had to cover one more down here. Didn't cancel all my orders, so I ended up being net long coming into it. I got saved. That was so lucky there, but came right back to VWAP there. So this is around when I came back to my desk. I took some more off here on the break of high day. I'm still keeping like breadcrumbs on right now. It doesn't show that I have position on, but I still have a small little piece here. But Nvidia right now breaking through high day, breaking that double top from this morning session going into the end of the day. So
what a beast.
Running to the upside. And with that, I think, Sean, we are ready for rundown.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi, he's in for Neil. Happy birthday, Neil. But the big boys, they are locked, they are loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. The only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to get into the chat and you got to vote for your favorite tickers every day, but make sure to throw in that $sign before the ticker of your choice. Let's look at all 4 major averages. 3 of them are red. 1 of them is barely green, but with a little bit of an uptrend here is the NQ up 0.06. The ES essentially flat, down 0.03. The Dow down 0.1%, still with a bit of a downward channel there. The Russell 2000 faring the worst on the day with a huge move down right at the open there, and then kind of a bear flag setup trending between 25.5 and about 25.42. So we'll keep an eye out on the Russell 2000 after making all-time highs a couple of weeks ago. Let's talk about the first name as decided by you, TSLA. A couple of lower days here for Tesla ever since glancing at that $500 area with a 498.80 high. Today we find ourselves with a big aggressive downsell right at the open, and no real news today to keep you apprised of. But over the holiday, over the last couple of days on the holiday there, videos did circulate online with individuals sitting in the back of a Model Y and the car operating on its own. Widely speculated that this could be some sort of pre-launch for another robotaxi or unsupervised FSD, guys. So Tesla not really benefiting from those videos, down 1 1/3.
All right, thank you, Sharif, for that talk on Tesla. I mean, yeah, I don't know what happened to Tesla today. I mean, it's just a funny stock. Like every day, Obi, it has these moves off the open, and then you kind of got to be as patient as you can be, I feel like, with this name. I mean, it broke the pre-market high, and there it goes. And we had it, I have it, actually, I did not have it written down today on the board. We were focused strictly on Nvidia off the open. But then when it was falling against whatever the market was doing, I mean, the market had that nice move up, then the market really came back in, and, you know, we had to wait for Tesla to get going as well. So that was something that we tried. We tried 477 and 478. And the reason why we looked at those levels was just had to do with right into here, right? We talked about these levels trying to hold there from last Wednesday. So just from before Christmas, we had a shortened day. We held this area and then ripped up. So I tried in and around here as well. And we didn't wait for that very bottom of 175. I was trying the 77 to 78 area just off of there, thinking that we could try to hold. We did not, and we wound up going to the downside. And then this is where like sort of patience became much more important. And we just waited to see if we could ever find a little bit of a read on the tape. And it just looked like it was slowing down a little bit. Once we had that bottom wick into there, that was enough for me. That created the largest volume spike. The stock just trades differently. And we can talk about that maybe when we get to Nvidia, when Obi started selling off that trade, but it just starts to look different. And thankfully, we were part of what was about 7 or 8, maybe 10 straight up candles right there. And it just elevated right back into that area where we initially thought that there could have been some selling again at 77, 78. So that's where we dumped off a lot of that trade, only to be able to basically get right back into it down there. Yeah, hit it up at 480. That was a good out. We got another out there breaking through 478.50, but we'll wait to see what happens now. I just really like Tesla once it finally makes that bottom. Just sometimes very, very hard to catch the bottom in Tesla. And I think we did a pretty good job there today of doing so. So yeah, Tesla's a positive stock today. I don't know if we're going to get to 500, man. I mean, I don't know if it even matters. It's a good stock, just continues to, you know, bounce off of that level. So instead of trying to look long and saying when we're going to get up there, maybe the right trade is we just get short and worry about it once it finally breaks. You know, but it's been really absorbent of this 470 low area. So yeah, I like that trade. Let's see if it can continue to work out for us. It's Tesla, and it's my number 2 stock today. Or actually, no, it's not. The futures are number 2, but I still like the stock, and I think it's a big cult name. You and I have talked about that. Sure, yeah. And we heard Sharif mention with Joey there during the midday, and Adara, they were reviewing the FSD and just how successful that's been for many owners of the car. And I still yet to get mine, but I'm very excited to do that. I don't know how much I trust it in this weather, but apparently people are saying it's a better driver than they are. So
that's going to come by. That's going to come in soon. Like GPT already is way past the average level of human comprehension.
That GPT?
Oh, it's way past.
Oh, it was way past that, I think, years ago, yeah.
So it's just like, it's just so much better just to ask GPT something than like your buddy or whatever, right? You know what I mean? Even like maybe some experts in the field as well. Like it can definitely be a lot more logical than they are. But, you know, well, regardless, I think FSD definitely going to be very much a thing in the future, like we were talking about earlier. Like 5-10 years from now, I really do think that a lot of vehicles will maybe not a Tesla, but a lot of vehicles will just be like self.
We heard Rivian dropped on their AI event there, which spiked Rivian all the way up. They were doing an FSD model as well at only $50 a month, which Tesla's is currently at $100 per month. So I think that's a good way for Rivian to also get some more interest in the product, right? Yeah. If they can, drive maybe, hey, look, first year of FSD is free or whatever it is, right, to get going. But so what do you think about that idea of selling off? Like, what's your, like, let's just say tomorrow we're in and it's $495.
Yeah.
You want to go short in front of 500? You want to wait for that? What would?
So here's my thing. So what we've been seeing over the past few days is like any sort of attempt towards 500. We made this high at 498.83. To me, this is pretty much a 500 test. Sure, we didn't print 500, but we attempted with some aggression all the way in, and it got slammed right back in. And since then, the 90s just have been showing us that, yeah, there's supply for the past 3 days at the very least. Fourth, if you call the day that we tested that 498. But you can see on the move today, it was absolutely beautiful. I mean, I know you were part of this, absolutely solid trade, taking the reversion to VWAP. That, I think, was one of the better trades on the day today for sure. But aggressive seller once again, and this was distinctly different from the rest of the market. You can see, sure, the market had that drop, but Tesla kept on grinding even though the market started to balance itself out. And this turn didn't necessarily happen until about 10:30, 10:40-ish. And you can see once the buyer stepped back in, once that seller was absolutely done, it did pretty much catch a decent reversion. This is what I was talking about this morning. It's like when something is distinctly different, something is distinctly different, and you're watching the Mag 7, you're watching the futures, you have the perspective of being like, all right, which stock is acting differently? Someone was very clearly doing business on Tesla this morning. You see sustained selling, just like holding the ass down, and then just, you can see once that seller is done, I even mentioned this, once that seller is done, I definitely want to get involved, but guess what? I looked at this all the way in here, and I was like, all right, well, maybe it's done and gone right now, but it gave you that continuation to VWAP. But to answer your question, I'm saying that, yeah, unless and until it can distinctly get past that 90 and hold and sustain and push through that 98, I think I'm just going to go with what the chart's been telling me. There's supply underneath 500. Unless and until we make a distinct move past it, I think I'm going to stick with a bit of a short bias. I think I'm definitely leaning a little bit short in this area until it can show me. It can very well push past 500.
Yes.
Year. Right? It can do that in a day. It has the range to do that. But unless and until it actually does that, I'm definitely leaning more towards what the chart and the price action has been telling us over the past week or so on Tesla.
I'm in this stock. I'm in the money $3 or $4. We're going to get out a next piece if it breaks this bottom, 477.75. Okay, we got out a 200 period break right there. We'll get out at this break right there as well. And then we'll see what winds up happening with our last 5% or so of this Tesla trade, waiting for a 477.75 break. Back over to you, Sharif.
Ask you, brother, because I know you were talking about the R2 there, and I just want to kind of inquire. So has Rivian put the R2 up for pre-order in Canada?
Yes.
Yeah, amazing. Okay.
So I have my reservation. So it's just I don't know. It's the base price I think is 68 or 69,000.
That's what I was gonna ask. Okay, so yeah, the price, Katina, man. That was my question.
Yeah, but you know what, Sharif, you know what that's like, man.
Yeah.
That's like doesn't include any tires or anything like that. So you got to add a transmission to that and all that kind of stuff.
That's good to hear because usually they're putting that out for the States first and then for Canada. So it's nice to hear that they're actually that close to the launch. So good luck there. I just wanted to follow up with you, Sean. Nvidia, the next name here on the afternoon rundown, and a fantastic day at that for Nvidia. 2% plus, just got into the high of the day of 192.69. In case you're wondering what's going on with this one, well, they are purchasing Grok, G-R-O-Q, not G-R-O-K, so not Elon's XAI LLM. It is not that. It is basically a microchip company here, and they make custom silicon ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits, and that is being purchased by NVIDIA to kind of get their moat into that as well, Brendo. Sean and Obi. So what do you guys think here about NVIDIA trading near the highs?
This is more what I was meaning there. Yeah, why not there? I just said for fun that, after you add the transmission and everything, obviously there's no transmission in an electric vehicle. But I was just saying, like, the base model of everything is really like you step into the car and it's like such a base model. Yeah. You have to at least upgrade a couple things, so that's where they get you. So yeah, I think it'll probably like hitting the road probably at, we got to pay 13% tax here at least, right? Well, at most, that's what it is on the HST side of things. So, 66, you're adding 7 or 8 on tax, plus you're adding probably another 10, probably on the road at 90. It's probably what it is. We'll see if it's even worth that. Yeah, look, my number one trade of the day was Nvidia, and oh boy, was it a good one. It was right there. It was my number one idea on the list today. Was Nvidia 190.25 long. We just said it was the top of that monthly candle. We'll show that to you there. But it wound up breaking that in the pre-market. So we did go long that trade, and it was a dandy. And we'll just zoom in here a little bit just so you guys can see we have those little wicks there. There's the take right there, breaking 190.50. So we actually hit that, boom goes the dynamite Obi right up there to the upside. It's a good thing we got a bunch out there into 192. Like that's why we're able to have the success that we did. We were able to hold a lot of this for the break. And when our stop was 50 cents, it was a 190.50. Stop went right in immediately at 190. So these are 50 cents, right? These are the outs for the 1-to-1. And then it just blew up. And unfortunately, we could put our last little piece out once we broke downside there. And I know you were back and forth with the shorts and the longs at this point. Once it broke the 50-period moving average, I got out, only to now, Obi, witness this move straight to the upside. Yeah. And all it did was just came right back into 190 there, gave you that long again, back in again, boom again. So there was a lot of reload opportunities here. Unfortunately, I don't have them. But I do think that Nvidia is on its way to $200 even tomorrow. Like, this is a story that they bought. You just heard them there. Grok made a little inside acquisition there, not taking over any of the company, but, a deal done for the software, a deal done for the services and the technology. So we'll wait to see how much they can accrue from this one. But, hey, you got to like Nvidia. Battling off of that 170 and now right back into the 190s again. So yeah, just a big long there was the number one idea. And we say about this all the time, trade the momentum, especially on slower days when the volume's going to be light and there's going to be a lot of traders that are just chilling. Happy Boxing Day here in Canada. It is a statutory holiday right here, right now. So banks closed, apparently Cabano's closed. You got Burgers Priest, which is my favorite burger place. Yeah. I should have joined you with that.
I was definitely like fiending burgers. I was like,
it was pretty good, right?
Because like Cabano's didn't get filled on Cabano, so I was like, I need another burger.
Should hit that up with you. It was good or not?
It was solid. Yeah,
I like them. The smash burger.
What did I get? The holy burger? Or
they have a bunch of different names. Yeah. The Holy Grail or something like that. Yeah. Anyways,
I don't know. It was good.
Good job there. So yeah, good job on the burgers. But anyways, like Nvidia, I like it moving forward, and I think when the real volume comes back in the new year, Nvidia's takes out that 210 high.
Yeah, we're definitely like if you look at some of these stocks on, say, like a 6-month or even a 12-month chart, you can see very well, kind of clearly, which way they've been heading, and if they're going to do more of the same, then yeah, definitely those 200s, 300s, those are definitely incoming in the next year, potentially, if we're going to sustain this sort of buying and sentiment. But off of the open, it was pretty nice. I was short in the pre-market. Let me just look at my chart here. Yeah, I was short in the pre-market session here. You guys were here a little early. I'm like, okay, 190 halves. I even talked about how 190 was interacted in the Blue Ocean session last night. So that was pretty interesting information. And I was just like, let's see what it does in and around that 190. Short, coming in, I did get a little bit lucky here, Sean. I had the stop in for the long, but I punched out of the short before it even came in because I was like, I know this is going to hit me. So let me just punch out and take the push on of the 50 into the opening drive there, and that worked out pretty well. Got some out 91s, went all the way to 92s. This is where I started to get a little short here. Stopped out once. Second time is I guess a charm, kind of chased it all the way down. Flip long here, and then I just played the range for the most part. I was a little bit early here as well, but got short here into 192s after observing that, yeah, a little bit of a a little bit of a selling pressure, a little bit of a supply zone in this 192 area, getting involved pretty aggressively. Once that 192 comes in close and then starts to actually break, covered a bit too early there on much before VWAP, but that's okay. I got involved right underneath VWAP for the continuation as well. And now I'm a little bit long on just a happenstance. I had a ghost cover just sitting in there after I already covered the full position. I had another order to buy some in and around 79s, 190, 79s. And when I came back to the desk, I was like, all right, well, how am I in a position? Took some off here. I'm like, this is a good position regardless. Should have way more, it doesn't matter. But the trade is a trade. I'm taking it back to the high of the range there. And it actually broke out of the range. That double top high from the morning session has broken out currently. That was 192.28, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 192.28. And now we're consolidating and holding structure on top of that, which is a good sign. And yeah, maybe adds a little bit more confidence for continuation further higher into the 190s and maybe towards that 200 going into next week as well. But we'll see how the day ends. Absolutely solid trading vehicle today, in my opinion, where it gave you this range, nice long continuous legs here, absolutely beautiful. And then finally, you get that breakout in the afternoon session happening right now. So a little bit of a catalyst. But I don't know if that was specifically driving some of this price action on the day today. You saw how the futures were off of the open, pretty choppy, but inside this opening range for sure. And that's pretty much what Nvidia has been doing until about, I guess, 20, 30 minutes ago, where it actually broke out of the range.
So do you know the history of Boxing Day?
I have no idea.
Parents, old Victorian days there in England. Of course, we are part of the Commonwealth.
Yes.
And what it was that, and it's not the greatest history, but the servants had to work on Christmas Day. So what so nice of the English, they gave off the next day after Christmas to the servants, who would then go home and spend time with their families. And in return, the wealthy would provide them with a box of food and gifts and everything like that to take back to their families to celebrate. So it's kind of like they weren't able to have Christmas on the Christmas day because they were working. So Boxing Day was that they would, basically from all the boxes and all the stuff, the gifts that they would have, they would re-gift or give their gifts back in a box, which they would take home. I looked this up there. I had to give it back. So I knew it was. So that's why it's celebrated Canada, England, and then we heard Fiji and New Zealand. I didn't ask Gemini which countries, but that's what it is. So that's the histoday of Boxing Day. A lot of people were asking there if it was similar to
something new every day.
Yeah, some similar to Black Friday and things like that. But generally, this is when a lot of the sales start happening.
Yeah,
it's called the Boxing Week sales and whatnot. So that's
sales you're looking at for today. I checked Canada Computers. I still have to check Best Buy.
Dude, I just sent my kid Baxter $200 because he's taking the kids out to do climbing today. Oh, nice. So they're doing bouldering, and then they're doing dinner.
Nice.
So yeah, that's my life, my guy over here. So yeah, just as I told you, I don't do this for myself. Everything just goes right over to the kids. And Marissa's like, well, Baxter's asking for money to take the kids out, and of course he's in school, so that's fine. Taking care of the kids, taking care of his family. I said to Baxter, I said, thank you so much for coming. Obviously, and spending Christmas with us. So it's great that he gets to take the kids bouldering, and I just get to sit here, have a good time, go home, see the wife, and they can do their thing, and I'll pick them up after dinner, and everything will be good. So yeah, man, I'll eat ramen 10 times out of 10 if my kids can eat like kings. So that's what I will do, and yeah, that's that story. So let's go back. Come on, I'm not saying that for anything. I don't need that. But let's go back over to Sharif and see what the next stock is. We had Nvidia, we got Tesla. I don't know. What else is moving today, Sharif?
It was moving, Sean, and then it wasn't. SIDU, Sidus Space Station, has been a rocket ship this week, guys, up over 190% at the highs. It really all got off when they were selected for the Missile Defense Agency's SHIELD IQ program to support the Golden Dome initiative. However, as soon as they got that, the shares rallied, and then they took the opportunity to issue a public offering to the tune of 19 million shares at $1.30 a pop, and that sent this one aggressively down. But yet another day today, making higher highs into that 338. But Sean, looks like it's filled the gap here, closing in on, I want to say Wednesday's closing print.
Reversal there today, and that's the problem with these stocks, right? I mean, I took a trade on it was Neil. It was ASTS there last day on Wednesday, and it did not work. It just faded out the whole day. It opened up at the highs and then just kept on coming in, and that's exactly what SIDU has done here today. And it's just sometimes I just feel like, you know, we look at the stock and you just look back and you say, well, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of problems the last time we kind of got in here into $3. Sure, we broke it right there and it ripped up to 7, and that could have happened again, right? But I believe there was some sort of probably, again, another successful launch or something like that with SIDU. I mean, Shreve just talked about the offering that they dropped, probably dropped one here, and then there's another one, and that's all filled up now, so it's completed. So you don't have to worry about the pressure now of that share offering. So $3 came right into there. It was a good level. We only spent a little bit of time over $3 the last time we were here. That's $3.50 this level. So that top wick right there today is $3.40. So kind of coincides with this fill right there. So not a surprise that we did fade back, but I actually still really like the long in this name, right? I mean, we talked about it. We had that clue, what they voted on, the poll up earlier, and it was what's the next thing to go, and space was what was talked about, right? So we did have AST Mobile make that play. Ooh, yeah, yucky there as well. So they went right up there on the successful launch in India there of their satellites on, I think it was Tuesday. So Wednesday we came in all excited about it, and it just got hit back down to the downside. So yeah, I mean, I really do like the space. I think SIDU with, again, a little bit of a short float here could easily squeeze more. It's still nice to be up 7.5%, but really down today. And it looks like it wants to break. So I would say look out for that short right here, 230, 235. We probably have to, I'll try with 100 shares. We probably have to try, no, yeah, we got to pay for shorts. So I'm not sure how much that is, but we have to pay for shorts here at Real Trading. It might be worth it on that break right there. Then use your 200 period of 50 as you're out. But SIDU looking like a short to me here.
Yeah, no, I think this one again, recent runner. I was watching it as well. It was on my scanner this morning because I was like, nothing else is really running, and we had that gap up and push today. But yeah, this whole sector on the day today is kind of selling off pretty decently. Sean just looked at ASTS as well, so I was looking at it a little earlier during lunchtime, and I was like, yeah, no, the continuation, sure, we're kind of within range, but we looked really heavy here. I was looking at around 12 o'clock and looking at the low of day double bottom breakdown for the fill back into prior day's highs, and we're doing exactly that. Take a look at this consolidation, man. Solid bit of a held bid, or I don't know, just a hold of this 35s, 234s, $2.34 there, but making lower highs and lower lows as it's building structure that's stepping down as well. So yeah, a little bit of a run-up name over the past couple of days. I do want to see what it does with this day's range, because this was the day where it kind of blasted through that $1 on Friday, and then the next day we come in on Monday, we were all the way up to 2.5s. So this range is definitely, and you look at the relative volume that's happening there as well. So a little bit of a squeeze potentially happening here as we push up into the open. But yeah, once that buying is done, coming right back in and balancing itself out into prior day's highs on Sidus Space Inc.
Yeah, we just had
eyes on.
Thank you to Vizbot. Anyone following your sticky note on? I just said that we're probably going to talk about silver soon. Right now, SLV is up $4 right now. We both like the silver long, and I didn't touch it, and we should have right there. That was too bad because silver did break, and we did talk about it. So let's go over to Sharif and find out what's on the docket next.
Exactly, Sean. Right, it is silver, 7.45% at least for SLV. Got in to the day's high right now of 70.42. That's, of course, yet another all-time high for silver as that work continues to run. At the time of the writing of the article in front of you guys right now by Benzinga, it was up 164%, but platinum also up 8%, palladium 11, gold hitting another all-time high as that continues to run, guys. Copper, be on the lookout there. All the while, Bitcoin trading near the low end of the range, guys, in and around 87,300. But it is the precious metals world. We're all just living in it at the moment.
And we should have gone into Costco and just bought up all those gold bars those silver bars. I was telling my father-in-law used to give the kids these little 1 ounce silver little chips every time he saw them, and they're like 99.8%, whatever they are, pure silver. But an ounce of silver is not worth nearly, I mean, now it's worth a lot more than it had been in the past, but not getting rich off that. So I might own like 1,000, well, it's not me, the kids might own like $1,000 worth of silver or something. Better go look under their beds, man. I gotta pay for this. Okay, but anyways, no, silver just continues to go. And yeah, I just want to say shout out to Danny Boy. I mean, I'm going to take all the credit, or I'm going to give him all the credit for that one. We'll take credit for the fact that at least we had it written down here, silver. And then we just said with the market closed there in London, the London bullion market closed, we did like silver, but I had it written at 66.50 and I even mentioned or whatever the morning low was. So yeah, thank you Vizbot and whoever was mentioning that in the chat, because 66.50 is right here. That's where I picked it from basically. And I just said we were going to use the 200 period moving average. So I should have been long right there at 949. Unfortunately, we were a little too obsessed with Nvidia at the time, but that was just a great trade there off the 200 period moving average. I mean, I just want to still keep watching that every single day until we're wrong on it. But I like that part for movement in stock. And I mean, it's just continuously breaking out. And we had someone ask us about, a monthly chart, a weekly chart. It looks great on both of them. And there's the break right there. The break actually happened back in late November. So this is basically from November 1st, you're up 40% in about a month. Let's call it 2 months, right, at the end of the year. So that's just a monster move for silver. Nothing that was expected, I don't think. But, whenever you're breaking all-time highs and the momentum's there, we've seen people, I guess, switch over from Bitcoin potentially into gold and silver. And the reason why is, I mean, we've seen copper move upside as well. It's just the depreciation of the US dollar. Monetary control has been lost in many different spaces in this world, all over the world now. The US dollar, we talked about the Japanese yen and all that. Just fiscal policy has gotten a little out of hand with the money printing and all of that kind of stuff. We'll see if inflation comes back this year, but I don't see a slowdown in silver or gold anytime soon. So I'm gonna go get my pickaxe and start hitting up some mines. Right after I leave here, I'm gonna go find one and just start going at it, because I need to get some silver, man. And you let me know if you find any, but I'm gonna look under my kid's bed.
Yeah, no, silver, I think we talked about this in the pre-market, doing some decent relative volume. Coming into the open, we're doing roughly about 3 to 2.5 times relative volume there. And I was just like, okay, well, it's made a bit of a range and we're opening up in the middle of the range. So all I'm gonna do is, if it comes down to 66.70s, maybe that's going to be an opportunity to pull it back into prior day's high. Or if we break out of this 68.60 level here, then maybe there's an opportunity to push even higher. And that it went this direction. You can see the breakout of that range high comes in. Sure, it's a little bit choppy, but this pullback right here holds that prior high, holds this wick high as well. That's interesting. You can see strong volume on that push all the way up into some of those pre-market highs, slams right back in, and then starts grinding back slower to the upside. Now, currently pushing even higher. 70.41 is a day high, trading at 70.10s. Silver was definitely, I think, one of the names to focus on the day today, and it held quite well, especially after it broke out of that pre-market high and then this wick high as well after this got pinged. I don't know what this specifically was, but strong volume candle on this. What is this? This is a 3-minute chart, 957 candle, so that wicked all the way up into pre-market highs, and then structure hold happening as well. Let's see, what's going on here?
Oh gosh, that was what I was showing before. Who's showing happening?
This looks really cool. What are those?
This is clearly not as good as the one I was showing, I feel like. What is this telling us right now? So the wind is coming.
It tells you wind direction.
From the east.
It tells you, what's that? Precipitation, okay. All right. Danny's boy with the super chat here.
Again, man, this guy killed
regarding silver, it's probably also important to know that China has banned the shipment.
Hey, we got to put it, hold on.
Out of the country.
Hold on.
Right.
Let's put this in the
screen.
chat right now. So here we go. Boom. All right, Obi, please read again.
Yes, all right, so.
Please do not read again.
Yep, I'm gonna wait for it to come on the screen.
Send selected, there it is.
Boom, there it is. All right, so thank you, Danny's boy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Regarding silver, it's probably also important to know that China has banned the shipment of silver out of the country starting January 1st. This is gonna push it even higher. All right, so a little bit of a fact, then suffixed with a bit of, I guess, opinion. But yeah, we'll see what it does to silver. A lot of people are definitely long silver. I didn't know that this is happening, so I got to look into this as well. January 1st, China's are they a big shipper of silver? You know that silver is not only found in China, but I'd have to look deeper into this as well. But the chart kind of is showing that we are bidding up. Again, let's go to a higher time frame here. Let's just go straight up to a 3-month. You can see here SLV breaking out pretty much a parabolic move on the monthly. Why did I go to a 3-month? I'll go to a single month here. But parabolic move nonetheless here, pushing even higher. So yeah, the backside is going to be great when it does come in. But as of right now, a little bit of a squeeze happening. And yeah, that could, a confluence of held supply can definitely do that as well, right? So people may be positioning in for that as well. If China is a big supplier of silver, I don't know, I'll have to check. But if that's the case, then yeah, people are forward looking, and
it's just another story that's going to scare people about the supply, right? So I think that's what it is, supply and demand, and the more rare we think something is, the higher we pay for it. Sharif, one more name to get out of here, my guy.
F-Jet guys, Starfighters Space. We saw them IPO last Thursday. Was well received, very good day for them. Now post IPO, they're still up about 300%. They're up 17 3/4 on the day, but a little bit off that 1820 high. They raised about $40 million in the IPO, and the CEO of the company wants you to know he IPO'd because it's a favorable White House policy environment with the F-104 jets that he's operating here for satellite launches from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, boys. So FJET trading at 14 2/3 off that 1820 high.
All right, so I don't know exactly what the float is right here, but if they're going to raise, thank you, Sharif, thank you for doing that, and good luck. We'll see you tomorrow, or on Monday, I guess, hopefully. Market cap right there, 300. So they just said they raised 40 million. The market cap right now is just 345 million. So it's big there. Sorry, big raise for what they have. That's nice, you know, giving them hopefully a little bit of cash there so they can spend a little bit of it. I do like the fact that it's going to be a favorable move into space. It looks like President Trump, okay, no problem. President Trump did have what was that new system he made? There's a new Department of Space, is it?
Oh, yeah. Space Force.
Space Force, that's what it is.
Also it's a great show as well.
I saw that with Steve Carell, right? On Netflix. I think they only did one season of it.
Yeah, I was kind of...
I remember watching. I thought I was a little disappointed of it. You liked it?
So I don't remember finishing it, but...
well, then there you go.
The beginning of it, I definitely really liked, and I was just like, where's more? But it did start getting a little corny, but...
But it's called Starfighters Space.
Yeah.
So I don't really know.
Recent IPO as well.
Yeah, no, definitely a recent IPO, nicely successful. But don't kid yourself, man. This stock is going down. Like, I don't know what else to say about it. This is what it looks like.
Reversion.
Again, successful IPO. The very next day, it got hit pretty bad. It was down to $6, right off of about a $10 or so IPO. Then it just got lifted there like crazy. And there it is. What is this for? A chart for ants. Okay, and then $12. I do like Ben Stiller, but I don't get. That's from Zoolander, I guess. But there it is. So 11.92 upside right there. I don't know. I think you don't want to be in this name if it breaks through $12. So you're up to 14.75. I would just say be careful with this one. Could definitely go. I mean, another 20% there today. But we've all been burned and all made money on these kind of stocks. So I think it's just a matter of try to take your shot with it and see where it winds up going. But for me, this is a nothing until it finally, I don't know, it gets a little more volume to it. I mean, there's a lot of volume, but like consistent volume. So just a couple days in right now, F-Jet. You see anything on a little bit of a...
Yeah, I mean, higher time frame, I'll tell you where I see personally the better trades on this name. Now, I can be very wrong. Doesn't matter. Right here, you can see day one high, that broke out, a little bit of a squeeze. Definitely players getting in for a bit of a swing, maybe on the first day. Beautiful reversion. Bit of a liquidity trap maybe because it cannot go further down, lower volume, and then Rip City on the third day right there, breakout. That was a trade, and then maybe this short reversion coming in, but again, low volume, not really breaking down as much. We're getting some more pops here today. So I think this will stay interesting and moving around for a little bit, but we'll have to keep an eye on this one. I think we're going to see it now.
Guys, how are we doing today? Let's take a quick look at what's going on right now. The EIA crude oil numbers, stocks change coming on Monday, not today, the 29th. Nothing major economic release as of today. But let's go through a couple of headlines. Nvidia is buying Grok's assets for $20 billion. So now, again, like Sharif said, not Grok by Elon Musk, Grok, Grok's assets. It's the largest deal ever for Nvidia on record, and Nvidia also earlier this year announced its intentions to carry out a similar deal in September when it shelled out around $900 million to hire the CEO of Fabrica and other employees. Grok has currently raised $750 million at valuation of about $6.9 billion as of 3 months ago, and Nvidia stock has risen 0.5% as of earlier today after this decision, and currently is up 1.87%. Let's also take a quick look at Oracle. Oracle, as we know it, is having its worst quarter since 2001. The company's stock has plummeted 30% so far this quarter, which is so close to when the company's stock went down and took a hit at 34% back in 2001 during the dot-com days, which obviously, as we know it, is not good. And just 3 months ago, new leadership was announced for the company with Clay Magro and Mike Sicilia as new CEOs. And we all know it, they seem to be like they're off to a rough start. Oracle is also plotting $248 billion in leases to boost its cloud capacity on top of building data centers. But the company's stock is currently up around 0.13%. Moving on to gold and silver, by the way, are soaring fresh highs. Gold futures have hit an all-time high, intraday high today of $4,579 per ounce. This will mark its 54th record close of the year. Silver futures are also reaching an all-time high of $76.15 per ounce, on track for its 5th straight record close and 18th of the year. We're going to also quickly take a look at Freeport-McMoRan FCX. Stock is currently trading at $53.2 per share and has a market cap of $76.4 billion. The miner stocks are climbing after copper has also hit a fresh record as of today. The stock is currently up 1.8%, and the company also announced that it will be releasing its quarterly dividend to be paid on Monday, February 2nd of the new year. And last but not the least, we're going to take a quick look at a thing of note. All the airlines today, American, Delta, United, JetBlue, and Southwest, have waived the change fees and fare differences for their passengers due to the cuts in flights and change in timings due to the snowstorm happening today. 1,200 flights have been canceled and rescheduled. Currently, AAG is down 1.9%, Delta trading negatively 0.54%, Southwest negative 0.24%, United is in the red by 0.5%. And lastly, JetBlue losing ground by 2%. Over 350 flights, or more than a quarter of the day's schedule, were canceled as of 1 p.m. this Friday from John F. Kennedy International Airport. So if you're traveling within the next few days, or if you have anywhere to go to fly, please be safe, take care. That's all, and back to the guys.
All right, great job, Sia. Thank you so much. Hit the like button for Sia over there. Yeah, so here we go, man. We were just talking about it. Guess what happened? There it is. So that offering is now full. So they priced their offering on Citizen right there. 10.8 million shares done at $1.50. So here's the news. And whoops, there's what just happened. But now that news has been absorbed, I think you can play off this $2. So they're going to raise $16 million right there at a price of $1.50. So that's where they're able to find buyers for those 10.8 million shares. So yeah, they've done 152 million shares today. Once that was announced, whoops, to the downside. Now, not everyone's going to be able to participate in that offering. The offering does close on December the 29th. So that's a couple days from now. And we'll see today's 26, 27, 28 till Monday. And probably you'll trade in and around this price now moving forward. Watch out for $2 breaking on SIDU. But there it is right there. That's the reason for the move down over to Obi.
So now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, that's Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. There's not many days left. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use the currency hedging. What's going on? Offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily
there it is.
To learn more.
Yeah, and scan that QR code right there, find out more information about Beta Pro and Global X. So yeah, here goes Sidious again. Looks like it wants to break through that $2 mark right now. The low was $1.98 on that information. So they should trade down near and around $1.50 right there of where it doesn't mean it's going down there, right? But they have till the 29th to fill that offering. And some other, was it this morning or I forget, there was another company. I think maybe it was the same one. So we were expecting this announcement. So nice move to the downside. While we were gone just a couple minutes ago, we got out right there on VWAP of our TQQ trade. So we got out. It does drop down into the 200 period moving average. We got out with only an hour and 10 minutes left, an hour until the imbalance is. Come over to the chart here just quickly, Ramin, and I'll just show everybody. Yeah, so that's where we got out right there. Now it's a little higher, fine, but it dropped through. That was always my target there. Get out at VWAP. You got to have a plan of action. This plan of action is almost filled. If that breaks right there, we almost got stopped out right there. My stop is a break of 75s. So we're about 20 cents away from Tesla, and then we'll get out of that one. But we've already done really well on Tesla today, and then Nvidia, the name that just ran. And I want to do this again. Like, if we can come back, let's see what happens at VWAP. It hasn't been great today, VWAP, to be honest with you. Choppy in there, nothing there. The 200 period, I mean, this is VWAP. So, generally speaking, we like to test those areas. So I think that if it does come back in, we'll do that. Ooh, Steve is here. Okay. Did not realize that one. But yeah, it's a Friday. The thing is, I'm so messed up with what the days are.
And I believe you. When the week becomes a blur, right? Life revolves around economic numbers and earnings, pretty much. I don't know if it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then I usually find out around the midday because everyone's like, yo, your drinks today or, going out today? I know, right? I'm like, oh, it's Friday, let's go. I don't know.
Marissa's like, I forgot to pick up, she's like, she forgot to pick up milk and cream on her way to drop the kids today. I was like, I can get it. I can just get it tomorrow. And I was like, wait a second, tomorrow's Saturday. I'll sleep in and have that coffee. Without any further ado, Steve Tileman from Trade the Pool. Let's bring him in. There he is. Steve, how you doing today, my friend?
Great, thanks for having me on. How you doing?
Not too bad. I see you change from the Yankees hat to just straight white hat there today. Don't worry, Neil's not here. He's the one that always gives people a hard time about the teams that they support. But looking great there. Was that a Christmas present?
Oh, the white hat? No, this is old.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Give me a gift.
Markets today, huh?
Yeah, I forget about the markets. Give me one Christmas gift that maybe you received yesterday if you celebrate Christmas at all.
Well, let's see. I got a copy of. My grandfather passed last Christmas, so I got a copy of one of the books that he wrote.
Oh, wow.
Signed by him that somebody had kind of found tucked away, and that was really sweet. So.
Oh, man.
That's awesome.
Oh, perfect. That's the best gift. We will not hear a better one than that. So that is awesome. But yeah, you mentioned the market, and yeah, what a market again. I mean, I just feel like every day, if we ever fight the shorts, it seems like it's been a losing battle over the last couple of days as we head into what is now. And maybe we talked about this last week, but this is supposed to be the Santa Claus rally. It's the last few days of the year, and then the first 3 days heading into January. You a believer of that at all, or do you trade like that, or you just trade what you see in front of you?
Well, a little bit of both. I do definitely look a lot at seasonality. I think that it's quite a powerful kind of undercurrent that we got to pay attention to. I think some people tend to kind of fall too dogmatically into that camp and just follow it blindly. So I was a little shaky until we reclaimed that 680 handle on SPY, but then it was all systems go for me. So I love the Christmas rally here, and I think we've got legs.
Yeah, same way. I mean, I had the Nvidia trade as the #1 idea today where they invested in that Grok, which of course is not the Twitter Grok, but that new AI form there with new TPUs and getting them into that game as well. Nvidia, a lot of people, maybe we can ask for your opinion on the chart here. Nvidia all-time highs of 210 was hit just after earnings. Now it's pulled back into 170s. We're getting a bounce now up into 200. What do you think about Nvidia as we head maybe into the new year here? And I know you and I have talked about cyclicality and seasonality changing potentially for some of these GPUs. But what about just the next couple of days? You think we touch that $200 mark? What are you thinking about Nvidia right here with lots of volume, over 100 million shares today?
I love that you were dialed into Nvidia here too. I definitely was as well. I missed the play this morning. I was hoping for a little pullback into the gap, and it was just screaming out of the gates there. So congratulations, Nvidia bulls. I do think we have legs. So the next area of interest is going to be the top of this big red candle that kind of stuffed the rally previously. It also aligns nicely with 195, as well as, if we zoom on out, the 2 times measured move of the previous basing structure right there. So there's a lot of reasons why I think that we're going to gravitate up to there. It's quite a large gamma pin as well, a gamma call wall for next week. So that's where I'm going to be kind of keeping an eye on price action. And if we see more gamma coming in for the 200 strike, then we could see a nice straight continuation to that 200 handle.
Can get that action going next week. We also have another play that a lot of traders are looking at. I'm just going to give you basically all the chalk names, right? Like all the big ones here. Tesla. So Tesla, another monster mover here. As we talk about robotics, we get that push from the U.S. government over the last couple of weeks about robotics, the funding going into the space. We hear FSD, all the new FSD models that are coming out right now, just getting bigger and better. We saw a little bit of trouble brewing with Waymo last week. I don't know if you saw some of those videos. And I kid because I wasn't in one of those cars, but when all the power went out there in San Francisco, a couple people got stuck, needless to say. But then they immediately dropped a software update to hopefully correct that moving forward. Tesla looks like it has 500 written all over it, but we keep getting close and then the fade happens. So we saw a big move down today in Tesla off of, again, that 490 print. What do you think about Tesla here moving forward? You like the stock at these current levels? You think it needs to cool down a bit?
Well, real quick, just because you mentioned the Waymo situation, I'm in San Francisco and was actually out driving during that storm. I was literally dodging Waymos that were just
awesome.
in the middle of intersections.
Awesome.
It was pretty wild.
That's awesome.
In terms of Tesla here, I'm a big bull. So I thought we were going to potentially get a gamma squeeze here today. Okay. There was intense gamma leveled up at the. Let me put my hourly chart on and show you what the setup was here for me. Oh man, I've been trading it today, so it's messy. We'll clear off the fibs there. So obviously we did not get the move I was looking for, this gamma squeeze, where we dipped down and then ripped. I scalped calls to this 188 handle. There was a pretty key resistance, and then my runner got destroyed here. So I really like it for a long-term swing, but like you said, they keep batting us down from the 500 level, and really from this 490 level is the pivot that I'm seeing here. So I think that it's just taking its time. We should see a higher low forming, if not today, then early next week. I believe the structure is going to hold. I believe this daily channel here, the bottom of this, is going to hold as well if we do get down there. And so in the next week or two, we should base out here, maybe dip down, and then be ready for that push. I'm a big believer in Tesla as well as Rivian.
Okay, yeah, actually, yeah, Rivian as well. We like the look of Rivian over the last little while. And again, they had a conference, I think it was last week or the week before, about AI, right? And they're talking all about AI. Rivian breaking that 20 up to $22. I like that. Okay, so I need to sort of geek out just a little bit here because Waymo just got announced for Toronto and the incoming area here, but I don't know when exactly they're gonna be around. Have you been in one of those cars? And if so, or any friends, any feedback personally on what it's like to be in a driverless vehicle?
Yeah, it's great. Honestly, I was so skeptical.
Really?
I'm kind of old fashioned in the idea of getting into a vehicle with nobody piloting it. It kind of, puts me on edge. That being said, incredibly smooth drive.
Really?
It was a better driver than I am. Really nice ambiance, really nice sound system in there. It's a good product and a good service, and it's cheap too compared to Ubers.
That's what I was going to ask you. So are we close to the same price as an Uber? Or are we half price? Are we 80%? What does it look like there in San Fran?
Well, I got to do a little more due diligence because I haven't taken an Uber in quite a while because I just go to the Waymos now. I think last time I checked, it was maybe 20-30% cheaper. But it's, we're in an interesting area with Waymo rolling out service.
Right.
So it might vary.
I mean, I think honestly though, Steve, like if we can even come close to the same kind of price, a lot of people like the privacy of obviously being in a car, you know, by yourself. You can do your own thing. You don't have to worry about that. So I think that there is a good chance there. Do you have a feeling that maybe Uber is in trouble here with that kind of, forget about the stock, but just about, or the stock price. Do you think Uber is in trouble with Waymo, or do you think they can sort of come together and work together on some sort of a service for everybody?
You know, this is one of those areas where I'll speculate, but I'm going to, you know, preface this with, in general, I stay in my lane when it comes to this type of fundamentals move, because I'm not an expert in this space, let alone these companies. From my understanding, that's definitely a big factor in the pullback. Well, messy chart here, in the pullback on Uber. So I kind of have to see where it's going to base here. It's been off my radar for a while.
Yeah. I
think that it is just coming back into the previous swing highs from February of last year. And as long as this kind of zone holds, this 679 to call it 680, 79 to 82 there, I think that it's still in play. The monthly 21 moving average is coming up to meet us here, and it's just a slow mover. It's an interesting stock because it used to be a growth name, and then it's starting to trade like value, which is interesting because it has gotten cheaper as it went up, at least up to last year. So interesting setup for the long term, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was most nervous about, because I'm a holder of the stock, and I was like, you know what, all this kind of talk here, I know it's expensive to build these Waymo cars, and I know Tesla's just around the corner as well, so more competition coming, that is for sure. Just quickly before I throw it over to Obi, we're now entering the power hour. I just want to show people, so my Tesla trade, we're still long here at 474.50 off of that low. We fought it early, we got that bottom, well, maybe potential bottom right there, and now we're just going to take another piece out at the 200 period moving averages. We almost got stopped out there. And then it came back out, so we're going to get a piece out. All right, Steve, our good friend Obi, I know you've talked to him before. He has a question for you.
Hey, how's it going, Steve? Nice talking to you again. Some great ideas there. I had a question for you. We asked the viewers earlier today, going into 2026, if you were to pick one of three things, what would they be in terms of like looking for a cool down, looking for a pullback for maybe a longer term look? And the options were space stocks. We see them kind of moving around over the past couple of weeks. And we know with the potential of SpaceX IPOing in the next few years, that could be something. What about uranium? Uranium was the other one. And then the third one, quantum. Quantum, you know, it's had its up and down. So I wanted to ask your opinion on what you think would be a good outlook going into 2026.
Great question. And I think the viewers are looking in really interesting spaces for growth next year.
Question.
So I've got all three of these sectors on my watch list into the next year. I'm partial to space. I think that there's going to be a lot of potential catalysts that could be coming up in the next year, just in terms with how aggressively Trump seems to be positioning towards that move. And, you know, Elon's always around the corner, just waiting to talk about space this, space that. So I think that thematically, it's going to keep some steam here. That's my number one. I like uranium too. I'm a massive bull in terms of the long-term fundamental narrative, but it's just taken its time stuck in the mud here. So if the other commodities can keep pushing, which I strongly anticipate, I think uranium's going to play ball too and give us some really good looks into next year.
Hey, thank you. Awesome. In terms of uranium, what names are you looking at as like vehicles to take the uranium trade?
Well, the one that's at the top of my list right now is actually UUUU, which is kind of a dual play because they have a lot of rare earth metals exposures too, the critical minerals. So I like the look of the chart. Once it can flip this kind of key cluster of moving averages, we have the 8 in blue, the 21 in yellow, and then my trigger system here, the daily trigger in the blue. And so the combination of these three, it's going to provide a really sticky point, probably a pivot. But once we can break above, back test it and hold that, I'm looking for a nice move up here. I like UUUU. I also like CEG, just as the blue chip here. This one's an incredible company. This is what I hold in my long port, and I don't stress about the 30% moves in some of these other names.
Yeah, that's fair. That one's definitely a little bit more tame when it comes to the volatility compared to the other ones. Yeah, thank you.
We thank you, Steve and Obi there. We're getting some questions there on the chat about that Obi and I are big fans of cats, and apparently yours made an appearance there in the background, Steve. So we're just wondering, okay, here we go. Oh yeah, there is a tabby cat, big boy there. So can you introduce him or her to us?
Absolutely. This is Cleo. You want to look at the camera, Cleo?
Oh, beautiful.
Because she wanted to go outside, and I just snatched her. But she's a good girl.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, we actually, my daughter just sent me a video. My son brought home his cat and they're fighting right now, my cat and his cat. So yeah, lots of good stuff there. All right, you talked, Steve. Yeah, sorry to distract you there with that, but
the show right there.
You mentioned UUU or Quad U coming up there as well. Is there any other name, before we let you go here, that you're looking at right here? Is there something on the chart that's maybe, not at the top of everybody's mind right now that we can look at in the next, coming days, or anything looking to break out? The floor is yours. What would you like to talk about?
Man, there's so many names I'd love to talk about. I brought up a lot of them I just put together my portfolio 2026.
Okay, perfect.
My forward-looking there, an article that'll be on my Twitter. I'm going to post it right after this appearance. But this is possibly the most juicy setup that I haven't heard anybody else really talking about, save one person on Twitter. Shout out Undefined Mystic. So ALMU, this is a really interesting play it's a small cap, it's a semiconductor. It is a play on a specific AI bottleneck. Shoot, I got to look at my notes. There's also SHMD. They both do certain PCB components and these guys, I'm sorry, they are photovoltaics, I believe. So very interesting setup here. If this one can play out, it's a moonshot, and I think we could easily see quite extended targets up, and we're talking 3-4 bags here. So this is my moonshot for 2026.
Was that a SPAC, or is that a recent IPO back in July, it looks like, or June? What was?
Recent IPO, I believe.
Okay, a recent IPO. And we do know that Marvell just bought Photonics name as well. So maybe if they're similarly, good call there. ALMU. Okay, here we go. It's time to drop some, where can we find you? We have it at the bottom there, at Steve Tileman. Is that still correct? You're an analyst with Trade the Pool. So is that where they can find you, or best practices on that?
Absolutely. So I have the Twitter. I'm still getting the hang of actually posting on it. But where I always post is my Discord server. You can find that right in my Twitter bio. And you can also find my my WAP as well. I do a newsletter and a Signal service as well. So definitely check that out. We're making plays every week. Thanks so much. Oh, and one more thing.
Sure, let's go.
I almost forgot. I'm doing my weekly webinar here. We're doing a weekly trade roundup. We have some good ones to talk about. We're going to be doing that at Trade the Pool's YouTube channel 40 minutes after the bell.
Perfect. Well, we'll check you out there. We'll check you out so you can drop your picks of 2026. Everybody go find this guy. It's Steve Tileman. Thank you for spending time with us here on a Friday and sharing Clio with us as well. Gorgeous. Thank you so much, Steve. That's Steve from Trade the Pool. Thank you, Steve. Ciao. All right. I mean, that's why we have these guests on, man. I mean, giving us new, interesting names, trying to cover some names that you and I have talked about as well, potentially different insights. I think he was pretty on board with what we had talked about there. I mean, I think we put up that poll, and I tried not to include space in that poll, but because I thought it was going to win, and it won pretty easily there today. So anybody looking at the space trade, Steve tends to agree with us on that one, but he likes uranium as well. So giving us Quad U there, SMR, Oklo, all those names are at good levels as well, nano nuclear. I think you could probably just pick a ETF, which I'm going to find the best one. There are a couple different ETFs out there for uranium and nuclear stocks, but Constellation, CEG continues to be great. Cameco is CCJ, so CEG, good little name there. They're kind of like an ETF themselves anyways, built into that one. So that's good. Thank you for that one, Steve, and go make sure you do find him in all of his picks as well. But okay, so that was that. Now we enter into the hour of power. So let's see if anything is moving around. If anything, maybe the futures are about to lose a level there just in the afternoon, but I don't know. We bounced around here before and didn't do a whole heck of a lot. All right, man. I see you, I see me, and I see ya behind us. So let's go over and see. I still have some of that rum and eggnog. I don't know, got to go get some more of that. All right, let's go over to Sia, see what she's talking about, and I may go get another coffee. You need a refill or anything?
I'm good. I got my...
you got the Dr. Pepper over there.
A little bit of caffeine in there.
I don't mind the Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I think it's one of my favorite pots.
A little sweet, yeah. Cherry.
I don't have it too often, but yeah,
Yeah, something. Spoil yourself, my guy. All right, Sia, what you going to talk about?
Thank you for the crickets noise after that joke, by the way. I just got remembered my dad. Anyways, let's quickly take a look at the small cap. Russell is down 0.66% today following a red Christmas spirit. We're going to take a look at a couple individual movers as of now. HQY. HQI, Health Iniquity is up 1%. EVP Lad Delano decided to sell 1,500 shares as of the 23rd of December, which is why I feel like the stock is doing pretty good today. Price of per share was around $94.72, which is a total of $142,000 price range. And moving on to Urban, URBN, Urban Outfitters down 2% today. The CEO of the company sold around 40,000 shares as of the 23rd of December, as we spoke about it on that day. But it has been named one of the retail apparel stocks to lead the consumer rally in the new year, besides American Eagle, Gap, and Boot Barn, which is really good for Urban there. OKLO is still trading negative 5.7% after the company's CFO, Richard Craig, sold 75,000 shares worth $5,087,872 on the 17th and the 18th of December. And last but not the least, D-Wave Quantum Incorporation, QBTS, on the NYSE. D-Wave Quantum down 8.7% as a reaction to the company's CFO, John Markovich, selling 100,000 shares valued around $3 million, and president and CEO of the company, Alan Baratz, selling 793,000 shares valued at $23,913,000. That's all for small cap. Back to Obi.
Thank you very much, Sia. Yeah, some board members selling some of that quantum as well, taking some profits. I got involved with a little bit of silver earlier. I was like, okay, I see some selling coming in. You can see right here, it's 70s, back into 70s, and then it kind of consolidating in the 80s. I was watching this, rips right back up through 70s. I'm like, nope, it's going to probably, very likely, it's going to kind of come into day highs. The probabilities were changing, and I was just like, all right. And yeah, we got some fresh highs off of that push there. Could not break down 69.80s, rips right back through, re-enters the trend, breaks the high at 70.40s. Now we're trading in and around 70.55s with a high of 63 there on silver. But you can see here, still within trend. I was getting a little bit involved, again, keeping nimble to be like, all right, the bid is definitely there. And kind of to go back to the super chat that we got earlier about the China, was it the China ban? Yeah, Danny's boy. So I did look it up. So I was just like, that just seems a little extreme. So here's what I got. Again, this is GPT 5.2. Coming up with these answers, which is pretty, I've been using it quite often, and it's pretty good at what it does. So anyways, in 2024, those are the stats that we have on silver right now. So China in 2024 mined 3.3 thousand metric tons, while the world mined 25,000 metric tons. That puts China at roughly about 13.2% of the total mined silver in the world. Right? So the question becomes, even if China were to straight out run a ban, a 13% supply pull, is that really going to cause this kind of a parabolic move on some of these silver names? Or is it because all of these commodities are kind of pushing up and you're getting that kind of thematic run of precious metals, right? And then it's not a full-on ban either, right? I feel like, again, you got to make sure you're properly informed and asking, even doing a simple Google search or asking GPT or any sort of LLM will kind of put you there. They're not necessarily doing a full-on ban. It's more export controls and licensing. It's not a zero guaranteed ban. So it's just like they're just going to put some more, I guess, some hurdles for those people who want to export silver. They probably want to keep an eye on those people. It doesn't matter, whatever, but it's not a full-on ban, right? So it's just like, okay, considering that, I think, yes, you can add a little bit of confluence to the trade, but also you got to keep in mind that the whole sector, the whole theme is running right now. And when that theme fizzles off, will silver still be catching a little bit of a bid? I don't think so. My opinion does not matter. But again, what the charts are showing is somewhat of a parabolic move, or it's starting to get into a parabolic move on some of these commodities. So yeah, I'm definitely watching it very, very closely. We saw how silver, or at least the silver trust, was breaking out. And I was looking up. Remember we talked about, do these ETFs actually hold real silver and gold
right.
to exchange? So it's like, yeah, they have some, but in order to exchange it for physical gold, you have to be trading blocks. That's 100,000 shares. That values some of the positions at 12 million. So that's definitely out of the reach of majority of people. Right, so it's just like, okay, well, if you're really like, okay, is this the right vehicle? Maybe for the momentum, absolutely. But longer term, I think, like you said, holding physical assets might be interesting. Some ETFs I know do hold fully. What do you call? They're just pure. They hold the bars, they hold the bullion, whatever it is, and that's all they do. And those vehicles might be a little bit better for what you're looking for. But I don't know. You gotta ask someone who knows a lot more than me about this stuff. But I just wanted to do a quick check on that China ban, which is not necessarily a ban. It's just some more controls that are falling around the export of silver. I don't know how that's going to really long-term cause silver to move, but I'm here to watch. I'm here to learn for sure. So I just wanted to clear that up. And I think it was Danny's boy 12345 in the chat who was talking to us about that. So solid stuff. Thank you for bringing it up. Really appreciate it. Now we have a little bit more perspective on what that actually is. What's up, Adara?
Beware, some geopolitical headlines coming through. Nothing really moving the market yet or these oil plays, but just be aware. We do have Politico reporting that apparently U.S. President Donald Trump said that Volodymyr Zelensky, leader of Ukraine, will be visiting Mar-a-Lago this weekend. Now, Trump did also say here that Zelensky, quote, doesn't have anything unless I approve it. So looks like there will be apparently a discussion between U.S. President Trump and Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky this weekend, again, reported by Politico, which is quoting Trump in this article. If I hear anything more, I'll let you know. But again, geopolitical tensions on watch with this market this afternoon, guys. Back to you.
Okay, so thanks, Adara. I was just looking, we have a button for that.
Thank
okay.
you very much, Darren.
Right now, the market is, I just want to look at the NASDAQ because this is a 200 period moving average, and it's been awesome. You know, ever since the 18th there, once we broke it right there in the morning, right at 9 o'clock, and then it sort of held it this whole time. Now, sure, we got a little bit of action here. That's off the open on the 23rd, but a huge move up and then just a fade right back into that level again, and then we never saw it. So I'm thinking like this would be an area to maybe the market could get some support. We did go long today off of this area. I mean, that's part of the reason why we are long. We wrote down $55 on the TQQs today, and yep, that's that screen, and you can see, well, I mean, what a great desk we have there. But yeah, nice move up there on the TQQ. So despite some potential geopolitical issues here, thinking that, that this is the long that we had early on the TQs right there, 55.11. Now you kind of know why. That's that mark right there. So it's coming back in. I think if the NASDAQ can get just a little bit lower into like 55, I don't know, like I was saying, 25s or so, almost back to these kind of levels. I think it might be worth a shot against that low one more time there, but you can get part of drift, and I don't necessarily want to be into a name that's drifting around to the low side, but NASDAQ's flat on the day, might be something there if you're looking. And then I was, you talked about silver there, and as you were sort of going on there, but what it means for China, I was thinking I got to get long here, silver somewhere, but it's the 200 period, right? I mean, it's the 200 period moving average today that we nailed right off the open. I hope you guys joined us early. We talked about that 200 period. There it is again there, and we kind of got into it right there at 69.75, but you're getting higher now. I mean, silver's up 9% today. Wow, what a great call. What a great call by Danny Boy and everybody in our chat as well earlier this morning. And, it's written on the sticky note for a reason. We did have good feels about it, but not into anything. So we got to look at this 200 period again, and that's 69.50. So we're still far away from that, a dip down here into 70 maybe, but we're off on silver. So if you're going to use the same logic with silver and gold, yeah, I mean, there's nothing technically there. I mean, this bottom held. I don't think we're going to get back to 415 anytime soon for GLD. So I think we kind of got to pass on any trading there today for the metals, with only now, again, 30 minutes left until those imbalances. Apple's breaking lower and about to make new lows on the day. So this could be a trade here. Look at this sloping down VWAP, sloping down 50 period moving average. I actually like this short right there for Apple. If we can get 274.30, so a little bit of a move up there for Apple, we can short into this area. But it is breaking, man. This could be a good look. Breaking through 274. Do we like that trade or what? I mean, that could be a good short. Let me know in the chat if there's any sort of names, that are lining up for you. And I just find them here. This isn't a scanner that we make on eSignal, and it just kind of gives us, we have Nvidia, Qualcomm, Intel, Apple, Shopify, Roblox, Roblox just hitting a 5-period moving average. We can have a quick little look at that as well. Coinbase, I mean, Bitcoin had a nice move down, but now it's 87.5. There's Shopify, we talked about that. SPY, 680 key level there on Spiders. Steve was talking about a little bit to us as well. What is the SPY? Let me see what this looks like just real quick, and I'll throw it back over because we can trade whatever here, and that's the good thing about it. You actually showed us earlier that who was making money yesterday. We can have a quick look at it. Even though the U.S. markets and many markets here in North America and across Europe were closed, the Turkish market apparently was open, and we had some traders trading that there today or yesterday in real trading. So yeah,
it's not called real trading for no reason.
No, yeah, there's a lot of real trading that does happen around here. Obi, you were muted, so a lot of people didn't get that great joke that you just made.
I said it's called real trading for a reason, guys.
Right, yeah, exactly. So you got to trade any market.
There's no sleep.
Yeah, you got to trade. Yeah, you got to get a little bit of sleep, but yeah.
Get good sleep.
Looking at me, you might not think I get any sleep, but we try to get some sleep. All right, so 690. Yeah, I don't know. Like right now on the daily, man, it's kind of looking the same thing as the NASDAQ where we ride this 200 period, right? So this is the SPY. I just showed you the NASDAQ 100. It's very, very similar. So until we get too toppy there, I'm going to keep on going long. So I'm looking for a break. I mean, that 689 break, if that can come through there tomorrow and we break this trend to the downside, then yeah. You know, but might as well just keep on watching these names continue to climb higher here as we get a lot of action in the silver names, but not too much in the broader market, man. S&P and the NASDAQ both hovering around zeros today. So, yeah, Apple low of day. We just highlighted that. I don't know, is anything sort of, you know,
I mean,
honestly,
I'm looking for the next trade. I'm watching silver here to see if it's really going to push going all the way into the close. So that's one of the things I'm watching as well. Yeah, Nvidia coming right back into the lower end of the range as well. So got out of the last crumble of that long right there because I'm like, yeah, this is probably headed towards VWAP. It was definitely a decent reason to sell here when it couldn't get past the 192 halves, breaks this 192 40s-ish, and then pulls back in to what was prior day high at 192 30s. Once we reclaim that, I'm like, all right, we're back in range. We attempted to push the range, and we kind of false broke that range in a sense here on Nvidia. So you can get a better perspective of what I'm talking about. You can see double top pushes up higher. Can't really get too far. Only about what is that? Only about 20 pennies, maybe 40. Yeah, 40 pennies there. Quick maths as it pulls right back into VWAP as of right now. What's going on, Sia?
Thank you so much. So health services, as you can see, is doing pretty good today as compared to everything else on the S&P. The big two in electric tech, I would say Nvidia, AVGO performing well. Apple is flat as of now. Tech services are looking flat. Finance, energy, consumer durables, all have clearly chosen to wear red this holiday season. And Netflix, NFLX, I want to talk about that particularly right now, fell 10% after missing its Q3 earnings, showing a $619 million charge from Brazil, missed by $1.10 per share. And that's all. Back to the guys.
All right, that was a quick one right there. Thank you, Sia, for that. Yeah, as we look through some of those sectors, and again, not much happening there today. Shout out to Michael Ryan in the chat. Yeah, we got the palm tree hat going on here. We're feeling pretty good about it as well. So, yeah, so far so good here on the day. All right, what I wanted to talk about, now I forget what it was. Oh, someone said right into there, and I'm going to put your chat up there. You wanted me to break through. Here it is. Ramsey Fami. What's up, Ramsey Fami? Walk us through your question. Tesla trade. So, all right, let's go. So, yeah, I mean, Tesla to me today, Obi and I were sitting here looking for something to trade, right? And all of a sudden everybody was like really sort of trying to wring our brains here. And they're like, Tesla's going up, Tesla's going up. And sure it did, man. It broke up through some nice levels. The thing is that once this broke down, and I wasn't on Tesla early because we know these moves can happen. Generally speaking, which is a great question, I would normally look at these pre-market lows, especially when we got defined bottoms like that right there. But I kind of wasn't on the name and missed that. I feel like I would have gone long there, Obi, if I was here, but we weren't. So we weren't sitting here looking at Tesla at this time. But by the time it just kept on falling back in, we were like, oh man, what is going on here? And then we said, you know what? We got to try to play something. I'm going to take this off right there as we can see the chart's a little bit better. There it is. So we're saying like, once this broke through, and this was Thursday, today's Friday, so this was Wednesday, just before Christmas, what was going on there in the after hours, and it broke through this 484, just like it didn't even exist. Like we just came right in here and just went, whoops, and just kept on falling back in, right? So then I said, okay, where's the level that we might want to look at? So this was this 477 to 475 sort of area right into here. Well, that didn't hold. And we tried it. We got a little bit along. And even as this was happening, I said I've changed completely the style of trade. We'll try it a couple times, and then we'll leave it alone until we get some kind of an actionable trade, right? So what wound up happening was there it was. Finally, it came in at 475. And if we kind of zoom back out just a little bit, you'll see that 475 finally coincides with this area. And it was just kind of like, looking, it was just cherry picking, trying to find an area of support, because you know what, if you look hard enough, you'll eventually find one. So that was in there, 474, 474, 474 to 475. So once we finally found that there was some volume to kick out with, that's when we went. So it was the first volume spike, and it was the biggest level of volume that we had seen all day besides its opening candle. So that gave me the idea right there to go long. Let me just zoom back out so we can see this a little bit better there. I'm going to minimize that volume now that you can see it. Once we gave that bottom tick, I didn't go long until we went back through that upside. So I just kind of punched long into there, and I had more shares sitting to see if we were going to hold that little bottom tick, but we don't get any more shares. It rips to the top side, and we just did a good job of holding. And that first couple outs were just that 50 cents or so, and then our $1 and change giving us that bottom cover. And then we just got back up into this area. We took out a 480 fill, and Tesla turned out to be a pretty decent trade. Now it's not really doing anything. We're still waiting for it to break that area. But again, just watch the falling knife and try to catch it. We thought we were going to catch it there. We didn't. We got out, put some damage on the board for us. We got a little bit of hit there. I think we talked about it was about 10% of our Nvidia trade. Then we put on a decent spot there against that bottom, and it just worked out. So yeah, sometimes you got to go mining for gold, and we found it a little bit there in Tesla at the bottom. So good question, and it was just a guess, to be honest with you. That's what trading is. I don't think that we know. Look, it's more than a guess when we have information. Yes. But it's a guess that it's going to hold based on that bottom wick. You know, so I think take out your risk to reward. Some people will go 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, whatever your trade looks like. Maybe you're following it based on a rising 50-period moving average. You're basing it on maybe a 3-minute or 5-minute chart, a 1-minute chart. Neil sometimes calls up a 5-second chart when he's looking at IPOs, right? And so, you know, your best guess is that we hold that bottom, and it looked like it worked out today, so we'll pat ourselves on the back. But we've taken big hits on Tesla, man, before, trying to chase the move. So I'm trying to back away from being stubborn, and if you don't have, like if it breaks the OBI, get out again. Yeah. And we go 0 for 3, and it's a mark on our blotter, right? But it worked out. We're able to be positive on Tesla, and yeah, so far so good there with a decent trade on TSLA, and that's why we did. And thank you so much there for the question.
Yeah, I mean, a great explanation there, Sean. Yeah, we were looking at it. It was just like it was distinctly different, right? It was just like there was clearly an aggressive seller, and we talk about you know, opportunities a lot of the time are found in the non-random, right? Most of the time, action is just straight up random. We are guessing. We're taking maybe probabilistic guesses. We're just like, okay,
our best educated guess.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what you have to do. You got to be willing.
Come on, guys.
You gotta be willing to put on your perspective and on what you think is worth the trade. And yeah, when that seller lifts, it's more. I think it's definitely worth it to get involved and give it a couple tries before that happens as well. When you think that it's happening, for sure. No, great, solid explanation there on the Tesla.
I think that would be funny if we had like a cartoon Obi or a cartoon me or Neil like that Trump.
Yeah,
and we were saying stuff like that as well.
What's that from?
Terrence and Phillips. That's from South Park.
South Park.
It's a Terrence and Phillip graphic there, where their mouths kind of chomp back and forth, and that's how they talk. And hey, relax, guy. Yeah, see, so it's hilarious. It was the new season of South Park is pretty epic, but anyways, I don't know. Pretty soon to be canceled, maybe. I don't know.
Hey man, they haven't been canceled yet.
Ice cold up in here. Yeah, it's actually here. The weather's getting better. I don't know if, Ramin says no, it's not. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, honestly, okay. I'm from Winnipeg, so caveat there. This was not a snowstorm. This was not cold. It was not hard to walk in. I had no problem. I was not shivering. I'm going to be really real.
How far did you walk?
I think some of y'all, I did not walk far, I'll fully admit that. But
All
I
right,
think
you
just want to
preface with that, right?
No,
Okay.
I don't just want to talk about how everyone Winnipeg go. Be quiet.
I'm just saying, I saw the Aviva bag, dude. So like, that's just around the corner.
Oh, but she is pointing at you.
I just want to say that I fully, like, I think sometimes a lot of y'all in Toronto exaggerate a bit with the weather.
How's the driving?
Okay, that's fair. You know, that's fair.
Obi, when Adara's pointing at you like that, you better come correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You know what I'm saying? But no, she is 100% right. I mean, this is not even.
No, it's not that bad.
We have like maybe 2 inches.
It's not bad.
I did step outside and I was like, no, I'm gonna Uber the food. I'm not gonna.
Yeah. It's
I'm
not.
gonna do some work and Uber the food.
So. It's not. So yeah, to Ramin's point there, it's not the greatest driving experience right now. It's windy.
Oh, dude, I love it because the car slides and it really tests your abilities and skills.
Oh, but you know what? You know what? Fine. It's the greatest driving experience of all time. Now, no, it's a little rough.
Separates the weak from the strong.
Yes, get that FSD. So that's the other thing too. For those of you that have FSD in this kind of climate, either Midwest or something that's happening right now, northeastern seaboard or here in Canada, does it maybe not it goes no matter what? Like it doesn't judge the weather. Or does it? Like, I just feel like it.
I think there has to be some sort of mechanism that, you know what I mean?
I don't know. Now with Grok built in, like you.
Yeah, exactly. It'll probably like read. It's like, oh, it's snowing, so like we have to change, braking, how we brake and how we accelerate and how we act when there's less traction on the road. For sure, I'm sure that's
like I don't like. I know there's some people saying that they love driving in the winter. Like I don't really. I would prefer.
They've never driven on the
right, because
I've
been
off-roading a lot.
That's the
so
only
I think
Ramin
I
is
really.
getting mad.
Not really, I mean, hey, Ramin drives a tank. Ramin literally drives, I know you've seen her car.
She's parked right beside mine. Every day I'm like, yo, you're about to hit my car.
Ramin literally drives a tank.
Her car
so I don't think she doesn't care what weather, she shouldn't care what weather.
She has it's a Ram,
It will beast through everything. It's like hopped up on some like huge.
It's sitting on like 50-inch rims.
50-inch rims, which are literally like probably all seasons or something like that. They got some tread. They got some real tread.
She's sitting on 33s apparently in my ear.
If she wanted to, she could just hop off the ramp and run through Don Valley like it was nothing as well. You know what I mean?
So
those are the kind of tires.
I was debating order.
The has impounded me many times. I don't want another kick.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to say that. Okay, but what I was going to say is I was debating just ordering a plow and just applying it to the front of Ramin's car.
Yeah, that would work.
And then during my break, instead of going to the gym, I just go around, earn some extra money, start plowing there, and then
have done that.
This is
few bills at lunch.
This is what we're talking about. Make a couple bills over there. I mean, come on, we're hustlers over here.
Exactly.
I think I just have one job. Come on, man. But here we go. So now Tesla looks like it's finally starting to hit the skids a little bit. I mean, the market's not doing a whole heck of a lot. Like, I wish there was a little bit more to talk about. What I do like from one of my picks, and I think Adara, she's done so much work, but we do have to, I think we're going to update the picks of 2025 because we've got to put a
It is always the first day of the month. So we will get it on January 2nd, 2026, the final update.
I like. So we'll get that on that day, and then we'll figure out, what's going on with that. But for my pick for the next year coming, I'm going to probably put some Marvell in that basket. I really like the photonics. They recently made a nice acquisition. And again, remember, these guys are part of the infrastructure for the build-outs there, for the data centers and for this whole AI sort of boom that we've been talking about for a while. I like Marvell. I think it's a little sleeping giant right into here right now. Potential, I mean, look, you can't just see that everything's a potential bio candidate, but I do really think that Marvell has something about it. So we'll wait to see what they want to do right there, 86.50 or so. Marvell could be a play for me. Obi, I'd like to get you involved in this game this time as well, because with all the vacations that everybody seems to be taking around here, you are more and more filling in. Go to see you again. Okay, you are.
I'll think about it, and I'll.
Yeah, I do want you to be a part of this.
Okay.
This year. So what we generally pick is 4 names.
4 names.
You can pick an ETF. Yep. You can. I went with Coinbase. Brendan went with Bitcoin. So you can do things like that as well. And I also picked Dow Jones. As sort of a go with, and of course I had Palantir for this coming year. So yeah, you're going to be part of that. We'll call you the day that we're doing it, and you can slide in and have some picks. Would love it. Yeah, I'd love it. Fabian and Ramin, we could all Trader TV Live family. Fabian just came over to me and was like, "Yo, He wants to be involved.
Pick me, bro.
No, I think that's awesome. I think we should all do that, right? So then everyone can realize that we actually have no idea what we're talking about, and it's the youth these days that get the right.
I'm very low key about my swings, but I'll make some.
No, it doesn't have to be your own personal positions.
Okay.
This is just like if where you're looking, what stocks you think have a potential to go.
Yes,
we're not going to dock your pay if you're wrong here, Obi, or anything like that. So don't.
It's okay.
Don't apply too much.
The market usually does that for me, anyways. If I'm right or wrong, the market will usually decide.
Yeah, I think that is true. All right, with her last.
That's my boss.
Throw and/or segment of the day, it is Sia.
Okay, Sean, you could just say you don't like me at this point. That's fine. But we're going to quickly do a little money talks. So dollar is edging up. It's still near recent lows. US dollar is ticking higher in quite holiday trading, but it's remaining close to multi-week lows as markets are continuing to price US rate cuts in 2026. And we're also going to talk about the yen being under pressure after certain Japan data. The yen is weaker against its major peers right now, with USD JPY trading a bit above the mid-156 area after a recent slide in the Tokyo Core CPI. Analysts are saying that the dollar-yen pair is showing corrective tone as of today, but remains firmly within its broader uptrend and key support levels as of now. But we're closely watching them, and they're being watched around the mid-155 ranges. There's nothing too major going on today, and that's all. Thank you, Sean. Back to the guys.
Thank you. See ya. Yes. So
I'll definitely I'll think about some picks for sure.
I want to see some plays in the chat as well. I want to see what people in the chat are thinking. If you could take.
I think infrastructure. Sean's mic is acting up again. Nice bounce off of VWAP on Nvidia. Just watching it. How much time we got left? We got about 25 minutes, guys. I don't know if there's gonna be a next trade for me here, but like looking Sean's dismantling the mic now. Oh boy, it's in 4 pieces. Oh, it just needs a new battery. Okay, all right. This is your 3rd battery today, my guy. Sorry. Something's going on there. My mic keeps falling a little bit there. But yeah, no. Oh wow, Apple's really coming in right now. But no, when it comes to perspective and kind of outlook for next year, some of the picks that I'm maybe thinking about. Again, maybe I'll look for some space names that have pulled back. Maybe I'm looking at tech to take a little bit of a cool down, or just straight up. We've seen how, like, I just want to point out again. I know I show this chart a lot. Look at the SPY, right? Look at the SPY. Look at the ETFs that literally are almost rigged to go up over time. They
that's the point.
Take out the worst performers and they put in the best performers, and we just keep printing more dollars. So guess how much this is going to be valued in about 10, 15 years if we continue to go down the same path, right? So anyways, that's besides the point here. So I like to go straight up to a 12-month chart if we're going to talk about how next year may or may not end. Let me take off some of these indicators here. This is how we're ending on the year, Sean. There's 5 days left for this candle to print. Take a look at that bottom wick, right? This was that 17% pullback, 17% pullback at the beginning of the year.
April.
And we just back through open, boom, that was a great trade. If you like taking back through open trades, take a look at higher time frames, right? When we get back through the year open on the spider, we're literally closing at the highs. We're making a bit of a hammer. So what about the SPY when it comes to coming into next year? Will it be around 800, 900,000? Maybe 750 is the first mark. Let's get to 750 first. I like to work in quarters. But you can see over the past couple of years, this was the COVID pullback, slap and squeeze a lot of the shorts that were just like, maybe this is the end of the world, right? This was the pullback here, a little bit of a consolidation down in 350s. But regardless, we're stepping up pretty aggressively, to say the least. So some of the strong beta names might be a place to be, but again, this is a very chip heavy price action. So we'll have to see if chips continue to be the leaders and some of the tech names continue to be the leaders, or do they kind of phase out? We saw what happened. I mean, I don't know if I saw, but you saw what happened to names like Yahoo and GE, where they used to run the top of the markets. They were the leaders. And what happens over time is different stocks will take the lead. But guess what? SPY continues to push up over time pretty nicely as well. So, you know, it's something to consider, something to think about. We are extending pretty aggressively here as well. You can see the candles. The range has been pretty aggressive as well. Here's a super chat. Yep. David coming in with the super chat. Merry Christmas and Boxing Day for the Canadians. Merry Christmas and happy Boxing Day to you as well. Well wishes from a presidential suite in my home town, Tucson. Tucson. See, this is why, you know. Anyways, I'm sorry. I can't read.
Now now you got me going about
saguaro cacti are a must-see. Thank you, Quantum Dump for Christmas. Tucson.
Tucson, yeah. Tuscany is in Italy.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, is that how you spell that? I don't know.
Yeah, it's okay. Here is the
That's the type of cacti.
Yeah, this is a saguaro cacti right there. So nice little, thank you for that. Yeah, that would not survive outside right now here today, but that's beautiful. And, you know, glad you're enjoying yourself over there. And again, David, man, thank you for what you've been contributing all year. Okay, you got the other one there. Okay, there it is right now. All right, here we go. Danny boy. Right now, it's safe to say that I should have elaborated more on the Chinese restrictions regarding silver more elaborately. Yeah, we used that word twice there. That's good. That's on me. Sorry, guys. So, yeah, no problem. I mean, Obi...
It was a learning experience for all of us. So I thank you for kind of bringing it to our attention, right? So
we always talk about it. Hit the subscribe, hit the like button right now, because that's the only way to get part of our... I want to see how many people... I'm going to say it's 7822 or so. There it is. So...
Is it just me, or has that been going, like, it's been fluctuating between 21 and 22?
No, it doesn't really fluctuate at all. It's pretty much just 22 for a long time. No, we got, I think we're at 21.8 at one point or so. So, you know, hit the likes and the subscribe. More importantly, the subscribe. Yeah, it's because it has to be manually updated. So we'll have a quick look and try to get that automated as we go. But, you know, what's happening in 10 minutes are the imbalances. I wanted to show everybody that one trade that worked out right here was Nvidia. Nvidia did break 91. Well, it did come down into VWAP there. It basically, I was going to say it didn't really break it. It broke it by 6 pennies to the downside, then got right back up. But that's not enough juice to do anything. Like even on 100 shares, like I don't want to give up $20 just trying to do whatever here. There's not a whole heck of a lot happening. These are the imbalances, so these will all come into the market and hit the market at 350 right now. Merck, what chart is that?
So MDLN is I think an ad.
That's today. Yes,
that's an ad today, and that is doing a bit of a quaduk.
Okay, is that what they call it?
I've had that on the side of my screen all day, kind of just watching, feeling out the price action there. But
what was the story there? It was an ad.
It's a new IPO,
right?
It's just I think it's a 370 million ad notional.
Yeah.
So decent chunk, and I was just like, well, you know, it just IPO'd less than 2 weeks ago, and someone already wants it. Bye, Ramin. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye, Ramin. Drive carefully. Oh, man.
She doesn't need to drive carefully. Just watch, be considerate of other drivers, Ramin. Be considerate of other drivers. You know, they might be a little scared. That vehicle is definitely a little intimidating on the road, you know?
Is that an ice cap? My daughter loves ice caps, by the way. Where are you? You're behind us. Hey, how's it going? Why don't we do the other view here?
And mango? Ice. Oh, and one more. What is that?
Soup.
Oh, nice.
Soup,
and
ice.
Sushi.
Oh, gosh, she's ready to go. All right, Ramin, enjoy. Enjoy. Wow. Ah, boy. She said she might have a 2-hour drive home.
Take care.
The sushi was very good, apparently, says Fabian there. I did want to show, thanks, Ramin, get home safely, and please take your time and don't cost yourself some of this. What I want to show is this quickly here. Compare your profits. We did talk about this. This was yesterday's trading. So not much. Oh, yeah, I guess I'll just stop it right here. So yesterday's trading here at Real Trading. Sorry. Turkey money. Turkey. Tastes so good. But yeah, yesterday, again, we were chasing some turkeys around, and someone did some damage over there. So 3,500 turkey. Maybe it was the only market open yesterday. I do not know that to be true, but the Istanbul office crushed it yesterday here at Real Trading, or anybody. And again, you could trade from home at Real Trading. This is the same software that Obi and I use every single day. We are, of course, trading on a prop floor, and that is similar to what we have right there with Trade the Pool. But we trade with Real Trading, unavailable, unfortunately, in the United States as of now. For now. And Obi?
Sure. What? Yes.
I did get confirmation.
Yes.
Options will be rolled out soon to limited participants. So you potentially could be a participant in that one. So good call on that. It's going to be, well, we've heard that before, but I don't want to get people excited, but hopefully soon, options trading here at Real Trading.
Wait to sell some 0DTs.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we're doing now, kind of thing, I think, every day, trading this. And by that, you mean, of course, those are only available on Fridays, which would be today. And then I just think options become more and more important as we start to trade potentially. Well, what were they doing? 23.5, something like that, take an hour off, and the markets will then basically eradicate a name like a Blue Ocean and things like that. If the NASDAQ and NYSE and all these other gateways, look to trade after hours, I'm not sure. I think that will squash the whole advantage of us trading on Blue Ocean, but for now, it's there. We do have the Moon ATS as well. So, take advantage of this liquidity in the post market. I think it's going to be closed today. It'll be done today. Will not open up tonight, but opens up Sunday, I believe, 8 p.m. on Blue Ocean. So we'll be there trading that. And, options, though, they need to extend their hours as well. So we'll see if that does happen over there at the CBOE, Chicago Board of Exchange, and we'll see if that, if they wind up, what does options trading look like if the NASDAQ extends? Because then you don't have to close it anymore either, right? Maybe options will not be zero. Like, what is zero DTE then becomes expired? Because the market...
You probably still have, expiry dates.
Well, in my opinion, I think what they're going to plan to do is close the market at 4, settle everything, open back at 5.
Okay.
That's what I think the NASDAQ and NYSE and all that will do. It's almost like an extended break. They do have something like that in the Chinese markets as well, where they take a lunch hour. I think it's Japan,
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, well, they will stop trading and block it off for either 45 minutes or an hour, and then they have a whole new opening process again.
Yeah, they have 2 opens and 2 closes. How amazing is that?
Yeah. So that'll be good, man. And when we do that, we'll do that as well. Thank you. We have a new viewer there, Master Mixes. What's up, Master Mixes? Thank you for joining us here. We are live every single day at 8 a.m. Unfortunately, right now, we don't have any positions, but normally at this time, we are looking at things. We normally will have a position, but in today's, it's kind of tough. And this is where you can vote just by getting into our chat and hitting hashtag whatever you want, or hashtag $. You can get in there. FJet today, we look at that. That's up on that screen, 16%. Netflix, oh, you know what? Netflix is an interesting name. That had a nice, that's 90. What? Wait a second here. Yeah, there, get part of that chat. NFLX, did I just see 90? Okay, who? I thought I saw 96 there. Got to get these eyes checked again. But yeah, Netflix, nice little move there. And again, making that bottom trade one more time, coming through for Netflix as we zoom in here on our 5-minute chart. This has been pretty good, man. Yeah. This little bottom area, we had talked about it. I had written down on the chart on our notes last week that we had 93. And I took 93 long. You know what happened, man? This is the only time I took 93 long is when it actually broke. But now we have that bottom of 92.70. So we can play 93 long again. I think we'll put this on our note today. 93 long, going to be on the sticky note tomorrow for Netflix. I promise you, well, I can't promise you that. Tomorrow is now Monday, actually, so we'll see what kicks out today. But what we had written down today was 190.25 on Nvidia. Man, that was a banger. That is my chicken dinner winner of the day. I can show you that after. We did have IBIT long, 49.75. We did try that one. That did not work. Silver, man, with the London bullion market closed today from Boxing Day, we knew that was going to be a runner. We said the long, silver up $4 from that spot. We don't have it. And then the NASDAQ, we took long at 55 on the TQQs. So let's go over and just have a quick little look at some of those trades. Nvidia today, my number one stock, my number one trade of my best trade of the whole, my number one stock of the whole month is Medline. We took that IPO and nailed it, man. That was a big trade for me. But there's the break right there of the pre-market high, which turned out to be 190.50. We had written down 190.25, but then it broke it, so that became our new high. And bang that, man. We took a bunch of shares. It was a great trade. We got them all out around that 192 area. My best out is 192.25. Then the last 5 or 10% fell down, and we wound up getting that out right there at the 50-period moving average. But Nvidia was definitely a banger, and that helped start the day. And then, yeah, man, someone asked how much billions of dollars do we have? Not that many for me. And sometimes we lose, you know, and there's a stock right here. There's 49.75 coming in like a falling knife there on IBIT. We tried it. We let it settle. We thought it was bouncing back. We took that bid again, got out once it broke that low. So, you know, we're basically at 49.75 now. So if we held all day, fine. But we are, again, on a prop floor. We got to cover that position. And oh, boy, this one.
Oh, boy.
That was a good idea. Take a look at that. We did have a nice little bottom tick there. We waited very, very patiently. We get our 55 as posted on the note, sticky note. We had that price. So that fell into our lap and we hammered that one. So that was a good trade for us too. And then Tesla back and forth with that name before eventually getting out of Tesla on that break there of 478 to the downside. So yeah, man, all is well and good right now. And yeah, we're pretty happy with all of those trades. And you've just traded Nvidia and silver today, right?
Yeah, well, I took a shot at silver, yeah, but then it, again, pretty strong there. 71.17s right now, Sean. So it just continues to blast to the upside right here.
Right, so we're looking for Medline, right?
MDLN is what we're looking for here.
All right, so let's call this up.
We got about 2 minutes left. Ooh, look at that chart right there.
So this is a NASDAQ name. It has fallen back in. What do you remember the index they're being added to? We can go find. I think it's S&P 400. I think it's the S&P 400. So Medline right now, due to the fact that they've had an IPO, their market cap qualifies them to get into the S&P 400. So I believe that's what it is. We're going to do some research and find out for you. But that should show up right here as a buy is what we're looking for. But I remember the other day when Carvana got added to the S&P 500, it actually came out as sell.
Yeah,
so
S&P Total Market Edition.
Yeah, S&P Total Market, so the 400. So that will be coming in today. So we'll wait to see in 30 seconds. And remember, these are all, some of them are old from the NASDAQ, you know, older ones from the NYSE 930. We'll see very, very soon. They're going to update. So I'm going to get the source out here. You're going to see them all disappear in 1 second because right now we'll just wait, and there we go. Now we'll wait for an update right now in 15 seconds from the NASDAQ, and we are expecting Medline to be on here, so I'm going to call up MDLN and potentially look to trade this name and see where it goes from here. So we are now 5 seconds away. We'll see when it comes up. Watch out for Medline here. If it's a big buy, I think we got to buy this one for sure. And there it is right now. It comes as a big, okay, so 2 points. Look at that go up. Yeah. So right there, you just saw it live right there. So yeah, I can't. The algos hit that. That just took off right there to the upside up to 44.40 there. Nice move up there for Medline. Warner Brothers with a little bit of a sell. That's not going to affect the stock. This is in buyout mode right now, so that's not going to affect it. Oh, Nvidia downside with a little bit of a wick action right there as well. Joey Options over there had a good trade in Broadcom. He's now gone. We wish him a successful flight down to Mexico. Well, he'll be spending, I think it's a week down there. Tesla with a sell as well. So a lot of these names, so we did good by getting out of Tesla. But it's MDLN right now holding the bid and trying to get a little higher here, breaking through 44.
Apple's coming into day low. You were talking about that Apple coming in as a short. That thing's coming right.
This is a great look, by the way, Fabian, by the way.
On Apple. And then, yeah, Nvidia pulling in right now on a bit of a sell imbalance. I see here Nvidia with a 2 million sell roughly. Yeah, MDLN. 2.462 million sell, so that's what I'm looking at right here on these. In terms of NYSE here, I gotta sort this stuff out here, but BAC, nothing too crazy happening. Maybe QBTS. What's going on, Adara?
Yeah, so you guys know, overall I'm seeing here imbalances, S&P 500, 582 million to sell, NASDAQ 100, 540 million to sell. I want to talk here, though, about QBTS because apparently Andrew Left of Citron Research is on Fox Business right now, and he is saying that he is either short, he's opened a short position here in D-Wave Quantum. So QBTS, Andrew Left of Citron Research is short. Keep an eye on PLTR as well. We know that he has been advocating for a short for PLTR, and again, he is currently live on Fox Business. That is Andrew Left of Citron Research. So we send you back to Sean and
Obi. Yeah, look, Andrew left. I mean, yeah, look, Palantir's had a great run, and it's no surprise that these guys are coming back. Wow, okay, that Medline just got bigger right there. I'll put this down here. But yeah, Palantir had a nice run back to $200, so getting hit down today, now we kind of know why. That short report there, he's going to be talking about it. So I just let this settle. Palantir goes with these news stories, and we did hear that it was a big sell there. It was maybe it was Citron that dropped that, but Burry, I believe, as well, tried to talk about some of the valuations being a little extended on some of these names. So there goes Palantir. But okay, MDLN, man. This could be a great trade. I think now what we have to do is wait for 355, and if it stays, right? So at 355, wow, damn, Shorty. We should have hit that, man. I mean, that was, when that came out there, there was an opportunity to get long into that level. So we'll see if it winds up breaking here. See, now it's back down to 2.5 million shares. So starting to get quickly paired off. The Nvidia sell is for real. That's still happening to the downside there as well. FXI, we're not going to worry. Broadcom. What about Open Door, $6? Yeah, again, flew to the downside there, Open Door. We can wait to see what happens with Eric Jackson. I told you the next door. You were talking about Hut 8 as well. This is another play for Eric Jackson, Hut 8. You can see if that one winds up going anywhere right now. But we're having a decent day, man. We had a really big open, and we sort of added to that a little bit. My whole day, just to let you guys know, 75% of it is NVIDIA. We do have a decent AMD trade as well. We went long there off of that, sort of wick bottom through the VWAP. We waited for it to make a bottom, then we punched it long through there. So that was a quick little trade as well. We don't really have anything else going on, man. We got in and out of IBIT, so we lose a little bit there. We make, like I said, 80% or so of our day on NVIDIA right there on that break, which is perfect. That was our #1 trade idea. And then the other, basically 20% comes from this Qs trade. And then Tesla was a good one. We did make money on it, but we had lost a little bit there. We didn't get our full position down there. We were waiting for a little bit lower, but good trade there on Tesla put us into the green for this name after going 0 for 2 early and picked that up right back up to the upside. And, sometimes just coming back, getting into the green side of trading is what you need for those good feels. All right, 30 seconds until we potentially get another flip here, and that one would be on Medline. So we'll see if that can take, what about just a break of 44.50 here at the end of the day for Medline? I think I'm gonna try it if it does break that. So I'm gonna get my order ready, so it automatically punches me in and we see if we get it.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely worth taking a little bit of a shot at, and that imbalance kind of jumping around as of right now. So wait and see is what I'm kind of hoping for here on Medline. So yeah, I kind of like that action, but we'll take a quick look at this. 2.4 million to buy as of right now, and we have about 10 seconds left. So we'll see how much of that fading is off. Right here, again, a little bit of action definitely expected coming into the pairing event happening at 55, and that's right now. And
stays a bid.
No, okay, yeah, it stays a bid for
not much. So
1.1 right there. So yeah, I think it trade's still on, but I think how we have to take it is a little bit different there on the day.
It's funny that Nvidia stayed to sell.
Nvidia stayed to sell.
Like, that's not good news, man. So yeah, that is continuously going lower. That would have been a good trade there. Nvidia sell side right into their low, basically, of the day there, where we got long in initially, 190.50. So the same price you could have got at 935 just came in again. So you spend all day worrying about Nvidia. It came all the way back, all the way to the downside. So we have to check that out there. That's still a sell. That if this stays a sell into the close, you're going to get
we're getting that.
You're going to get a move because you cannot absorb. Like, it needs to sell off 1.8 million shares. On the bid, I mean, it might pair off, but on the bid, you don't have, like, these are hundreds of shares, not millions of shares. Every single digit on here is 100 shares. So this could get sold off as it continues to feel pressure on this. What's up with Grab today? Oh, that's not big enough stock to worry about that. Medline, though, that could be a decent print. I'm actually not that excited about it. I feel like it's going to print around here. The book, the market maker, definitely has shares of this. It's a recent IPO. They can fill from their own book. I'm not too worried about that. But this Nvidia looks like, Obi, it does want to keep going downside. Sure. If that ever changes, I might just, even though there's not that much time left, I might just see if the flip game is strong on this one because, okay, well, Medline just grew again over to 2 million shares. Nvidia's actually getting
right back to the bottom of the range, man.
On Medline or on Nvidia? Yeah, Nvidia. I know that's
talk about how it's just been beautifully just ranging between 192s and 190s, doing more of the same on imbalances. So you're just
trying to watch it if
this action is there.
It flips. So like what I'm doing is I'm watching this 1.7 number. if that disappears or that S turns into a B, I'm going and hitting the ask. I've already crossed up to 191. Like I'm already crossed up here 50 pennies to get long if that flips, because this is a fake dollar down. Okay, and what I mean by that is like, it's not, this is a market mechanism right here that's creating this move to the downside. It's not a news story, it's nothing else like that. So you could see just, you're getting like a free dollar here if this disappears, but it doesn't look like it wants to. Medline right now, yeah, it's not doing anything. Merck's had to sell on it the whole time. It's a little different when you're in the NASDAQ versus New York, because just the way that works as far as NASDAQ in New York is concerned. All right, so Nvidia is still there. I guess it's not gonna flip, dude. But if it does, I'll still take the long. Now we only have 10 minutes left, so
3 minutes.
10 minutes left. Yeah, 3 minutes left. 2 minutes
for a second.
2 minutes left into that area. So I don't know. I know it's still 1.2 million. You see how it's starting to pair off a little bit and it's starting to get back to the upside. Now it's 780,000 shares. Now it's 500,000. It's still out of like this. Okay, now it's getting lower and lower. Looks like it does want to go back up. Should I just hit this now? It does look like it wants to go back. Now it's gone. Oh no, it's still a sell. It's going to disappear. There's just not enough time left.
2 minutes left.
Even if it pairs off, I don't know. That's too bad. I would have liked that to flip earlier. So now you guys at least can think about what's going through my mind. Like, if that flips at 355, man, I already had the order ready to go. And I had the Medline order, actually. Okay, now Medline's gone, MDLN. So this one's probably tanking. Well, yeah, not moving. So all these names will just pair off. There's your QBTS that Adara just brought us to. So this could be an interesting name that we look at on Monday, right? With Andrew Leff talking some, you know what, about quantum names. And it's just, you know, I do agree with him. Early days on quantum. We'll have to wait to see if that can get going. Now, I don't want to say I agree with him. I didn't see the whole story there. But now with only 1 minute left, it looks like Nvidia is what it's going to do. We'll see what Tesla's up to here in the last moments of the day. Yuck. Obi, man, I don't know what the market's doing. Yeah, the market's fine.
The market's kind of...
Tesla's down here at the lows again. Wow, what a good couple. Hey, those were good ideas. I mean, getting out. VWAP, 200, 200 again, 50 period, boom. So that's what risk management does for you, man. You got to have your routes. We will end the day at the highest spot we've been at all day, which is a good, successful story for me anyways. Just like to be out there at the highs, no losses from top. The last trade we made was, again, a successful one, getting out of Tesla. And we also did get out of our TQQ trade as well, right there. So again, getting out in the range, getting out on the VWAP break, and don't have to worry about what's happening right now, as we only have 15 seconds. Happy Boxing Day to everybody, man. It's always a great time when we have Obi with us. Thanks, Fabian. I really, really like that look. I'm going to see if we can introduce that more. With only 10 seconds left right now, it's Beta Pro, brought to you by Beta Pro, this closing bell now. There it is, man. The NASDAQ, and so we could see what, so let's quickly go over to MDLN, see if that had a little bit of a move there at the end of the day. So it looks like we don't get, the NASDAQ print would come with a T print, so there it is right there. 7 million or so shares done right there at 44.13. So there's the big print. They do it right at market price, it looks like. So a successful IPO and a successful first introduction into an index there for Medline. So no one got hurt on that. That's pretty good. Whether or not you're a buyer or a seller, you got to be happy with at market pricing. We had Sidious there, had a below market price of $1.50. So this is what happens when you can't find the liquidity, it just drifts down. We'll see if that holds at 150, where they're offering 16.8 million shares. You know, that offering could be full now, and that's done, and we'll see tomorrow if there's a release for that one. Adara is still working extremely hard, getting everything done. Adara, what's the next graphic that you have planned going out?
Well, I always have like at least 4 scheduled to come out during the weekend. There's a fun one about the new Genesis mission that the Trump administration is doing. That's going to be coming out over the weekend. I do have a whole bunch of year in review infographics, though, that those are going to be coming out throughout next week. Definitely stay tuned. I've got some cool stuff planned. A lot of different stocks on watch with that, including one on Robinhood.
All right. Well, don't show that year-end review to Neil, because, you know, he said that, you know, the whole year thing doesn't mean anything. He'd rather just pick random spots to look at stocks. But he and I joked about that the last couple of days. So shout out to year-end in review. And then Obi, you're going to now be part, and so is Adara. We're all going to be part of picking stocks. Yeah. So join us in the new year. We'll tell you what day is appropriate. Hopefully everyone's going to be here Joe's on vacation. We're all taking a little bit of time off. Well, I'm not, but coming through. I'm going to be here half day on Monday, and then we're into Buffalo. Hopefully we get good weather for that one. Adara told us, man up, man. This is not bad weather. So we'll take that to heart. And you're still walking home though, Adara, tonight, right?
I mean, I always walk home. Unless I'm in a situation where I'm feeling physically unwell, the weather does not impact me, is what I'm saying. The weather will never impact me.
Yeah, I should have brought my boots. And I think that's right? It's about preparation for the weather, right? I mean, it's like, if you know it's going to be bad, wear your gloves, get your boots going on, get that jacket.
Part of my morning process is to check what the weather is.
I failed today at that.
And I've it's been too many times where I am not prepared for the weather, and I was just like, this is not going to happen again.
Adara, thank you for a great day. I hope you had a great Christmas and a great holiday, and it's going to continue on this weekend. And so everybody, be safe. Whether or not you have perfect weather outside or nasty weather, drive carefully. Spend as much time with your loved ones as you possibly can. It's Neil and I on Monday, but then I'm gone half day. You'll be back. You're filling in for Joe, actually, I believe, all day Monday anyways. So, all right. Thank you so much. Great show today, man. Always a pleasure to do this with you. Thank you to Ramin and Fabian. Great on the ones and twos. Thank you to Adara always. I mean, I can only compliment her so much. We do have Sia, great job. I think she's booked out, though, so thank you to Sia for everything today. And then, Ramin got off early as well. Joe, safe travels, man, into Mexico there, and Sharif will be back on Monday, and hope he has a great weekend. And most importantly, I hope everybody out there watching us has an absolutely fantastic weekend. I'm coming home. My wife, she just told me right now, pick up both milk and cream on the way home. So we will do that. Maybe we'll slide some bacon in, have some eggs and bacon. We'll get that all figured out. All right, Obi, thank you so much for a great show. And thank you to everybody. We're back at what time, Obi?
8 a.m.
8 a.m. on Monday. Ciao till then. See you, Adara.
Yeah.